At 60 years old, the body begins to fade. This is an inevitable law of nature. However, by reaching the peak of internal energy, a miracle occurs, a divine rebirth of the earthly body. Bones and muscles are rebuilt to achieve the highest form of martial arts, and the withered body is restored to its former youth. This is the highest achievement that people strive for. The divine sect called it divine awakening, while the shadow sect called it demonic discipline. In the divine sect, 8 people have achieved divine awakening. At the same time, 4 of the shadow sect had mastered demonic discipline. Above them were only the masters from the divine realm, whose body was immune to poison and disease. In 1,000 years, there was only one among the Murim masters. A traditional tea ceremony was taking place in one of the palaces, in which a master who had achieved divine awakening asked a stranger what a sword meant to him. He replied that it was a fine murder weapon with sharp edges. However, that is what it is. A martial art is a martial art, a sword is a sword, and morality is morality. Deep in the dungeon, a mysterious demonic ritual was taking place. Ban came there to fight the master of Crimson Awakening. He took off his dragon head shoulder pads. Ban was truly honored by the opportunity given to him. A master who was highly skilled in swordsmanship could assess the situation even with his eyes closed. When he opened his eyes, he saw not only the master of the Crimson Awakening, but also his comrades were there. Ban guessed that a new ability, soul connection with the undead, was being used against him. The master gave orders to his companions to surround the Ban with a great demonic containment field. The comrades' eyes turned bloodshot as they used demonic seals to attack. It seemed that Banu could no longer be saved. 1,000 demons attacked him at once, but they forgot that they were attacking a true master of the dark arts. Ban used his famous technique, the piercing whirlwind. The basis of the swordsman's energy was steadfastness itself. He defeated 1,000 comrades in just one moment after using his ability. Unperturbed, Ban headed straight towards the cultist. He wasn't afraid of the Ban. He grinned right in the swordsman's face. Will he really use this ability right here and now? The enemies defeated by the swordsman immediately rose from the dead, but they were without flesh. Ban found himself in the midst of an ability unfamiliar to him. It was an unclean ritual of tormenting the soul. The swordsman felt the ground beneath him begin to shake. Even such an experienced martial artist could not assess the situation while in free fall. Without thinking twice, thousands of necromancers attacked the swordsman again at once. Ban fell. The master of the Crimson Awakening looked at his body from the shadows. He took his sword, hoping to take away the Ban's power. He was pleased that everything went as he had planned. Using a lightning-fast blade throw, he betrayed his demonic ally. He didn't expect this from the master. The blade went right through his neck. No one knew what the master of Crimson Awakening was really planning. Bana's bloody sword, no one knows what power it contains. The master revealed his true purpose, as the second living master of the fierce demon was killed. Now he must lead the School of Dark Arts and conquer all of Murim. All that was left of Ban was his clothes. He was dead. The land of Murim, full of mystical creatures, is a fascinating sight. And suddenly, out of the blue, a phenomenon unusual for this land. Everything is as if in a fog. A storm has sent a sunset of thunder to the earth. Among the smoke, a human silhouette appeared. Who is it? It was none other than the reincarnated swordmaster. Not understanding what had happened to him, he looked up, searching for an answer. Ban didn't understand where he was and where the soul's connection with the undead was. Souls with the undead. Those companions who used this ability that killed Ban. Clarity comes to mind, memories come gradually, but at the same time very quickly. What did those scum of the bloody arts do with Ban? The master also remembered the lost sword, but first he needed to get some clothes in the nearest village. Using the high jump ability, he suddenly remembered that he first used this technique of elevation naked. Sunset all alone, sitting on a tree, thought Ban. Hanging upside down, he experienced hunger, and 2 hours of searching for the village were fruitless. Banu had the idea to cover himself with an animal skin. In the forest, the swordsman came across a forest troll. He looked like a mythical creature from legends. The green creature with huge fangs was not averse to eating a human. A whistle flew past like a bullet, but not right through. What is it? It was Ban's shot. Thanks to his skill and ability, he could even shoot from his finger. The swordsman noticed that something was wrong. He couldn't miss. The shot was right on target. The forest troll's wound was healing. But how? Was it regeneration? But the amazing power of the mystical creature did not stop Ban, and he began to act. The master's hands cut like a blade. This is one of Ban's abilities. The troll clearly did not expect this. But is he really able to regenerate even after such a blow? The troll's wound healed again. The body of the creature that had received such damage regenerated again. Ban remembered the words of the sage. In order to survive, there was one technique that was superior to others. A blow of vital energy that will leave no chance for the forest ogre. But the troll didn't need to be destroyed. Ban wanted to try roasting it. The 3-meter forest ogre didn't even have time to blink before the master disappeared from sight. Hands cut like a sword, the troll's head from the shoulders. After landing after a successful attack, Ban notices something unusual. The ogre had green blood, perhaps because he was a mystical creature. After defeating the troll, Ban, without thinking twice, lit a fire and began to roast the ogre. The master wondered why the forest creature didn't have a soul stone. Maybe he was still young. But in any case, Ban heard that the meat of the mystical creature had a beneficial effect on health. But it wasn't very tasty, and it smelled even worse. Somewhere in the middle of the mountain range, Ban remembered again that there were no people nearby. Not even traces of them. Breathtaking scenery, clean air, cool night breeze, even the moons are shining. Taking a closer look, Ban jumped up. Was it really just his imagination that there really was? In the sky, there were 2 moons, a phenomenon the Swordmaster had never seen before. There was an empire called Kratos on this new land, in the castle where the morning feast took place, at which they usually discussed something. The dark-haired lord watched silently as the king ate his breakfast. Afterwards, he turned to his majesty, who was still enjoying his breakfast. The lord begged the young king to eat properly rather than breakfast like a commoner. The king slammed his steel cup down on the table and turned to the lord. The king told the lord that they had lost most of the empire's lands. The lord wanted his majesty to eat healthy food, but he ordered him to be silent. The lord told the news that Corinth was sending an ambassador to them. He thinks they want them to clear the lands of mythical creatures. The young master thought about the lord's words and wanted to find his own benefit in this proposal. After all, his army was seasoned in battle, and the military skill of the previous emperor was hidden by his own suicide. The young emperor spoke so rudely that he almost broke the table. His Majesty Frank von Great considered such options to kindle the fire for future revenge. After 2 days of wandering, Bana, while walking through the forest, came across someone's house. He found it strange because he had never seen houses like this. A black and white guard dog ran out towards the master of the dark arts. But the puppy did not attack him, but only stepped on Ban's leg with his paw. The dog barked, which apparently confused the residents of the forest house. Ban didn't expect to see anyone. A little girl came out of the house and saw a stranger next to her faithful friend. The blue-eyed girl asked the stranger who he was and what he was doing here. Ban was confused. The first thing he thought was whether she could pose a danger to him. The master of the dark arts did not understand a word the little girl said, but she in turn noticed that he was wearing clothes made from a mythical creature. The girl's mother ran out after her, thinking that her child was in danger. Ban immediately wanted to apologize, but remembered that they would not understand a word he said. The mother said that they had nothing for him, and if he was planning something bad, she threatened the stranger that her husband and son would soon return home. Ban, who had picked up the dog, stood there thinking that they didn't look like the pale-skinned ones from his past world. The girl in turn told her mother that he didn't look like a villain. The master of the dark arts pointed his finger at the mother, and the woman, confused, also pointed her finger at herself. Then Ban pointed with both hands at his clothes. None of them understood each other, what he wanted to say by this. The imperturbable Ban didn't know if they could understand him in sign language. The evil mother said that the stranger had shown his true nature and asked the girl to quickly call her father. But she replied that she thought the uncle had asked for some clothes. While they stood there wondering whether they were enemies or not, the little puppy lay down on the ground and fell asleep. Having come to the general conclusion that they were not enemies, Ban thought about the girl's name. Her name was Taria. He had never heard such names before in his lands. He was also given clothes that he considered strange. The mother praised the swordsman. The clothes she gave him looked very good on him, for which Ban thanked her with a hand gesture from his past world. The swordmaster turned sharply and walked in the other direction, which greatly surprised the mother and girl and perhaps made them a little wary. Ban approached the place where his father usually chopped wood and picked up an axe, which made his mother ask Taria to call her father quickly. The master of the dark arts only wanted to thank the family who gave him the clothes. The woman breathed a sigh of relief. Taria shouted to the uncle, causing Ban to stop chopping wood. The swordmaster still didn't understand their language. The blue-eyed girl only noted that he was very strong, because she had never seen anyone chop wood with one hand. Ban addressed Taria in his native language. He wanted to know what kind of tool he used to chop wood. But they didn't understand him just as he didn't understand them. And the mother again became a little wary, because next to her daughter stood a stranger with an axe. The girl's eyes sparkled, because she was interested in explaining to the stranger what firewood is and what an axe is. Ban looked at Tarja in surprise and repeated words unknown to him after her. This made the girl even more interested, and she asked the wanderer to ask her something else, since she so wanted to teach him her language. Ban thought to himself that he shouldn't rush into anything, because the most important thing for him now was to learn to speak a foreign language. Several months later, while wandering and exploring the new world, the master of the dark arts learned the local language and came to a local resident for one thing. Holding out his hand, the man said that it was a map of these lands that he had been looking for a long time. Ban curiously snatched the card from the man's hands and thanked him. But then he ran into a difficulty. He learned the language, but reading was still a problem. The man noticed this and made fun of Ban a little, saying that it was okay. He still had his best years ahead of him. To which the master of the dark arts lied a little, saying that he understood well what was written there. The man encouraged Ban, because it seemed like only yesterday the swordsman was diligently gesturing to explain what he wanted. Ban replied that it was all thanks to Mr. Blair's family, because the blue-eyed girl could not get enough of talking to him. Ban was chopping wood and thought to himself that this was a great map, not only geographically, but there were also unique features of the village. The logs flew one after another, and the master of the dark arts kept thinking about his past. His dark past. Ban has to come to terms with the circumstances he finds himself in. He has no choice but to accept it. How to accept the fact that he cannot return to Mirim only by the technique of great exaltation. Even while thinking, he mechanically continued chopping wood, one of which almost hit Tarja, who came too close. Ban told the girl that it was dangerous here. She should move away. Looking at him, the girl called the swordsman by a nickname that she herself made up. She called him Dark. To which the master of the dark arts replied that he had already told her that his name was Ban, not Dark. Tarja found this very funny because, in her native language, the name Ban means dark smell. She laughed so much that she thought she would die laughing. The joyful child pointed her finger at the master of the dark arts and said Dark, causing Ban to fall into a stupor from Tarja's persistence. The blue-eyed girl noted that the name Dark perfectly suited his black eyes and hair. Ban replied to Tarja that she could call him whatever she wanted, as long as she left him alone and didn't interfere with his work. Having decided to take a little rest, Ban leaned on the ground and asked the girl what a mercenary was, and she answered that they were people who fought for money. Was she comparing him to an assassin? The master of the dark arts thought. He answered her that he was not like them. Surprised, Tarja looked straight into Ban's eyes and asked him who he was then, if he was not a mercenary or an assassin. With a sigh, the swordsman replied to the little girl that he was a master of the school of dark arts who only wanted to find his way home. Blue-eyed Tarja said, "Why shouldn't Banu look for work in the mercenary guild? The mercenary guild is a place where mercenaries gather, where they receive orders and trade information." Ban thought about Tarja's words. He definitely needed to get at least some information in order to return home. And he also asked her how she knew about the mercenary guild. The girl told the master of the dark arts that her brother ran away from home, saying that he would become a mercenary, but his father found him and brought him back. This story made Ban laugh a lot. Meanwhile, the king was surveying his lands from the highest point of his castle, but suddenly he notices that one of his subjects is heading towards him. It was Captain Rognard. Perhaps he came with good news. He asked the king not to worry. The young ruler replied that he could not calm down, because he needed to send 2,000 palace maids to meet the needs of the Corinte. He bit his lip very hard without even noticing what was said, because these were his people. The captain replied that all they could do was increase their fighting strength to counter the Corinth, and that the king's anxiety would only increase if the ruler thought about such mundane problems as this. The emperor got angry and asked Rognard if the maids were ready to leave. The captain replied that they would be delivered to Corinth in a week. It is worth remembering that there was also a case when Corinth kidnapped the maids 10 years ago and demanded new ones. The captain asked the king to be calm, because he would be leading the escort. Looking to the side, the emperor and Rognard noticed a silhouette walking towards them. It was Lord Tozier. They were wondering what news he came with. Bowing his head down, the lord said that he had failed the task given to him. The emperor noted that this was the 5th time the lord had failed to complete his task, and also asked if there was any use in the Anfiros journal. The Anfiros journal contains no information about the past Axion, only a little about its research. The kingdom knows the theory, but they can't do detailed experiments yet. However, the lord said that 90% of the theory was already ready. He would do his best to fill in the missing 10% of information. Turning to the emperor, the lord begged to give him a little more time to study, to which the king replied that he would give him one last chance. The king's eyes still burn with hope that with the help of this artifact, he will be able to provide a better life for his empire. For Mr. Blair's family, the news was not so good. Ban decided to leave. The mother and children were very saddened by this event because they had become so close lately. Extending his hand to shake hands with the head of the family, the master of the dark arts jokingly apologized for being a burden all this time, to which Mr. Blair replied to Ban that he was mistaken. He had become part of their family, and he could always return no matter what happened. To which the master of the dark arts replied that he had learned the culture of this world, and it had brought him great benefit. During the farewell, the son asked his father for permission to go on a journey with Ban, because the boy still had an unfulfilled dream of becoming a mercenary, to which the head of the family threatened the boy that if he ran away again, he would get twice as much as before, to which the boy replied that he was missing the best chance in life to become not a simple farmer but a mercenary. Ban, who got down on one knee, did not forget to say goodbye to his noticeably grown four-legged friend, who even shed his stingy dog tear in farewell. A small blue-eyed girl walked up to the swordsman and grabbed his clothes with one hand, sadness in her eyes. Taria said that her beloved Dark would regret leaving because if he stayed and waited a few more years, he would have a lovely bride. It seemed that Ban had never been so embarrassed in his life as he was after what the little blue-eyed girl said. The master of the dark arts told her that, unfortunately, their age difference was too big, and he also didn't want to be beaten by her father. Ban finally said that he didn't know if they would meet again, but he would never forget her. After all, Taria was the one who gave the swordsman his name, Dark. The master of the dark arts patted the little blue-eyed girl on the head, and she in turn burst into tears from the grief of the upcoming separation. The head of the family and the mother with the dog silently watched as one of the family members left. The four-legged one even somehow waved a handkerchief to his departing friend. There is no way back, Ban thought to himself, and began to walk away slowly but confidently. The dog barked at the top of his voice. The children waved their hands and shouted after their departing friend. The head of the family and the mother froze in place and silently looked at their departing, one might say, son. Ban turned one last time to his family, who had helped him as best they could, but he had a long way to go, the main goal being to return to Murim. As he left, Ban also repeated the gesture with his hands that meant farewell in these lands. Then he turned around and continued to wander on his long journey. Night, the sky was covered with the twinkling of stars. In the sky, there was also a rare phenomenon for this world, when the second moon had not yet had time to join the other, because in these lands there were two of them. In the darkness of the night, a silhouette can be seen sitting by the fire, waiting for dinner to be prepared. Suddenly, unexpectedly, in the bushes of pitch darkness, red, as if bloodshot eyes lit up. Having waited for the delicacy to be prepared, the swordsman immediately began to eat it. However, noticing that he was being followed, Ban did not show any sign. His sense of smell and vision never failed him. At that very second, the enemy appeared before the master of the dark arts. They were werewolves with huge fangs and claws, thirsting for only one thing: fresh human flesh. With only a thirst for blood, the werewolves decided that the swordsman would be an easy target for them and immediately went on the attack. Ban was prepared for anything, but he clearly did not expect such speed from the mystical creature. The enemy was very fast. After successfully dodging the enemy's attack with his ascension ability, the master finally understood why people always avoided this mountain. The master of the dark arts assessed the situation and decided to counterattack, using his famous technique of the smashing hand. He clearly caught the beast off guard with his powerful attack, but at this stage of his journey, the swordsman already knew that mystical creatures possessed regeneration. Unperturbed, Ban gathered all the power of dark energy for a final attack. The regenerating beast, who clearly failed to assess the situation and the abilities of the one he was attacking, could only rely on his instincts, growling and baring his fangs in the face of his enemy. With a slight movement of his hand, Ban, who had accumulated energy for the attack, left a shining mark in the form of a palm on the beast's chest, which was fatal for the werewolf. The other mystical creatures clearly did not expect this, watching as their leader flew away a couple of dozen meters. The beasts roared their battle cry in hopes of intimidating the swordmaster. Ban, in turn, was only thinking about what a good mannequin he would make for the School of Bloody Arts. The beast could even make a good carpet. Noticing that the man was not the least bit frightened, the mystical creatures seemed to read his thoughts and rushed away, abandoning their dead leader. The evil master, looking at the fleeing creatures, did not understand what the point was in attacking him, because he had only dropped the freshly cooked meat in vain. Gritting his teeth, Ban picked up the body of the dead werewolf. Because why let good things go to waste? This beast would look good on a flaming spit, Ban thought. The emperor, sitting on the throne, propped his head up with his hand, crossed his legs, and apparently expected at least some good news. Lord Tozer came to the young king with news, saying that this was very urgent information. He told the emperor that they had a great opportunity to take possession of the dragon's heart. Jumping up from his throne, the young king was eager for the smallest details and could not wait for the Lord to tell him in detail. Tozer told the emperor that the dragon's heart was kept in the great Drow temple in Corinth, and word came from the front that the Trovian Empire would lend it for a time. The king said that they must intercept it at any cost. After all, the dragon's heart was a huge clot of dense and pure mana, and the Lord also said that he thought the artifact's protection would be weak. Tozer said that the Corinthian Empire believed that no one would even dare to encroach on such an artifact. The emperor asked the Lord how weak the security there was that Tozer made such bold statements. The Lord replied to the young king that, according to the information, there were only 50 knights guarding the heart and only one master, adding that the master did not even have a titanium. The emperor thought, a master without a titan? Perhaps this is a deliberate leak of information from the Corinth. There is no doubt that this information is reliable, and the young king gave the order to act immediately. Wandering between forests, mountains, and rivers, the swordmaster moves only forward in search of at least some information. Along the way, he noticed that the land that was new to him was undoubtedly richer in oxygen than Murim. He had never felt such powerful forest energy. Looking at his hands, he thought that every little bit of energy was restored almost immediately, so it would be much easier for anyone to practice and master martial arts. The swordsman also wondered what kind of martial arts were practiced here. Suddenly, a fair-haired girl appears in his path, screaming for the traveler to stop. The young girl asked where the traveler was heading. The master of the dark arts told her that he was on his way to Vulcania, and in response, he heard a demand for payment of 10 silver coins. Stunned by the stranger's impudence, the swordmaster grinned sarcastically in her face, replying that the price was too high, since his clothes were worth only 7 silver coins. To which Ban heard in response that if he had nothing to pay with, then let him try swimming. Maybe he would succeed. The master of the dark arts just laughed right in the girl's face and found her words very funny. In an instant, he rushed past, asking if she was sure of her words. The young girl, in turn, took this as a humiliation and instantly drew her blade in order to cut the swordmaster. But the foolish stranger didn't know who she was trying to raise her sword against. Ban stopped the attack attempt in a matter of seconds, grabbing the attacker's hand and squeezing it hard. Then, with a deft movement, he moved his hand to the blue-eyed robber's neck, causing her to blush, and in that position could only wheeze. Ban asked her how much money she had. She replied that she had nothing at all. That's why she was robbing. But the swordmaster made it clear with just one look that he had no intention of listening to lies. Very frightened, the stupid girl only had time to wonder what the dark-haired wanderer would do to her. Staring furiously at her own helplessness, the tied-up robber, who was left without part of her clothing, kept glaring at Ban. Not a bad catch on the way to Vulcania, Ban thought. These clothes must be worth something. He also did not leave such a trophy as a sword without attention. Perhaps it will remain with him. The girl can only think about her actions because she could not even do anything. After a long silence, she asked to be released, to which the unperturbed Ban replied that he would release her for 10 silver coins. To which the girl, in a fit of anger, replied that he was a stranger and had already taken her clothes and that she really didn't have any money. The master of the dark arts decided to check if the girl was lying to him. He lifted her up with one hand, starting to shake her, trying to hear the ringing of coins. But in fact, she didn't have any money. To which the unwavering Ban replied that since there were no coins, they would have to swim. The robber's eyes widened in fear. With one left hand, the swordsman threw her straight into the bay. The girl in turn screamed very loudly, threatening with the promise that someday they would meet again and that this meeting would be fatal for the master of the dark arts. In response to cries of violence, Ban merely waved goodbye. Further action will take place in the city of Volcano, where, in one of the local pubs, the wanderer idolized the local alcohol. Suddenly, he overheard a conversation at a nearby table about an unknown place through which the path to Chainin lies. With one glance, Ban analyzed that these were seemingly ordinary people who were also drinking fresh, tasty ale. One of them told Mede that she looked as if she had never been to these lands, and that it would be much faster to go through the gate. The red-haired girl in turn replied that there was a dragon's lair there, a very strong dragon. Watching and eavesdropping on the conversation, the traveler was very interested in listening to it to the end. At the table, they suggested ending the argument and continuing to enjoy fresh drinks. The guy in the red robe asked his friend if he had ever seen dragons before. After a pause, the swordsman nevertheless dared to ask the company opposite if he had heard correctly that they were heading to Chainin. The answer was positive. One of them asked how he could help the stranger. Ban told them that he was also on his way to Chainin. but he did not know how to get there and asked permission if he could continue his journey in their company. After some thought, the smart guy weighed the pros and cons. He said that he thought it would be difficult to travel with the sword that Ban had, and also asked Ban what he needed the sword for, perhaps to fight monsters. The stranger also added that the blade of the saber would not pierce even the skin of a monster, let alone an animal, since this weapon was intended for duels against people. The guy from the company also noted that this weapon is most often used by women for self-defense, asking Ban if this was definitely his weapon. Ban immediately realized that the guy looked experienced. He would be good as a companion. In turn, the master of the dark arts promised that he would not become a burden on the journey after asking permission to examine the guy's sword. The guy did not refuse the wanderer's request and handed him the sword, but something alerted Ban. The master of the dark arts saw something particularly familiar in the sword. The guy noted the dark-haired traveler's good observation skills, asking him how he realized that this sword was magical. The stranger's words confused Ban. He did not quite understand what he was talking about. The swordsman, who is a master of the dark arts, stood like a statue and asked the company what a magic sword was. The guy looked at him and asked the stranger if he really didn't know what kind of sword it was. Ban explained that he had lived in a village before, and with eyes full of curiosity, asked for an explanation. The answer was as simple as possible, because it is a weapon that can use spells. Supplementing the answer, the guy also told that it can be used exclusively for spells with which the sword was enchanted, and it also absorbs a large amount of mana. But this is a huge privilege for using magic alone. Ban looked at the narrator with genuine surprise and asked what mana was then. Another participant of the feast joined the conversation, shouting about how it is possible not to know what mana is, and also not to know the basics of this world. Ban was surprised, realizing that these basics are the usual standard knowledge of this world. The master of the dark arts may have looked like a fool in this situation, but he couldn't do anything about it. He repeated that until recently he lived in the village, hoping that the unknown would be explained to him. The second guy who got into the conversation was named Gaston. He asked in which village the wanderer lived. Ban told him that the village was located behind the Trebark Mountain, which made the green-haired boy give in to surprise. Both guys assumed that the wanderer was not lying to them. If he really lived in such a deserted area, then his ignorance was not surprising, and a request was also made to Gaston to explain the basics to the traveler. Gaston, his eyes wide, began to explain that mana is the source of energy that drives this world. Every living being has it to some degree. Just as an experienced warrior stores as much mana as possible in his body, a wizard can use his body as a storage to absorb the mana around him and turn it into a spell. Gaston explains that a normal person using the mana needed to live can die. Also pointing to the blade, he said that the magic sword allows the use of magic, but if used by normal people, the blade will absorb too much mana, and this will become a problem. Absorbing the knowledge, Ban thought to himself that if the mana in this world was the chi energy he was using, now he understood why the blade absorbed a bit of it when he picked it up. There was also a dialogue in which Ban noted that the blade looked quite light despite its size, to which he received the answer that it had an automatic spell that would not have to be cast over and over again. But the most important thing is that these are manual spells. The guy extended his hand with the magic sword Banu, offering to try to cast the spell Fire Blade. Taking the blade in his hands, Ban cast the spell the guy had said. The master of dark arts was amazed beyond measure. The sword instantly became red-hot. It was something incredible, Ban thought. Just a little energy for such an effect and without knowledge of solar arts. The surprised master of the dark arts wondered if he could use other spells. The guy replied that the sword has a power shield that allows you to block arrows. Also, the blade is not expensive, but very useful. Ban's sense of smell is second to none. He sensed danger at the moment, recognizing that an arrow was flying at him. The unperturbed swordsman decided to test his new knowledge and skills by actually using the Force Shield spell. The blade seemed to howl, surrounding Ban with an energy shield. No one had time to understand what had actually happened. The wanderer cast a spell, and out of nowhere an arrow flew in and broke on the shield. The shooter exhaled. He couldn't understand what went wrong. The shot was right on target. Ban noted that the blade is very effective, asking the company if the sword has offensive magic. The guy told the wanderer that he needed to point the sword at the target and cast the fireball spell. At the same second, the Ban, having received the information, cast a fireball spell, pointing the blade in the direction where the potential shooter was located. The spell was so destructive it was a high concentration of energy. The dark scarlet color darkened the room, then flew out the window. Everyone in the pub was shocked by what was happening. There were so many questions and so few answers. The spell flew straight towards the attacker. Ban really caught him off guard. There was a powerful explosion not far from the pub, but it was unclear whether Ban had missed. Apparently, the shooter was having a lucky day. The dark arts master thought to himself that this blade would be revered as a gift from heaven in the Murama world. But was it really a common thing here? The others were watching the fleeing shooter at this time. The comrades whispered among themselves. Gaston told Narek that he couldn't even imagine how much mana it would take to create such a powerful fireball. Narek in turn whispered that he had never created such a destructive fireball in his life. During all the events, a girl appeared before the ban, introducing herself as Mineria. She also noted that she is a servant of the goddess of the earth Karis. Ban introduced himself with a name that was not familiar to him. He said that his name was Dark. She in turn noted that the arrow apparently was intended for him. The traveler replied that he was not sure who or why, but only one face came to mind. And he added with a grin that he did not remember doing anything bad recently that would make someone come for him. Mineria suggested that the arrow could have been intended for the fair-haired Mikkel, who asked her in surprise why she had decided so. The girl added that if she had rushed past Dark and flown straight, then the target would have been Mikkel instead of the Wanderer. The blonde guy said that he could think of too many people who could do it. Other comrades suggested catching up with the shooter, since he wouldn't run far with a wounded leg. But one of them suggested that the attacker could be a member of the Thieves' Guild, which could become a real problem for them. Narek, as it turned out, was the most important one in the group, so they turned to him for an order, and he, in turn, suggested going on a journey right now. The red-haired girl stopped the boss, because Mikkel had a good reason to be late before leaving for Shannon. He had not finished his drink yet. The girl took on the role of commander for a moment and ordered everyone to hurry up with the ale and move out immediately. Mikkel suggested that if the attacker was from the Thieves' Guild, then this pub might be in danger. They could be surrounded at any moment. Narek gave the final order to prepare for the sortie and departure on the journey, bypassing any possible threat, and also ordered everyone to make sure they were properly armed. Ban, aka Dark. By coincidence, he got a horse nicknamed Black Death. He followed everyone, because his companions knew the way. And so the group, consisting of the new comrades of the Master of the Dark Arts, set off on an adventure. On the way, Dark turned to Gaston, remembering his words that Gaston does not know how to use a sword because he is a wizard, so why is he so well armed? The comrade replied that it was all to hide the fact that he was a wizard, and in any case, wizards were always a primary target. Ban grinned and replied that he understood what Gaston was talking about. On the way, Narak turned to Dark, recalling his words that he was 25 years old, adding that Ban was much younger. The leader thought that the swordsman was the same age as Jaime and Raven. Dark replied that he heard that a lot, thinking to himself that if he said he was over 70 years old, he would most likely look like a psycho. Narak assumed that hunting monsters in the Treybark Mountains was quite profitable. For the first time, he sees a novice traveler who bought a horse. Following the route indicated by the boss, Dark and his comrades pass by the Imperial Knights. At that moment, the Narek ordered his horse to be quieter, because the clatter of the ungulates made his horse nervous. Dark, in turn, did not miss the moment and managed to take a good look at the knights. The Master of the Dark Arts noted the soldiers' good equipment. Having passed by a column of warriors, the Narek told the Dark that they were Baron Asmon, the son of the Baron and the Master. The swordsman also wondered who the Masters were. Mikhail, who picked up the conversation, said that Masters are those who have mastered the flow of mana, adding that even in Corinta, the strongest empire, there are less than 1,000 of them. And in such a small empire as Trovia, there are only 34. Dark's interest knew no bounds as to whether these masters were really that good. Mikhail told him that out of those 50 warriors, Baron Asmon was the only master, and that this master could easily defeat the other 49 knights. Dark, who continued on his way, riding on the Black Death, did not understand anything from the story of the fair-haired Mikhail. Turning around in search of answers, the Master of the Dark Arts only looked contemptuously at the warriors' backs. Knights? These third-rate ones weren't even close to Dark's morning warm-up, so what's so good about them? The swordsman asked himself an unanswerable question. Night fell in the lands new to the Master of the Dark Arts, and the company began preparing dinner. Mineria began to pour out the soup strewn with various delicacies. Perhaps in the future they will be able to become not only comrades but also real friends, who knows? But for now, the whole team is content with dinner. But Narek and Mikhail are in no hurry. They are discussing something on the side. The fair-haired man began the dialogue by saying that if the shooter really was from the Thieves' Guild, then they should set up an ambush right here. The leader replied that it would be more difficult for them to attack them further from the city. Continuing the dialogue, Narek noted that if the enemies did come, then today, starting from tomorrow, the leader planned to turn off the main road, but they would run into monsters. Their dialogue was interrupted by Manhwa, who called them to dinner. The thicket of the forest looks like an ideal shelter, but at the same time a very vulnerable location. A pair of legs hung from the tree trunk, and surprisingly, certain areas of the forest were well lit. Sitting on the tree was a green-eyed elf with a bow on her back. She was asking the strangers what exactly their enemy looked like. The blonde girl explained that the enemy had long black hair and was a little over 20 years old, dressed exclusively in traveler's clothes, without armor. Could this really be the robber that Dark threw into the bay? Suddenly, the elf was able to determine the approximate location of the target with her own eyes. It was possible that she could see something that others could not. Perhaps it was her combat skills. She was able to determine that the distance to the target was about 400 meters. Could this really be the man the blonde robber told her about? The elf wondered. Darka's instincts never failed him. It was as if he saw her too. Perhaps they even crossed eyes. The elf thought the same thing. Or perhaps it just seemed that way to her. She looked down at her comrades who had previously described Dark's skills as incredible. And speculation began, because they did not know how skillfully Dark wielded a sword. But his skills in close combat had previously been amazing. The blonde added that she could not do anything to him. The shooter added that Dark seemed to be skilled in magic as well, as he blocked his arrow perfectly with a magic shield and shot a fireball at him out of nowhere. The elf was very interested in the stories of her comrades, and she paid special attention to the ability of the fireball. It was already deep night and 2 moons appeared in the sky. Almost the entire company was already asleep, because in the morning they had to continue on their way. Gaston sat by the fire. Something had disturbed him. Dark was located at the farthest point of the camp. The wizard approached the swordsman, asking him to come closer and warm himself by the fire. Dark showed no signs of attention, as if he was already seeing his third dream, but sitting. Gaston noticed this. Could he have fallen asleep in this position, he thought? No matter how much he looked at him, he could not understand. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the whistle of an arrow rang out through the forest thicket. The arrow flew straight at Dark. But the master of the dark arts was always ready for anything, and with one sure movement of the blade separated the arrow. This arrow was not a simple one. It was enchanted with unknown magic. After separation, pink runes appeared between the 2 halves. Nobody expected this. There was a loud explosion. One can assume that it was heard in all parts of the forest. Everyone immediately woke up. Narek was in confusion. No one yet understood what was happening. The team grouped into a defensive position. An order was given for the priestess to heal Dark. The main task was to reveal the location of the attacker. Manhwa leaned over the prone swordsman and silently asked only that he hold on until she cast the spell. But Dark is not so easy to break. With a sharp movement, he instantly raised his body, apparently. Only his clothes were damaged. His comrades told the swordsman not to strain himself. The priestess would soon heal him. But the master of the dark arts replied that he was fine. Dark noticed that in reality only his clothes were damaged, but he still could not understand whether the arrow was truly imbued with magic. Gaston got ahead of him, telling him that there were spells that could increase the killing power of an arrow. Before he could finish speaking, Dark did not listen to the wizard to the end. Using the technique of great exaltation, he immediately soared into the sky. The elf saw the enemy approaching. She was so amazed by his devilish speed that she could not even determine the course of her further actions. Directed only forward, Dark did not care what danger might await him. In his opinion, his combat experience was enough to defeat any enemy. The elf decided not to wait until the enemy came close. She decided to shoot another arrow after him. But Dark was prepared for anything. He used the illusionary art of the rising sword. It was a technique that only the masters of the dark school of arts possessed. The swordsman aimed his blade straight at the enemy's magically imbued arrow. There was an explosion, the destructive power of which exceeded the first one. Most likely, this explosion was heard not only in the forest, but also in the nearest cities. The elf did not understand whether she had reached her goal, whether she had managed to defeat her enemy. Suddenly, Dark caught her off guard, pointing his blade straight at her, looking like he had no intention of playing her games anymore. The elf, clearly trained in quite a few techniques, could do nothing to counter Dark's approaching speed. One moment and he will be at his destination. Dark didn't chop her into small pieces, but with a powerful blow of his fist, thanks to his internal energy, he sent the elf into a deep sleep. Thanks to the technique of instantly assessing the situation, the master of the dark arts noticed that the enemy was not alone. Using his ability, he instantly directed a powerful stream of energy directly at the enemy who was below him. The second enemy fell very quickly, but apparently Dark calculated the amount of energy so as not to kill the enemy, but to neutralize it. Suddenly, a third enemy appears, a guy whose crossbow was pointed straight at the master of the dark arts. The enemy fired a shot from the crossbow in the hopes that he could finish off the swordsman. But with just one movement of the hand, the arrow, into which all the shooter's hope had been invested, was caught. Confused, the robber had nowhere to go. He could not match the devilish speed of the Dark. Swinging his blade, the Dark Arts Master was about to make his final attack. Swinging his blade, Dark was surprised that his opponent was able to dodge his incredibly fast strike. The enemy had no choice but to fall to his knees and hope for the best. The master approached him and began to examine him closely. Dark began to take off his clothes, figuring that since they had ruined his attire, they should pay with their own. The master stopped at nothing. He even began to take off his opponent's pants. The guy in turn resisted, but he saw the grin of death, and it was as if there was no resistance, after which the guy screamed at the top of his lungs, hoping that at least someone would come to his aid. The scream reached the camp with his comrades. They were completely unaware of what was happening on the other side of the forest. Dark, who had changed his clothes, began to interrogate the attacker about the reason for their attack, since he had not done anything bad to them. The bound but alive opponents were in no hurry to answer the swordsman's question. Most likely, they were hatching a plan on how to get out and try their luck again in defeating the master of the dark arts. The elf asked Dark a question, the essence of which was what the devilish thing the swordsman had done to the guy with the crossbow that made him scream so loudly throughout the forest. The master of the dark arts replied that he hadn't done anything to him. He had simply passed out from fear. It was so pathetic on the guy's part that Dark only looked at him for a second, feeling disgust. Jokes aside, Dark was serious. He began to ask the girls why they attacked him, offering to answer nicely. Otherwise, he would make them beg him to kill them as soon as possible. The little blonde girl, gritting her teeth furiously, answered the swordsman that they attacked him because he attacked a member of the Vulcanian Thieves Guild and robbed her without even the Thieves Guild's knowledge. To the rage of the pretty robber, the Dark responded calmly that he had always felt safe from the very beginning, that he was safe and sound, and that a gang like them would never be a threat to him. He added that if this was indeed the true reason for the attack, then there was no point in him killing them, to which the robber was very surprised. The elf, defeated with one hand, looked at Dark brazenly and said that he was too self-confident, since he was not afraid of the Thieves Guild, which had a certain power in certain parts of the land. The master of the dark arts thought about what the elf had said. Indeed, he thought, if he left them alive, they would try to find him again to kill him. With just one look at the two tied-up girls, he made it clear that he might have changed his mind about their future fate, which made them squeal throughout the forest, shouting what he was going to do with them. To their question, Dark, grinning maliciously, replied that even he himself could not know what he would get into his head to do with them. Ban spared the thieves, taking not their lives, but their clothes. But even with this outcome of the circumstances, the robbers were not happy, threatening Dark with reprisals. He answered them that he hoped that next time they would be dressed in something more expensive than pants, and also adding that if they continued to threaten him, he would take his underwear too, after which the robbers instantly fell silent, because what would it be like for them to be left in the depths of the forest, tied up, without panties? Dark also took the horses and headed towards his camp, but the green-eyed girl still could not calm down, saying to herself that she would definitely kill the swordsman someday. The elf, thinking about what had happened for a long time, suggested not to try to kill him in the future, to which the enraged robber asked her how she could say such a thing, since Dark had defamed their honor and dignity. The elf added that Dark was too strong. Revenge was of course good, but looking at the truth, it was beyond their power. Remembering just one look from the master of the dark arts, she felt uneasy, and in the end she asked the robber about what honor and dignity a thief could have, continuing to say that if she was so thirsty for revenge, let her continue it herself. Fear was visible in the elf's eyes. Next time Dark might not show mercy and take not their clothes, but their own lives. The victorious Dark was already at the threshold of the camp, and he also had 3 horses with him. It was still hard to see anything in the night, but in the shadows, Dark saw familiar silhouettes. They were his comrades. The whole team was surprised. Dark returned safe and sound, in different clothes, and even with horses. Anticipating questions from his comrades, the master of the dark arts said that these beauties belonged to those who were hostile to him, continuing that his opponents simply bored him, so he stole the horses. Dark was asked what he had done that in the middle of the night, in the depths of the forest, an enchanted arrow suddenly whistled straight at him. The swordmaster told them a story that on the way to Vulcania, a girl tried to rob him. In the background of the story, a red-haired girl admired her pet. After, Narek asked if Dark reported the robbery to the guards, to which the master of the dark arts replied that he had not reported anything to the guards, he had only taken her things and weapons, and then tied her up and thrown her into the river, and the red-haired girl laughed very loudly at what she heard. Narek said that if the girl was in the Thieves' Guild, then this would be a problem for a long time, and also mentioned that this was far from the wisest thing Dark did, to which the swordmaster replied to the leader that if it was really so dangerous then he could continue the journey alone, so as not to impose himself on anyone. Mikhail entered the conversation and consoled Narek, telling him that he shouldn't worry, because Dark had just taken the blast and survived without a single scratch on him. Mikhail continued, adding that even if he was from the village, his fortitude far surpassed theirs, and Dark did not need their advice. Narek agreed with the blonde's words. Yawning loudly, Mikhail suggested continuing to sleep. At this moment, Gaston felt multiple mana responses in another part of the forest. It looked like a group of knights. He determined it by the quality of the mana. Surprised, Mikhail, who was already about to take a nap, asked how many there were approximately, to which the wizard replied that there were a lot. About 50 or about 100? Narek was confused by this. Such a number of knights in such a place and at such a time. In his memory, this had happened for the first time. Gaston, with his magical powers, sensed that the battle had already begun, because the mana responses were slowly fading. Mineria immediately rushed to the side where Gaston was looking. Mikhail called her to understand what she wanted to do, to which the priestess replied that this was a battle between knights, that she must act immediately, hurry, get to the battlefield as quickly as possible to heal the knights before they were hurt. To which Mikhail shouted after her that they didn't know anything. If she had rushed there recklessly, then no one knew what could happen. The priestess was faster than ever. She hurried with all her might to have time to apply her healing knowledge to the wounded knights. Dark also caught up with her, perhaps because he could not leave his comrade alone on the battlefield. The rest hurried after them, and if they didn't fall asleep, then everyone did. Dark noticed that the others were lagging behind. Most likely they couldn't keep up because of the armor they were wearing. The swordmaster wondered if he should pick up the priestess and rush faster, because she couldn't keep up with him either. The master of the dark arts immediately returned for the priestess, took her in his arms and sped up to the battlefield, focusing on the sound of the battle. The priestess fell to her knees next to the first wounded warrior she came across. Dark analyzed what was happening behind the priestess. It looked like there was no one left to heal. Kneeling next to the mountain of corpses, the priestess screamed that these were the knights of Raken and that no one was left alive. Gaston, standing in a stupor, could not understand who could have done such a thing to the valiant knights, because they were different. But the Raken warriors were good. Narek immediately assumed that killing Raken knights in the lands of Trovia was madness. Maybe it was a monster. The sounds of battle continued. The comrades noticed that they were still fighting there. They needed to hurry to help. Mineria noticed something strange while looking at the mountain of corpses and equipment. She really wasn't imagining things. Among this whole mountain of corpses, the green-eyed priestess also noticed one of the leaders of the knights. It was the dead Sir Alex Sedmion, whose eyes were filled with fear before his death. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared before the priestess. It was undoubtedly a warrior, but it was unclear what clan he was from. The warrior, standing in a blue cloak with a huge blade, looked with disdain at the young priestess. After apologizing, he said that there should be no witnesses on this battlefield and swung his huge sword at the defenseless Mineria. Narek looked straight into the eyes of the enemy who dared to swing at the girl without a weapon. His rage knew no bounds. He used advanced fireball magic to catch his opponent off guard, while the swordsman who swung at Mineria did not expect to see magic on the battlefield. The enemy quickly realized that he was dealing with a magical blade. He assumed that she was a mercenary, adding that with the appearance of travelers, their work only increased. While the swordsman was analyzing the situation, he momentarily left reality. When he came to his senses, his gaze fell on the wizard. It was Gaston who could not just sit back and watch, but gathered his resolve and came up with a plan. The enemy knights quickly realized that there was a wizard on the battlefield and that this could very well affect the outcome of the battle. As Gaston had mentioned earlier, the order was given to attack the wizard. Narek also gave the order to protect the wizard at all costs until he gained enough mana for the colossal ability. The priestess sparkled, for bloodshed was not her method. If only she could influence anything. A light from the heavens descended upon the comrades. It was Mineria's magic. The battlefield was illuminated by her angelic holy magic. For a second, Narek thought that he would not want to fight the knights. if he did not take into account the fact that nothing could be changed because the knights were trying to kill them, and then he rushed into battle. He clashed blades with one of the enemy warriors. Mikkel, in turn, took a more defensive stance, using his shield against enemy swords. Dark, in the midst of battle, did nothing but analyze and notice that his allies were fighting much better than he expected, thinking for a second that perhaps they could figure it out themselves. But not the entire team fought on equal terms. Some were weaker. The knights did not forgive mistakes, so one of them, not missing the moment, knocked one of the allies to the ground. Looking at this, Ban realized that they couldn't cope without him. He would have to, because next to him were those comrades who accepted him into their company and started this journey together. At some point, it was Dark's turn. Two men with swords rushed at him, but if only they knew who they were attacking. The master of the dark arts never did without his natural, sometimes even frightening grin at such moments. Suddenly, the battlefield was illuminated by a light. Not the one that was angelic, thanks to the magic of the priestess. It was the light of a clap of thunder, against which Dark looked more epic than ever. Behind all of this was the wizard Gaston, who had finally accumulated enough mana to use the terrifying thunder and lightning technique. All the enemies on the battlefield were enveloped in chain lightning. The discharge was so powerful that it made no difference whether it was a natural phenomenon or the magic of a sorcerer. Its power was astounding. The enemies hit by the divine chain, lightning didn't even have time to blink before they immediately evaporated. Gaston asked Dark to buy him the maximum amount of time, apparently he needed a recharge. To the wizard's request, the swordmaster replied that magicians are quite useful if they have a protector. The sorcerer can rely on him. Unaware of their own helplessness, the remaining knights continued to try to attack the master of the dark arts, but their attempts were in vain. A powerful explosion thundered. It was none other than the famous fireball ability. It was released by Gaston, who was under Dark's protection. From the outside, one could say that it was an absolute protection for the sorcerer. The knights' eyes were filled with rage, and they were driven by revenge because the battle had not lasted long, and they had already suffered heavy losses. But no matter how many times they tried to attack the master of the dark arts, each of their attempts was unsuccessful. Dark, with one light movement of his hand, pierced the enemy soldier through and through. The half-dead knight, hanging on the blade of the swordmaster, most likely did not even have time to understand anything. This was evident from his empty eyes. Perhaps, in the end, he did not even understand why he died. At that moment, when the opponents looked around and tried to understand the colossal speed with which they were suffering losses, none of them could even imagine that he was next on the death list. Thanks to the devilish speed of the master of the dark arts, he felt like a god on the battlefield. Because no one could resist him, he could easily appear behind the enemy in a matter of moments to inflict fatal damage. At the moment of the attack, Dark could not understand what kind of power he was using at that moment, whether it was chi energy or the local mana, but the result was always the same. The riddled opponents didn't even have time to squeak, while the master of the dark arts inflicted damage on them that was incompatible with life. At one point on the battlefield, a frightened soldier called for help from a master. But even among masters there are individual differences in skills and abilities, to which the master in the blue cloak said that this difference could be felt between him and Alex, who had just died a heroic death. The master in the blue cloak, who was initially hostile to travelers, also possessed magic. He could strengthen his sword. Could he really surpass Dark in strength? The Dark Arts Master quickly realized that the enemy had strengthened the sword not with mana, but with chi energy, which had been developed through special techniques and training by the Murima sages. The enemy disappeared from the band's field of vision. The executioner's speed of movement was slightly inferior to the devilish speed of the dark. Swinging in the air, the enemy shouted that he had never heard of a master using a saber. A master of the dark arts could anticipate any action from the enemy based only on his combat experience. And of course, Dark's invincible grin to catch the enemy off guard. Or maybe he's really that confident. The enemy noticed Ban's smile while delivering his signature blow, as if a guillotine descends on a man's head, seeing no obstacles and crushing the earth. But what was the surprise of the great executioner when, after his counterattack, only a small fragment in the form of a handle and blade remained of his blade. With one sure swing of his sword, the master of the dark arts repels the enemy's attack. Is there really no one in these lands who can match his speed and strength? The second part of the executioner's blade was sticking out of a nearby tree. If this had been a busy battlefield, the scattered remains of his sword could have easily taken a couple of lives of his subjects. The dark arts master, observing the opponent, thought that the executioner was about as strong as a first-class knight from the Black Death Squad. Could this really be all that the great master of this world could offer? With demonic speed, Dark used the Great Exaltation technique without any problems and stood with one foot on the master's head without him even having time to blink. The Dark Arts master couldn't help but smirk, annoyed that this was all he could do, such a huge opponent occupying a leading position in his squad. The master in the blue cloak, who realized the full gravity of what was happening, understood that his opponent was standing on his head, but he did not feel his weight. The Dark Arts master, known in the New World as Dark, used the 1,000-weight punishment technique he had learned at the demonic art school against his arrogant opponent. The other knights, one might say, witnessed the moment of execution of their master, who died in the blink of an eye. Looking at the remaining opponents with demonic eyes, Dark said that with such inferior skills and techniques, they had committed a grave sin by targeting a great master. The remaining knights didn't even have time to move before the master of the demonic school used, this time not a striking whirlwind, but a bloody hurricane of death. Dark, who had defeated the others at once, analyzed the situation on the battlefield. There were no survivors left. Everything seemed to be in order, except for Jimmy, who was the first to be knocked to the ground. Narek noted that after that master died, the morale of all the other soldiers fell, and he also assumed that he was the captain. The priestess Maneria stood in bewilderment at what was happening. On the one hand, they had crushed the enemies. On the other hand, she was so eager to help that she herself almost ended up being beheaded by the executioner in the blue cloak. Mikhail suggested that the young priestess forget about the details. The main thing was a victory without losses against the knights led by the master. Exchanging glances with the Narek, he searched his eyes for words of support for everything he had listed above, to which the leader replied that to some extent there had been luck in this battle, adding that the enemy was either tired or wounded. Unexpectedly for everyone, Dark abruptly used the elevation technique and rushed to the side. No one understood the course of his actions. As it turned out, apparently there was still one last enemy left. He was casting some kind of spell with unknown mana, as if it was not local mana. Rushing into battle, the master of the demonic school was not afraid of anything. But with sorcerers, it would be worth being careful until it becomes clear what technique the enemy is using, because Gaston distinguished himself in this battle with his skills from others and proved that jokes are bad with sorcerers. The gray-haired enemy mage raised his hand with his eyes closed, chanting incoherently. The blonde girl screamed that it was another magician. The leader of the mercenary group demanded that the sorcerer be stopped as soon as possible. The enemy wizard muttered something unintelligible. Dark's face became stern. He ran towards the enemy. The wizard summoned chain lightning by holding his palms forward. Gaston shouted at Dark to dodge. The boy snorted in response, touching the ground with his hand as he ran. He drew his sword forward. The enemy called Dark a fool. The guy used the absorption move. His sword sparkled with purple lightning, absorbing the enemy's spell. The gray-haired sorcerer's pupils narrowed in shock. Dark was impressed that the enemy could manipulate the power of lightning so freely, it reminded him of the great Emperor Lightning Blade. This meant that the opponent had reached the state of divine awakening, just like that old weirdo. Dark ran towards the gray-haired sorcerer and swung the wedge, deciding to confirm his conclusion. The enemy shouted the word warp, the ring on his hand glowing red. The guy swung his sword but missed the enemy because he was no longer there. Dark looked up, guessing that it was the ascension technique. He began to look around, searching for the enemy with his eyes, but there was nothing there except the trees he had cut down. The guy realized that Kai had also disappeared, although it seemed impossible to him. The group leader and Gaston ran up to him and nervously asked if he was okay, and he said that he was fine. The man asked in surprise how Dark managed to block the lightning magic with just a sword. The boy claimed that in this situation, he should be the one asking the questions, and asked, pointing at the empty space with his sword, how the enemy managed to disappear, since this was impossible even with full mastery of the ascension technique. The man clarified whether he meant warp. Gaston explained that warp was a spell that transported the user through space. Wizards of that level usually acted alone, which is why the mage was so prepared. Dark clarified whether the enemy was prepared. He remembered the glow of the ring on the enemy sorcerer's hand. The guy assumed that this thing was the mentioned preparation. Gaston agreed with his assumption. Warp is a 4th-level magic. Without an enchanted item, it will not be possible to quickly use this spell. Dark asked if his interlocutor, who was a wizard, could use this spell. He was confused by the question. He was only a 3rd-level mage. Gaston found it strange that Dark was concerned about this topic. The guy thought that it might be related to the bloody blood arts that the villains used to get rid of him by moving him to this world. Dark wanted to know more about this magic. Gaston suggested going to the academy in Shannon, although this institution is limited by royal privileges, but he has acquaintances there. Dark agreed with the magician's proposal and asked how long the journey would take if they were in a hurry. Gaston noticed that this was really important to his interlocutor and said that the journey would take a week if he hurried. A cry calling everyone interrupted their conversation and made them turn towards the sound. The red carriage standing in the middle of this forest had no horses. The face of the fair-haired and brown-eyed girl did not express any emotions, and her empty gaze looked ahead. She sat in the carriage behind the closed door, her hands folded on her knees. The company of mercenaries discussed this. There was no place for a lonely girl here, even though she was cute. Dark's gaze was gloomy. Media declared that this girl was not ordinary, since she was accompanied by 50 knights, and asked the child if she could stand up. Jimmy suggested that the girl might have been with the knights the mercenaries had defeated, but their leader didn't think so. He said that they had no reason to ambush the Raken knights to kidnap this girl, and even if they did, this child could not be ignored, because she had seen it all. The priestess asked Media to stop when she was helping a child out of the carriage, suggesting that there might be something wrong with the child. The blonde girl placed her hand on the girl's head. She closed her eyes, listening to her feelings. The priestess immediately opened her eyes, as she was shocked by the fact that the memories of the child she found were sealed. Gaston asked permission to also check the child's memories. He also put his hand on the girl's head and closed her eyes. It turned out that various high-level spells were placed on the girl's memory, which were tightly intertwined with each other, so the magician could not remove this seal on his own. Media panicked, thinking that this child was accompanied by the knights they had slain. Mikhail doubted her words. He believed that the Raken knights were escorting the carriage, and the other knights were targeting it because there was something important inside. This important something could well have been connected with the silent child. Jimmy asked if they should report this to the authorities, which angered Dark, but Gaston noted that it would be too difficult and time-consuming. Jimmy asked the magician again. He explained that if it was really important, then the mercenaries would be exposed as criminals, especially if this child was in such a state. Then even if their team was not accused of what happened, they would be interrogated for a very long time. The leader said that they couldn't leave the girl alone in the forest, so they would have to protect her until the situation became clear. Dark asked if they could just give her to the Raken knights. The boy believed that if the child was connected to the knights, then it would be better to give her to them, since he did not understand why they would care about this child. The man realized that Dark didn't like the girl, and he was right, because the guy thought that this pathetic child with amnesia would delay them. The mercenary leader explained that the knights would still ask about this girl, even if they were given an honest answer. Dark walked past the man. He stared silently at the girl, standing in front of her. The guy suddenly grabbed the child by her clothes and lifted her up as if she were some kind of object. He thought he could leave the girl with the Raken knights when no one was looking, and asked to name a suitable place for this. An indignant Media snatched the child from his hands, not encouraging his behavior. The team leader understood that Dark didn't want to waste time, but he knew that he wouldn't be able to do anything with magic. The guy asked him, confused, what he meant. There is a magic called Earth Magic. It shows what happened in a specific area. With this spell, you can clearly see what happened. Dark did not understand the information he heard. Gaston explained that even if he went to the designated place and left the child there, the knight's magician would be able to see everything with the help of a spell. Dark realized that he absolutely did not understand all this magical stuff. He asked if there was any point in killing at all if magic would show everything that had happened here, but the wizard explained that although this was indeed the case, mana did not remain on the earth for more than a day, which is why the mercenaries checked for traces of mana every morning. Dark grunted sullenly, absorbing the information. Gaston said that the fact that the guy didn't know this was completely normal. The main thing that is needed for earth magic is traces of mana. If the mana has evaporated, then it will not be possible to find traces. After this, the spell will show nothing, and the knights will see nothing. The priestess said that Dark's method was a little different. After all, leaving a child unattended will make it difficult for her not to be found the next day. The guy looked down sullenly, after which he turned his gaze to the girl. She was frightened by his gaze, so the child hid behind Media's back. The girl asked if Dark was ashamed and asked him not to behave like that. The girl looked warily from behind Media. Dark answered her silently with his gaze. The girl grabbed onto someone else's cloak. Dark snorted, turning away from the child. The red carriage remained empty in this forest. At this time, other events were taking place in the high tower. The already familiar gray-haired magician informed his teacher that he had succeeded. The black-bearded man sighed with satisfaction, but the expression on his face quickly turned to doubt. His student had too gloomy a face for one who had succeeded in this matter. The Grey Magician reported that Lord Kurosa was killed. The confused teacher asked if Alex Sidmion was that strong. It turned out that Kurosa dealt with Sidmion without any problems. But then more people arrived and killed the master. The magician was the only one who managed to escape. The black-bearded man suggested that if the thing was truly that important, Corinth should have left extra guards, and wondered if the sorcerer had left any traces. The magician wasn't sure about the tracks, but he was sure that no evidence had been left behind. Since they had deviated greatly from the original plan, the teacher said that this often happens. He praised the student's work and told him to rest. The door of the room closed, and the black-bearded man was left alone. They finally managed to move one step forward in their revenge, but they lost their experienced soldiers and masters. The man looked up, turning to the Lord God. He asked him not to abandon the people of Kratos and their great emperor. The roofs of Shannon's houses were painted a pleasant bright orange. Media, who was with her group in the hotel, shouted that 2 whole weeks had passed. During all this time, Dark never once took care of the girl. The red-haired girl believed that there should be a limit to ignoring the guy, because branches and leaves scratched the child's face when she sat on the horse. Media called him mean, asking what the girl did wrong. Dark asked Gaston, who was sitting next to him, how long their journey would take without this child, and received the answer that, if they hurried, about a week. The guy said he doesn't like traveling with extra luggage like this child, especially if that luggage delays him along the way. Moreover, Dark was not angry at the girl, but only ignored her, so he did not understand what the problem was. And the red-haired girl irritably slammed her mug on the table. But someone's hand fell on Media's shoulder. Their team leader agreed that Dark was to blame. But they were already in Shannon, so there was no point in being so angry. He asked the guy what he was going to do now. Whether Dark would travel alone or join a team of mercenaries, the man would like the boy to choose the second option. Media cast a displeased glance at him. Dark asked the man again. The mercenary leader laughed, deciding that the guy was surprised by this offer. A strong comrade is always important in a group, since it increases the chance of survival for everyone. And for a mercenary, there is nothing more important than life. The man asked with a smile if Media agreed with him. She agreed with his words. Someone's footsteps were heard. The leader reported with regret that the priestess Mineria was leaving their group. A fair-haired girl in a white robe apologized for the spoiled mood, standing next to her with a suitcase in her hands. The man asked if she was ready. Mineria thanked them with a smile for everything. This was her last trip, and she promised that she would never forget it. The touched Media rushed to embrace the priestess, thanking her and promising to pray for Mineria to become a bishop. Mikkel promised to make donations to the temples of Karis. The girl promised to remember this. The priestess has been looking after the mercenaries in the rear with her magic, and with her gone they are even more in need of Dark joining their team. The guy chuckled thoughtfully. He watched as the blonde girl interacted with Gaston. Dark said that he was going to go with the mercenary mage to a place called the Academy. The leader of the mercenaries was also planning to go to the Academy with the amnesiac girl, so he suggested that the 4 of them go. He asked if everyone had said goodbye and who was going to do what. Media was going to go to the guild to find out if there were any new quests. Mikkel decided to go to the sword arena with the other guys. The priestess was just saying goodbye to the couple of guys mentioned. The squad leader told them to carry out their plans and then come here, making this place a meeting place. The building of the Shannon Academy was quite tall, 3 stories high, and its roof was blue. The squad leader was surprised that Gaston had a friend at the academy as they entered the building without any problems. The magician said that this was not really a friend. Rather, they hated each other. Someone's loud voice interrupted him, amazed to see Gaston here. The voice belonged to a bearded fat man in green and red clothes, and he asked with a smile if the guy he knew wanted to steal something again. Gaston asked with a smile, "What if he just came to visit a friend?" The man laughed, shaking his hand and claiming that in that case the guy was either crazy or a clone of himself. Gaston agreed that he would not have come here unless necessary. He asked to meet a wizard whose specialty was warp magic. The man was puzzled by this request. He was worried whether the guy was really that uneducated. Gaston pointed back at Dark. He explained that the black-haired companion wanted to know about this magic, the warp spell. For Gaston's friend, this was no problem. Gaston also asked to take care of the child with sealed memories. The man looked at the girl thoughtfully. He smiled, leaning towards Gaston and declaring that he could not do such a job himself. Dark sat in front of a gray-haired old sorcerer with glasses, who was the one who understood the necessary information about the magic of the warp. He drew something like a circle on the board, explaining that he was standing in a similar one, and after a bright flash, he disappeared into nowhere. That place was very different from the world the mage lived in, so the boy asked for an explanation. The sorcerer looked at the image held out to him and adjusted his glasses. His eyes widened. What Dark had described to him was spatial travel magic. The boy looked at the old man curiously. The wizard assumed that this was the magic he had named. Dark clarified what the definition spatial meant. The man explained that it was a place that existed in another time and space. Two places parallel to each other and never intersecting together. He gave the example of a place where only one moon rises, and it does so just like the sun. Dark's eyes widened in realization. The wizard said that no one had seen this before, and he was speaking only from a theoretical point of view. The guy asked if this meant that in theory people could travel to other dimensions. The old man confirmed this and said that the drawing made by the interlocutor looked like a circle for this kind of magic. To activate, the circle absorbs the surrounding mana, and is therefore only used for large-scale or complex spells, such as the National Teleportation Magic Circle, which allows travel between two destinations. Dark asked whether it was theoretically possible to return to the original place. The magician did not confirm this, but assumed that it was quite possible. The guy was inspired by the information he heard. The old man clarified that this was only possible in theory and impossible in practice, which angered Dark. Without the specified place, it is impossible to return back. As the wizard said earlier, there must be magic circles or something connecting the two places at the 2 points, and you need to have a connection with the other side. This was impossible even 1,000 years ago in the golden age of magic, as there was never a single document regarding the creation of spatial travel magic. Dark slammed his fists on the table, asking if the sorcerer meant to say that there was no one who could use such magic. The wary old man said that he didn't know any such people, but he was curious whether his interlocutor meant himself. The guy realized that it seemed like he had lost the opportunity to get a good clue about how to get back. Dark lied that his friend had recently disappeared in a similar manner when some wizard lured him into a magical stream. The man was clearly disappointed. He turned his back on Dark, claiming that the sorcerer was at a disadvantage, and simply teleported the guy's friend away, so that said friend should return in one piece in a couple of months. The magician told Dark to leave because he had just wasted his time. The guy thought that if this matter were not important, his interlocutor would already be dead. He stood in front of a closed door because the sorcerer had thrown him out. There was a smile on the girl's face. Dark took notice of this. The child smiled smugly as he looked at him. The guy said that she looked like she had gotten her memories back. The squad leader confirmed this fact. The girl cried out jubilantly that her name was Lana Spittenberg and that she was a student at the Great Drow Temple. Dark didn't understand what she was talking about. Lana sarcastically remarked that, in her opinion, he was not smart. The boy ignored this and turned to the man, asking if the wizards had used a strange object to return the girl's memory. She indignantly cried out that she was fine now. The mercenary leader reported that the knight's target was a box that was in Lana's possession. The item was being transported from Shannon's palace to the Great Drow Temple, and the knights were ambushed by other knights. The girl muttered something unintelligible. Dark assumed that this thing was very valuable. The man asked the boy not to be surprised. The guy listened to him thoughtfully. This thing turned out to be a dragon's heart. Dark's pupils narrowed at what he heard. He asked what it was, causing a shocked reaction from those around him. Where the dragon's neck bones and spinal cord meet, there is a jagged part. This is where most of the dragon's mana is collected. The place is bright red, so people called it the dragon's heart, Gaston explained. When a dragon dies, most of the mana disappears, but the heart still contains enough mana that some people would never be able to absorb in their entire lifetime. Dark realized that it worked just like the soul stone, and then asked what a dragon was. When people mentioned the dragon, they often said that it was strong. Lana asked, puzzled. Who the guy was he really that stupid? Palshan scratched his head in embarrassment, and Dark asked how much longer this useless weakling would travel with them. The girl was outraged that she was called useless. Palshan thought that since her memories had returned, she needed to be returned to the Drow Temple, but Lana screamed that she wanted to go with the mercenaries. She asked if he wasn't going to find the dragon heart. Dark asked what the girl was going to do with it. Lana Spittenberg turned up her nose and declared that she would not tell this to such a stupid mister who does not even know what a dragon is. The boy reached for his sword in its sheath, Gaston reminding him in a panic that this girl was just a child. Dark cracked his hands, mentally telling himself to keep himself in check. After all, he was the one who had reached the great state of demonic teaching through enlightenment, while Lana stated that he looked like a child trying to act like an adult. The guy sarcastically asked Palshan where, according to him, they make wyvern armor. He nervously said, Alcasis. Dark asked why not go to Alcasis in that case. The squad leader asked why he suggested that. The guy heard that there is more advanced magic there, which he wants to learn more about. Moreover, Gaston is a wizard, which means that the things he needs may be there. Palshan agreed with this statement with a smile. Dark looked at him, puzzled. The man said that the boy's words meant that he was joining their team. Dark frowned. He turned away and scratched his head thoughtfully. Gaston looked at the guy with incomprehension, also waiting for an answer. Dark thought these guys were good at what they did in this world. He raised his palm. The guy agreed to join the team but didn't know how long they would travel together. Palshan was flattered that such a strong warrior decided to join them. Gaston smiled as he watched them shake hands. Lana charged at the leader, shouting that now was not the time and waving her fists. If they did not pursue that gray wizard, they would lose him forever. She asked them to think about it, about the heart of the dragon, about the possibility of getting a good reward. Palshan said that this was too much. This would mean that the mercenaries would meet even more enemies like the knights they fought. The strongest of them, namely Dark, was not interested in this matter, and the rest of the mercenaries were not up to it. The man could not put their group in danger as its leader. Besides, the girl doesn't have to bear a sense of responsibility for this. Lana gasped in surprise. Palshan explained that her role was to hold the box containing the dragon heart, not to protect it. So the responsibility lay with the people who sent such a disciple to hold such a precious item. So he told the girl to return to the temple unharmed. Lana's face darkened when she heard the words. Dark sat in the hotel with a concentrated face. There were some seeds in a small bowl. Opposite him, on the other bed, sat Gaston, reading a book in his hands with a thoughtful look. He covered his mouth, not taking his eyes off the pages. The door to their room suddenly opened. The magician wondered who had broken into their room. He saw Lana behind the man standing at the threshold of the room. Gaston asked if these were the people she had spoken about earlier, and the girl confirmed his assumption. The guy stared at the man in armor in shock. This man was a tall and strong-looking man, with a scar on one eye and stubble. He studied those present with his gaze. Gaston asked who he was. The man who entered asked Lana if she had spoken about these people, and she confirmed this. Gaston was clearly nervous about the whole situation and turned to the girl. The man in armor took a few steps, entering the room. He apologized for his rudeness and asked if it was the mercenary group that saved Lana. Gaston looked back at Dark, who was sitting behind him with his eyes closed, and said that they had saved the girl by pure chance. The guy behind him wasn't involved in what was happening. The sword blade flashed in the air. The sword was wielded by Palshan, bare-chested. He heard someone calling him. The man stood up and asked Gaston, who was calling him from the window, what he needed. The guy told him to get up, because they had urgent business. Palshan was slightly puzzled by this. A man in armor asked for help, promising a good reward. The leader of the mercenaries sat opposite him. He said that he had already told Lana about this. The risk is too great for their team. The man asked him again and received the same answer. The man in armor said that his name was Jared Sidmian, one of the proud royal knights of Tron. Stunned by the information, Palshan and Gaston wondered what one of the strongest knights was doing here. Jared Sidmian was an older brother to Alex Sidmian, who died on the battlefield where a group of mercenaries rescued Lana. Alex was also a master, and the knights were quite experienced. But they were still destroyed. Only a person who is not inferior to the master in strength can kill such an opponent. But the mercenaries not only survived, but also killed all their opponents. Jared was on the battlefield. Some enemies died from magic, while others had their heads crushed, and there were even bodies cut in half, even though they were wearing armor. Jared concluded that the mercenary group would be able to easily confront those enemy knights. Dark finally opened his eyes. Jared asked what the mercenaries thought about him, and Simeon joining them. Even though Simeon was young, he was an excellent knight. Palshan admitted that the knights before him were the best of the best even among the masters, which meant that it was really important to them. But if the country decided to intervene, then why were the knights having difficulties in asking mercenaries for help? Jared explained that this case was classified and he could not mobilize the knights. Not only would the enemy see them mobilize, it would also be a problem for the knights themselves. Since Corinth had entrusted them with the dragon heart, Jared was well known, so he hoped that Palshan would take the lead while the knight would cover them. The squad leader said that he could not decide for himself. He decided to discuss this with the other members of his group and asked the knights to wait. Jared said that then he would leave and return tomorrow at the same time. Palshan said that they could rest here if they wanted. The mercenaries wanted to leave in the evening, as soon as they decided what to do. Jared agreed with him. Gaston said he would bring food and alcohol while the others rested here. The sky turned blue. The door to the room opened. Mikhail and the other two mercenaries wondered what was going on here. The two knights, Gaston, Dark, Palshan and the girl stared at them. Mikkel realized that they had started drinking without them. Palshan said with a smile that he wanted to tell everything as soon as everyone gathered. But for now, he told those who had come to get acquainted with the knights. The fair-haired man looked at him questioningly. Mikkel shook hands with Jared and introduced himself. Jimmy said with a smile that the drink looked delicious. Palshan asked how everything went. Mikhail said that in a month there would be a combat competition at the academy. The prize would be 1,000 gold coins. For each victory you could get 10, and also 50 for the battles in the main stage, which sounded good. Jared was able to see Palshan's mana level when he shook hands, but his mana level was too high. Mikkel was good, but not on the same level as Alex Sidmian. The other two were of a normal level. Jared turned his head thinking. Jimmy asked what Dark had been doing all day, and he replied that he had been meditating. Sidmian realized that he couldn't read this guy Dark's mana at all. The boy's body was not that of a warrior, and his saber was a woman's. So Jared assumed that Dark was a sorcerer. But the mercenaries told him that their only wizard was Gaston, so maybe Dark will use his speed and fast swordsmanship. The saber is useless against big monsters like ogre or troll. Could this sword be magical? Dark closed his eyes, thinking about something. Media burst into the room and declared that it was time for them to leave. The Duchy of Antares was recruiting mercenaries. She was surprised to see those present sitting and getting drunk, and wondered who the two knights were that she did not know. Palshan was pleased that everyone was finally assembled and ordered the girl to come in and sit down. He asked for attention and explained that they had a job to do. They needed to get one thing back from the enemies the mercenaries had fought a couple of days ago. The red-haired girl tensed up when she heard his words. She angrily attacked Palshan, asking if he had gone crazy because he himself had said earlier that, in that case, the fact that they survived was luck. But the man asked her to listen to the end. The leader explained that Jared had decided to help them, and the reward would be large, and the knights would also take care of their safety. Media realized that knights are masters. Palshan ordered the one who does not want to speak out. Mikkel raised his hand, saying he would go. If the reward is the same, then it is better for a man to go with those he knows well. Jimmy said that he and his friend would also go with Rochester. Gaston was about to go too. Palshan looked at the girl expectantly. Media said that she would also go on this mission because she understood everything. The squad leader smiled warmly at her words. He turned to Dark and asked what he thought about it. The guy thoughtfully looked to the side. He said that he would go with them, but only if Lana Spittenberg did not join them. The girl, chewing something, mumbled something unintelligible upon hearing his condition. Lana was clearly outraged by what was said. She screamed, asking the others to look at the stupid Dark, and asking who he was to forbid her to go with the mercenaries and knights. Jared said that he planned to return the girl to the temple and asked if this would suit the guy. Lana asked again, puzzled, what Sir Sidmian was talking about. The knight ordered Simeon to take the girl, and he agreed. He pulled the resisting Lana out of the room while she was indignant and screaming that she wanted to go too and begged him to let her go. Leaving against her will, she loudly asserted that those present would still miss her greatly. Gaston remarked sarcastically that the drinking media was too calm for someone who had spent so much time with Lana. The girl replied that this was not the kind of adventure that would make your heart stop, and she wiped her mouth with her hand. Mikhail laughed and said that it was true. Jared bowed to Palshan, thanking the mercenaries for making such a quick decision. He indicated the castle gate as the meeting place for them after everyone had finished their preparations. At the castle gate stood two knights with weapons, obviously guarding them. The sound of horses' hooves was heard. Several horsemen were approaching the castle gates. Dark kept his casual and grim expression on his face as he sat on his horse. A slight look of surprise appeared on Palshan's face. He noticed silhouettes in the distance against the sky changing color from blue to orange. The man decided that it was Jared, with whom they had agreed to meet here. Sidmian said with a smile that the mercenaries arrived faster than he expected. Palshan said that time was of the essence in missions like this and asked who the people behind Jared were. He gasped, remembering them. One of Jared's companions was a man named Antonio Crow, a 5th-level wizard. The magician removed his hood, revealing to the eyes of the mercenaries the appearance of a good-natured man with curly brown hair and a beard. He introduced himself and said that he was glad to meet you. Jared also introduced a fair-haired man who turned out to be a priest serving Shayhart. His name was Ronnie Kintaro. Palshan clarified whether Shayhart was the only temple in Argon. Ronnie explained that this does not mean that they do not send preachers to other countries. However, many countries demonize the teachings of Kronos, so there have been many difficulties in spreading their religion. Jared said that they could talk on the road. Their horses moved on, following each other and forming a line. People remained silent. Ronnie Kintaro looked ahead. The mercenaries did the same. Jimmy approached the leader of the mercenaries, asking about the god Shayhart, as he had not heard of him before. The man explained that he was the only god who approved of Kronos' teachings. Because of how conservative they were, they not only rejected the gods, but magic in general. When Argon declared the teachings of Kronos the national religion, wizards and even spiritual shamans were persecuted and executed as heretics. Jimmy said that this religion was terrible. Thus, many wizards from other countries realized that it was dangerous and fiercely fenced off their countries from any teachings of Kronos, so few people know about them. Jimmy wondered if they rejected magic. How can they do this if the existence of mana is proven? Palshan replied that they claim that mana is a force of nature and only Shayhart should have power over it. If a person dares to use this force, then it insults their god. In any case, although the mercenaries do not understand this, the followers of the teaching believe in it, so the mercenaries cannot help them with this. Raven wondered what about knights then, since they also use mana. Palshan said that the young man was right, but the knights were given a special honor by Shayhart. The squad leader suddenly raised his head, looking as if he had been caught off guard. Ronnie said that as the mercenaries know, not every knight who uses mana becomes an adept. Without talent, it is an incomprehensible feat for many. This talent is the right that is granted by the merciful Shayhart. Media took on a thoughtful expression. She suddenly said that this was just a theory that was created in their religion. Don't the followers of the teaching create more problems for themselves by denying everything else? Ronnie replied that they are not ardent fanatics who blindly follow their faith and do not think about their surroundings. The girl's gaze became wary. The blonde boy continued speaking. He claimed that this enlightenment that the followers had attained through endless contemplation and reasoning, he could call it true faith. Palshan, Jimmy and Raven stared at him silently. Media got angry. She wanted to somehow answer the priest, but she didn't know how. Dark, who had remained silent until now, said that the story about sudden awakening and sudden cultivation sounded exciting. Ronnie stared at the guy in surprise. The priest asked what he was talking about. Dark said the words about sudden awakening and sudden cultivation. From the moment you become enlightened, you have nothing more to strive for. The fair-haired young man asked in surprise and doubt whether he had really said such words. Dark said that originally there was only sudden awakening, gradual cultivation, which means endlessly pursuing eternity even after enlightenment. He only claimed that it would be the other way around. It was the first time Ronnie had heard such words, but he liked them, because they were similar to the concept of the teachings of Kronos. Dark gave him a dark look. He realized that he might have said too much when he felt strange looks from others. Palshan grinned and considered Dark mysterious, because he, as usual, does not know about any common sense, but says something that the mercenaries do not know and considers it normal. The guy said that this is possible, and so, but this does not create any problems. The mercenary leader said that he wouldn't call it a problem. Dark is much more skilled than their team, so there's a chance that he just sees things from a different perspective. Mikhail turned to the priest and clarified that Dark had said that if enlightenment was somehow sudden, how smart did one have to be to achieve such enlightenment? Ronnie replied that the man should know that the holy spells cast by the servants of the gods depend on faith in their teacher. Mikhail knew this. To be honest, he didn't quite understand the essence of ordinary faith that allows people to use that power. The priest laughed, suggesting that the man might be right. Faith was incompatible with the logic of the brain, and the emotions of your heart were not faith, but rather fanaticism. And one could not achieve the holiness of the merciful Shayhart with such a mistaken faith. Mikhail said it was a matter of logic and emotion, and it was all too complicated. Ronnie, looking animated, suggested that he dwell on their genuine teachings. Perhaps the man could take a step towards enlightenment. True holy spells can only be used by true believers, and knights are no exception to the rule. Knights who have achieved enlightenment through faith are called holy knights. Jimmy was amazed that knights could even use holy magic. It must be so cool. Raven said that he was ready to preach. Ronnie placed his hand on his chest, saying that holy magic could be used as long as one maintained their faith. So people like him believed that holy knights were on par with holy adepts. This is precisely the reason why neighboring countries fear his homeland, Argon. Dissatisfied, media stated that this is not an objective norm. Ronnie agreed no, looking up at the purple starry sky. He turned his head towards the girl. The priest said they had evidence. Not long ago, the knight adept who took over the role after Valent was sparring with one of the holy knights. The red-haired girl looked at the priest with incomprehension. Yes, said the fair-haired youth. It was an unconditional victory for the holy knight. The sky in the forest was getting brighter. An orange explosion illuminated everything with bright light. He left behind a depression in the ground. Gaston stood with a concentrated look, his hands out in front of him and his legs wide apart. Dark watched him with his arms folded across his chest. He said loudly that he understood. Gaston turned to face him, dumbfounded. Dark thought he would understand if the magician showed him again, but he asked if the guy realized how absurd it sounded. Dark said that while the others were busy gathering information, they still had some free time. The wizard explained that it wasn't a matter of a small amount of time. It was ridiculous that someone could learn to use a spell just by seeing it a few times. Doesn't that make him a genius world-class magician? The boy told Gaston that the concept the magician had just shown him, he had seen it before. The wizard chuckled, clarifying that, if we don't talk about magic itself, Dark didn't even know about the existence of mana. The guy replied that it wasn't true. He just didn't know the name of mana, since he himself called mana by the word kai, to which Gaston chuckled thoughtfully and scratched his head. Dark thought that he needed to use his body as a medium and collect natural kai into it. This is the same concept as the eternal calm of the North Sea. Dark put his hands in front of each other. Putting aside the movement of mana, the boy couldn't use the spell since he didn't understand its basics. Gaston agreed to show him everything again. He again assumed a pose suitable for magic and necessary for the spell. The wizard spoke, a fiery will burning inside the body, an incinerating flame burning everything. Dark watched intently as the sorcerer muttered these words. He went on and on with his spell. Dark thought that you could quickly die from a sword while you spent the whole day casting spells for the sake of one spell. His attention was drawn to the spiraling energy that appeared between Gaston's palms. The wizard raised one of his hands up and stepped forward, summoning a fireball. He threw the ball forward with a powerful swing of his arm. A giant explosion occurred some distance away from the pair of people. The ground was charred again, dented by the fireball. This technique was no better than the palm strike technique, but it was extremely useful as it had the power of solar arts. Gaston asked if he had been fiddling with his spell for too long. This is the reason why mages need a protector to finish the spell, such as Palshan, who protects the guy while he casts. Dark understood, but asked whether this magic needed to be chanted exactly, whether it was necessary to avoid making mistakes at all. His interlocutor clarified whether he was talking about a spell. Gaston scratched his head in embarrassment, saying that these words had nothing to do with mana, they were just words, which surprised the guy, and he asked why the wizard was chanting these words so feverishly. Gaston said it was necessary because the words helped him focus on visualizing the spell. Dark thoughtfully repeated his words about visualizing the spell. Gaston asked if the guy understood him, and he clarified that everything depended on imagination. Magic is based on the method of controlling mana. Then, a person introduces his desire into the controlled mana so that it materializes. But even so, it is difficult. In any case, mana does not understand what the sorcerers say. That's why wizards chant while casting a spell to increase their own concentration, which is why different wizards chant differently. Gaston creates synonymous sentences to cast a specific spell. During the chant, his subconscious naturally strives for his desires, and it becomes easier to call upon the fire element. This method is the most universal. It is said that magicians who have reached the pinnacle of mastery can cast spells without any chance. They control the movement of mana only with their thoughts and only say the launch word at the end. Gaston said that this skill was the result of long training in magic, because mana is uncontrollable by default, and asked if his explanation was too complicated. Perhaps it was too early for him to teach anyone. Perhaps, as Dark suggested, if he could feel the sensation of desire being implanted into the mana. Gaston was surprised by these words. He agreed and told Dark to close his eyes and give the magician his hands. The guy's gaze became tense. Gaston came up behind him, taking Dark's hands and telling him to sit as comfortably as possible. He agreed, but both boys were tense and embarrassed by such closeness. The magician held the guy sitting on the ground by his raised arms. Both of them had their eyes closed, their expression focused. Dark opened one of his eyes. The ki surrounding them was rippling, the boy realized. The wizard said that it was dissipating and told Dark to concentrate. The boy wondered if Gaston had collected the ki as he thought. It wasn't the stabilization of the ki with the breath. This is very similar to what was described in the Northern Sea Eternal Calm skill book on pages numbered 6 and 11. The magician recited his chants again, about the fiery will burning inside the body, the incinerating flame that burns everything. If it weren't for one difference, the eternal calm of the Northern Sea absorbs kai into the body, while this one forms ki outside of it. Fireball! Gaston cried out loudly. The ball again created a giant bright orange explosion some distance away from them. The wizard asked if Dark felt it. The guy didn't answer right away but paused. Collect, hold, rotate, accelerate, compress, combine, and fire. These were the words he spoke that caught Gaston off guard. He asked, puzzled, if Dark really understood. The guy thought about collecting chi using the eternal calm of the Northern Sea. It all felt like some kind of blue roots. Dark was focused on keeping the ki outside of the body rather than inside it. He began to create an energy vortex and rotate it, and accelerated to compress and combine. Then the guy introduced himself. Dark stretched his palms forward and shouted, "Fireball!" The magician's face stretched out in shock. Dark held a giant fireball in his hand. He glanced back at Gaston. To the wizard's surprise, the boy threw the ball forward with all his might, shouting that he had caught the spying rat. The ball rushed towards the innocent trees. Everything was illuminated by a bright orange light, and someone's scream was heard. There was a shocked expression on Gaston's face. He pulled back his cloak, looking at the pillar of fire created by Dark. They saw the one who was following them. It turned out to be the currently unconscious Lana Spittenberg. Palshan looked at this with puzzlement. He looked at the dissatisfied, already awakened girl, and asked what she was doing here. Dark shouted at Lana to tell her everything, but she told him to stop shouting because her head had not yet recovered from the explosion. The evil guy asked her again about what she said, and asked if she wanted him to burn Lana alive this time. The girl told him not to speak like that, as if Dark had been holding back that time. That time, she was watching Gaston and the guy training and learning from behind a tree. But Dark noticed her and sent a fireball at her. Lana claimed that he was trying to kill her and called him a demon, causing him to sigh in displeasure. Palshan whispered to the magician what had happened, and he said that the girl had been caught in a fireball created by Dark. The man was shocked when he heard that the boy had created a fireball. What took Gaston 6 years to do took Dark one day, and the wizard was simply speechless about it. Not only that, the boy thought, remembering Dark's fireball, this ball was gigantic. Gaston was shocked by what he saw. The ball was flying towards a girl hiding behind a wide tree trunk. Gaston remembered that the magic ball changed its trajectory right before it flew towards Lana. If it wasn't a coincidence, then this guy is already a mage above level 4. The wizard muttered incoherently that this man was his first student, not immediately noticing how his leader was trying to get his attention. Miko wondered how Lana found them here while he was eating carrots. Media slapped the man on the back of the head, claiming he was eating their horse food, which upset her. Gaston said the girl had escaped from the temple. Lana also stole a horse from there, and Palshan noted with regret that it was easy to find their tracks, since they had more than 10 horses. Miko was still worried about how she was able to catch up with them, because when the girl was with the mercenaries, she couldn't even ride a horse. Lana told him not to underestimate her, because it only took her 4 days to learn how to ride a horse, and he shouldn't forget that she can use holy magic. The mercenary leader repeated her words about holy magic, asking again. Mikhail asked if the girl used holy magic on the horse. She confirmed it and said that it was very effective. Every time the horse got tired, Lana used holy magic and it could run further. Palshan said that a good horse had been spoiled. The girl loudly asked what he meant and was indignant, because the horse was in good condition. The man said that this was the problem. Horses don't know magic, since it's not tired, no matter how long it ran, until it reached the knights and mercenaries. The horse will think that it was its own stamina instead of holy magic that gave it the ability to run so much. She will try to run until she collapses and dies of exhaustion if this happens again. The girl was troubled by these words, regretting that her horse would die, because she even managed to give the animal a cute name. Mikkel explained that sometimes horses understand what it was, but most of the time they die during long runs, which is why people are so interested in breeding quality horses. Because holy magic cannot be used on them, Lana worriedly asked what she should do and turned to a horse named Lucy. Palshan was called by name. Jared reminded that the mercenary leader told him that the enemy hideout was not that far from here, the man replied, agreeing with this, that they might reach that hideout tonight. The knight said that then they should return the child back. It would be difficult to protect Lana, and there would be countless problems if her enemies found her. Palshan completely agreed with him, but did not understand who should protect the girl. If there was only 1 or 2 people with Lana, she could be captured and used as a hostage. That didn't mean they had a free person to watch over this child. But they couldn't keep the girl close to them. Palshan suggested that they let her stay with them now, and when they met someone they could trust with Lana, like border guards or church clergy, they would tie up the girl and hand her over to those people, sending her back. Like that time, she could return at any time. What? Dark said furiously. He asked indignantly if the leader and Jared wanted him to guard this stupid and useless child. Palshan replied that they couldn't do anything about it, because the guy was the only one who could ensure the safety of not only Lana, but also himself at the same time. Dark shouted that he refused, considering the girl useless luggage, but she indignantly intervened in the conversation, offended by the fact that she was called luggage. The boy indignantly ordered Lana not to interrupt when adults were talking and called her an ill-mannered sly girl. The girl indignantly asked how he could talk about manners, being a village simpleton from Mount Trebark, and usually such people do not know about them. Gaston suddenly felt something familiar and magical. Gather, hold, rotate, accelerate, compress, combine. These words were in Dark's head as he took a stance for the spell he had studied with the wizard earlier today. Gaston asked the boy to stop in a panic as he realized what he was doing. He covered Dark's mouth with his hand, preventing him from finishing. Mikhail asked the guy to calm down. He shouldn't have been so angry at such a little girl. Lana was outraged that she was called a little girl, since she considered herself a lady. A lighthouse could be seen in the darkness. Antonio Crow said it was strange. He didn't feel mana. Gaston, doing the same thing as the other mage, said that it looked like their enemies had already left. Jared was annoyed that they were at a dead end again. Antonio asked to wait, asking if there was empty space in the basement. No, it was too big for storage. Jared enthusiastically suggested that their opponents might be hiding there. But the bearded sorcerer said that this was not the case, since the room was empty. Gaston could guarantee that there was no one there. But the room in the basement was quite large, like a cave. It could be connected to something else. Sidmion looked at the house in the distance. He suggested that they check it out. 3 dark silhouettes appeared in the opened doorway, standing out noticeably against the blue background. Jared had no doubt that the house was deserted and suggested that his companions go down to the basement. The sounds of footsteps could be heard as they walked down the steps. The company found itself in front of a large, wide wooden door. Palshan stopped his hand doubtfully near the door handle. He grabbed the rings that acted as door handles with both hands. The man suddenly chuckled. He pulled the door rings towards himself with obvious effort in an attempt to open it. Palshan complained that the door wouldn't open. Mikhail didn't think it could be locked and decided to try it himself. The blonde mercenary was asked to wait. Antonio Crow asked if he could look at the door. He extended his hand in the right direction. The magician said he realized something about this place. Mikhail asked what it was. The wizard said that the door was under a spell and could not be opened without a password, and since they did not know the password, there was nothing left to do but knock the door down with brute force. The fair-haired mercenary agreed to do so. Antonio answered him in the negative. They had to hit the door with more mana than what they used to close it. For Mikhail, this was impossible. The blonde man's gaze became tense. The magician turned to Sir Sidmion, who agreed with him and ordered everyone to move away from the door. The knight's gaze became stern. Mikhail and Palshan watched what was happening in silence. Dark also looked, his arms folded across his chest. Jared's longsword sparkled with blue lightning, the blade itself taking on color. Dark noted with a grin that Kai Sidmione was well-disciplined, better than the knight the boy had fought before. The man swung his sword. With his powerful blow, he cut the door apart. Palshan and Mikhail's gazes became shocked. The doorway was empty. Sidmion saw the cave and asked if it was connected to the enemy's hideout. Gaston asked the man to wait. As the sorcerer thought it was a dead end, he turned to Antonio Crow, who agreed with him. The knight asked what it was and what Gaston meant. The guy jerked suddenly. The eyes of both wizards on the team lit up as they said with a smile that this was a wizard's dungeon. They asked to go in there, while Dark yawned boredly, leaning against the wall. He frowned, as if thinking about something. It was still dark outside. "This is the place," the voice said. The 2 cloaked figures looked at the house. One of them asked where those items were kept. The other figure said, "Yes, teacher. He used this place as a shelter for a short time, because he planned to return, since the mission has the highest priority." The gray magician asked if there was even a need for the teacher to come here. The black-bearded man clarified what his interlocutor was talking about. Because even as a man who had put everything into reviving his country from the ashes, he was still a mage. This was a wizard's dungeon with a considerable amount of magical tools and books stored there. How could he trust this to anyone other than himself? The gray-haired mage remarked that his master's words were wise. To be honest, it had taken a lot to stop Sir Carosa from entering the dungeon this time, given his excitement. The wizard told him that they would return after the mission. The master laughed, saying that for warriors like Sir Carosa, the dungeon was a place that stimulated their spirit of adventure. The gray-haired man said that the warrior would be disappointed, but the master suggested that he go. The teacher's face was sweaty and he looked nervous. He asked his companion, Darren, why they teleported so far from the building, since the black-bearded magician was too old to walk so much. His student immediately asked for forgiveness. The gray-haired mage awkwardly said that he had set up several traps in case of emergency when he used this place as his hideout. He had disabled them, but that was just his habit. The student asked his master what was wrong. The black-bearded man saw a horse there and asked, "Didn't the gray wizard say that this was an abandoned house?" It was a war horse, which raised the question of whether there had been a search here. He folded his hands and began to look at the magical power. The man didn't see anyone. Did that mean that people had entered the dungeon? The gray magician called it all tiring and asked what they would do next. The teacher realized that someone was getting up. He opened his eyes wide. His student turned to him with excitement. The black-bearded man noticed someone with a master level. The nervous student asked what he meant, and the master told him to hide his magical power. The door opened slightly. Dark sensed Chi upstairs, but she just disappeared. These people are most likely professionals. It was behind the house. He smiled and wanted to find out who it was. Palshan turned his attention to him. Dark climbed up the stairs. He sensed a small amount of Chi above, so he went up to check. The guy smiled, wanting to find out. He jumped high into the air. The foot touched a hard surface. Dark saw two silhouettes in cloaks in the distance. The black-bearded mage looked around in panic. The guy said with a grin that it was him. The teacher realized that he had sensed their mana long before they approached. The premature event of their mana had produced the opposite effect. He ordered Darren to use the most powerful spell he had right now, and he complied. Dark jumped onto the pipe of the house. His gaze was stern. The black-bearded man closed his eyes. Dark was approaching rapidly. The gray-haired magician put his hands forward, between the palms of which red sparks were visible. The guy chuckled in surprise as he ran. The wizard created a giant explosion. Dark approached and swung at the magician. A look of alarm appeared on the student's face. The guy swung his sword with a stern look. The teacher summoned the flame of apocalypse. Dark's gaze was wary. The black-bearded opponent's hand was extended forward. Everything around the guy turned red and black. It caught him off guard. Dark coughed and closed his eyes. The teacher helped his student to stand up. The man looked up, holding Darren's hand, and looking up at the black-red glowing magic ball. He summoned a teleport, disappearing along with his student. The books stood on the shelf. Gaston said that, as expected, they were right. A skilled wizard lived here. These books are level 6 and above. Antonio Crow insisted that they should be taken to the castle. If you simply translate everything into a book equivalent, then they found a fantastic treasure here. Jimmy didn't look interested. He asked if this was what dungeons were. The magician asked what else they could be. Raven said there were few traps. Only one arrow was the most dangerous. Gaston said he almost died there. Lana said that if this was a wizard's dungeon, there should have been a lot of monsters and dangerous traps everywhere. Antonio chuckled, asking how the magician could make such a room without anyone's help. Gaston explained, "Basically, the dungeon is where wizards keep their books and tools. If they set up traps and dangerous monsters, wouldn't they ruin them?" Palshan called it a disappointment and asked if he could go upstairs with Dark. Mikkel said that the mages said that these were expensive books, so they would be pleased with that. Suddenly, the mercenary leader heard something. The fair-haired man realized that the sound was coming from above. Jared noticed this too. Everything around suddenly began to shake. The girl fell screaming into the arms of Media, who asked if what was happening was an earthquake. Sidmion shouted that it was an ambush. He ordered everyone to go outside. Palshan and Mikhail were shocked. Their loud steps brought them closer to the exit. Palshan carried the girl on his shoulder. They walked quickly up the stairs. So the group ran out into the dark street. Sidmion stopped suddenly, confusing Gaston. The man mentioned the Lord's name. In front of them, a huge crater gaped in the ground, apparently left by an explosion. Palshan asked where Dark was, going over the worst options in his head. Gaston wanted to use the viewing of magical power, but the knight claimed that there was no need for it. The magician asked him again. Jared didn't feel any mana and thought that the opponents had fled after the ambush. The leader of the mercenaries ran past him abruptly. The knight called out to the running Palshan. The man stopped at the edge of a giant crater. His face showed excitement and horror. There lay Dark, unconscious and with his clothes all torn. Palace of the Krataus Empire. There was a giant glowing circle drawn on the floor of the room. Darren and his master appeared in it. The gray magician said that it was him. Dark was the warrior who killed Sir Carosa. The black-bearded man was shocked by this statement. The horses outside the fence must have belonged to the guy and his group, who were probably in the basement, in the dungeon. Darren asked if his teacher thought their opponent was dead. With the teacher's magic, even master-level people. The man interrupted him, claiming that they couldn't be sure until they saw the corpse with their own eyes. The flame of apocalypse had dealt a direct hit, so even people at the master level would be unlikely to survive it. The gray mage said that it was all in vain, because there might be a mage who could use earth memories, so there was a chance that they could be tracked down. The gentleman said that it was not a problem. Darren's identity was not revealed even in other countries. The teacher is a public figure, but from the moment he put on the cloak, they can only track him with spells. But the Flame of Apocalypse is black magic. They will never be able to trace the connection of this spell to a man. The student asked if the teacher was sure that they shouldn't worry about this. The teacher thought that in fact they should worry more about the warrior of the mastery level. The man had previously thought that it was one of Corinth's warriors, but he was wrong. The masters of Corinth are Thierry de Valencia, Camus de Rochester, and Risa de Cluden. If not them, then the mages need to find out who Dark is. He may prove to be the greatest obstacle to their empire's greatness. So the man told the student to investigate everything thoroughly and come back. He understood his teacher. It was still night outside. Antonio Crow muttered something with his eyes closed, sitting at the table. "Display," he said, and the light in his hands lit up. Their two opponents were magicians. The wizard hesitated slightly. It was dark, and people were wearing raincoats, making it difficult to see their faces. Lana chuckled thoughtfully. She remembered the enemy's appearance. She especially remembered the mustache, which she considered stupid. The girl suddenly stood up and screamed. Media asked worriedly what happened. Lana began to mumble something unintelligible about the person the spell showed. This man turned out to be the mage who attacked the girl, and he could use a level 5 explosion. Antonio Crow could also use it. But the problem started later. Sidmeon asked about the wriggling thing. The sorcerer explained that this was the black flame. There was only one type of spell that could do this. It was black magic that astonished those present. Black magic is a power that you borrow from the demon gods through a contract with them. One who is able to use it must be a mage of at least the 6th level. A person of that caliber would be the highest-ranking mage among other mages in the royal courts in most empires. Jared grabbed his head. Antonio said that there were things he could not understand. Palcion looked to the side. Dark lay with his eyes closed. He groaned and opened them with difficulty. In front of him were a delighted Michael, Jimmy, and Raven. He did not share their reaction, lying under the blanket and somehow regaining consciousness. The guy sat up, declaring that there was nothing to see here and showing off his bandaged torso. Palcion laughed, assuming he was okay. Mikkel said that it was thanks to the priest Ronnie, who poured his healing energy into Dark. The priest lying next to him replied that it was not he who healed the guy. It was the will of Shakehart who healed him. Jared asked excitedly if Dark could tell him what happened. The bearded wizard said that they only saw everything through the Earth's memories. It seems that they were the magicians who kidnapped Lana before. But the next explosion was even stronger, so Antonio believed that it was the work of black magic. Dark asked him again, not understanding. The sorcerer began to explain that powerful magic that could be used by magicians who had made a contract with a demonic god. The guy mentally cursed, considering what he had said to be nonsense. The team couldn't see anything because of the explosions, so the mage was interested in how Dark managed to survive. Dark was informed that he was found in critical condition. He could have died if not for Ronnie, and the priest lying nearby on the floor muttered that it was Shakehart's will. The guy turned away and chuckled thoughtfully, listening to this and thinking about the situation. He had truly never seen a combat technique as powerful as the one that was used on him. Dark had used Divine Iron Key and even the Shackles of Immobility together. But he couldn't withstand this strong magic that he didn't understand, because this magic worked according to the rules of this world, which was not his native one. But the guy, the one who received the name of the True Demon, was critically injured and lost consciousness, which shocked him, because this had never happened to him before. Antonio Crow waved his hand excitedly in front of Dark's eyes, trying to get his attention since he was too deep in his thoughts. The guy lay down, turned away, and covered himself with a blanket, saying that he blocked the first blow, but couldn't handle the second blow, that's all. He felt unusual. The magician thoughtfully repeated his words about how Dark was able to block the explosion while holding his own chin. Knight Jared said that to do this, you need to be at least his level, or even higher, which is surprising because, until recently, the guy was just a hunter. Mikkel said that this was not the most surprising thing, because something more significant had already happened to them. The mercenaries had already seen about 50 knights led by an adept, but for the great mage of the royal court to show up here, it seemed like the country itself had decided to take up the matter, which was quite unusual and important. Can the mercenaries now calmly think about the fact that they will not use titans? The knight could not help but agree with this, understanding their point of view. One titan could wipe out their team, so Mikkel wondered if their team had a way to fight it. Jimmy and Raven's faces darkened as they thought. Mikkel and Jared stood silently opposite each other, also deep in thought. Dark noticed that they mentioned titanium. He turned his head slightly, listening, as he was interested in this topic, thinking that it might be useful. Jared said that his Titan Kuma is with him, so they don't need to worry. Media asked where the Titan was, even though she knew Sidmion couldn't keep the weapon in plain sight. But the man told everyone to follow him so he could show off his Titan. A group of people stood near the house, waiting for something. Everyone looked at Jared, who stood in front. Gaston turned his attention to Dark and asked when he had managed to follow them. But the guy did not answer him, carefully watching what was happening. "Kuma, come," said Sidmion, calling upon his Titan. Dark turned his gaze. A certain sight caught his attention. Bright blue spirals began to spin in the starry night sky. Jimmy let out a delighted cry as he watched. Raven asked him to calm down, and Media and Palshan looked up in confusion. The large round shield depicted the silhouette of a golden two-headed lion. Dark's face showed surprise, but also interest. In front of them stood a real metal giant, dressed in giant heavy armor and holding that same large round shield with a lion. The other mercenaries also gave this creature looks that showed a variety of emotions. But mostly it was admiration or surprise. Lana gasped in surprise, reporting that she was seeing the Titan with her own eyes for the first time, and it was bigger than she thought. Dark looked straight at the giant, as he was initially interested in this. Palshan asked if the guy was seeing such a creature for the first time, and explained that it was the world's most powerful magical military property, a Titan, while Dark asked in amazement if, since this thing was military, it could move. The mercenary leader replied that the Titan was much faster than a human, and not only that, Jared checked to see if everyone had calmed down. The man knew it was already quite late, but he thought they needed to move now. Palshan thought that they wouldn't be able to get more information now anyway, so he suggested moving towards Galicia. In the night blue starry sky hung two moons, so familiar to the sky of this world, illuminating a string of horses walking one after another. Gaston dozed on his horse. He woke up when he heard a voice calling out to him. The guy asked if Dark had called him and said that he was in deep thought. Not wanting to admit that he had fallen asleep, Dark asked the magician how this thing called Titan moves, whether he does it with the help of magic. Gaston realized that his interlocutor was curious and confirmed his suspicions, saying that the Titan was using golem magic. Dark asked him again about this information, as he did not quite understand what was said. Golem magic transformed stone, wood, steel, and similar materials into humanoid form and allowed them to be controlled, while titanium originated from the concept of a golem. This story was very long, so to put it briefly, the Titans were invented when people wanted to control the golem, which was apparently impossible. The role of the pilot is performed by a knight adept who can use a large amount of mana, using a compact instrument called the central nervous system. Knights are able to transmit their mana directly to the golems, which helps control their system. Dark asked if this meant that depending on the knight's skills, the Titan's strength could be different. The wizard said that the guy, as usual, understood everything quickly. If the mana output is the same, then everything depends on the knight's skills. However, if Axion's mana output is higher, he can easily suppress the enemy even with a difference in skills. Also, the main military power of the country is made up of Titans with a high mana output coefficient. Romero of Alcus, the Empire of the Mages, is the standard of all Titans, so everyone uses Romero's allocation of 1-0 as the standard unit. Palshan asked how much mana output Sir Sidmion's Titan had, and he replied that Kuma was an Anthros-class Titan. Of course, his titanium is better than the standard ones, considering they are made for the Royal Knights. Dark asked how many such knights there were in total, but Jared didn't know the answer to that question. Only the adepts are registered in the Temple of War, one can only assume, but the Titans and other details are a secret in each country. The night moonlight penetrated through the long and narrow windows. The light fell on the wooden stairs. The giant hand in a dark blue metal glove moved. The muscular man in the headscarf muttered something unintelligible under his breath. A male voice addressed him and asked how the work was progressing. The man informed Sir Tozier, who had approached him, that everything was going very well. The black-bearded man asked if they had enough material for the nervous system and other needs. His interlocutor reported that yes, all thanks to the Dragon Heart, the 12 Azure Knights would be ready in the shortest time, which was a success. Sir Tozer asked if this meant that everything would be done as planned, and the subordinate confirmed this. They were looking at something big. In front of them was a large silhouette of a horned creature. It was the first 3-0 in history and the world. A satisfied smile appeared on the black-bearded man's face. He looked at two dark rows of giant silhouettes. It was daytime in the trading city of Galicia, and the bright, warm sun was shining. illuminating everything around. People were walking along the streets, buying fresh fruit at the market, making noise and chatting, and generally going about their daily business. Gaston asked if anyone had found any clues. Mikhail loudly ordered 4 beers, Raven preferred to drink milk, and the magician, seeing this, asked the man if he had already managed to eat. Mikhail said, resting his head on his folded hands on the table, that he would eat later. He just wanted to drink some cold beer. He had tried his best to get information, but had not been able to find anything. Gaston thought he would have to hope that Palshan or Sir Sidmian had been able to find some information. The fair-haired man asked about Media. The wizard said that the girl took Lana with her and went to the Temple of Athena. Mikhail asked if Dark was going with them, to which the guy chuckled, claiming that Dark would not want to go anywhere with Lana. Gaston didn't know what was going on, but the subject of their conversation was now sitting in his room. Lost in his thoughts, Dark exhaled, stretching. He remembered the words of the elderly mage from the academy. The golden age of magic was about 1,000 years ago, but no one ever returned from the spatial travel. The mages of the academy simply did not have records. Dark thought it was the same as saying there was absolutely no way back. The guy was so powerless, and it irritated him. He leaned back on the bed and thought that at that moment he would be happy to see even Chang and Ghoul. Dark looked up thoughtfully as he lay on the bed. Footsteps belonging to several people were heard. Among several men in cloaks, there was one particularly gloomy man. He kicked open the door to the room with a powerful kick. The man exclaimed, looking around the room, that there was no one here. Standing near the doorway, Dark said that he heard the people in cloaks long before they arrived and called them amateurs. The man was clearly taken by surprise because he didn't notice the guy right away. The man smiled evilly, licking his dagger. He had heard that Dark could do something and agreed to be kind if he went with them. The guy agreed and surprised the people in cloaks with his reaction. Dark asked why the people were standing and asked them to show him the way. The people in cloaks were not surprised. Someone told Dark not to linger. The boy's hands were tied behind his back. His legs were also tied to a chair, and a scarf was tied around his head, blocking his view. One man ordered the bandage to be removed from the captive. The loosened bandage fell under Dark's chin. The man asked the blonde girl standing next to him if this was the person she needed. She noticed that Dark knew it was better to go if asked politely. The man next to her chuckled, asking if the guy had any debt and if the girl wanted to pay him off now. She confirmed this. Dark asked what she wanted. He managed to doze off for a second, but the girl ordered the people to first beat the guy half to death and then make him crippled. The man told his subordinates that they heard her words. He ordered not to kill the captured guy. "Yes, sir," his subordinates shouted and ran towards Dark, who was tied to a chair. The man, hearing the noise behind him, said that the guy was already screaming and therefore was going to talk to the girl about payment for the service rendered. The girl watching from behind had a shocked expression on her face. The man asked what was going on and what was going on there. Looking back, he discovered in horror that Dark had managed to free himself in that short time and defeat his subordinates, whose bodies were now lying on the floor. Dark asked the man, while the people on the floor were groaning, if he was the boss here. The man sheepishly replied that yes. Dark chuckled with a questioning intonation. The boss grabbed the girl by the hand, asking her to spare himself because he was ready to give the guy the girl for such a favor. A leg flashed in front of the man's nose. Dark brought his foot down hard on the boss's head. The guy asked if the girl was bothering him again. Dark had had enough of her antics over the past few days. He reported that the girl had arrived just in time. Media asked the girl what happened. She said that her ear was itchy. Lana didn't know what was going on, but she was sure that that stupid black-haired old man, she meant Dark, was talking about her behind her back. Dark himself was busy at that time, interrogating whether the man was the boss of the Thieves' Guild. The beaten, and because of this quite swollen girl answered that he was the master of the Galicia Guild. Each large city has its own guild. The guy asked what guild she belonged to. The scoundrel hesitated with the answer, but after a new threat she immediately said that it was Volcania. Dark realized that this was the place where they first met, and asked how long the girl was going to bother him. But she, in horror, promised that she would never even catch his eye again if he spared her. The guy agreed to save the blonde girl's life, but in exchange for something. 2 guards guarding the gates to the city were talking to each other when a girl ran towards them. She quickly ran towards the entrance, not giving the guards a chance to figure out who had run past them. They only hoped that she wasn't a monster. The girl remembered the elf's words that revenge was good, but the difference was too big, and this mercenary was too big a target for them. She thought the guy was absolutely disgusting. Gaston asked if their leader had found the knights in gray armor. Palshan replied that it seemed that the knights were returning to the capital along the Maltaria Mountains, since they were seen by the merchants who came from there as mercenaries and thought that those with whom they fought that night were not alone. Gaston said that if they were far away, then it would be too late to move out today. Sidmion said that then today they should have a good rest. Tomorrow they should walk as much as they could. The mercenary leader agreed, looking at Dark drinking. He asked if something had happened to the guy, because he had never seen him like that, and he didn't understand where he got that strange hat. But no one knew. Gaston reported that Dark first went out with a group of people dressed in black, then returned alone and began to drink happily. Mikael assumed that the guy had taken it out on these guys. The man the mercenaries were discussing coughed, covering his mouth with his elbow. Palshan hoped that even though he didn't know these people, they were safe and sound. Kratos' castle loomed as a large dark silhouette in the dim evening light. A cry came from the tower that he was alive. The Grey Mage reported that Dark was alive and well. Sir Tozer noted that it was expected, but still incredible, that he had managed to survive that hellfire, and asked what his student had found out about the man. The Grey Mage summoned the image. He said that Dark was most likely the leader of the group, and judging by the amount of mana, he was definitely at the master level. The teacher said with admiration that this was incredible, and asked if there was any more information. The Grey Magician began to tell his story. They couldn't find anything about Dark, even in Corinth or Trovia. There was no one like him among the masters registered in the Temple of War, which amazed Sir Tozier and the blonde man in purple clothes who was in the room with them. The blonde man said that it was strange because usually people with such skills want to become stronger and try to prove themselves in the Temple of War. The teacher suggested that Dark was born in secret to be used as a hunting dog and told him to look in Corinth. His student agreed. The blonde man, aka Sir Chromis, suddenly noticed something in the display. He pointed at one man, announcing that it was Jared Sidmion, a royal guard. Sir Chromis said that Jared was a knight who could compete for first or second place in Trovia because he was very strong. Tozier decided that they needed to conduct an experiment. His interlocutor asked again. The man told Sir Chromis to attack them with his Titan when the opportunity presented itself. The royal guard might have a Titan, and if there were two, the second might belong to that mysterious master, and then they could guess what country was behind him. The fair-haired man said that it was too risky, since the Titan belonging to Sir Tozier could not be controlled by anyone else. He asked if it was so difficult to verify the summoning of the Titan and escape, and said that he would send 4 people with Sir Chromis. Chromis asked what would happen if there was only one Titan, since the mysterious master might not have one. Sir Tozier wondered if that would not be a great opportunity then. A great opportunity to get rid of everyone. Dark sat with his eyes closed, frowning. Palshan awkwardly noted that he had not been looking very well for the last few days. The guy asked irritably if it was that noticeable. Lana whined that her legs hurt a lot. Dark covered his ears, complaining that all this kid had done for the past few days was whine. He turned to the girl irritably and asked if she wanted him to leave her here. Lana snorted dismissively and declared that if the boy did that, he would be cursed by Athena. Jimmy thought Media was going to keep the baby, she was going to, but she couldn't do anything about it. What? Lana exclaimed in the past, her face showing concern. She didn't think leaving her was a good idea. Media said that this mission is dangerous. If the girl gets into trouble, then the adults may not be able to protect her again. Lana said grimly that the students of the Temple of Athena must complete their first mission in order to become full members of the temple. Her mission was to safely deliver the dragon heart, which was kept in the Great Drow Temple. Media knew this, because that's why the girl was here. Lana said nervously that then they should know that regardless of the failure or success of the mission, she was obliged to report to the Great Drow Temple at the Temple of Athena, and also in the Great Temple in Corinth. Sidmion, Palshan, and the girl were disturbed by what they heard. The knight explained that Corinth must not know about their mission no matter what. He was sure that the girl herself understood this, and she agreed with it. Jared's face became stern, and he asked if Lana wanted to take the people of Trovia hostage and dared to threaten them. The girl waved her hands, saying that she would never do such a thing, because such terrible people could never become priests of the temple. The man asked what Lana would suggest in such a situation. She said that she would not be able to lie when she contacted the Great Temple. They would immediately know if she was lying and not telling the whole truth. Media asked worriedly if the girl had met them when she was returned to the temple the first time. Lana said that if she had reported the failure, then she had no reason to live if she couldn't even complete the first task. Mediok has made sense of this information. As long as the girl was in this group, her task was not considered complete, so there was no point in her getting involved with them. And not only that, she believed that the search and protection of the dragon heart itself was just a part of her other task. and she would gladly take any risk to see how it ended. This is what Lana, who is complaining about the conditions now, said. Jimmy decided that the girl clearly hadn't thought about the danger of this walk, but they really had to share her suffering. Media didn't care. It was all connected with the Holy Temple and politics, so she didn't want to say anything at all. And the child couldn't be returned to the temple. Jared sighed. He just prayed to Athena while the girl was arguing with Dark. He prayed for the protection of this mission, listening to the abuse. The landscape, meanwhile, was shimmering in all shades of green, with a lot of vegetation in the form of trees and hills covered with grass. Sir Chromis stood on the edge of the cliff. He was informed that they had made contact. The man in the cloak carried a communication ball on a pillow. Sir Tozier reported via the orb that they had received new information from Trovia. According to the message that Sidmeon sent to King Trovia, the people accompanying him were simply a group of adventurers consisting of mercenaries, a wizard's apprentice, and knights. Sir Chromis asked who that master was then. Presumably he was just a hunter who lived in the Trebak Mountains area, but they couldn't know for sure. However, Corinth had no reason to send a master here, so it's safe to assume that Dark is not his hunting dog. Chromis asked if the boy could be from Kruma, but the man thought it was impossible because it was too far away. Then we can assume that Dark does not have titanium. The sky was still light. Several figures gathered in a circle in the clearing. Lana fell to the ground, wondering if she could just go to sleep. Palshan said that they were finally in the kingdom of Toria, and the girl had no plans. The knight sitting next to him chuckled. Jared said that it was possible, but they couldn't afford to rest here since it was enemy territory. Media asked when they would reach the settlement. Mikhail replied that in 4 days, they should reach the city of Zelion. 4 days, the girl repeated after him. Dark sat in a meditative pose, thinking. He realized that something was approaching them. Jared looked at the guy with a questioning expression on his face. What? Lana said in surprise, opening her eyes. She stood up, asking if the ground was shaking. Media noticed that she was indeed shaking and wondered why. Mikhail assumed it was an earthquake. Jared was shocked. His gaze became stern. The sky was a soft light blue. The knight's gaze became tense. Some giant silhouettes were approaching them. Jared ordered his companions to run into the forest, warning them that the Titans were approaching. The mercenaries were shocked and frightened by this. Sidmeon summoned his Titan, named Kuma. A giant Titan appeared out of nowhere. Media carried the girl away, running away with the other mercenaries. Jared stood next to the Titan. The metal hand gripped the sword's hilt more tightly. Sidmeon began to climb into the Titan. The body of the military equipment was closed. Jared remembered the gods when he saw something in front of him. One of the opponents was 4 Romero-class Titans. Palshan shouted for Dark to come here. The knight looked back at the sound. He told the guy standing next to him to get out of there. He was silent, looking at him. The enemy Titan was running rapidly in their direction. Dark refused to leave. Jared didn't believe what he heard and asked, "What?" Dark took out his sword, smiled, and asked if he really thought he would let such a wonderful opportunity slip away. Sidmeon cursed, considering the guy a fool. Dark ran forward with a smile. The greenish Titan stood in front. Sir Chromis said that fighting a Titan without proper weapons was outrageous and ordered his subordinate named Kalyan to deal with the guy. Kalyan obediently agreed. The huge Titan raised its leg over Dark, intending to crush him like some kind of insect. His foot slammed into the ground, leaving a mark in the earth, but the boy was no longer there. Dark was already in the air above the Titan, noting that it was interesting, but weaker than the 1,000-fold descent technique. He offered to take a look, swinging his sword. His body was already rushing towards the giant enemy. The swing of the sword flashed like a flash. Jared, sitting in the Titan, asked in confusion if it was a mana wave. Dark said, touching the blade of his weapon, that the enemy was strong enough. The enemy Titan shielded himself with a shield. Sidmeon realized with horror that it was the master. Sir Chromis said that there was no point in getting distracted. He swung his Titan's arm, intending to hit the knight's Titan on the head. The green Titan struck Sidmeon. He was clearly taken by surprise. Jared made a sound of displeasure, another blow to his shield. This blow threw the Titan Sidmeon some distance away from the enemy Titans. One green Romero cursed. He ran towards the Knight Titan. Titan Jared's hand gripped the handle of the shield. The shields of the giant Titans clashed. Sir Chromis's face twisted. Sir Sidmeon's face was stern. The green Titan's foot left a mark in the ground. It was bad for him that the Kuma Antros class Titan with a power of 1-2 was noticeably stronger than the Romero class with a power of 1-0. So the Titans decided to defeat Kuma with their numbers. Another blow landed on the Knight's Titan's hand. Sir Sidmeon snorted in displeasure. Behind him, another Romero swung. Jared cursed. screaming in horror that he only had 2 arms. They were hit again. The Green Titan stopped. Kalyan wondered what was going on. He couldn't put his shield down for even a moment, which made him panic. Dark swung his sword. Kalyan thought, "What kind of monster have I gotten myself into trouble with?" He stood, trying to withstand Dark's blows that landed on his shield. Kalyan realized that his enemy's attack had damaged the shield by 15%. It was dangerous to just defend himself. It was recommended to take countermeasures. He looked around nervously. There was an explosion over Romero's shoulder. Antonio extended his hands forward, casting a spell. Kalyan shouted angrily that magic of the 5th level and below was useless against a Titan. The wizard asked with a sly smile if he was really sure that the magician did not know this. Kalyan sighed, shifting his gaze. He realized it was a diversion and wondered where Dark was. Who was currently falling on Romero from above, swinging his blade? A bright flash appeared behind the Green Titan. Another blow hit his shield. Feet in brown boots touched the ground. Dark said that he never even dreamed of meeting someone so strong in this world. His opponent was able to entertain him well. However, it seemed that this was the limit of Kalyan. The Titan shielded himself with his giant shield. Kalyan's face twisted with anger. He quickly sent his Titan running forward at Dark. Romero swung his weapon. He struck the ground with his blow. Kalyan's mouth opened in shock. His blow missed his opponent. Dark had to admit it was quite a destructive force. Kalyan's pupils narrowed in horror. Dark wouldn't be able to stand up to her with the Great Golden Defense technique. However, he got bored with it. Kuma's armor was partially damaged. Jared was breathing heavily. The second chest armor was destroyed. Further damage would have caused trouble. An exhausted Sir Sidmian told the system to shut up. He ordered the Titan system to focus on the battle. Kuma faced the enemy in battle. He received another blow. Kuma rushed towards the enemy. Romero pierced his armor. Jared cursed in displeasure. Kuma waved his sword at his opponent. There were about 3 Titans standing in front of him. Sir Chromis wondered how much longer the knight could hold out. Kuma's injuries began to glow blue due to regeneration. Sir Sidmian ordered that mana not be used on the damaged areas and was asked why by the Titan. The man said that at this rate they would lose and decided to take a risk. Kuma waved his shield. He threw his round shield forward with a powerful blow, causing it to roll. Romero, in whose direction the shield flew, did not expect such an outcome of events. He managed to deflect the enemy projectile with his shield, covering himself with it at the right moment. The blade of the sword gleamed. Titan Kuma stood with a long and large sword in his hands, pointing the weapon blade forward. His opponents froze in shock when they saw this. Sir Sidmian said, raising his shining sword up, that he no longer needed to defend himself. He was going to see how Romero would handle this. He ran quickly towards his enemies. 2 shields stood side by side. Jared sighed loudly. His swing of the weapon crossed 2 enemy shields. Sir Chromis's gaze took on doubt as he saw the strength of his opponent. He dropped his shield, which was cracked by the attack of the Night Titan Kuma. The green titanium sword glowed a light pink color. Sir Sidmion managed to notice this, but Romero was already raising his weapon over the Knightly Titan from behind. Kuma managed to avoid the enemy's blow in time. Instead of getting hurt, he blocked Romero's weapon with his sword. The glowing blades pressed tensely against each other. Jared noticed something. One of the Romeros froze, remaining silent. Dark was in the air, having obviously jumped so high. While the boy was in flight, he swung his blade. His body was rapidly falling down. A giant blue beam shot into the sky. Dark was kneeling on the ground, holding his blade in his hands, point down into the ground. Romero continued to stand motionless. The guy squinted as he looked at it. Again, a giant blue beam appeared, and the same flash illuminated everything. A shocked expression appeared in Kalyan's eyes. Dark created a bunch of thin and long beams as an attack. Kalyan was horrified because he thought it was impossible. Could a person create something like what this guy, a mercenary, created? There was a huge explosion that rounded into a blue ball. The door to the room creaked as it opened. Sir Tozer was glad that Sir Chromis had come, so he asked how the meeting with the mercenaries and the royal knight had gone. The man who came remembered his mission. He said with regret, closing his eyes, that the mission had failed. Sir Tozer was shocked by this statement, and in horror, he quickly asked if the man had a titanium. Chromis replied that Dark did not have a titan. The black-bearded man stood up, slamming his hands on the table, not believing that 4 Romero-class titans had lost against Sidmion's single titan. But it turned out that even though the knight was a strong opponent, he wasn't the big problem. It was that master. Dark completely destroyed the titan with just 1 sword. Sir Tozer was greatly taken aback by this information. Sir Chromis was silent. looking down thoughtfully. Romero's head was directed forward. A huge, blinding flash took the shape of a ball. The Titan tried to cover himself with his hands. Romero Caliana cracked and opened, revealing a man sitting inside. Mana continued to swirl around Dark in circles. Sir Chromus's face showed horror. He clearly did not expect something like this to happen. The man remembered Dark's gaze as emotionless and cold. Sir Chromus said that the black-bearded man could verify his words. Their Titan was completely destroyed, and Kalian, who piloted it, was out of action for 5 months. The man had certainly heard that people at the master level were strong, but that mercenary was not just strong. The level he had reached was impossible for a human, which terrified Sir Chromus. Sir Tozier touched his chin, considering his interlocutor's words. He asked how many Titans it would take to kill this man. At first, Sir Chromus assumed that 5 Romeros would be enough, but then he interrupted himself, calculating that at least 10 Romero-level Titans would be needed. Sir Tozier said that this meant that they must be willing to sacrifice 9 of their Titans, and yet they would not be able to defeat this man, even though he was alone. They had to find another way, and Sir Chromus was free for the day. Media shook the unconscious girl and said that it was all over. Palshan shouted to Dark in the distance whether he was okay after the fight. The guy covered the gigantic distance in one quick jump, approaching the leader of their mercenary squad. The man thought that everything was happening to Dark just as he thought. Palshan looked at the giant hole in the ground the boy had left behind after the battle and thought that he was an amazing, scary, and wonderful man. The man turned to Dark, who was already standing next to him. The guy wondered what his interlocutor wanted and became slightly nervous, looking away. Jared Sidmion said, placing his hand on his chest, that he was a proud knight of Tron of Trovia. He knelt down, saying that it was an honor to greet a respected master-class knight, not a blade master. Mikhail and the mercenary leader stared open-mouthed in shock at the kneeling knight, while Dark looked at him with confusion. The guy turned to Gaston and asked what master meant, which stunned him. The magician remembered that Dark didn't even know who the adepts were, so it was not surprising that he didn't understand anything, and asked a question. The magician thought that their leader should answer. But the man had a different opinion, because there was someone more suitable for telling the story on the required topic. Under this man, Palshan had a knight who was right here. Jared asked if it was true what he had heard about Dark, that he had been a hunter on Mount Trebark. Sidmion said that if it is difficult for a guy to answer, then it is normal, because it does not matter whether it is true or not. Dark scratched his head in confusion and asked why the knight was asking him then. Sir Sidmion asked if the boy belonged to any country, then asked if he could rephrase whether the boy had sworn allegiance to anyone. He replied that he had not. A hint of a smile flickered across the man's lips. He asked if Dark could then join his homeland, Trovia, inviting his interlocutor as the captain of the Royal Knights. Palshan and Mikhail were shocked by this statement. There were only 4 Royal Knights in Trovia, but their captain's seat was vacant. Jared could promise the boy that he would be treated as one of the country's greatest assets. Dark asked if it was because he was a master. The knight confirmed this by nodding to his interlocutor. Those who can infuse mana into a sword are at the adept level, but only masters can create a wave of mana with a sword. And in the entire Great Continent, there are only 12 people who can do something like that. Dark asked the man again about the number of people capable of such a thing. The knight confirmed this and said that wherever the boy went, he would be offered a high position in the army, and after proving his loyalty, he would receive the title of chief in the corresponding area. But Dark would not have to prove his loyalty in Trovia, because Jared would do everything he could to convince his majesty. The boy said that title and fame did not bother him. But Sir Sidmion said that there were 12 more people as strong as Dark himself. At least that's how many people the knight knew about. If Dark had accepted the man's offer, whether he could cross his blades with them was what worried the boy. Sir Sidmion was uneasy about this question. He said that he couldn't guarantee this to Dark, and he wondered in his head if all masters were so self-confident. Moreover, a battle between masters meant a war between countries, and a small country like Trovia could only fight at the adept level, which made the guy wonder if the master but adept that everyone praised turned out to be a weakling, how strong all these masters really were. But now, it was more important for Dark to find information about teleportation magic, and entertainment like the masters could wait. A chuckle was heard in the room of the high tower. Sir Tozier was pondering the information about Dark. This guy managed to survive a direct hit from the Flame of Apocalypse, and was even able to destroy a Titan with one ball. His student asked if he could speak. The man told him to speak. The Grey Magician said that it was hard to believe, but after he met that master a second time, he showed similar behavior. His teacher asked what this could mean. Dark ran straight towards their magic, This shows his competitive nature. Perhaps he is very confident in his abilities. Obviously, the guy is strong enough to think so. But it becomes clear that he has absolutely no understanding of magic. The black-bearded man asked what of it. There wasn't much magic that could. He stopped speaking, his eyes widening with a sudden thought. The gray-haired wizard said, bowing his head, that it was possible. Sir Tozer realized that even if they couldn't kill Dark, they could make him disappear. The city of Zillion had many green and yellow warm shades. Mikhail said that was all they could do. The mercenaries never found a single trace, so their leader thought that further searches were pointless. Jared exhaled as he sat on the floor. If he returned now, the knight would only face the wrath of Corinth, whether he should consult the oracle for guidance. Lana agreed with him, her eyes sparkled. She said that if a man wants to go to the oracle of the Temple of Athena, the goddess of wisdom is the best. Since the girl is from the Great Drow Temple, which houses the main temple of Athena, they won't even have to wait. The faces of the mercenaries present darkened, and Lana asked why. Dark stood up from his seat. The girl immediately noticed this and indignantly and loudly asked where he went when she was talking about important things. The guy wasn't sure he needed to listen to all this. Lana thought that, of course, he should listen to it, because Dark himself wasn't much use when it came to gathering information. Maybe he was embarrassed to listen to it, but nothing could be done about it. The guy ignored her sarcastic words and left the room, which surprised the girl who was expecting a reaction. Lana said it wasn't funny, and the mercenary leader smiled and suggested that Dark wasn't in the mood for it right now. The guy had been diligently searching for any information for the past few days, but it seemed he hadn't found anything useful yet. Dark stood behind the door. He irritably promised himself that he would kill this stupid little girl without anyone knowing. Jared, who had come up from behind, called out to him. The man said that his offer still stood, but Dark had already made his decision. The knight asked if it was because the boy was not satisfied with the fate of being a pawn in someone else's hands. But with his skills, such arrogance was not surprising. But more often than not, if politicians can't get their hands on such power, they'll try to destroy it, which will become even more likely when the team arrives in Corinth. Jared was sure that his interlocutor was unlikely to be able to deal with all of their masters on his own. These words made Dark think. He asked about Sir Sidmian's homeland, the country of Trovia, whether it was under the rule of Corinth. Jared's companions, the knight and the mage standing behind him, were stunned by the boy's suggestion. Sir Sidmian, greatly embarrassed by this, quickly closed the door behind him and confirmed the words of his interlocutor, saying that although Trovia and Corinth pretended to be allies, the truth could not be denied. On the other hand, thanks to this, they can protect Dark. Even though it is all in words, politicians cannot ask to give them an allied knight at their disposal. The guy was silent, listening to this. He believed that Sir Sidmian would face Corinth's wrath if this mission failed. So he thought it best to continue the conversation once the mission was accomplished. Jared understood this, and at that moment, Lana stuck her head out of the doorway, wanting to urgently find out what they were talking about. The girl reproachfully shouted at Dark that he was becoming more and more arrogant just because he knew how to fight a little. The guy addressed the girl, calling her first and last name, which surprised Lana Spittenberg because she didn't think he remembered her name. Fear appeared in the girl's eyes. Dark, with a frightening expression on his face, told her not to irritate him anymore. After that, he left, leaving the girl with Jared. Lana shouted after the guy that he was wrong to think that she was scared and that it was funny, although in fact she really was scared. And Sir Sidmian turned to her, asking if the girl wanted to continue their previous conversation. Lana apologized, not understanding what the man meant. He said that he knew that the fee for the oracle's predictions was quite high. In the city, there grew a wide tree with dark green foliage. In the middle of the crowd stood two figures in cloaks and wizard hats. One figure's clothes were colored blue, the other figure was dressed in pink and purple. The magician in blue clothes created a beautiful white dove with the help of magic, which amazed the people around them. Dark, sitting nearby on a bench surrounding a tree trunk, thought that judging by the flow, it was not a trick, and assumed that it was magic. The guy couldn't find any information about teleportation even here, and didn't know if he should go to Alcus and look there. But Dark had no idea how to get there, so it's possible that at some point he'll stop traveling with Palshan's crew. Looking at the sun, the guy remembered Lana, and, angry, waved his hand because he absolutely did not want to remember this little wretch ever again. His hand movements did not go unnoticed. One of the cloaked mages noticed that Dark was doing something, and his companion asked if the object of their observation could suspect something. The mage in pink and purple clothes announced that they were starting. He stretched out his hand, on the finger of which was a ring with a red stone. This man did not even imagine that he would use this thing only as a seal. Some man happily asked if this ring was magical. The wizard held out his hand. It was Sir Tozier. In the name of Cronetio, he commanded this indestructible ring as an object of seal. Tozer said that Dark should become the one he despised the most and used the antipathy spell. The silhouette of a guy was reflected in the stone of the ring. Dark suddenly noticed a strange red light. He turned around and saw a man casting a spell. Dark became angry when he recognized this man. There was a strange expression on Sir Tozier's face. He cursed in his mind because the guy initially ignored this wizard, since he did not feel the intent to kill. Dark ran towards his opponents, but his body began to change. He was taken by surprise by this sudden and strange feeling. The two sorcerers used warp, disappearing before the boy could reach them and do anything. The portal circle with symbols in the tower glowed with blue light. The blue-robed mage asked his teacher in a trembling voice if they had succeeded. Sir Tozier confirmed this, as the ring and the mercenary were engulfed in light. This was sufficient proof that everything had worked out. The gray magician was curious about what Dark could turn into, whether he could turn into a dragon. But his teacher thought that it was unlikely that if the guy turned into a dragon, the wizards would feel something powerful even for a moment. Usually, people after this magic turn into something like insects, but soon a couple of people will manage to find out what Dark has become. The people who had been watching the two wizards before were surprised to notice that they had disappeared. Two people chuckled, noticing something. They saw something fall. The cloak fell to the dusty ground. Dark was reflected in the red stone of the ring. Then he turned around because he felt something strange. There was a slight smile on Sir Tozier's face. A look of wariness flashed in Dark's eyes. At that moment, the wizards managed to disappear, using teleportation magic, warp. Dark plopped down on the ground, covered by his cloak and therefore invisible. He cursed mentally because his enemies managed to escape again. Two people approached with smiles and asked if the guy was okay and if he needed help. Dark wondered what these people were saying and if they were always this tall before standing up. Feeling his body become unusually heavy, and ignoring the words of the two, he walked while one blonde guy awkwardly asked him to wait. Dark's clothes looked baggy, which he noticed. The guy also wondered why his sword began to feel heavier. The blonde man grabbed his head, thinking he should have asked the name. A loud scream was heard in the hotel building. Lana asked the newcomer who he was, while Gaston and Jared stood behind her, also not understanding anything. The person in the baggy clothes shouted rudely at the girl to shut up. Lana was scared by this. But the man who was Dark suddenly clapped his hand to his mouth, realizing that something was wrong with his voice. He turned to Gaston, asking what had happened to him, since the boy no longer felt Kai in his body. A look of realization crossed the wizard's face. Dark removed the hood of his cloak, and although the magician was able to recognize him, his face was different. It was Lana's appearance. A shocked expression appeared on Sir Sidmian's face. Antonio and the knight met each other's eyes in surprise. Palshan, Media, and Mikhail, who was busy combing his long blonde hair, were also shocked. Dark, now looking like a girl, asked with displeasure why they were looking at him like that. Was there something wrong with him? The mercenary leader turned to the girl, who borrowed a mirror from the still-frozen Mikhail. She knelt down, handed the mirror to Dark, and asked what had happened to him. A guy, but with Lana's appearance, looked in the mirror and saw his face. He closed his eyes when he saw the reflection. But when Dark opened his eyes, Lana's face looking at him from the mirror was still there. Not believing his eyes, the boy touched someone else's face. The image in the mirror changed, because his now long, light hair flashed there. Dark fell unconscious, frightening the red-haired girl. She picked it up and realized that it was exactly the same weight as Lana, that is light. Palshan handed the girl a pillow for the unconscious Dark, and Jared sat down next to the body and asked her to wait. He placed his palm on the guy's body. Lana grabbed the knight by the back of the head, indignantly asking where he was touching Dark. The guy grabbed the girl and pulled her away, explaining that it was Dark, but Lana thought that it didn't matter, because now he had her body, and she had managed to gain fat because she ate a lot. Dark continued to lie unconscious. Jared felt his body, listening to the sensations. A look of alarm appeared on the man's face. He said it wasn't just a change in appearance, and a worried Media asked why. Sir Sidmian had never seen anything like it before. Most of the mana inside Dark's body was gone. Palshan was horrified to hear this information. The red-haired girl covered her mouth with her hand in shock as she looked at this. Sir Sidmian said with regret that Dark's life as a warrior was now over. Now the boy has become just a fragile little girl. The purple night sky began to change. The sun illuminated the hotel building. The legs, in oversized trousers, touched the wooden floor. Dark assumed a sitting position on the bed. The hilt of the saber glittered in the sun's rays. The guy looked sadly at his weapon. He stood up from the bed, his hand drawing his saber from its sheath. Dark swung his weapon, extending his hand. His hand began to tremble. A desperate expression appeared on Dark's face. The handle shook in his hand, but the guy still tried to hold on to the saber. The weapon fell from his hand and hit the wooden floor. Dark grabbed his hand. His accumulated ki from 70 years of training. The body obtained through divine rebirth of his earthly body. All this was gone. Dark sadly thought about the possibilities of returning to his world in such a body. There was a discreet knock on the door. It was Media who brought the clothes. Behind the closed green door, she couldn't help but hear the guy's groans. The girl sympathetically lowered her head down, feeling sorry for him. Paljan took a piece of bread from the bowl and noticed that Media was late. Mikhail said that it was a rather grim situation, and Gaston turned to Sir Sidmian. The guy asked if it was true that the warrior's life was now over for Dark. The knight said that his situation was better than Lana's. He can be thought of as a fragile girl who has complete mastery of the sword in theory. Or rather, since Dark learned it himself, it is not just a theory. Mikhail asked if Sir Sidmian meant that since the boy had lost too much mana to apply this theory, then as a warrior he was dead. He agreed with that. No matter how strong your psyche is, you won't be able to cope with stress when the skills you've perfected your entire life disappear in an instant. Considering the level Dark has reached, the stress and frustration is unimaginable for people like the group of people gathered here. Jimmy suddenly spoke. He believed that if he were in Dark's place, he would have gone crazy or committed suicide. Lana was outraged by their reasoning because she did not understand what was wrong with her body. Antonio said that it was not worth going that far. The mercenary leader said that Jimmy was right, which made the girl even more angry. Palshan said that it was not about her appearance. Mages use power from outside to use magic, but warriors store magic in their body. Over decades, they increase it step by step. The despair of losing everything at once is impossible to understand for someone who has never trained as a warrior. Antonio, Crow, and Lana were silent. As she walked down the stairs, Media asked why everyone was so upset. Behind her walked a gloomy Dark, who had changed into clothes that suited his new body. Someone called his name, but the guy didn't react, looking down. Jared, clearly worried about him, asked if Dark was okay. The guy answered positively, but his face was sad. Sir Sidmian said that he would not tell him to do his best, but would rather just offer him something to eat for now. Jimmy said with a smile that at least Dark's new clothes looked appropriate. The red-haired girl thought it was a good thing they had spare clothes. Lana said with a bored face that it was terrible. Dark asked again with displeasure what she had said. The girl was irritated by this situation. What kind of curse was it that could turn him into her? Dark's gaze became angrier than it had been just a second ago. Lana asked what she should now call a girl who looked like her, since it was no longer possible to call a guy an old man. The table shook when Dark stepped on it. He jumped, swinging his saber at Lana, who didn't have time to react. The girl screamed in fear, covering herself with her hands and closing her eyes. She froze, but no blow came. So Lana opened her eyes to see what was happening. Media managed to stop the guy's blade with her sword, covering the girl with her body. An irritated Dark ordered her to get out of his way. The red-haired girl asked if he was crazy to attack a child with a gun. The boy repeated his order and pushed her sword away. Media's gaze became nervous because her opponent's knowledge was still there, and this gave him an advantage. A series of saber strikes and active attacks followed. Dark swung his weapon, and the girl realized that he had not forgotten how to use a sword. With skills alone, he was levels above her. The blade of the sword trembled and twitched. And yet, thought Media, continuing the fight, her hands gripped the hilt of the weapon tightly. The girl hit Dark's saber with her blade. His arms dropped due to the force of the blow he received. They were now weaker than when he was in his own body with enough Kai. Media said that he couldn't even handle the weight of the sword, and the company couldn't cause a commotion in this place, so she suggested that they stop fighting. The girl's hands held the handle tightly for another swing. Dark was breathing heavily. The fight was not easy for him. Media swung her blade. Palshan and Jared watched this nervously, not interfering in the battle. Dark had his back turned to the girl, still holding his saber in his hands. He said that Media really thought that she could defeat him with force alone, which was in vain. The girl stared at him with incomprehension. She realized that the guy was still fast. He deftly dodged another attack from Media. The girl chuckled in displeasure during the battle. The guy's blade managed to scratch her cheek, and blood began to flow from the scratch. Media pushed him back some distance with an attack from her weapon. She froze for a moment, feeling a slight pain. The girl raised her hand, looking at the flowing blood. A smug smile appeared on Dark's face as he considered this a victory, but his emotion quickly changed to alarm when he heard Media's stern and very displeased voice. The red-haired girl was very outraged that Dark dared to hurt her face and smile. She began to look frightening. The guy was horrified by her reaction and stunned, because he did not expect this. The rest of the people watched what was happening in horror and nervously, waiting for the end of the fight. Dark's saber flew into the air and stuck into the floor. The guy himself was pushed away and fell onto the stone floor. The girl stepped on his chest, pressing Dark to the floor. She said that wielding a blade with such a body would only put the guy in a worse situation, since he would anger his opponent. While Dark is under the curse, he should just sit here and not get into trouble. The guy was silent, listening to media. The girl left him lying there as she left, believing she had taught him a lesson. Dark breathed heavily, looking at the blade of his own saber stuck into the boards above his head. Beads of sweat ran down his gloomy face. He was clearly tense. The capital of Thoria, Cromel, was awash with a variety of vibrant colors, from the bright rooftops to the clear sky and green vegetation. The Temple of Athena was beautiful and bright, quite high and wide, decorated with columns. The High Priestess was good. She was a beautiful woman with blonde hair and blue, light, almost transparent eyes, and the woman's outfit was bright blue. Lana actively and vigorously recounted the events that had happened to the woman, and she listened to it all with a smile, which amazed the girl's companions. Dark was clutching his aching head, groaning and grumbling. Raven asked how his hangover was, and Jimmy reminded him that they had advised him not to drink too much. Mikhail chuckled, assuming that it was related to the defeat in the fight with media. The guy then looked lost and gloomy. Dark sighed, remembering how he started getting drunk yesterday out of emotion. Lana said that this was how she got here, all this only because there was a student of the Great Drow Temple here. The High Priestess chuckled, noting that this adventure turned out to be difficult for a simple student mission. Darko was irritated by all this nonsense with obvious exaggerations and lies of the little girl. The woman asked if the blonde man's name was Mikkel and clearly wanted to tell him something. The mercenary understood that they were addressing him and was ready to listen. The priestess asked where Sir Sidmian was. She had heard that he was their leader. Since Toria and Trovia are not allies, the mercenary comrades decided to limit their movements. The woman decided to first analyze the curse for which she needed to touch the bewitched person. Dark's face was stern and displeased. The High Priestess placed her white-gloved hand on the boy's head. Everything around began to glow with a soft, bright light. The woman was clearly surprised. Dark's companions watched this closely. It was impossible, but the High Priestess could not remove such a curse. The woman believed that probably no one could do it. This black magic is called antipathy, and the curse cannot be undone by anyone except the magician who cast it. There is another option. You can kill this sorcerer and find a medium who binds the curse. Dark remembered the wizard who cursed him. He was worried whether he could kill Sir Tozier in such a state. The location of the dragon heart and the one who cast the curse. The woman was interested in whether the people who came wanted to hear the wisdom of the goddess about these two. Mikhail had one more request. The priestess asked what this request was. The man turned to Antonio Crow, as if hinting for action. The bearded wizard placed his hand on Lana's head, and she asked in fear what he was doing. The man activated the memory seal and memory lock, enchanting the child's head. The girl's previously lively, albeit frightened gaze became dull and emotionless. A look of fear appeared on the High Priestess's face, and even Dark became nervous, not understanding what was happening. She immediately grabbed Lana, asking what the mage had done, clearly agitated by what was happening. Mikhail said with regret that he didn't want to do that either. The woman asked if they really thought they could handle the consequences of using mental magic in the Temple of Athena, since it was unacceptable and wrong. The fair-haired mercenary believed that they could come to an agreement, because the priestess heard what the girl said when she described their path. The woman asked anxiously what they meant. Mysterious knights, a wizard with black magic, who they encountered on this difficult journey, titans, the dragon heart, and finally a high-level curse that couldn't be removed. The mercenaries could agree on how dangerous this mission was. It was a miracle that none of them were killed, and the girl also survived. The priestess asked if this was necessary to protect Lana from harm. She didn't understand why they couldn't just ask for the child, but Mikhail informed her that the girl had already escaped from the temple. Lana followed their team, stealing a horse and enchanting it to give it more stamina. There was no point in asking her for anything. Mikhail knew that the woman was capable of dispelling such a spell, but the man asked to wait until the end of their mission. Although this was the apprentice's first task, the mercenaries could no longer bear this burden. The High Priestess understood what she was being thanked for and promised to protect the girl until the time came. The woman said that she would now prepare to receive the wisdom of the goddess and asked the people to wait there. The sun was setting behind the temple building, and sunset was approaching. Jimmy said he didn't understand something, turning to Mikkel. The boy asked if they could really talk about the dragon heart here, if Toria wasn't Corinth's ally, and if they wouldn't pass on this information to someone who shouldn't know about it. The man said that everything was fine, because they were asking for the wisdom of the goddess. If the request was not made publicly, everything would be kept in the strictest confidence. Even the emperor of the nation would not have the right to demand information for himself. It would mean his disrespect for God himself, which surprised Jimmy enough. The power of the king and the god cannot be intertwined, which is why soldiers cannot pull out criminals who asked for shelter in the temple. Argon was an exception, where the king is the high priest of the temple. Jimmy chuckled awkwardly, and the bearded wizard standing next to him looked surprised. Antonio noticed that Mikkel didn't look like an ordinary mercenary. He must have received a significant education. The suggestion that Mikkel was of noble birth alarmed the fair-haired mercenary. He said it was impossible while Dark sat behind a column with an uninterested look. The priestess said that she brought a message from the goddess. She walked, carrying a large scroll in each of her hands. One scroll was about the location of the dragon heart, and the second scroll was about the location of the wizard who cast the curse. Dark frowned at the sight of this, and his appearance became even gloomier. The scroll had some creepy images on it, showing some place with a magic circle and a horned creature. Antonio Crow looked thoughtfully at the azure beast with horns. He said that he had one in mind. Such a beast was the azure dragon, a large and dangerous creature. This information scared Palshan and Mikhail. Jared thought that it sounded plausible, but entering the azure dragon's territory to look for the dragon heart was nothing short of a suicide attempt. A question was asked about the second drawing, an image of the place where a magic circle was drawn on the floor. Antonio didn't know the answer. The sorcerer couldn't say anything until he saw what runes were inside. Palshan suggested going to Alcasis to gather the information they needed. Jared agreed with him, because perhaps someone from the Empire of Wizards would be able to recognize the magic circle. Initially, Dark was also heading to Alcasis. Maybe the mercenaries and their companions will be able to find some clues to lift the curse. Someone's female voice called out loudly to Dark. Media ran towards the doorway. The squad leader asked what happened. The girl quickly asked if Dark was here. She was clearly worried. Palshan became nervous because, up until that moment, he thought that the guy was with Media. It turned out that Dark disappeared after notifying the red-haired girl that he was going to take a shower. Mikkel and Palshan panicked when they heard this information. A plump, mustachioed man greeted the man in front of him. Dark, the man himself, leaned against the counter and asked for a bottle. The man, who was also the seller, clarified that the guy was not going to drink it because he looked like an underage girl, to which he lied that it was just his assignment. The seller handed a large bottle to Dark, saying that the item cost 5 silver coins and 22 tar, and the boy paid for his purchase. Dark turned around and left, holding the drink he had bought in his hands. He opened the neck of the bottle with his teeth, tearing the cork out, after which the guy began to empty the bottle in one gulp, not paying attention to the fact that some of the contents were pouring down his neck and down his collar. He cleared his throat, saying it was wonderful, referring to the drink. The alcohol here was definitely better than this place itself, and now Dark couldn't even do anything. He didn't finish speaking, falling to the ground and dropping the bottle from his hands, which flew high into the air and rolled away. The guy couldn't even return to his world, because he himself didn't understand the local magic, and teleportation magic in particular. Next to him sat a black cat, which had been following him even when he was buying alcohol. Dark sat on his knees and began to scratch and stroke the animal. 3 people were watching him from a distance, their sly smiles not auguring anything good. On a dark evening, the windows in the house glowed yellow. Someone's black boots stopped right in front of the door. The broken door and the subsequent noise interrupted the people's time spent in the house. Mikhail, Raven, and Jimmy stood on the threshold, their faces clearly not in the mood for a friendly and peaceful conversation. The men in the house asked who the people who had come were. The eyes of the 3 mercenaries shone with seriousness in the darkness. The man behind whom the bed stood repeated his question. Dark was lying in the bed, sleeping, undressed, but covered with a blanket. The man swung his fist at Mikhail, insulting him with a strong word. His hand shot towards the mercenary's face. A slight look of fear appeared on the man's face. His fist touched Mikhail's forehead, but he didn't move. The mercenary grabbed the man by the arm. Mikhail used force, yanking the man's arm down. He dropped his stunned opponent to the floor before the other men could even figure out what was happening. Mikhail called Jimmy and Raven. Alarm flashed in the men's eyes. Mikhail asked the boys to make sure their opponents stayed alive. While Jimmy and Raven were dealing with the villains, as evidenced by the noise and screams in the background, the blonde man took care of Dark, wrapping him in a cloak. Mikhail lifted the boy's body into his arms. The fair-haired man was already leaving the house with Dark in his arms when Media ran up to him screaming. The red-haired girl asked anxiously if the mercenary had found the guy. But the sight of an unconscious Dark in the guise of a girl in a man's arms said it all perfectly for him. Media's face became stern. The beaten men, their faces swollen and bruised, begged for mercy. The red-haired girl asked Jimmy and Raven to stop with an unkind smile. She would be sorry if the villains died before she got to them. The eyes of the beaten people showed fear at the realization of what would happen to them next. Mikhail walked away from the house with the rescued boy, wrapped in a dark cloak, in his arms, while screams and pleas for mercy or death were heard in the building itself. The house was burned down, orange flames sending plumes of smoke into the dark night sky. Gaston sat on the floor of the room with a sullen look, and his arms folded across his chest. He considered throwing a couple more fireballs at the building. Media entered the room with a loud slam of the door, attracting the attention of Gaston and the leader of their mercenary squad. The look in her green eyes was serious. Everyone in the room stared at her, waiting for Media to speak. The girl said that fortunately nothing happened. Dark just fell asleep because of the alcohol. The whole company breathed a sigh of relief. The realization that they no longer had to worry was pleasant. Mikhail said he was so nervous he couldn't sleep. Jimmy couldn't help but agree with him. Jared said that this was all good and suggested that they go to Alcasus the following morning. They decided to go to bed early today. The bright sun was already shining in the blue sky. The horses stamped their hooves as they galloped forward. Sleepy Dark asked for more beer. Opening his eyes, he found himself tied to a horse in a lying position, which surprised him, and Gaston, riding next to him, asked how long the guy was going to continue drinking in the mornings and advised him to get some sleep. Dark asked where they were going. Their team was going to Alcaças. They needed to see if they could gather any information there, and now the guy wouldn't be identified. So Gaston claimed that the mercenaries would call Dark their slave, so he needed to behave quietly when their procession entered the city. The guy tied to the horse asked what the point was. Media explained, "This is the Empire of Magicians. There we hope to find clues from the drawings in the temple and from your curse." Mikhail added that there is a dragon territory nearby, judging by the records. Still not knowing what creature the blonde was talking about, Dark repeated its name and asked what kind of creature it was. Mikhail explained that this is a creature that ordinary people cannot understand. Majestic creatures that can cover the skies with their wings, calling down lightning, fire, and even storms. Despite their bestial appearance, they are wiser than humans and can speak human language. Sometimes they destroy, devour, or even save humans. The boy thought about it, imagining a drawing of a Chinese dragon, and Antonio noted that it was a rather poetic description, as if the blonde man was from nobility. For a few moments, Mikhail was simply silent. Then he looked at the wizard and said, "You have become terribly attached to this idea since we visited the temple." Crow looked at the mercenary in surprise. He himself hadn't noticed how he had become fixated on this thought. Mikhail asked, "It seems you like having nobles on your side. In that case, what is the benefit?" Antonio replied, "The benefit? I don't even dream of such a thing. The formula, the secret, and the enigma, that's what spurs the curiosity of wizards. Because as soon as they solve these mysteries, the pleasure they receive will be immeasurable." Running his hand through his hair, the blonde said, "I think it would be better to focus my unnecessary curiosity on magical research." The men looked at each other silently and with distrust. Somewhat uneasy about their conversation, Jared said, "Antonio, our mission is to get the help of these adventurers, not to get on their nerves." The wizard apologized for being annoying, but the blonde didn't respond. So the group of mercenaries and knights wandered for some time through the fields, hills, and forests. They soon reached Alcasus, a border town of Gracia. At the gate, a group of people were met by two knights armed with axes. One of them asked where the travelers came from. Smiling, Palshan took out the documents, handed them to the guards, and said that they were from the city of Zilion. "Here is our entry permit." Looking through the papers, the guard concluded, "So you all came from Toria. The goal is the arena." However, the man was confused by Dark, who was tied to the horse and was just a child to him. The mercenary leader nervously replied, "She is our slave. She is too young to sit in the saddle, so we had no choice." The guards didn't really believe it, but they didn't ask any unnecessary questions and silently let the group of people into the city. One of them asked, "They keep a slave on a horse, do you believe it?" Another one answered anxiously, "Did you see this child's eyes? There is no hope or will in them. They are exactly the eyes of a slave." Once again, Dark had overdone it with his alcohol consumption. The jug and cup were overturned, allowing the remains of the noxious liquid to flow out onto the table, where half of the swordsman's sleeping body lay. Jared, Jimmy, and Raven looked at this depressing picture and sighed sadly. Behind the former swordsman's back was a saber, which Sidmian decided to remove. When handing the weapon over to Jimmy, Jared explained that it was a rather dangerous item for Dark's mental health, to which the mercenary agreed. Raven placed Dark on his back and said that he would take him to bed. The mercenary became nervous after hearing the strange sounds coming from the former swordsman and told him not to hold back. Drunk Dark took this literally and started vomiting right on Raven. The mercenary screamed in disgust, and Jimmy and Jared, sympathizing with their comrade, were glad that they weren't the ones who had to carry the guy. After a while, a disgruntled Raven sat and wrung out his freshly washed clothes. And at that moment, Dark was lying on his bed and seeing an alcoholic dream. The next morning arrived, and the awakened swordsman was walking down the stairs to his friends. Hearing the creaking of wooden steps, Media looked towards the guy. Palshan asked if he had finally woken up, and the girl waved her hand at him, calling the mixture to their table. However, Dark was not interested in anything now. He was too thirsty, and at that moment he noticed a red-haired guy who was carrying a tray with a jug and 2 cups. The swordsman asked if there was any Goresh in the vessel, and the red-haired man, alarmed, hesitantly confirmed it. The guy remembered how yesterday this girl had waved a saber at him, demanding that he give her the alcohol. And when she got drunk and threw up on Raven, it was he who had to clean the vomit off the floor. Dark demanded that they give him the alcohol and brazenly took the jug, and the alarmed red-haired man just silently watched this. Palshan suddenly took hold of the jug, not allowing the swordsman to swallow the drink again. Giving the man a displeased look, Dark demanded that he release the jug. However, the man did not listen. The guy tried to vomit the drink, but the little girl's body was not capable of this. Looking at his friend's efforts, Palshan said that Dark needed to stop drinking, or at least drink something with less alcohol content, like beer. The swordsman replied that he didn't want this, and the mercenary, dissatisfied with this behavior, asked if the package had really decided to let things slide. Dark frowned and said, "Yeah? What are you going to do, huh?" Feeling the anger rising, the man asked, "Do you think I won't do anything?" He squeezed the jug so hard in his hand that the container cracked and shattered into pieces. Palshan and Dark looked at each other angrily, ready to start a fight at any second. But at that moment, Gaston stood between them, put his hands on their shoulders, and good-naturedly said the swordsman's name, trying to calm his comrades. Dark looked at the wizard, still feeling dissatisfied with the situation. Smiling, Gaston said, "I knew someone with the same curse. He was my revered mentor, but the orcs took his daughter. Can you guess what he turned into?" The indignant swordsman did not understand why the wizard was telling him this. Gaston explained that the mentor committed suicide the next day, which upset the swordsman. The wizard continued to speak. "A month has already passed, but you still have not chosen this option. And for this I admire you with all my heart. I want you to hold on until the last moment. Please know that we went to Alcasus for you two." Dark thought and looked down. His gaze met that of the red-haired youth who was collecting the fragments of the jug. The guy got nervous and said he would bring a new bottle. For a few moments, Dark just looked at the young man, thinking about his next move. Then he turned away and said, "No need, just bring me some water." The entire group of mercenaries was happy with this outcome. Palshan praised Gaston for such a good job. Walking over to their table, Dark sat down on a chair and crossed his legs, crossing his arms in front of him. He then asked his comrades what plan they had for him. The sun broke through the gray clouds, illuminating several titans standing quietly. Looking at Antonio, Media asked, "Were titans always produced in public places like this?" Crow replied, "Alcasus exports more titans than anyone. It's not for nothing that it's an empire of wizards. A titan without an axion is just a big pile of iron, so it won't be possible to take it anyway." The entire group of mercenaries was at the high castle where the Magician's Guild was located. Looking at this building, Jared said, "I'm afraid if we don't find information, even here it would be better for us to surrender." Dark, with his brows furrowed, was already prepared for failure. A moment later, the door opened in front of them and someone invited them to enter. It was a gray-haired man who said, "You have brought some dirty magic with you." Palshan explained that they would like to remove the curse of antipathy. The man exclaimed that it was a shame to become like that. And the indignant mercenary replied, "What are you talking about? It's not about me." Dark approached the old man, and Palshan stepped aside and began to examine himself in the mirror, not understanding what was wrong with him. The old man clarified, "Didn't you say it was antipathy?" Antonio explained that Dark was a grown man and an incredible warrior at that, and the mage replied, "How strange that someone could hate such a cute little girl. If it were me, I can guarantee that I would be turned into a cockroach. I just don't understand how those little bastards get to the 8th floor. I want to leave this place right now." The guy interrupted the wizard and said, Don't think about the reasons, is there any way? The old man replied that it was impossible to fix, which completely upset Dark. Not wanting to accept this, Palshan asked if there was a way to restore his previous mana. And the man asked, "Do you think there is magic that will allow you to restore mana and leave your body?" Indignant media asked if they could at least get a list of those who were capable of using such black magic. And the old man explained, "A wizard who sold his soul to a demon would certainly make himself known. It would be better to give up. You should consider it luck, considering that he became a different person." The disgruntled girl said that she shouldn't have said something like that, and Dark told her that everything was fine. He turned away and walked towards the exit, and the girl asked him to stop. Suddenly, the magician asked if the swordsman was a great warrior, but the boy remained silent. The old man said, "Seeing how you didn't commit suicide by turning into what you hate the most, I can tell you have incredible mental fortitude, even though you're already at your limit. Like I said, isn't it lucky to turn into another person, since you still have memories of the past?" Dark stopped and was silent for a while, but then asked, "What do you want to say?" The magician replied, "The path you have walked once will be easy to walk again. You already know it." Thanks to these words, the guy had an epiphany. Now he understood that he just had to go through his path to the rebirth of the body again. The old man noted, "Time is on your side, I guarantee it." Dark folded his hands in front of him in a certain gesture and thanked the magician for his instruction. The team rushed after their comrade, who walked away. Dark rushed forward, hope in his eyes. Now he understood what he needed to do. Divine breath is the basis for the formation of the chi reserve in the body. Sitting in the lotus position, Dark thought, "If I start using the techniques of the School of Dark Arts ahead of time, I risk being engulfed in demonic flames. In my current state, it's better to die. That's the best solution. There's no chi in this body at all. Developing a sound mind is the key to my success. There are huge gaps in the technique of the Devil's Spirit. Damn it, this is all I've managed to save up in the last 4 days. I need more to open the chi passage. It's so annoying. If I open the passage for the foundations, I can absorb a large amount of chi at once, using the tranquility of the North Sea to instantly achieve the divine rebirth of the earthly body." While Dark was meditating, the door was opened by Media, who wanted to make sure everything was okay with the guy. Then the girl went downstairs, sat down at her team's table, and said that Dark was still behaving the same way. Palshan sighed sadly, worrying about his friend. He didn't understand how this was even possible. For the last 4 days, Dark had just been sitting on the floor and only coming out to eat. Placing his hand on his cheek, Jared thought. He then turned to Ronnie, who was trying to bite into a steak, and asked what condition Dark was in this morning. Forced to put down the piece of meat and fold his hands in front of him, Kentaro replied, "Amazing. No, better than before." Sidmion asked if this was really possible even without sleep, and the priest said, "I would like to ask if meditation is not used in military training." Jared explained, "This is different. Meditation is useless for a powerless body that can withstand the basics. Meditation only plays a supporting role, such as healing damaged muscles after training, restoring or regulating the accumulated mana in the body." Palshan continued, "Sleep is essential when it comes to military training. Training without sleep, his body will not withstand it." Jared thought that it was foolish to argue about training methods with someone who had already reached the level of a master. However, Dark's behavior shocked him, so he simply followed him. Lowering his head onto the table, Sidmion noted that they had even forgotten to ask about the drawings, and Palshan said, "Okay, then we'll come next time." He went on a journey, and the other magicians said that they had no idea what it was. The knight said, "Nothing can be done. Since we cannot just sit and do nothing, there is only one thing left to do." Palshan and Media became nervous and asked what they were supposed to do. Having finally upset the mercenaries, the knight said that they needed to find the blue dragon. At that moment, Dark came down to them and said that he would go with them. Sidmion noted that the guy looked great and said, "We'll leave right after lunch, okay?" Dark thought that he should concentrate on the breathing technique to stabilize the Kai. But he was curious to see the one called the dragon. If he really exists, maybe he would ask for his help. After some thought, the guy confidently replied that he agreed to this. Meanwhile, clouds were gathering over the Kratos Empire. A certain being said, "I feel a faint aura of mana from the one standing in front of me. Who are you?" The man, clad in armor, with his arms crossed in front of him, replied, "I am Pruyonpan Longart, the greatest knight of Kratos and captain of the Royal Guard. I would like to make a contract with you, becoming your master." The Blue Titan said, "Since I, Pegasus, see no other worthy ones, I will accept your offer. From this day on, you and I, according to the ancient contract of the golems, you become my master." Numerous nobles gathered in the Emperor's palace. Among them was Lord Tozer, who was watching what was happening closely. Down in the arena stood a red titan, and it was driven by a gray-eyed, brown-haired man. Opposite him was Pegasus, with Longart inside. The blue titan asked if this was his opponent, and the captain replied that it was, and asked to show him what Pegasus was capable of. The blue titan's eyes blazed brighter. He was ready to fight. The brown-haired man, watching the enemy, became somewhat alarmed. Pegasus attacked too quickly, throwing his sword at the red titan. However, the surprised brown-haired man still managed to reflect the attack with his shield. But this blow still pressed the red titan's legs into the ground. Shaitan thought that this was some kind of madness. Pegasus had such incredible power that a little more and the shield would have split in two. The red titan didn't have time to come to his senses before the blue one flew at him and kicked him, sending him flying. In a moment, Pegasus was already very close. The brown-haired man was very nervous as he didn't even have time to react. While the red titan was still in the air, Pegasus struck him in the stomach from above. The powerful attack literally crushed the enemy into the ground, raising clouds of dust. The stunned emperor stood up abruptly and leaned against the railing, trying to see at least something. The red titan was defeated and was covered in cracks, and above him loomed the majestic Pegasus. The blue titan's next action scared the brown-haired man. Pegasus raised his weapon, pointing it at his opponent. Frank shouted for the blue titan to stop as the winner had been decided. However, Pegasus did not react. He continued to hold his sword over the red titan. Then he began to raise the blade, intending to pierce the enemy. Lord Tozer was stunned. He did not understand why this was happening. The alarmed emperor shouted even louder for Longart to stop. The brown-haired man became more and more afraid, realizing that his end was near. Without listening to anyone, Pegasus pointed his blade down at the titan. The brown-haired man closed his eyes, preparing to accept his death. But the pain never pierced his body, so the guy opened one eye to understand what was happening. The sword was in the ground at that moment, only slightly damaging the red titan's head. After that outrage, the captain hurried to get out of Pegasus. Jumping out of the titan, Longart immediately bowed deeply to the emperor. Pruyan then said, "I sincerely apologize, Your Majesty, because the titan is very powerful. I am having trouble controlling its power. I am grateful for you providing me with such a powerful titan." Frank breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Well, that's good to hear. Keep working on yourself." Frowning as usual, the captain said that he would do so. As the brown-haired man crawled out of the titan, Longart ran up to him, asking if Kisley was okay. The guy smiled and replied, "It's okay, but I seriously thought I was going to die here, even if you screwed up while piloting it. It's probably just an incredible titan." The man, looking sad, said it wasn't him. Shaking off the dust, Kisley frowned, not understanding what this meant. The alarmed captain explained, "I was not in control of him when it all happened." Now the brown-haired man became nervous and asked what the captain meant. Taking his time to answer, Longart looked up at the titan. Then he insulted Pegasus altogether. Pruyan explained that the titan was simply using him for mana. Meanwhile, Jimmy was slashing at the troll. However, the resulting wound easily regenerated. The guy said it was unfair. Opening its mouth and screaming furiously, the monster swung its hammer at Jimmy. However, the mercenary successfully ducked from this attack. The guy grinned and noted that the troll was too slow. At that moment, he hit his head on the ground because someone dared to push off him. It was Raven who asked Jimmy for forgiveness. Raising his sword back, the mercenary flew straight at the troll. A moment later, Raven cut off the monster's hand that held the hammer. After that, Jimmy rushed towards him. With one deft movement of his hand, he cut off the troll's head. Meanwhile, Dark finished off another monster. The guy was breathing heavily. He was unhappy that even such a small thing was taking all his strength. Raven and Jimmy told him that he shouldn't be so reckless and advised him to stick with them. One of them asked where Gaston was now. The wizard himself at that moment directed his magic at the enemy. Feeling the pain from the electric discharge, the ogre screamed furiously. Somewhere nearby, Mikkel was fighting a monster. Jimmy, Dark, and Raven were running towards him, warning the blonde about the danger behind him. Looking back, Dark saw a troll raise a stone above him from behind. However, quite unexpectedly, the monster's hands and head were cut off. This was facilitated by a powerful blow from Palshan. Mikkel noted that it was not bad, and the commander said that one mistake and it would all be over. Another crowd of trolls was approaching the team, and Palshan couldn't figure out where they came from. Suddenly, Antonio, who was behind, cried out, "Ice cannon!" He then directed an energy beam at the monsters. The trolls that this beam was able to touch immediately turned into ice. The other part of the crowd was successfully cut down by Jared with his sword. Seeing this, Mikkel and Palshan were amazed at the level of his skill. Jimmy sighed heavily and said they seemed to have put most of it in. He didn't even notice how a troll approached him and swung a large stick at him. The guy wanted to somehow dodge, but he didn't have time. The brown-haired man was in pain, which attracted the attention of Dark and Raven. Jimmy was already lying on the ground, writhing in pain, holding his shoulder where the blow had landed. And the troll raised his club back, intending to finish off the mercenary. Seeing this, Dark became somewhat alarmed. He couldn't let his friend die, so he rushed to him. Once he was close, Dark walked across the troll's legs with his saber. This helped distract the monster from Jimmy. The troll swung his club and tried to attack the guy, but the guy was able to avoid being injured by jumping back. But the girl's legs couldn't keep her balance and her body fell to the ground. Dark was breathing heavily and shaking with fatigue. He was dissatisfied with his current stamina. The troll was about to attack him again, but the boy couldn't feel his legs and couldn't dodge. He folded his hands in front of him, remembering what Gaston had taught him. Dark concentrated on the mana, thinking through each step of forming the spell. The guy was already sweating profusely, and the club was rapidly approaching him. A fleeting moment, and the stick reached the ground. Jimmy looked hesitantly towards his comrade, afraid that he was dead. However, Dark was still safe and sound. He was unable to perform magic, but the guy was surrounded by a shield. The troll's club was broken, and Antonio stood behind him, making a shield around Dark. The wizard asked Simeon to take the boy away. The knight immediately rushed towards Dark, grabbed him, and carried him away from the monster. Crow, meanwhile, began to chant a new spell. This caught the attention of the troll, who turned around and ran at the mage. Besides him, several more monsters headed towards Antonio. Counting their number, the man only rejoiced. A magic circle formed above him, and he summoned an ice spear. A few moments later, 6 trolls were immediately pierced by Crow's magic. She fought with her comrades and Media, who cut off the head of one of the trolls. He fell to the ground dead, and the girl put her foot on his hand and breathed heavily. Turning to her breathless friends, she asked if everyone was finished. Sitting on the ground, Palshan was indignant that 30 trolls at once was too much even for Mount Grecian, and Gaston lay down, declaring that he thought he would die here. Jared, who had single-handedly killed half of them, bowed his head and said, "Forgive me if Kuma hadn't been so badly battered in the last battle." Reaching out his hand to Jimmy, Ronnie said that Sidmion didn't have to apologize for them. When Kentaro touched the brown-haired man and began to heal him, Jimmy cried out that it hurt and began to strangle the priest. The alarmed Raven tried to remove his hand and told his friend to stand still, and Ronnie wheezed that it was all Shayhart's will. Now Jimmy grabbed Raven's hair, and Media noted, "What a calm guy. The fortitude of the believer's spirit is amazing." While putting the finishing touches on it, Kentaro smiled and said that this should help. Jimmy was glad because the pain was gone and his shoulder was healthy again. Folding his hands in front of him, he thanked the priest, noting that God's power was simply amazing. Taking out a book from somewhere and opening it, Ronnie said, "So, Shaykhart welcomes everyone with open arms." He was suddenly interrupted by Simeon's cries. He held Dark's head, who was unconscious and feverish. This made the team worried. The boy was laid down on a cloth spread on the ground, and Kentaro placed his hand, which emitted light, on his forehead. Ronnie said he just ran out of mana. He'll be fine once he gets some rest. But at the moment, something else was more important. The priest removed Dark's boots, and the team saw his bandaged feet, which shocked everyone. When the bandages were removed, Kentaro said, "These wounds were more than a day or two old. He must have been in a lot of pain. But he endured it through his own willpower. I should have been more attentive, I'm sorry." Palshan noted that they had become overconfident, and now Dark was stuck in Lana's teenage body. And Media said, "Yes, this terrain is so difficult that even horses can't get through it." He didn't say a word, and I had no idea. Jared was silent at this moment. He just listened. After a while, Dark was already sitting in the lotus position again and stabilizing his chi with his breathing. Looking at him, Sidmian admired his determination and resilience. After some time, a group of people reached a mountain range. Then it started to rain, forcing everyone to look for some kind of shelter. Wet Mikhail said, "Blue Dragon Kaidaris, what kind of hole is he sitting there?" Jared asked if it was quite stressful for him, and the blonde replied, "From being on this damn mountain for so long, my mood is going to hell, and now this rain." Among the boulders, Simeon noticed a house and attracted the attention of everyone else. As they got closer to the house, the company wondered why the boulders were needed in this place. Finding himself at the door, Simeon knocked, but no one opened. To determine whether there was anyone at home or not, he put his hand to the wood, and Jimmy asked, "Isn't the house abandoned?" Raven said, "I doubt it. The garden was planted not long ago." Jared ordered Antonio to check it out. The man obeyed, dropped to his knees and used the Earth Memory spell. He then said that the house belonged to an elf. Palshan took hold of the handle and opened the door, saying that it was unlocked and suggested, maybe we should allow ourselves to go inside. After thinking about it, the man agreed with this and Simeon said, will everything be okay? For us as knights, entering a house without the owner's permission is wrong. Simeon interrupted him. Honestly, if you're going to pitch a tent right in front of this beautiful house, then you are strange, and in general, elves hate violence. Surely he will understand us if we are polite. The group of people were surprised when they entered the room. The inside of the house was furnished as if it belonged to an aristocrat, Palshan said. I thought elves weren't interested in luxury, but I suppose there is always an exception. Jimmy spotted a stunning bow that he wanted to take, but Mikkel told him not to touch anything without the owner's permission. Raven looked at one of the paintings where a beautiful girl was frozen. He assumed that she was the owner of the house's wife, and someone suggested that they take a rest first. After some time, a white-haired elf came to the house. He guessed that guests were waiting for him inside. Dark sat down on the floor once again. Looking at him, Jared said, "You don't rest for a minute. Is there any progress?" Frowning, the guy replied that he wasn't there. The worried knight scratched his cheek and said that it was sad. Dark thought, I don't want to rush too much, but the chosen path is too long. I have to create a new passage for Kai, but in this matter, Ki is not enough even for a start. Maybe I should try to take advantage of the calmness of the North Sea. First, I will gather the chi in the area and try to create a vacuum in the devil spirit technique. Simeon became alarmed, feeling something strange. At that moment, mana thickened around Dark. Gaston and Antonio noticed this in amazement. Jared thought, the direction of the mana flow has changed. He is absorbing it. Crow decided to check Dark's mana power. He folded his hands into a triangle, pointed them at the guy and was surprised. And then he said, it's incredible at first glance, it looks like some form of magic, but I've never seen anything like it before. Gaston replied that he had seen something similar not long ago. When he was teaching Dark how to use magic, the boy absorbed the mana in the area and created a fireball on the first try. Hearing this, Antonio asked again in shock, on the first try, impossible. Suddenly someone came in and asked who they were. Alarmed, Antonio and Jared immediately turned towards the speaker. The silhouette of an elf appeared at the door, and he was the owner of the house. Bowing his head, Simeon said, please forgive us for intruding. We were seeking shelter from the rain. I beg your forgiveness. Smiling, the elf asked, for what purpose did you come here? This territory of the blue dragon Kaidiris? Jared admitted, we need something from Kaidiris. The owner of the house asked, are you one of those adventurers who dream of becoming dragon slayers? The knight waved his hands and explained, no way, we just wanted to ask him something. The master said, I have lived a long enough life, but this is the first time I have seen people come to the dragon's territory just to ask him a question. So may I ask what you want to know? I have personally met Kaidiris. Perhaps I can answer your question. Simeon said, then you should know how many horns the blue dragon has. This question somewhat puzzled the elf. Then he turned away and began to shake in an attempt to contain his laughter, which now puzzled those present. Then the owner of the house turned again to his guests, and wiping away his tears said, ah, forgive me, one? Kaidiris. Exactly one horn. You people came here only for this, what nice travelers. Somewhat nervously, Jared said that this was the right answer, but that was not what he wanted. The elf asked what he was talking about, and Simeon turned and cried out, Simeon, bring the drawing. When they opened the bundle of paper, they saw a drawing that was partially blurred. Jared looked at his subordinate with displeasure, who justified it by saying that it was the rain's fault and asked for forgiveness. Looking at the drawing, the elf said, demonic god. Alarmed, Simeon turned sharply to the owner of the house and asked again, did you say a demonic god? Folding the piece of paper, the elf said, yes, the horns in the drawing belong to a demonic god. However, I do not know which one exactly. Hope left Simeon again, and the upset man cursed and grabbed his head. Jared asked Palshan what they should do. After thinking for a moment, the mercenary replied, how about we go back and get information about the demon god since we don't need to look for the dragon anymore? The knight agreed to this, and the owner of the house asked, in return, may I ask you my question? Jared looked at the elf. He was ready to listen. The owner of the house pointed at Dark and asked, is this girl a warrior or a magician? The knight became nervous and replied, no one, just a weak girl. The elf said, that's how incredible it is the mana absorbed from the area circulates in her body. However, this technique has some drawbacks. Do you know that if I touch her with even the tip of my finger, she might just die? At that moment, the owner knelt down next to Dark and extended his hand towards him. Palshan immediately grabbed the hilt of his sword and was about to attack the elf to protect his friend. However, Just one look from the owner made the man stop and become nervous. Frowning, the elf said, "One should not act rashly." There was a certain darkness hovering around the boy and the owner, and Dark confirmed that the house elf was right. The guy said, "In the process of stabilizing the chi breath, when the body comes into contact with external irritants, I can easily die from the demonic flame." The elf clarified, "Stabilization of the breath of chi. Probably this is the name of the technique of mana movement." Dark confirmed, "Yes, all the time the master, brother, priest, anyone worthy of trust must protect the performer at any cost." Smiling, the elf noted that the guy was counting on his fellow travelers, and Dark simply remained silent. The owner of the house said that he wanted to know about the warrior's master, but Dark replied that he was currently far away. The elf asked where the boy was from, and the warrior replied that he came from far away, from a place called Song. The owner of the house repeated the name thoughtfully and said that he had never heard it before. Dark explained that this was quite natural because this place was not even on this planet. This information shocked the owner of the house. The whole team was surprised by this new information. The elf said, "Your mana usage technique is akin to the best mages in the country. You really haven't used magic yet?" Dark replied, "Magic? I don't think I'm suited for that. My whole life is steeped in blades. This is my path." The owner of the house asked, then, after some time, "Do you believe that you will be able to return to your previous appearance?" Media was stunned when she heard this. She thought, "Did he see Dark's true identity?" The boy replied, "About 10 years or perhaps earlier. This place is rich in kai no, mana, compared to my homeland." The elf said, "You are confident that you will reach the level of a master in 10 years? Incredible." Dark asked if the owner of the house really believed what had just been said, and the elf replied that he had no choice to believe the guy or not. He also asked if the warrior was sure he could trust him with such personal information. To this, Dark gave a confident, positive answer. The boy smiled and said, "This is the first time in a long time that I have met someone like you, Sage of the Crimson Awakening." The elf treated the entire team to tea, and while sipping the hot drink, Palshan asked Media if Dark had ever spoken so politely to anyone before. The girl replied that this had never happened. Elf and Dark were sitting opposite each other and chatting pleasantly about something. So Palshan asked his friend what was happening here then, and Media asked not to ask her about it. The elf said, "Damn, I understand. Fortunately, you are still human. The opportunity to restore strength in just 10 years is also a great success." The guy replied, "A drop of luck and a series of failures. In 10 years, I would like to cross swords with you." Taking hold of the hilt of the super sword, the owner replied, "He is my companion. With him, I wandered all over the world. I have already forgotten most of what I practiced in the art of swordsmanship." Taking hold of the hilt of his weapon, Dark said, "The sword is difficult to learn, but even more difficult to forget. It took me over 40 years to forget how to handle a sword." Upon hearing this, the team was stunned into silence. The elf asked how old Dark was, and he answered that he was 72. The warrior asked the same question, and the master said, "I'm not sure. I stopped counting after 420. It would have been better if we had met before you were cursed." The boy agreed with this, and the elf put something in his hands. The owner said, "Please take it. It will protect you until you regain your strength." In Dark's hands was a very wide gold ring with a blue stone. After twisting it, the guy said that it would hardly fit his fingers. The elf told him to try it on, and when Dark began to put his finger through the ring, the decoration suddenly shrank to the right size. This surprised the guy, and the owner, smiling, explained, "He is called the Master of Water. For some time you will not be able to use his power, but now it is enough for you to simply wear him." Hearing this, Gaston and Antonio were shocked again, because the elf had suddenly given the stranger such a valuable thing. Looking at the ring, the boy said that as soon as he regained his strength, he would return the item to the elf. Folding his hands in a gesture of gratitude, Dark also explained that by then he would no longer need the decoration. Smiling, the owner of the house noted that it seemed the ring had found an excellent owner. The dark sky was strewn with an endless number of bright stars, and somewhere comets could be seen flying by. Somewhere in the middle of the forest, a group of mercenaries and knights made camp. At this moment, Dark, sitting on the ground, felt an unpleasant pressure on himself. All the members of the group sat around the fire with him. They silently and intently looked at the guy, which is why he felt uncomfortable. Dark broke the silence by asking what they all wanted from him, and Jared said, "Karel, that's his name. That elf? Is he at the same level as you were before?" The boy confirmed this, and the knight noted, "If you say so, then it is true." Palshan also asked, "Dark, is what you said then true? Does that mean you are 72 years old?" The warrior also confirmed this, and Palshan, somewhat nervous, said, So from now on we should address you as? Imagining how big muscular mercenaries addressed a small girl as an elder, the boy felt awkward. Smiling, Dark explained, "There is no point in this now. Let's communicate with each other in a way that is convenient for us. It will be better for me." The mercenaries were delighted and breathed a sigh of relief. Then the guy realized that they were all thinking about the same thing. Frowning, Media asked, "But how can a 72-year-old man look 20 years old? I have thought about this for so long. I still cannot understand." Dark explained that it was a matter of divine rebirth of the earthly body. Palshan wanted to ask something, but the girl closed his mouth and told the guy to continue talking. Dark explained, "Where I come from, once you achieve divine awakening or demonic discipline, the Kai you accumulate in your body transforms your bones and muscles to accommodate the use of martial arts, which is why I looked young. In my world we call it divine rebirth of the earthly body, but I don't know what they call such a phenomenon here." Jared asked if Dark's body had transformed on its own, and the boy replied, "I suppose the masters here who correspond to the level I spoke of most likely also have young bodies." Surprised, Mikkel remained silent, and Ravenson asked Jimmy if he had ever seen the master, to which the brown-haired man answered in the negative. Media asked if Palshan had met the masters, and the leader replied, "They are as unattainable as the nobility or the sky itself. If you want to meet them, it does not mean that you will succeed." Jared asked the priestmaster if he had seen anyone like that in Argon, and Ronnie replied, "No, I am primarily connected to the palace." Listening to this, Dark was silent for a while. Then he said, "And then you decided to keep a close eye on me, magician." Antonio stroked his beard and replied, "Forgive me. To be more precise, I was not following you but your waterlord." Dark smirked and asked, "Why are you so keen to get it?" Now the wizard smiled with a hint of madness and replied, "Honestly, I'm going to take it, even if I have to cut off my fingers." At that moment, Jimmy screamed and ducked as if covering himself with his hands, which alarmed Media and Raven. Dark said to Antonio, "You are honest in your greed, it's funny." Crow stated that the boy did not know how valuable the thing was, and the boy asked what kind of ring it was. The wizard replied, "With its help, one can command the power of the soul of the king Naiad. Its value is comparable to an entire nation." Mikkel asked, "Nation, could you explain which country it is more expensive?" Antonio said, "The answer, of course, is quite simple. My homeland is more valuable than Trovia." These words made Jared wary and furious. He instantly grabbed his sword and pointed it at the magician's neck. At once, the alarmed Palshan jumped up, shouting the knight's name. Sidmion was unhappy that Antonio dared to say such a thing. Crow replied, "I am a magician, Mr. Sidmion. Regarding magical items, no, artifacts. I have never had the need to lie about their value." Jared demanded, "Prove his worth. If you fail to convince me, you will lose your head for insulting the homeland of our knights." Antonio said, "Sir, if Dark can freely control the power of the ring," Sidmion asked the magician about this again, demanding that he continue his thought, and Crow said, "At the moment, he can destroy all of Trovia." Nervous, Jared said, "No way, how is this possible?" The magician explained that this was possible if the entire country sank underwater, in which case a lake in the shape of this country could appear on the map where Trovia was. Looking at the ring, Dark said, "It's funny. The life of an entire country is on the tip of my finger." Antonio agreed. Yes, if the rumor spread, the bandit guilds from all over the world would come for the ring, even if they had to unite. Introducing the thieves the boy had already encountered, Dark said, "Those parasites are not the best news considering the state I'm in." The magician explained that it didn't matter anyway, because no one would be able to steal the ring from him anyway, and Dark asked why exactly. Antonio replied, "The Lord of Water has transformed to fit your finger, which means the ring has chosen you as its owner. No outside force can remove this ring from your finger, even if it is cut off. The reason I haven't stolen it yet is not because it's unethical, but because I'm a realist. I am a magician, after all." Darren was in the tower of Lord Tozer, who said, "Tell me what you have learned." The student replied, "We still need to check what he has turned into, but definitely the person we suspect will only be expelled from the party." Folding his hands in front of him, Tozier said, "Maybe it's for the best. He could have turned into some kind of bug." However, that was not all Darren had to say. He reported, "Moreover, we found 4 adepts and 1 mage who had joined the Iron Cross Knight from Corinth." Tozier became a little alarmed and said, "They have finally arrived." A group of mercenaries once again visited the magician Alcasus. Jared explained that they forgot to ask him something last time, and the mage said, I heard that you guys came to meet me recently. What happened?" They laid out in front of the old man 2 rolls of paper that the priestess had given them and said, "We would like to receive information about these drawings." Looking at them, the magician assumed that one of the paintings had Axion's magic circle. The man explained, "It was created by mages to channel Axion's magic. This is a fairly common practice among the mages of Alcasis, but it is difficult to say what it is for because I cannot see the rune." Then the old man turned his attention to the second drawing. Jared explained, if the elf living on Mount Grecian was to be believed, this was an image of a demonic god. Then it sounded rather ridiculous. But since it was already over 420 years old, we couldn't just ignore it. The magician was surprised. 420 years, the same age as the famous elven elders. Using magic, he levitated one of the books on the shelf and said, "I think it is worth studying this issue." The book fell onto the table and opened in front of the old man. Jared watched in tension as the mage looked through the scripture. A moment later, the book slammed shut, alarming the knight. He clutched his heart, and the magician's face darkened. Then the old man said a name, and Jared asked what it meant. The magician said, "The master of the black magician who put a curse on your friend, Cronetio, I understand?" Antonio replied that now everything became clear to him. He turned to Dark and said that everything fell into place. Media asked what it meant and asked Crow to explain everything, and the magician replied, "The prophecy about the dragon's heart. Is it clearer now?" However, this meant nothing to the girl. And then Antonio said, "The magician who attacked Dark with black flame is the same man who made a contract with the demonic god." Palshan became nervous and said, "That's right, but how do you think all this is connected?" Crow replied, "If the main target of the magic circle is Axion, then the Titan's attack is also quite logical." Sidmion asked, "Even if so, we do not know their names. Dark magician who commands knights and titans, where will you find such a person?" Antonio agreed with this, and Ronnie noted that they were back to square one. Jared was once again frustrated that they couldn't find all the answers. Trying to defuse the situation, Palshan said, "Let's first go back to the hotel. We haven't washed for a long time and we need to rest." Radiating a heavy aura, the knight said, "Okay, I doubt we'll come up with any good ideas if we stay here." After some time, the group was already at the usual hotel. A knight suddenly approached Sidmion and said that he was glad to see him. And Jared asked, "Dominic, how did you end up here?" A gray-haired man in a red and white robe approached them, and Dominic, pointing at him, said, "Let me introduce you to—" Suddenly, an unknown man asked if the knight was Jared Sidmion, to which he answered in the affirmative. The stranger introduced himself. "I am the court magician of the Corinth Empire, Gilert Tion, and they are the Knights of the Iron Cross, Croton Antines, Torio Gilnane, Lena Intrain, Jintin Kamioji." Jared became alarmed. Realizing that Corinth had begun to act, he said, "So it's all about the dragon's heart, eh?" Tyon replied, "It is surprising that you are aware of this. We know that you began your investigation after the prophecy appeared. What happened then?" In response, Sidmion began to tell about everything. The mage called the knight a fool, which Jared did not understand. Gillard said, "So you're saying that you came back here and, without thinking, believed that alpha?" Jared replied that he had lived for 420 years and had personally seen Kaidiris, and the magician said, "Elves tend to lead a solitary life, but they never settle in the wilderness. Did it not occur to you that it could have been Kaidiris himself? If he is over 420 years old, then there is a high probability that he could have transformed into someone and sent you on a false trail. Lead us to him now." Dark intervened in their conversation and stated that this was not the case. Turning to him, the magician asked arrogantly, "Did you just say something, stupid boy?" Crossing his arms in front of him, the warrior explained, his flesh had grown into the form of divine rebirth of an earthly body, something that could not be done with an artificial organism. Gillard asked if these were the third-rate mercenaries hired by Sidmion. Gerard answered in the affirmative, but he didn't like the way the magician called his comrades. Dissatisfied, Tian shouted, "What absurdity! Of course you barely moved from your place, since you drag this ballast everywhere." Waving his hand at the mercenaries, he again continued to speak in a raised voice. "Get out. You will receive your payment in Trovia." This attitude angered Palshan, but Mikkel, trying to calm the leader, put his hand on his shoulder and said that everything was fine. After all, they were going to leave anyway. Gillard snorted indignantly, and Mikkel, turning Palshan around, said that they were already leaving. Looking with disdain at the departing people, Tian said, "You worthless thing, at least have a little pride." Turning to Antonio and Kentaro, he said, "And these two are the magician and priest who accompany you." Bowing his head, Ronnie said, "I am also leaving. I have no connection with Trovia. This is a personal request from Mr. Sidmion." Pointing his finger somewhere to the side, the magician ordered that in that case he too should get out. Gilert then asked Antonio if he knew the location of the elf, to which Crow replied in the affirmative. Gilert said that he would draw a magic circle for teleportation, and Antonio had to name the coordinates, to which Crow agreed. Entering the room, an aggressively disposed Palsian hit the bed. Mikkel said that it was even better this way, and after Dark became like this, the mercenary had a bad feeling, and Jimmy confirmed, "It's true, it's just inconvenient to travel everywhere with someone like him." At that moment, Ronnie also entered the room, which surprised Raven. Kentaro explained, "I don't really like him either. Can I sit with you?" Smiling, Palsion said they would be happy to take him on board. Then a stranger knocked on their door. The girl asked if there was a person named Palsion among those present. The leader replied that it was him and asked what happened. The stranger replied, "A guest named Sidmion asked me to tell you to bring your people to the stables for a short while in everyday clothes." After some time, the change team approached the stable, but someone hid in the shadows near it. Since the mercenaries themselves did not see anyone in the area, Palsion entered the stable and began to call for the knight. But at that moment, someone hit him in the back. Jimmy came in next, having heard a strange sound. Inside, he found Palsion unconscious and a figure in a black robe looming over him. This angered the mercenary, who tried to attack the enemy. However, before Jimmy could really do anything, he was hit with an uppercut. Losing consciousness, the man fell to the ground. The unknown man was pleased that they had already caught almost everyone. Finally, Ronnie and Dark entered the room, and upon seeing what had happened, Kentaro called the robed men fools and wanted to use Shy Heart's fury on them. However, the priest did not have time to do this. One of the enemies used a sleeping spell. Ronnie was losing consciousness, and Dark held him down so that Kentaro wouldn't get hurt. The indignant guy asked what the man in the robe did. The enemy was surprised and asked why it didn't work on Dark. However, the guy couldn't do anything either. He was knocked out by a blow to the back of the head. The men in robes said that they had little time and needed to quickly pick up the mercenaries. Meanwhile, Jared, Antonio, Tyan, and the rest of the knights arrived at Mount Grecian. Gilert said, "After that incident with the Blue Dragon, they must suffer the heavenly punishment of the Corinth Empire, the guardian of peace and balance." Jared, standing behind, thought, "World peace and world balance does not include you hypocrites." Gilert commanded his knights to release Crimea. Accepting the order, the subordinates summoned the gray-yellow titans. Perched on the shoulder of one of the giants, Tion cast a displeased glance at Jared. He asked why Sidmion was just standing there and watching. Feeling awkward, Jared replied, "You said to awaken awkwardness." One of Gilert's subordinates said, "Mr. Tion, you have forgotten that we are Knights of the Iron Cross. They will simply get in the way." Snorting, Gilert called the Trovian Knights useless commoners and gave the order to move forward. Dominic asked if they shouldn't go after the Knights of the Cross, and Jared replied that they shouldn't have. Antonio also agreed with this statement. As the Knights of the Iron Cross approached the elf's house, the stones in the area began to tremble. Gilert watched as the boulders rolled from place to place, turning into golems. Covering his eyes with his hands, Tion said, "How primitive, as expected from someone who had lived apart from the rest of the world for the last 420 years. He then ordered his knights to destroy all the golems. The warriors accepted Gilert's order with a smile and headed towards their enemies. The first golem was cut in half by Torio. The stone monster's hand flew straight at one of the titans but met with a metal shield. Then Gilnane finally destroyed the stone monster. Smiling, Lena swung her flail. Another golem was destroyed by a girl. Two enemies were heading towards one of the titans at once. When the golems reached the titan, he embraced the stone monsters. Then Jintin squeezed them so hard that the golems shattered into pieces. When all opponents were defeated, a smug Gilert declared that ordinary stone golems could not withstand the power of steel. At that moment, the boulders began to tremble again and reached out to each other. A crowd of golems appeared before the knights again. Dissatisfied with this, Tion shouted, "How annoying! Grind these golems into dust!" Then he suddenly stopped talking and became alarmed at the sudden call to stop. At that moment, Karel came out of his house. The elf said, "Lost wanderers, do not dare to harm this place." Snorting, Gilert said, "Finally you showed yourself. Are you Kaidiris?" For a moment the owner of the house was silent. Then he turned away and said, "I am the elf Karel. I don't remember inviting you here. Get out of here." An angry Tian shouted, "It seems you don't understand the whole situation. We will take the dragon's heart with us, even if we have to kill you." Gathering mana in his hand, the mage decided to use a fireball. The fiery sphere flew forward and landed right in the garden of an elf who was heading into the house. This incident made Karel stop. All the crops were quickly destroyed by fire. Placing his hand on the door, Carell, not showing his anger, said, "Now you are not just an uninvited guest." In just one moment, the elf covered some distance and found himself behind Gillert. The magician was alarmed by such speed, and Carell gave him a displeased but calm look. The next second, an unknown force threw Tion off the Titan's hand. While in flight, Gillert began to feel terrified, but it didn't last long. Carell, without any extra effort, dealt Tion a fatal blow. What happened shocked the Knights of the Iron Cross. The dead body of the court magician collapsed to the ground. This struck Corden the most, and he shouted out the leader's name. The elf quickly descended from the Titan's hand. The 4 remaining opponents rushed at Carell at once. The elf looked at the sky, which suddenly began to crack. Jared, Antonio, Dominic, and Simeon watched everything that was happening from the cliff. A golden hand reached out from the formed portal. In shock from what he saw, Crow had difficulty speaking. Nervously, Dominic asked, "Mr. Simeon, is this what I think it is?" An unusual Titan stepped out of the cracked space onto the ground. Jared said, "It seems you are right. A one-of-a-kind creation that the elves and dwarves created together." This Titan standing in front of Carell was called the Golden Knight. The Titan's helmet opened and an elf climbed into it. All the Titan holders were alarmed by this. The fearful Crodon shouted, "Don't worry about him. No matter how strong he is, it will be difficult for him to fight 4 Titans at once. We'll win before he even has a chance to make his move." All the knights immediately rushed at the enemy, waving their weapons. The Golden Titan just calmly watched as the enemies approached him. 4 Titans struck at the same point at the same time. However, the Golden Knight seemed to evaporate, which surprised his opponents. One of Corinth's knights informed Crodon of the danger behind him. Antines, shocked by such speed, turned to the elf. Crodon was alarmed. He was quickly losing hope of victory. The Golden Knight swung his sword and sent out a wave of energy. A similar attack affected all 4 opponents. At this point, the battle was over. The powerful attack knocked down all the cracked silver Titans. Dominic was surprised by such a flow of mana. He guessed that this elf was a master. Less amazed, Simeon noted that Dark said so. These words were confirmed by Jared. Then the gazes of the Golden Knight and the worried Simeon met. Just one jump, and the Titan found himself on the cliff opposite the knights. The helmet opened and a gloomy elf climbed out. The Knights of Trovia had no intention of fighting him. They all fell on one knee. Frowning, Carell asked, "What do you mean you ask forgiveness for bringing with you unacknowledged guests?" Jared replied, "No, that is the least respect we can show to someone who can transfer his mana into a sword." The elf asked if Simeon had shown the same respect to Dark, and Jared replied, "Of course, when we realized that Dark was a master, we showed him the same respect." Carell asked, "Master, do you think he is worth just this?" A moment later, the elf jumped off the Golden Titan. He approached Jared and said, "The only reason I showed mercy to your people was because you accompanied the only person I recognized." Carell demanded that people leave. Casting a worried glance at the elf, Simeon said that they would do so. Jared, Dominic, Simeon, and Antonio walked away, and Carell watched them go. When they had gone far enough, a girl in a red dress appeared behind the elf. Stretching out her hands to him, she said, "It's been a long time since I've seen the Golden Knight." Hugging Carella from behind, she continued, 200 years. I remember that time when you came with the purpose of killing me." The elf only remained silent in response. The blue-haired elf said, "But I'm afraid that one day you will leave me alone." Taking the girl's hand and kissing it, Carell said, "Since I met you, you are everything I live for. So there is no need to be afraid, Kyderis." Finally waking up and realizing that his hands were tied, Dark became alarmed. Someone suddenly asked, "Are you finally awake?" Having taken a sitting position and looked at the kidnapper, the guy recognized the man. The black-haired man replied, "That's right, my name is Tozier." Sitting at the table and folding his hands in front of him, the Lord said, "I have no words." The spell turned him into a girl. Darren noted, "If we hadn't started collecting information about those people, we wouldn't have even paid attention to him." At that moment, the determined Dark stood up and pushed off the floor. He then kicked Tozier in the face, who was completely unprepared for such a development. Drawing attention to himself, the alarmed Darren cried out, "Sir!" Now the next kick landed on his face. Suddenly, someone's hand in armor reached out to the guy. She grabbed his head and dropped it onto the table, knocking him unconscious. Throwing the girl's body on the floor and shaking off his hands, the knight asked, "Lord Tozier, are you all right?" The brunette said that at this rate it would be difficult to conduct a dialogue with her, and Darren agreed with this. After some time, Dark woke up again, feeling pain in his head. Remembering everything that had happened, he sat up abruptly and realized that he was in bed. Someone behind asked, "Madam, are you awake?" Looking back, Dark saw a girl in a maid's outfit and with cat ears, holding a red dress in her hands. The maid said, "From today on, I will accompany you. My name is Saren." Getting out of bed with a dissatisfied face, the guy in the girl's body, approaching the maid, thought, "The robbers of the north, no, we are not in Murim. Those robbers cannot be here." Stopping, he asked the puzzled maid if she was human. The cat girl replied, "It seems that you have met a zoomorph for the first time. I brought clothes for you to change into." This made Dark look at his girlish body and become indignant. He was unhappy that he was wearing a woman's nightgown, and Serene, handing him the dress, said, "I changed your clothes, madam. If you don't like it, put this on." However, Dark demanded that Saren bring him the clothes he was wearing before. The girl became nervous and said that Lord Tozier had already thrown her out. In response, the guy just stood there silently for a while and looked at the zoomorph. He then walked angrily towards one of the doors of the room, and Serene said that a lady should not walk around like that. Opening the door, Dark saw many different girls' dresses. Such clothes made the guy feel uneasy. The guy slammed the door and screamed, "He takes me for some kind of concubine, the crazy bastard." Returning to the maid, he continued, "Instead of this, bring me the clothes I used to wear, or men's clothes." With tears in her eyes, a worried Serene said, "I'm sorry, madam, but I can't. If I bring you such clothes, they said that something bad will happen then." Dark pierced the girl with a displeased look again, and then turned away. He headed towards another door and Saren asked where the lady was going. The guy opened the doors and the maid said that he was not allowed to go out. The knight standing nearby, who had previously knocked Dark unconscious, told him to go back. Throwing a displeased glance at the man, Dark asked, "Adept?" The knight responded with complete indifference by calling the guy a funny girl. Then he said, "I'll repeat it again. Go back to your room." Dark obeyed and returned to the room, slamming the door behind him. Looking towards the room, the knight continued to stand guard. Feeling the anger growing inside, the guy bared his teeth and said, "It's clear. He thinks he can lock me here. You didn't think I could escape?" Saren looked at the angry Dark and was worried. The maid understood that things would not be easy for her again. It was late at night and Lord Tozier was saying, "It's quite a funny situation, isn't it? Your client has fired you. Later you disclosed all the information to a third party. No, to the customer's enemy, mercenaries have a hard time living. Well, since you were under the influence of psychological magic, you had no way to resist it." Opposite Tozier, who was sitting at the table, there were bound mercenaries on their knees, a group that Dark had recently joined. An alarmed Palshan with bags under his eyes grinned and said, "And you are one of those people who cast this psychological magic on us." The Lord said, "Since you can no longer work as mercenaries, how about working for us?" Mikhail asked, "You can just brainwash us with magic. Why do you even try to negotiate with us?" Tozier explained, "Brainwashing is a very delicate and difficult job. It will work on one person, but to do this with several people at once is, frankly speaking, impossible." The blonde continued asking questions. "And you think such a cheap trick will work instead of stepping on a fine line? Why don't you torture us?" Raven and Jimmy were especially alarmed when they heard this. The magician said, "Subjugation through torture is temporary, then I must be constantly under guard. This is irrational." Mikhail said, "For a great mage who sold his soul to a demon god, you look pretty poor." "No. Were you poor to begin with?" Tozier responded positively to this, which somewhat surprised the blonde. The magician explained, "We were once called the Great Empire, but now we are only 1/10 of what we were then. We are surrounded by a mountain range, and therefore we have no opportunity for potential economic growth. Constant deception by the local government and corruption only ruin us even more. For the sake of rebuilding my country, I gladly sold my soul. Don't you think that's a pretty good reason?" Media repeated, "A dying empire, with 1/10 of its former possessions, located in a mountain range." She expressed her guess. "This means this place is Kratau." Jimmy cried out in surprise. "Krataus? The empire that invaded Corinth but was eventually nearly destroyed by the counterattack?" Gaston shouted his name, hinting that the boy should keep quiet. The situation became somewhat tense, and Jimmy, alarmed, remained silent. An agitated Gaston explained that it was wrong to treat those who had fought in the war with such disrespect. Tozier said, "How naive it is to call a defeated country simply a participant in the war. Yes, that is what all outsiders think about our country, Krataus." Gaston stated that they were not interested in their war. The Lord replied, "You are already in it. Whether you want it or not, you are from Trovia, yes?" Gaston replied, "Damn, you seem to have had a good time digging through our memories. You even found this?" Pointing to the blonde man, Tozier said, "Your comrade's name is Mikhail. He is from Corinth, isn't he?" The brunette looked in surprise at the blonde, who only remained silent. Tozier said, I will tell you something. Within a month, his homeland Corinth will destroy your country, Trovia. This statement shocked both Gaston and Mikhail. Nervously, the hired magician asked uncertainly, Trovia will fall? Rising from his chair, the Lord answered this in the affirmative. Tozer said, trying to revive the demon god with the dragon's heart in order to fulfill one's wrongful desire to conquer the world is a grave sin. Is that enough? The hired mage stated that it was all a lie and that it was actually happening because of Tozer. The Lord replied, yes, you know, it is our doing. Despite this, Corinth will turn Trovia into ruins as a way out of his inability to find the culprit. Gaston cried out, you say so because it does not concern you. Tozer said, do you think that such actions should be forgiven? The surprised hired magician asked what this meant. The Lord explained, it is not in their interests, but in order to calm their anger, they can afford to destroy another country even for this reason. Gaston asked, should your actions be forgiven? Tozer replied, in order to survive, we stole the dragon's heart. Every year we sacrifice 200 women as hostages, but to avoid this miserable reality, we even risked the fall of another country for the sake of revenge against Corinth. But Corinth is different. They simply maintain their power at the expense of others. No, everything depends on the mood of the emperor, Agrippa III. An entire country can be destroyed at his whim. A child mercilessly tramples ants that have gathered around a tiny piece of cookie. Gaston shouted, answer the question, should your actions be forgiven? Kneeling before the hired mage, Tozer said, we have endangered you, but Corinth will destroy everything. Can't you understand the difference? I will ask in return, compare us thieves and Corinth, who will destroy such beauty? Who do you hate more? Who do you think will lend us a helping hand? Do you still hate us more because you consider us equal to the mighty Corinth? Gaston remained silent, giving the Lord an angry look. Mikhail attracted attention by calling it all sophistry. The blonde said, after the theft of the dragon's heart, innocent Trovia is in danger. This is an undeniable truth. But the destruction of Trovia by Corinth is an assumption, just your assumption. Tozer replied, true, but in time you will personally be convinced of the truth of my words. Jimmy said, I'm sorry, I don't think your conversation has led anywhere. Why are you trying to recruit us by openly discussing confidential matters of the country, especially when he has obtained enough information about us through magic? The Lord was silent, and the brown-haired man continued, I thought what the reason was. It was someone who owned part of the information, but now he is not here. Jimmy made a guess that the man was Dark. This statement somewhat alarmed Palshan. The leader said, that's right, you're using us to get a warrior-level master. Where is Dark? Mikhail said that it was strange, and Palshan asked why he thought so. The blonde replied that if he had information about Dark, then he should know that Dark lost his powers due to a spell. The leader continued, he also must know that Dark can regain the power that almost no one hopes to gain in their entire life within 10 years. Jimmy said, no, he'll be a great buy even before he's 10 years old. Mikhail asked what the brown-haired man was talking about and wanted to add that the guy was still too far from getting his strength back. But then Media interrupted him, screaming that everything was exactly as Jimmy said. Shaitan continued, yes, he definitely wants to pull Dark over to his side. The power that could one day destroy a country, the owner of the Waterlord. At that moment, the entire team turned to Jimmy with alarm. They guessed that Tozer had done something to their comrade, and Ronnie promised that as soon as he freed his hands, he would completely heal his friend with his abilities. The brown-haired guy with his nose in the air said that despite how he looked, he, like Raven, was an adept of the royal army, and the ash-haired guy himself decided to remain silent. The Lord smiled and said, you guessed it pretty quickly. Yes, the owner of the Waterlord is definitely part of my plan. Gaston noted that the Lord had not been convincing enough to recruit Lark to his side, and Tozer responded that persuasion without sincerity at best produced incomplete understanding. The hired mage said, and you think that sincerity works, don't even hope that I will cooperate if Trovia can be destroyed. The Lord said that he would then have to try to convince others, and Gaston replied, we are not Dark's only comrades. The rest, by coincidence, come from Trovia. Tozer said that he knew this and was already preparing for the meeting. Gaston didn't want to believe it. He felt anxiety growing from what he heard. Late in the evening, the Knights of Trovia arrived at the inn where the mercenaries they knew had previously stayed. However, there was someone completely different in the room, and he asked, are you Sidmian? There were several people in black robes in this place, and one of them had a bag, and there was also a magic circle in the middle of the room. Jared asked if they would try to lure him into this magic circle, and the stranger replied, lure? No, you will enter it yourself. Why should I bother? Nervously, Sidmian said, Okay, I'll grab you and interrogate you. I think it will be much more interesting. After these words, the ill-wisher threw a sack to the knight. Jared was a little puzzled by this action. Inside the bag, he saw familiar armor. Sidmion bared his teeth and asked, "What have you done to my comrades?" The man replied, "If you want to save their lives, calmly go into the magic circle. Do not bother me anymore." Meanwhile, Dark was in his room meditating. He felt the overwhelming chi flowing through the ring. The guy thought, in fact, I don't even need to use the calm of the North Sea. That's good. The Great Vacuum in the Devil Spirit technique is more effective when combined with other skills. I'll try to move in that direction. When morning came, Saren came into Dark's room with a tray of various goodies. Smiling sweetly, she asked if the lady would like some cookies, and Dark answered negatively. This made the girl shed tears, and a nervous Dark asked, "Seriously, are you going to cry all the time for no reason?" Unable to withstand such pressure, he began to stuff treats into his mouth and say, "I'm eating them. Look." The maid smiled, and Dark, chewing his food, asked, "What about comfortable clothes and shoes?" The girl's cat-like eyes widened. She became nervous and remained silent for a moment. Then tears started appearing on her face again, and she started explaining what would happen if she brought such clothes. And Dark said that he understood everything and asked her to stop. The guy began to remember how once on your life path you met a girl named Seyung. She was very annoying and cried all the time. Dark demanded that Saren immediately inform him if anyone came. He also ordered that the girl should not dare touch him at this time. Someone shouted Sidmion's name, causing him to wake up. The man jumped up abruptly and tried to catch his breath. He was covered in cold sweat. He saw Palshan in front of him and asked if the mercenary was really alive. Then his gaze fell on the hands that were in shackles. Having calmed down a little, Jared asked where they were, and Palshan answered, "We are in the castle of Kratos. As you can see, we are in prison." Someone nearby began to moo, which made the knight look in that direction. It was Simeon and Antonio who were also awakening. At some point, Sidmion felt something terrifying. Starting to worry again, Jared asked how this was possible. This also made Palshan worried, and he asked what was wrong. Sidmion explained that Kuma, his titan, had disappeared. All the captured mercenaries and knights were in one cell and discussed what had happened. Jared voiced, "It is clear they collected information about us using psychological magic." A worried Dominic noted that it seemed the contract with the Titans was not in effect. Sidmion clenched his fists and said that this prevented him from using mana, and that there was no way to escape from here. Jared noted that they didn't have time for that and asked Gaston if the information was true. The magician replied, "I can't guarantee it, but it doesn't seem like he had any reason to lie." The knight muttered under his breath, "Corinth, take my homeland. 1 month, we don't have time." A man in a robe stood guard at the door of the cell and yawned. Suddenly, Jared spoke to him. I want to tell you something." The guard asked what Sidmion wanted, and the knight said, "I will negotiate. Let me meet with the royal magician." The stranger said that Sidmion seemed to be out of place, and Jared said, "A prisoner. But you are not in a position to negotiate with a prisoner of Trovia, are you? If you want to get anything from us, then call him immediately. I don't want to talk to someone who has no authority." Taking off his hood, the guard told the knight to wait. After some time, Lord Tozer himself arrived, accompanied by him. The man asked, "Do you want to negotiate with us?" Jared told the Lord that he was joining him. This statement disappointed Dominic, who was standing behind him. Tozer asked, "Do you want to change your citizenship since your country will be destroyed? Little expected from a knight, but a very worthy choice. Is that your wish?" Sidmion asked to be sent to Trovia. The Lord replied, "I think I heard that you want to join us. I don't like empty words." Jared explained, "To my king, let me convey the message about Corinth's invasion. You don't have to return the Titan to me. I want to at least warn them to prevent the fall of the country." Dominic also joined in. "I will do it too. I will change my citizenship and do everything possible to prevent their fall. Give me a chance to at least fight for survival." Tozer was silent for a while, thinking about what he had heard. Then he said, "Gallardo, is this what the reckless courage of knights looks like?" The guard paused for a moment, then said hesitantly that he did not understand what the man was planning. And the Lord said to Gerard, "Do you two think that a couple of adepts will prevent the invasion of the great army of Corinth? Or are you a brilliant strategist who can change the course of the battle, no matter how unprofitable the war may be?" Sidmion said he understood what the Lord was talking about, but as a warrior he could not simply watch his homeland perish. Tozer said, "I assure you, even if you leave, you will not be able to change the outcome. The number of victims will simply increase by 2 more lives." Enraged, Sidmion cried out, "Then why do you keep us here, not allowing us to help my homeland and stealing our titans? Do you think we will cooperate with you for long?" Then the Lord said that he would like to know something. Tozer asked, "As a knight, are you loyal to the king or the kingdom?" This statement puzzled Sidmian, and Dominic cried out, "It was absurd to divide the king and the kingdom as two different structures, nothing more than an insult." The Lord said, "If you have to abandon the king to save the kingdom, or rather bring prosperity, what will you do?" "I won't repeat myself twice," answer. Meanwhile, Dark was still busy stabilizing Chi's breathing. All sweaty, he thought. Just a little more, and I will open the passage for the flow of Chi. However, current endurance did not allow this to be done. Feeling exhausted, he sprawled out on the bed, alarming Siren. The maid asked if the mistress was okay, and at that moment Dark's stomach could be heard rumbling. After some time, he was already greedily eating the meat brought by the maid. Watching this, Siren thought that a lady shouldn't eat like this, but if she told Dark about it, he would most likely scold her. And the guy said, "Poor food, considering that this is a royal castle." Dark asked if even the king ate such food, and Siren replied, "If I tell her that he is not the king but our great emperor, will she scold me?" Feeling nervous, the boy said that he couldn't be an emperor without a colonial state, and also explained that he wouldn't scold the girl, and so asked her to tell him about their emperor. In response, Siren apologized for accidentally saying her thoughts out loud. After some time, all the dishes were eaten while the maid was telling stories. Dark voiced, "The king who became a role model through his actions, despite sometimes having to go through thorns, is better than Emperor Song." The maid didn't quite understand what he was talking about, but Dark continued, "I wonder if only in those times when I was called the Light of Nations, the Emperor was the same." Serene still didn't understand what all this meant, but she still answered hesitantly that she understood everything. And the guy said, "Okay, it doesn't concern me anymore." At that moment, he suddenly felt a strange approaching Chi. Making the maid worry, Dark immediately rushed to the window. He pulled back the curtains and began to look around outside, looking for who was emitting the strange energy. Somewhere in the sunset sky, the guy saw a dragon flying towards them. The guy guessed that this was the very creature that he had been told about, but which he had never been able to see. To confirm his guess, Dark asked Siren, "Do your people call him a dragon?" The girl replied, "A dragon? No, it's just a wyvern." The boy was puzzled by this, and the girl explained, "A dragon cannot be tamed. This creature can raise an entire kingdom to the ground. He will never allow a single living soul to sit on his back." This again raised questions in the guy's head. Dark thought about his feelings and realized that the key came from the man who was on the wyvern's back. Looking down, the wyvern rider saw Tozer waiting for him. As the creature descended, its wings created streams of wind directed at the Lord. A few moments later, the wyvern was already standing in front of the man. The rider said, "Long time no see, Lord Tozer." Bowing his head, Tozer said, "It is an honor to stand next to the hope of the kingdom, Prince Rubinsky." At that moment, the fair-haired man dismounted from the creature. Finding himself on the ground and grinning, he said, "I'm a little disappointed. I was hoping to see your surprised face when I arrive." Tozer replied, "How the body becomes young again after reaching the level of a master, to be honest, I learned not so long ago." Rubinsky said it was curious and noted that Corinth would not have told a mage about it. And the Lord replied, "Since His Majesty must know, I will tell you." Tozer began to tell the prince everything that had recently happened. And everything that was said, Siren conveyed to Dark. The guy was amazed that she could hear what was being said at such a great distance. He called the girl's hearing incredible, and she, laughing, replied, "Not only I, but most zoomorphs have excellent hearing." Nervously biting his nail, Dark thought out loud, "They imprisoned Palshan and his team and collected all the information about them using magic, something that bastard did." Watching the prince, Dark thought, "Master, this feeling is definitely from Divine Awakening, Master. How do we distinguish Divine Awakening from Crimson?" At that moment, Rubinsky looked in the direction where Dark was. The guy assumed that the man noticed them. Then the prince said something. Dark asked what he was saying, and Siren replied, "The Master of Water, that's what he said." The boy was alarmed by this, and the girl said, "Oh, they went into the building." Dark thought, "No outside force can take it away even if your finger is cut off." That's what he said. "But I can't let my guard down around the Divine Awakening Master. There is no time, but since I managed to gather a large amount of Kai with the help of the Water Master." The guy turned to Siren and asked her for forgiveness, after which he waved his hand, clenching it into a fist. So he struck the girl several times at once. The alarmed maid was disappointed by this, and she stammered as she addressed her mistress. Siren was losing consciousness, and Dark was holding her to avoid noise. The boy then tore the dress he was wearing, making it more comfortable for fighting. Using the scraps he obtained, he gathered his hair into a ponytail and tied it in that position. Knight Silver continued to stand calmly, arms crossed in front of him, guarding Dark's room. Having finished transforming himself, the guy carried Saren to the bed. Approaching the window, he thought, Silver didn't notice anything. The sun is about to set. Several high-ranking people gathered in the conference room, where Rubinsky said, "We have long decided to attack Subashi first. Then, the forces of Chire will unite with us for the sake of the revival of the kingdom. There is only one problem. It is absolutely necessary to prevent Corinth from ruining our plans. Is this possible?" Nervously, Tozier replied, "It is important to conduct negotiations, but we will have to give up half of our war trophies. Of course, the amount of trophies that we received from the upper floors is just as impressive." The prince asked, "Does our homeland have anything that could satisfy them?" The magician said, "Without the dungeon that His Highness found for us, this would not have been possible. Thank you again. Thanks to His Highness's efforts, we were able to get this far, especially the Amphiros dungeon. It is as impressive as the legends say." Rubinsky asked not to flatter, then, slapping his hand on the table, said, "In any case, if Corinth does not disturb us, there will be no problems. Subashi's military force is very small compared to our country. In other words, we are attacking a weaker country. However, they believe that their military might is superior to ours. And for the last 30 years, they have trampled us, not realizing that we have patiently waited to disappear from Corinth's sight. And it is time for them to pay for their lack of defense, diplomacy, and intelligence." All those present unanimously agreed with this. The sun had already set, and the stars and fading moons were shining in the sky. While in his room, Dark began to run. Then he jumped out of the window and pushed off the wall. Moving across the rooftops, he passed most of the guards. At some point, Dark became too noisy, causing the guards below to become alarmed. They looked up, where they presumably heard the noise. However, there was no one on the roof anymore. The knights decided that they had simply heard it wrong, and at that time, Dark was hanging from a window on the inside of the building. The boy felt relieved that he had not been discovered. Someone suddenly said, "I'm picking up mana particles." At that moment, Dark's fingers couldn't take it anymore and treacherously unclenched, causing him to fly down. Since the fall was unexpected, the guy was unable to land softly. He raised himself up and grabbed his leg, which was pierced by pain. Someone unknown who was in the same room asked who the guy was. Dark was surprised and alarmed when he saw who was standing in front of him. It was the Blue Titan who introduced himself as Andromeda. He said, "You seem to be well versed in how to control mana. Your abilities are not encouraging, but you meet the minimum requirements for a contract. Will you make a contract with me?" This made Darka think for a moment. Putting his hand on his chin, he said, "That doesn't sound so bad now that I've injured my ankle just in time." Indignantly, Andromeda said, "Ankle? Are you going to use me as a cane?" The guy replied, "What difference does it make whether you sign a contract with me or not? I have nothing to lose." Andromeda said, "Since you agree, from this moment on, you and I, according to the ancient contract of the golems, are master and servant. My name is Andromeda, and yours?" Dark introduced himself, after which the Titan's helmet opened and Andromeda told him to get inside. The indignant guy said that he had already said that he had twisted his ankle, and besides, he couldn't see anything because it was very dark in that place. In response to which the Titan picked up the girl's body. Andromeda then placed Dark inside himself. Once in the Titan, the guy asked, "How do I control this?" Andromeda replied that he had to take the lever and imagine that it was moving. Dark obeyed, grabbed the lever and tried to use his imagination. At first, he moved the Titan's leg slightly but noisily. Then he made Andromeda doubt his abilities by lunging forward. The disgruntled Titan asked if Dark always walked like that, and the angry guy said, "That was damn loud. Do you want everyone to know we're here?" Andromeda replied that it wasn't his fault and that Dark didn't know how to pilot. Then the guy said, "Damn it, stupid stick, let me go, I'll go myself." Titan obeyed and put Dark on the ground. An indignant Andromeda stood and remained silent, while the guy mentally insulted him. Then the Titan asked if he should wait here. Dark replied, "That's right. Kuma went to some other dimension or something like that. Can you do the same?" Andromeda replied, "I don't know what kind of Kuma this is, but I understand you." Disappearing into some portal, he added, "I will wait for your call in another dimension." Dark sighed, finally alone. However, the problems were just beginning. Somewhere behind a door opened. There were two guards standing behind her, one of whom said, "You see, I told you that I heard something strange. Some sounds were coming from here." The puzzled knight noted that someone was inside. Then he cried out, "Alarm! One of the Azure Knights is missing." Silver flew back from the blow he received in the face. The blow came from the prince, who said, "You useless bastard, and you call yourself a royal guard?" They were in Dark's room, where the knight, kneeling and bowing his head, asked for forgiveness and said that he would bear any punishment, and Rubinsky said to declare that he had no idea. Then he turned his attention to the bed. The knight and the magician looked puzzled as the prince approached the furniture on which the girl lay. He stood for a moment and looked at Saren, who was still unconscious. Tozier approached him, and Rubinsky said, "Unbelievable, the flow of mana was stopped. How did this happen? This is impossible without full control of mana. Who is looking for it?" The lord replied, "We are searching for her with dogs right now, your highness." Rubinsky said, "This is not enough. Send some adepts to reinforce. I and the wyvern will personally join the search." Meanwhile, Dark was already running into the depths of the forest. He continued to move away from the castle, despite the severe pain in his leg. Tired of running, the guy sat down to rest, leaning against a tree and trying to catch his breath. He grabbed his leg, which was hurting even more unbearably. He then gave it a quick, repeated slash with his finger, causing the limb to turn red. Grinning, Dark thought, "I provided first aid, but it won't last long. At this rate, this is not a solution. I need to somehow heal my leg." Somewhere above the forest on a cliff stood someone in a robe. In just one moment, this man disappeared somewhere. He quickly made his way through the trees, heading towards the boy. When he got close enough and stopped, Dark said, "I don't know who you are, but if you weren't looking for me, can you pretend you didn't see anyone?" In response, the unknown person chuckled thoughtfully. Then, smiling, he said, "You are doing something interesting." Dark said, "If you understand what I am doing, then I beg you even more to do as I ask." Calling the guy a polite lady, the man agreed not to interfere with him, and Dark began to stabilize Kai. The stranger watched what was happening carefully. Energy began to emanate from the ring. At that moment, Rubinsky was flying over the forest. He noticed how the mana was flowing into one point, which helped him find Dark. Seeing a wyvern above the forest, the stranger extended his hand towards the guy, after which a bright light appeared. The man used magic that made the boy dissolve into space. The prince directed the wyvern towards the mana flow, and they rushed forward. However, the winged creature suddenly began to behave strangely, and Rubinsky demanded that it calm down. However, the wyvern did not obey and lost consciousness, and foam began to flow from its mouth. The alarmed prince could not understand what was happening. The wyvern and its rider fell to the ground right in front of the robed man. Rubinsky cleared his throat, still not understanding what was happening. Looking ahead, he saw a stranger among the dust that had been raised up. Rubinsky asked, "Did you do this?" To this, the man answered in the negative, removing his hood. The prince demanded that the stranger identify himself. The red-haired man said, "Today's youth have no manners. I am the master of this mountain Artias." Rubinsky thought this was some kind of nonsense. He said, "Mount Maltorio is under the jurisdiction of the Kratos Empire. You live on our territory and don't know the law prohibiting the appropriation of large areas into private property." Artias replied, "Kratos, are you speaking of that pitiful spectacle that was thrown back here 30 years ago after a humiliating defeat in war?" This statement angered the prince. The calmer man said, "I'll say it just once. Mount Maltorio has belonged to me for 4,000 years. Alarmed, the prince swallowed the lump in the city with difficulty. He asked if it was really a red dragon standing in front of him. The indignant Artias cried out, "How rude! I am a royal golden dragon. How dare you compare me to a stupid red one?" This puzzled Rubinsky somewhat, as he had based his conclusion on the man's hair color. Artias explained, "This hair color shows my friendliness." The prince said that the dragon did not look so friendly, and Artias was outraged that the man dared to contradict him, and Rubinsky asked for forgiveness for this. The dragon coughed and noted that he was unnecessarily angry, but then Artias pointed out once again that it was his territory anyway. He cried out again, "I will let you pass because I am extremely benevolent, so don't even dare to claim that you are the master of the mountain." With a displeased face, he asked if the prince had any problems. Rubinsky remained silent, and Artias, calming down again, said, "If there are problems, fight me with all your military might. If all the knights of Kratos are like you, then it might be fun." The man said he would never fight a dragon, and the man told him to get lost in that case. The prince said, "Excuse me, but I would like to ask a question. Have you seen a fair-haired girl nearby?" Turning away, the dragon replied, "Don't make me repeat it. Get out." A frightened Rubinsky picked up the wyvern and quickly walked away. Artias watched him leave in silence. He then turned to the tree, extended his hand and used magic again. After this, Dark became visible again. Smiling, Artias asked, "Is your ankle okay?" The guy replied, "Yes, thank you. I was able to open the mana flow." With a thoughtful face, Artias said, "Yes, now the mana in your body is circulating properly. I wonder what you have done in such a short time. Now go away. I have done all I could." Dark said he wanted to thank Artias. The dragon pointed out that the boy's manner of speech did not suit his image of a girl, and said, "There is nothing you can do to repay the debt." Understanding this, the guy confirmed this thought. Then he folded his hands in a gesture of gratitude. This action somewhat puzzled the dragon. Dark rushed away, and Arteus thought it was a strange greeting. The dragon suddenly saw people running past with dogs who were clearly chasing the girl. Arteus knew that Dark would be caught fairly quickly. However, the man decided not to interfere in this, assuming that Naiad would certainly sort everything out. No longer in pain, Dark ran forward. He wondered if Brother Homa or Karel had such a perfectly organized Kai. This means that this is a stage that no one in Murim has even reached yet, the true enlightenment of life and death. The alarmed wyvern had already regained consciousness and was flying forward. Rubinsky on his back said, "Smart bastard. All this time you pretended to pass out, but given the situation, nothing would have changed. Never heard of a dragon living on this mountain before." The prince thought, and this air, by its sensations, is much higher than the level of a master, at least a worm or, most likely, an ancient one. Arteas, I seem to have heard his name somewhere. The man suddenly remembered the title, Requiem for Arteas. Out of breath and sweating, Dark stood at the precipice. In front of him were knights with dogs, led by Silver. And the guy himself said, "Wherever I run, there will be a cliff at the end." An embittered Silver looked at the girl, remembering how the prince hit him because of her. He raised his hand back to repeat the same blow on Dark. However, the guy managed to react to this and dodge downwards. This angered the knight even more. He swung again, but this time with even greater fury. Now Dark was unable to avoid the attack, causing him to be thrown straight into a tree. Silver said that the girl seemed to need a little teaching, which made Dark laugh. The embarrassed knight asked what was funny about this. The guy in the girl's body grinned and said, "Yes, this is your only chance to beat me up surrounded by adepts. You won't have long to look down on me like this." Silvar flexed his fingers and said through his teeth, "Blows are the best cure for madness." The magician didn't like what Tozir saw next. The knight turned the girl, lying unconscious on the floor, into a bloody mess. Silver claimed they could heal her, and the lord shouted, "Idiot! Healing magic won't work on her because of the Water Lord." Now the knight himself became alarmed, and Tozir continued, "Damn, how could this happen? If she dies here now instead of borrowing this power, we will have to face the wrath of the king's spirit." When Dark's ring began to emit light, everyone around became alarmed. A moment later, a human body materialized in the blue light. Silver guessed what it was and turned to Tozir for confirmation. The lord replied that it was the spirit of King Naiad. Meanwhile, Rubinsky reported to Frank that the golden dragon had taken a liking to Dark. Kneeling, the prince said, "I believe he has been living for more than 4,000 years. Frank asked if it was really impossible to get along with the owner of Mount Maltorio, and Rubinsky replied that he doubted it. The prince explained, "Since we do not show hostility, he will not stand in our way. Frankly speaking, this mountain system is not very big." Frank said, "Golden Dragon Arteus. Uncontrolled variable. Right before the war, this is not good." Rubinsky noted that given that it hasn't caused us any problems in the last 30 years, in fact, we didn't even know it existed. That's a good sign. In any case, I think we should refrain from excessive cutting of trees on the mountain. The emperor noted that then Subashi and Chire would take over production, and when we received the lands of Kronos, we would have nothing to do on Mount Maltorio. Rubinsky confirmed, "Yes, everything will be settled as soon as we restore the former capital of Kradia." After some time, Dark finally woke up. He was unhappy that he was back to square one again. Peeking out from behind the canopy, Saren asked, "Madam, are you awake?" The guy sat up in bed and looked at the girl. What he saw outraged him, and he asked, "What happened to you? What happened to your face?" The girl's entire arms and face were covered in bruises and abrasions. Dark asked, "Were you beaten because of me?" The girl moaned, shedding tears. Then the maid buried her head in the boy's chest and said, "Please don't run away anymore. I thought I was going to die." Dark remained silent at this and stroked the girl's head. The doors to the room opened and Tozir and Silver walked inside. The guy gave them a displeased look. Throwing the girl away from him, who was now buried in the bed, Dark stood up and said, "If I run away, the girl will suffer, won't she? Wherever I go, there are people like you." Ignoring this, Tozir asked where the Azure Knight was, and the boy asked what they were talking about. The Lord clarified that Dark had stolen the Titan. The warrior replied, "Ah, so that's it. His name is Andromeda?" Tozir replied, "As I thought. If you heard his name, then you must have made a contract." The guy asked what was wrong with that, and the magician demanded that the Azure Knight be returned. Dark asked why he would do that. Tozir bared his teeth and replied, "He is not yours. He is our national treasure, and the only right decision would be to return him to where he belongs. The guy said, "This is not what I wanted to hear from someone who put his dirty hands on my property. These are your problems, not mine. If I can get my body back, I won't need something like titanium." Dark's face darkened, and he added, "And if you want it back, undo the spell." Not daring to answer anything, the magician remained silent for a while. Then he said that it was impossible. Tozier explained, "Nothing can be changed now, even if you kill me. The black magic that I cast on you is not so easy to undo." Dark cried out, "So let's check if this is true or not." The boy wanted to call Andromeda, but the knight interrupted him, saying that Dark could not pilot the Titan. The warrior was indignant. "What, I already controlled him and you dare to lie?" Silvar replied, "I already saw the trace, you only took one step. If you want to walk, it's okay. But if I summon my Titan and attack yours, what will happen then? It will start absorbing your mana to fight me. You will run out of mana and pass out from shock." Dark repeated this questioningly, and the knight confirmed, "Yes, you can imagine what we will do with your body." Then the Lord said, "Silver, that's enough. We're not going to do anything specific, but your mana flow will be seriously affected." Turning away and waving his hand, Dark replied, "Do as you wish. I am not going to return it to you." Not having received what he wanted, the magician sighed in disappointment. Then he said, "Great. And if so, would you like to make a contract with me?" The guy, interested in this, looked back at Tozier. The magician explained, "You don't have to return the Azure Knight to us, but in return, you will lend a helping hand together with the Lord of Water." Dark was silent for a moment, considering the proposal. He then replied, "Unfortunately, I know what incredible power the ring contains, but I have no idea how to control it." This surprised Tozier. He asked if Naiad hadn't taught Dark how to use it, and the guy replied, "Naiad, I've never met anyone with that name." The worried mage said, "Wait, you were chosen as the owner of the Water Lord, who even healed the injuries, and he still hasn't shown himself." Dark demanded that the magician stop whining, and explained that if he knew how to use the power of the ring, he would never have let himself be caught. But the Lord said, "In that case, let me teach you how to use this power. The Azure Knight naturally will also provide you with considerable help." The guy noted that these were unfair conditions. Dark and Tozier stood and pierced each other with their eyes. The Lord noted that the boy had unwavering courage. Somewhat surprising the guy, the magician said, "Okay, then I will try to find a way to undo the curse. No, I will also look for a way to send you back to your world." Dark replied, "For your information, if I return home without my power, it is the same as death." Tozier explained, "If you return to the same dimension, the power of the demonic god will cease to act. Your body will return to its previous state." The guy said then, "That's where we should have started, but can I trust you? I did my own research. And what if I say that I'm already close to a solution?" The Lord replied, "Your lies are no match for your courage. You have no one else to rely on, so you better rely on me as a court magician, for starters, who will really believe you if you say that you came from another dimension." Nervously, Dark called the magician a cunning bastard. Turning away and heading forward, Tozier said, "It seems you have already decided everything. In that case, follow me." Without hurrying to follow the Lord, the boy asked where they were going. Frank sat at his long dining table, none too pleased that he had to meekly make do with the usual military rations. As he looked forward, his gaze met Dark's. Trying to get into the mood for conversation, the king cleared his throat. He folded his hands in front of him and asked, "Is that you, Dark?" After a short silence, the guy answered positively. Frank asked, "Tozier, I think you said that you introduced us to her?" The magician said to the boy, "Where are your manners? We are in the presence of the great emperor." Dark declared that this man was not his emperor, and Frank asked, "Then be so kind as to tell me how I can become your emperor?" The boy replied, "Even though you are an emperor, you do not look like someone who is obsessed with his power over others." Frank said, "First of all, we are not even dependent. Besides, it is extremely desirable for the Master of the Waterlord to have a title. Hierarchy is a simple thing. I give you a title and power, and in return you give me results. A simple contract, I would say." Tozier stood behind Dark and was nervous, and the guy said, "Not a confession of allegiance, but an agreement. How interesting." Trying to remain calm, the Emperor waited for an answer. Dark said, "I don't see anything wrong with working for a man like you, but if you ruin my first impression of you, then our paths will diverge." Frank's resigned face flashed before the boy's eyes, as he had previously looked at the low-quality food on his table. Rising from the table, the Emperor gave his consent. Then he told Dark to kneel before him. The guy grinned, but still sat on his knees. Frank approached him, pulled out his sword, and, alternately applying the blade to Dark's shoulders, began his speech. I, Frank von Greyet, grant the title of Baron to Dark. From this day on, you will regain your former glory. As my left hand, you will enjoy prosperity and glory at my side. The guy continued. I, Dark Clyde, gladly accept your command. It was already approaching late evening. A sentry stood on the wall of one of the fortresses and yawned from boredom. Somewhere in the distance, he noticed something suspicious. The knight looked more closely, trying to understand what was happening in this darkness. Clouds of dust suddenly rose up at the tree line. What emerged later alarmed the sentry. A squad of titans was heading straight towards the fortress. The lookout began to stutter and shout, saying that they were under attack. He announced that it was an ambush by the titans. Someone was already giving the command to load the catapults. Following the order, the knights pulled the tight bowstrings of the ballistas, loading them with arrows. Another command was given and arrows flew at the enemies. One of the arrows flew right past the titan. She touched his shoulder, damaging the armor. Another titan shouted, "Ponich, get back, Caproxia, deal with the catapults." The order was given again, causing the arrows to fly forward. At that moment, the red titan seemed to multiply. His shields prevented the projectiles from touching his comrades. The alarmed commander ordered the guns to be loaded again. Just as the captain was about to give a new order, a huge titan flew towards him. This weapon destroyed not only the commander but also part of the wall. Palshan and the other mercenaries were still in the prison cell, dozing. Suddenly, the door opened, letting in a bright light that made the group leader cover his face with his hands. The silhouette of the girl in the doorway grinned and said, "You look even better than before. It looks like Tozier fed you well." Palshan laughed in response, and Mikhail said, "The same can be said about you, and in addition, you even have new luxurious clothes." The mercenary leader was indignant. "Forget about clothes, we can hardly wash ourselves properly, Dark." Many titans were already crowded at the gate. A small part of the wall was destroyed. One knight barely managed to avoid being hit by a flail on a stone building. Jumping to his feet, he demanded that the gate be defended. However, it was already too late. One of the titans destroyed it with a blow from his mace. Just as this same titan was about to give his order, a morning star flew into him, crushing him to the ground. The golden titans arrived, one of whom shouted, "Pathetic mountain bandits, still hoping that these lands belong to you, call upon the mace of justice." The other enemy titans also summoned the same weapons. The lookout shouted for reinforcements to come to them. Suddenly a shadow loomed over the knight, and the man turned around and became alarmed. A red giant jumped onto this wall. This could not fail to attract the attention of the golden titan. Red stated, "Subashi is our first step towards returning Krataus to his homeland." This giant was controlled by Prince Rubinsky himself. After his words, he instantly made a jump. He swung his sword in flight. The area was flooded with blue light. A stream of mana followed, destroying several titans at once. Then Palshan approached the hole in the wall with a group of people. He commanded a squad of mercenaries to attack. All these people rushed forward with a cry after Palshan. The king was informed. The Knights of the Silver Cross crossed the northern border. Baron Andre and his knights, who defended our border, were killed in battle. Feeling anxious about his hopeless situation, the king covered his face with his hands, and the people in the hall began to whisper. The man continued, "Toria, with Corinth's support, has attacked the western gate. It's only a matter of time before they reach us." With difficulty, His Majesty said, "The 700-year history of Trovia will end here." The prince, putting his hand on his chest, cried out, "Your Majesty, I will defend this place until my last breath. Together with the royal knights, we will protect the castle." The king replied, "Sidmion and Dominic are not here. How do you plan to defend yourself against the titans with only 6 giants at your disposal?" The guy said, "They will not accept our surrender. We have no other choice but to fight to the end." Suddenly, someone entered the room and said that they had another option. People started talking immediately, saying that they had finally arrived. Before the king stood Jared, Dominic, Simeon, and Antonio. The alarmed prince declared, "Your Majesty, the strongest knights of our country have returned. Now we can." However, the king interrupted him, saying that Sidmion was late, and the knight replied, "Knight Jared Sidmion has returned without completing his mission. We dare to ask only for a fair punishment." The same was repeated by the knight Dominic Rowell. The king asked if the knights had found the dragon's heart. Sidmion replied that he had come to report that the current situation was under control. Then he told the latest news. Someone cried out, "Just now, Your Majesty, we must inform Corinth of Kratos' crime. When Corinth learns the truth, they will recall the army." The king replied, "Are you also stupid, Corinth, who declared the destruction of our country, will not stop his death march? Now Corinth will advance, regardless of the complexity of the situation with the dragon's heart." Sidmeon, tell me about the chance we have left. The knight hesitated for a moment before answering. Quite suddenly, he rose from his knees. Someone from the crowd cried out what Sidmeon was doing because he was showing disrespect towards the king. Everyone demanded that the knight kneel. His Majesty silenced everyone, allowing Jared to get his say in. The knight did not want to say his next words at all. Bowing his head, Sidmeon asked His Majesty to abdicate. This outraged everyone present. The prince was also dissatisfied with such a treacherous proposal. Interrupting the indignation, the king placed his hand on his son's shoulder. The boy looked back at his father, gloomy, guessing what this meant. The saddened man said he had to do it. Another wall of the castle was destroyed by enemies. From the resulting hole, gray tyrants appeared, led by a blue one. In the hall, they found a green and gold giant. The invaders guessed that it was probably the royal titan of Trovia, Feroin. But it seemed strange that there was only one of him. An inexplicable tension suddenly hung in the atmosphere. The blue titan screamed, "An ordinary titan with a power of 1-0 will not change anything." He commanded everyone to attack, and the warriors rushed at Feroin. Several powerful blows from the enemies completely destroyed the titan. He didn't even try to avoid the blows, and now he just fell to the ground. The blue giant was unhappy that the enemy didn't even resist. He expected something more. When the helmet of the defeated man opened, those present were surprised. Before them was the already dead king of Trovia. Meanwhile, in Krathaus Castle, a magic circle formed in one of the halls. In just one moment, a group of people appeared in it. Among them was a young lad, the king's son. Alarming him, someone asked, "Are you the prince of Trovia?" Frank asked this question surrounded by knights. The guy replied, "Yes, and you must be the Emperor of Krathaus." The man said, "Yes, I am Frank von Greyet." The next moment, frightening the prince, the knights pointed their swords at him. The boy frowned and remained silent for a while. Earlier, he shouted, "This is absurd. Krathaus brought us all this nightmare. Why should they become our rulers?" Jared replied, "This is the only way to save our country." The prince continued to shout, "Where is your pride as a royal warrior of Trovia? As a prince, I do not intend to fulfill the wishes of our enemies." Making the boy nervous, the knight said, "Enemies, you say? I will never forgive Krathaus for killing my brother. But not as a brother, but as a royal warrior. I am ready to kiss their feet and become their most devoted hunting dog." Clenching his fist and placing his hand on his chest, the knight continued, "For the restoration of Trovia, this is my pride. And when our country rises from its knees without any doubt, I will make them answer for everything." Looking at the emperor with disdain, the young man began to approach him. Once close enough, the guy dropped to one knee. Then he said, "Prince of Trovia Ortolan Chu Bernhard, I ask for protection from Krathaus, and I swear to become a loyal subject of Krathaus." Frank replied that he gave permission for this. While in prison, Palshan shouted out the name of a comrade. Dark stood in the doorway, dressed in the clothes of a male imperial confidant, and grinned. Alarmed, Media asked, "What happened? Are you serious about joining Krathaus?" The guy replied, "Something like that. In any case, I received the title of Baron." This somewhat surprised the mercenaries that Dark passed by. The guy stopped next to Gaston. The magician sat hunched over and was clearly in an unfriendly mood. Gaston said, "I don't hate you for your decision. You're not a Trovian after all, but I think it will be difficult for us to remain friends." Dark replied that he understood everything and he was sorry. A silence hung over them, making the atmosphere oppressive. Not wanting to admit it, Palshan also said that they gave out information about their mission even under the spell. And Dark turned to him and replied, "I know everything. It seems like it will be hard for you to continue working as mercenaries, right? According to Tozier, they are forming a mercenary unit. I have recommended all of you as officers." The mercenaries were shocked that they could be given such ranks as officers. At that moment, Tozier and Silver appeared in the doorway. The Lord confirmed, "Yes, Dark vouched for you. You have become a real problem for our knights and of all people. Some of you are smart enough. As the adepts of the Royal Knight Academy, I hope you all will become part of our management system." Jimmy said, smiling, that he was flattered. Palshan and Media started arguing loudly among themselves, and the brown-haired man thought, "Why are you all arguing?" The mercenaries' dispute was suddenly interrupted by Silver. He said, "Our emperor said that if you succeed in the brewing war, you will become permanent members of the army." This made Palshan think for a moment. Then the leader of the group said, "Okay, it seems I have no choice. This is not such a bad offer." At that moment, he looked at Gaston, who had turned away from them all. Dark said, "Ah, yes," the emperor gently hinted at something. Palshan asked what exactly, and the guy, without rushing, told about it. What he heard interested Gaston and made him turn around. Palshan was right in the thick of the battle, cutting down his opponents. One of the enemy knights attacked him from behind. The mercenary would hardly have had time to avoid this attack. However, a lightning strike struck the enemy. Turning to the magician, Palshan thanked him for saving him. It was Gaston, who was already breathing heavily. He didn't respond to the thanks. The magician recalled the words that Dark had recently spoken. The boy explained that the Emperor of Krataus had hinted to him about Trovia's independence. A meeting was held in the ruined castle, during which someone reported Subashi's troops had created a formation on the Narion plain. Considering the numbers, they must have drawn forces from the border of Chire, a detachment of infantry, 2 detachments of cavalry, 1 mercenary, a fleet, and the king's knights. They hired as many mercenaries as possible and sent their forces to Narion. Holding a pointer in his hand, Rubinsky said, "They have concentrated troops on the border with Chire. Apparently they are going to retreat." Someone from those gathered answered, "It was we who noticed the Knights of the Crayon flag among the opponents." Another said, "As we expected, the Subashi are well aware that they are the next target." The first man also clarified, "There are only 23 Titans. If they reinforce them with 15 Titans of Crayon Knights, then we can assume that this is their entire military power." Folding his hands in front of him and leaning on the pointer, the prince said, "The united forces of Subashi and Chire. This battle will decide our fate in the war." Dark was unconscious for some time. He was alarmed when he woke up. There was only darkness around the guy, and he couldn't figure out where he was. Dark began calling Saren in the hope that she would finally respond. The guy assumed that it was Tozier's antics again. Suddenly someone smiled and said, "You are developing at an amazing speed." Dark screamed, "What? Where are you? Is this your doing? What the hell are you doing?" Someone, continuing to grin, called the guy a brat and said that he had no right to know this. This angered Dark. Although he was nervous, the guy promised to grind the creature into dust. The stranger laughed and said that it would be funny to break Dark's spirit a little, and the guy replied, "Chatting is the only thing you are capable of, since you are hiding in the darkness." The unknown creature did not like this statement and decided to use its magic. Dark looked around, waiting to see what would happen next. The next moment, the creature used the spell Water Sword, after which a blue beam was directed at Dark, which the guy barely managed to dodge. But part of his hair was cut off by this attack. Grinning, the warrior thought, "A sword? No, it doesn't look like metal magic? I must gather Kai to create divine steel." Concentrating, Dark tried to do what he had planned. However, someone shot a water arrow at the guy. Dark crossed his arms in front of him to protect himself from the attack that sent him flying backwards. The boy screamed in pain and hit the ground several times. He stood up and began to insult the stranger. Dark glanced casually to the side and discovered part of an arm. Only now did he realize that his limb had been torn off. At that moment, the creature launched a water hammer. This time the blow hit the guy's leg, and again he was pierced by incredible pain, causing the warrior to scream and grab his limb. Without giving Dark a chance to rest, the unknown person once again launched a water hammer at the guy. The warrior had no chance to avoid it. Now his body was shattered. It turned into a bloody mess. Laughing, someone said, "It seems that's enough for now. Next time I'll make you mine." Dripping with cold sweat, the alarmed Dark stood up abruptly. After the nightmare he saw, he was breathing heavily. Dark lay down again and began to examine his hand, trying to understand where he was. And Saren, who was standing next to him, asked, "Madam, are you unwell? Should I call the priest?" The guy stood up again and replied, "Forget it. Healing magic won't work anyway. Did I fall asleep? I clearly remember that I trained in Kai stabilization." The maid said worriedly, "I think so. You suddenly fell on your side. You told me not to touch you under any circumstances, so..." For a while the guy just remained silent. Then he said that he wanted to take a bath and get some air, and Saren replied that she would prepare everything. After some time, Dark was already walking through the garden, accompanied by Saren, carrying a basket and silver. He remembered the last words that the unknown person had said to him. Dark thought that it was too realistic to be a nightmare, which meant that it was another curse. Glancing to the side, the guy suddenly stopped near the white flowers. Looking at them, the maid said, "You like chrysanthemums. There are many of them in the garden because they reflect purity and honor." For a few moments, Dark did not answer. At that moment, he remembered his life before he came to the new world. He recalled how he held his comrade Gook on the cliff, and this man said that it was an honor for him to serve Dark. Hook's entire back was covered in arrow wounds. Then Dark asked his dying comrade for forgiveness, and the next moment Gook flew down the cliff. Daru said, "Honor, not quite suitable for him." Siren, not understanding what was being said, was worried. and the guy moved forward, thinking that innocence was even more unsuitable for that person. The battlefield was strewn with the dead and the living. Among them walked titans, helping to clear away the rubble. People piled the dead into piles or tried to help the wounded. Palshan and other mercenaries were also in this place. Smiling, Rubinsky concluded that they had won, and Tozier confirmed this. The prince said, "I'm surprised you can still stand on your own 2 feet after using so many high-level spells." Tozier replied that he could rest peacefully even after death. And Rubinsky continued to speak, Subashi was finished, and Chire would soon be too. After the loss of their main forces and having only the support forces of the Knights of the Knee at their disposal, they would no longer be able to defend themselves. The magician supported the prince's words. He said, unable to hold back his tears, that they had finally reclaimed their country's name. The prince replied, "We have only just begun, and you are already crying. They say that people become more emotional with age." Tozier noted that Rubinsky was older than him, and the prince asked who said that, because now, in the eyes of others, he was old enough to be the magician's son. In that case, Tozier said that Rubinsky should be more formal towards him, but the prince, smiling, replied that the man was dreaming, finding himself in an unknown dark space again. Dark was breathing heavily. He cried out that his clothes were still the same, but he was indignant because his sword was missing. Someone said that dirt like iron could not have arisen in this place, so the girl had to imagine. And Dark cried out, "It's funny to demand that I become your slave. How impudent." The stranger said that in that case he would simply force Dark, then threw a water sword at him. Once again, the guy was unable to avoid such an attack and was tortured. He woke up screaming and in a cold sweat. Sitting in the lotus position and with a sword on his feet, he was breathing heavily. Saren stood nearby with a tray and a glass, saying that she had brought water for the lady. Dark radiated discontent as he drank the liquid furiously. Wiping his lips with his hand, he looked at the saber on his legs, frightening the maid. The enraged guy threw the weapon past her. The blade was heading quickly towards the doors and Dark was screaming that holding it on his belt was not helping. He also didn't have the strength to squeeze it in his hand. Lightly grazing the cheek of Silver, who entered the room, the sword crashed into the door. Saren became alarmed by this, and the knight asked what the boy was doing. Dark replied that he had done nothing of the sort, and Silver asked again and grabbed the hilt of his sword. The next moment he threw the gun at the guy. Passing Siren, the blade rushed towards Dark, who was sitting calmly in his place. Suddenly, the flight of the weapon was interrupted. Dark recalled a recent conversation with the maid. The guy said, "You are free. You will no longer be beaten or threatened for your work. I spoke with the Emperor, so you can go wherever you want." However, Siren didn't want this at all. She fell to her knees and cried out, "Please don't leave me. I will try, please." Dark looked at the girl, feeling awkward and sorry for her. He also dropped to one knee and said, "You have been tamed too well." At this moment, the worried girl clutched her apron so tightly that her hands shook. But the tension immediately disappeared when Dark said that he understood everything. And from that day on, she was his forever. He also added that he will never leave Serene. Now, standing in the doorway, Silver said, "I forgot. When beastmen protect their master, they awaken their wild instincts." The girl sat on all fours, digging her claws into the floor and hissed at the knight. Dark, who was behind, told the maid to calm down. The worried girl was not very willing to agree with this, and the guy said arrogantly, "Do you think I will die from such a slow attack?" Silver was outraged by this question. He asked, "With the ordinary title of Baron, you dare insult me, a royal guard?" Dark replied, "The title is just for show. As I said, you won't be looking down on me for much longer." The knight said, "You say you can meet me face to face?" Dark asked, "Do you want to check, Adept?" Clicking his tongue and holding his hands out in front of him, Silver said, "I give up. If I ruin your face, I'll be in trouble because you won't be able to take part in the ball." When Serene heard about the ball, her eyes sparkled. Dark asked what it was, and the girl enthusiastically replied, "It was a place where the nobility gathered to dance and socialize." The indignant guy asked, "Why the hell should I go dancing?" Pointing his finger at the warrior, the knight replied, "Celebrate the victory. Today is a holiday, and tomorrow is a ball. Sort out your appearance and manners." After these words, Silver left, leaving Saren and Dark alone. The guy was still indignant, and the maid asked the mistress to leave the outfit for the ball for her. Rose petals flew in all directions along the main street and fanfares sounded. The knights carried a banner with white and black stripes, in the middle of which was a three-headed dragon with 2 swords in its paws. In front walked Prince Rubinsky, Lord Tozier, and other high-ranking warriors. The rest of the knights who brought victory followed them. Someone in the crowd was discussing, "It's him, of course, Rubinsky. How handsome, really. The prince is surprisingly so young. Siren looked at all this with admiration, and Dark with deep displeasure. The guy thought, a holiday, I'm sure, is a great way to increase support from citizens. But I don't see Palshan's squad. Where are they? Suddenly, someone called out to Dark. This person shouted, "Hello, girl with blonde hair. Lady knight with long hair and a beast-man servant." Siren became nervous and said that it seemed like it was Dark's name, but the guy replied that it wasn't him. Finally, he looked in the direction of the voice. The tall, blonde man said, "You're finally paying attention." Then, alarmed and covering his mouth with his hand, he said, "Oh my God, child, when I looked at you from behind, you didn't look like a child. I was wrong. Do you have an older sister looking at you? I bet your sister will be just as beautiful." Dark was outraged by this behavior. Looking at the smiling man, the guy recognized the master in him. Dark replied that he didn't have an older sister and asked who the man was. Ignoring the question, the stranger said, You are a noblewoman, but your outfit, well, it doesn't matter." At some point, the stranger saw another girl with her back turned to them. After saying goodbye to Dark, he immediately headed towards her. However, when the man saw that it was not a girl but a dog, the stranger did a forward somersault, passing the animal. Silver approached Dark with treats, and the boy asked if there were any more masters in this country, and the knight asked if Dark had spoken about that man. Giving the treat to the delighted Siren, Silver said, "Just don't tell me that you can tell whether the person in front of you is a master or not, just by looking at him." Dark replied that the knight was free to believe whatever he wanted, and the man replied that he would report this to the chief. The guy asked if Silver was going to report everything to Tozir, and also noted that he would also go to the magician. But then the guy looked at Siren, who was eating the treat with gusto. She said that it was delicious, and Dark said that Tozir was a little busy now. He suggested going to the magician a little later and asked to give him a treat too. After some time, Dark and Silver were already in front of Tozir, who said, "I will pass on the report to Prince Rubinsky. He knows better because he is the master." Tozir also asked what Dark wanted from him. The guy clarified that it concerned the ring. He asked if it could cause nightmares for the owner. Unsure of this, the Lord repeated the keyword questioningly. Then he opened one of the books, trying to find the answer to the question. The man looked through the old pages for a while, after which he replied that there were no such entries in them. Darren added, "But since there are only a few entries here, we can't be sure." The Lord asked, "And why do you think that the nightmares were caused by the Lord of Water? Firstly, what kind of nightmare did you have?" Dark looked at the ring, not daring to tell about it. But he still began to explain to the magician what the matter was. Folding his hands in front of him and bowing his head, Tozir said, "That is true. The voice you heard definitely belongs to Naiad." Darren confirmed that it was clear from the name of the spells alone. And Dark, running his hand through his hair out of concern, said, "He did a lot of damage to my body and mind. I can hold out a little longer, but I don't know how long." The Lord said, "I didn't think you could be so weak. Firstly, these are not dreams." This statement surprised the guy and made him ask questions. The magician explained, "When you realize that you are in a dream, you can do whatever you want there. We call it lucid dreaming. But if I believe your words, even though you are aware that you are in a dream, you cannot resist the voice. I want to say that this is not a real dream, but rather psychological magic, maybe even a spatial field." Dark wanted to ask how to deal with this, but Tozir interrupted him, saying that nothing could be done about it. The Lord explained, "Naiad is the king of spirits. I'm sorry, but I can say with confidence that there is no magician who can compare to his magic." The disgruntled guy cried out, "Wait, but this bastard chose me as his master. Is that why I can't take him off?" Tozir thought, looking at the ring and scratching his beard. Then he made his guess. "Maybe you were chosen as a slave or something like that?" The words spoken by Naiad sounded in the boy's head again. "Become my slave." Enraged, Dark shouted insults at the Waterlord and slammed his fist on the table. Now the boy wondered why Karel gave him this ring. Tozir looked nervously at the dent on the table, and Darren said, "But this is strange. If the spiritual king decided so, then he would have no problem brainwashing the Baron right now. Why is he forcing him to submit of his own free will?" The Lord agreed. True, it was very strange. Unconsciousness in addition to illusions would be enough to make him do whatever he wanted. Dark was indignant, declaring that it didn't matter whether it was strange or not because he almost died. And at that moment Silver said, "I don't know much about magic, but it reminded me of the night training school, where when the instructors trained the newbies, they would abuse them, beating and insulting them." Tozir thought about it, and Dark repeated questioningly, "Training knights?" Silver replied, "Trash, pig, slave, and all that stuff. They will never treat you like a human being. They will beat up anyone who can't stand the training, trample them, or use clubs. This method will put any impudent person in their place. The magician said that this was clear to him and asked him to continue the story. The knight said, "After all the abuse, most become excellent pawns who will carry out any order, although their eyes are devoid of all life. But sometimes there are a few among them whose eyes are still full of energy. Most of them strive to become adepts or higher." Dark was silent, thinking about what was said. Tozer asked whether the magician's guess about Naiad was correct. Silver responded positively to this. The knight spoke the sacred words to the warrior. "He is mocking you." Dark was in the dark space again and dodged the water hammer. Straightening up, he cried out, "Scoundrel, and you call yourself a king, but you cowardly hide in the darkness and attack after you take away my weapon?" The Lord of Water replied, "I take away your weapon. You are armed with a more powerful weapon than this." The guy was indignant and asked if Naiad was laughing at him, since there was no weapon nearby. At that moment, the ring on the guy's hand lit up, forcing Dark to look in his direction. Feeling uneasy, the warrior looked at the ring and remembered the words of the worried Tozier, who asked if Naiad had not told him how to use the power. Without allowing the boy to think for long, the Lord of Water again released a stream of magic towards him. Putting his hand forward, Dark tried to summon a water sword. To the guy's surprise, a sword made of water actually began to materialize in his hand. The warrior immediately tried to repel the attack directed at him. With a swing of his sword, Dark cut through the stream of water rushing towards him. The magic hammer, like the sword, disappeared, and water flowed down the guy's lowered hands. The all-wet warrior grinned and said, "Seriously, are you trying to train me, Naiad?" Somewhere ahead, a bright silhouette of the Water Lord appeared, saying how funny it was. Dark summoned the water sword again. Then he rushed forward and cried out, "Taste your own medicine." The guy was already close enough and ready to strike his opponent. However, when Dark swung his sword, Naiad blocked the attack using a water shield. The warrior made several more lunges, destroying the structure of the shield. The guy said that now everything will be different. Smiling and licking his lips, the Water Lord said that they were fighting as Dark wanted. The Naiad decided to release the arrow, and at that moment a water vortex was forming behind his back. Then a multitude of powerful jets of water flew at the warrior. At the last moment, the guy made a jump, which allowed him to avoid injury. His flight was directed straight at the Lord of Water. Dark raised his sword back, waiting for the moment when he was close enough to attack. However, he was unable to reach Naiad, as the enemy released a water hammer, which crushed the guy's phantom body. Dark jumped up in bed again, breathing heavily and sweating. However, now he was smiling because he was able to fight back, which meant that the guy had a chance. It was already late evening when stars and 2 full moons could be seen in the sky. Walking along the stone-paved path, Dark was indignant that for some reason he had to participate in the ball, and Saren, who was accompanying him, was wiping away tears with a handkerchief because she had prepared a cute red dress. But the lady did not want to wear it at all. The maid also answered Dark, "We have no choice, since the ball was organized by none other than our great emperor. As a representative of the nobility, you must take part." The guy said, "Anyway, I'll just sign in the guest book or whatever it's called, okay?" The girl answered positively when suddenly she heard something. Puzzled Dark, Saren said, "Madam, I think there is a wounded person somewhere in the garden. I heard someone." The girl began to listen to the sounds, which soon made her blush with embarrassment. Now, groans began to be heard from different parts of the garden throughout the entire garden, but not from pain, but from pleasure. Dark was only indignant, believing that the moaning people in this garden should be ashamed of such behavior. Suddenly, someone sitting on a tree branch said with a smile, "What an extraordinary lady." Most of them blush and run away from here, or out of curiosity they slowly creep up to the source of the sound. I have never seen such a reaction before. An indifferent Dark replied that for someone who secretly peeked from a tree, he was too talkative. Jumping from the branch, the man exclaimed, "Who's peeping?" The stranger who landed successfully turned out to be the same man who had previously met Dark during the knight's procession along the main street, he explained. "I was only looking for a lady with whom I could go to the ball." You shorty? Are you really participating dressed like that?" The guy folded his hands in front of him and replied, "What about her? I'll just write my name in the guest book and leave." Placing his hand on his chin, the embarrassed man said, "Oh, how come I didn't think of that before?" Then the stranger extended his hand towards Dark, puzzling the guy with such behavior. Winking, the man said, "Come with me, my lady." However, Dark merely passed by, calling the man shameless. The confused stranger turned around and followed the girls. The doors to the hall opened and someone announced, "Baroness Dark Clyde and Count Camille Claudien of the Corinth Empire." Everyone immediately became alarmed and looked towards the opened doors. wanting to see the unusual couple. Dark was a little puzzled by such attention and silence. As the Baroness and the Count walked forward, many looked in their direction with disdain. Dark suggested that the people at this ball did not like Camille, and a nervous Claudine replied, "My nationality, that's why I don't want to go to Krat House." Suddenly, a girl in a green dress and with a fan approached them. "Where did you meet this girl? God, what's wrong? Are you even ready to lay your hands on a child now?" Clyde gave her a displeased look, and Camille, smiling, replied, "Such words could end me, woman. Who lays hands on whom?" The next moment, the stranger closed her fan. Then she switched to Dark. "My name is Irene Cabrinia, and yours?" Clyde introduced himself, and Irene asked, "If I'm not mistaken, you are not the Baron's girlfriend, but you bear the title of the Baron himself, right?" The frowning guy asked. "Is there a problem?" The girl replied, "I wonder, you didn't have a father, let alone a mother who held any title, and you don't have any other relatives. You're probably an orphan." Dark noted, "Quite a rude first greeting. Have you thought of other possible options?" Opening her fan and covering her face with it, Cabrinia said, "Oh God, forgive me, but in the end, this is normal communication, of course, if it is not what I thought. Perhaps you somehow managed to seduce the Emperor?" The guy was silent, and the girl continued, "The Emperor is really so easy to deceive, he lacks self-control or something else. In any case, there will be simply magnificent gossip, right?" Alarmed, Camille said his interlocutor's name, hinting that she should keep quiet, and Clyde chuckled. Puzzled by this, Irene suddenly became nervous. Dark began to speak loudly. "What Miss Cabrinia is the Emperor of Krataus, a womanizer?" Alarmed, Irene immediately shut his mouth and began telling everyone not to pay attention to it and that everything would be fine. Dark asked one of the passing waiters where the guest book was, and the drinks waiter offered to show him the way. Turning to his interlocutors, Clyde said, "I'll be going. I hope you have a pleasant evening." Irene was shaking with anger towards Dark and clutched her fan tightly in her hands, declaring that she knew that this child was different, and that this time the girl had lost. Claudine barely held back his laughter at the expression of alarm on Cabrinia's face. Having calmed down, the girl said, "You managed to find her here too. It seemed to me that you were only interested in the sword." Wiping away tears of laughter, Camille asked what the girl was talking about. Cabrinia stood in a stupor, and the Count stubbornly did not understand what was being discussed and asked what Irene meant. Cabrinia looked down in displeasure, noting that Claudine had always been like this. Camille asked to stop speaking in riddles and explain what was going on, and Irene replied, "This child is a medium. I felt incredible strength of spirit. These are not the spirits of fire or wind that I worked with, nor the earth or water that my sister used. Only the spirit of thunder remains." Pointing his finger at the girl, Claudine said, "Is it possible that she controls a spirit that even your sister cannot cope with?" Irene replied, "Idiot. What nonsense. If she can control a high-level spirit, then she can summon any lower-level spirit, but that doesn't mean I can't sense it." Upset by the insult, Camille thought about the spirit of thunder. Claudine asked if Dark had inherited his power. Irene replied, "This happens less often with mediums than with magicians, and since she bears the title of Baron, we can assume that she is quite close to the spirit." Bringing the cup with the drink to her lips, the girl asked if Dark could become a monster in the future. Taking the cup from the puzzled Irene, the man replied, "Desirable." Approaching Irene, Claudine whispered, "Maybe we should kidnap her?" This surprised Cabrinia, who asked if Camille was serious about what he was saying. The Count grinned and looked slyly at the girl. After another battle with the Waterlord, somewhere in the subconscious, a sweaty Dark woke up and was breathing heavily. The dissatisfied guy grabbed his head. This time he lost again. Clyde asked Serene to give him some water, but looking ahead, he realized he was in danger, so he immediately grabbed the hilt of his sword. In front of him stood an armed man in a robe, whom Dark decapitated with a swift dash and a swing of his weapon. The dead body fell to the floor, and the warrior, meanwhile, found himself outside the bed. Looking around, he saw several more ill-wishers. Behind one of these people lay an exhausted and wounded Siren. Enraged that the stranger dared to hurt his servant, Dark bared his teeth. The ill-wisher immediately rushed towards Clyde. Once at his target, the man pointed his weapon at the warrior. However, Dark made a jump, allowing him to dodge the attack and get closer to Siren, who was having difficulty addressing the lady. In front of the guy stood two ill-wishers, and behind him lay a maid, to whom Dark told that she had done a great job, and the girl replied that she had tried her best. The next moment, one of the opponents attacked the guy. He attempted to strike, which Dark successfully blocked. Seeing another enemy approaching the lady, the girl became alarmed. However, Clyde jumped again, avoiding two simultaneous attacks. But this did not improve his situation much, One of his ill-wishers tried to deal the warrior another blow. But at that moment, the sword suddenly disappeared from his hands. Saren contributed to this by tearing out the blade with her teeth. The angry man tried to grab the cat girl, who immediately jumped away from him. He heard his comrades wheezing and looked in his direction. As it turned out, Clyde had pierced him through and through, causing the body to fall onto the girl's back, dropping the weapon. The last nervous survivor reached into his inside pocket to pull out a roll of paper. Not wanting to let his enemy get away or allow another attack, Dark kicked the enemy's dropped weapon away. At that moment, the ill-wisher tore the scroll, bringing with it a blue glow. Clyde kicked his foot, causing the enemy's blade to launch into the opponent, who was then disappearing. Unfortunately for Dark, the weapon stuck into the wall, never reaching the ill-wisher. Clyde was not happy that he had missed the stranger. He assumed that the man had used some kind of teleportation device, which meant that it would be difficult to track him down. A maid ran up to the boy, asking if everything was okay with the mistress. Ignoring the question and looking out the window, Dark said, "And you? You were wounded." Siren replied, "Yes, I'm fine. We heal our wounds quickly." Nervously biting his nail, Clyde thought, "I shouldn't have chased Silver away. Because of Naiad, my body was in complete disarray." He then told the girl to hand over the dead scum to Darren and find out where they came from. The escaped ill-wisher, having found himself safe, reported that they had failed. Casting a displeased glance at his subordinate, Camille asked what the reason was. The man replied, "The beast woman's fighting skills are better than we thought. Her devotion to her mistress is unusually strong. We spent quite a lot of time because her—" Clodane interrupted his speech and said, "So, a loyal beast man is a rare phenomenon, how interesting. But the main reason is, did you lose to the spirit?" After a short silence, the subordinate explained that the girl had used a sword. This statement interested Camille somewhat. The alarmed man continued to report, "Yes, the skill of our target is comparable to that of an adept. She decapitated the first one with one movement and killed the second one in 3. Clodane was surprised that some girl could be an adept. Irene, who came up from behind, said, "There are several records where mediums use a sword, but not a single one where a medium could compare with an adept. Are you sure you understood correctly?" The subordinate replied, "I am sure I can swear on the name of my family." Smiling, Cabrinia noted that it was unfortunate. Scaring the man, she said, "Our hunting dog has just failed a mission and is justifying it with the family knighthood title." Suddenly, a fire salamander appeared next to him, summoned to kill the man who asked why they decided to do this to him. The girl replied, "I'm sorry, but an uninvited guest was on your tail." A moment later, the room was illuminated by the light of a flame that was burning the subordinate alive. All that was left of him was a skeleton, on whose skull Irene stepped, breaking it into pieces. Cabrinia also said, "We will at least justify the name of your family, Sylph. Please clean up." While the fairy was cleaning up the remains of the man, Irene said, "This child, she is something much more than we expected. We must take her with us at any cost." Relaxing in his chair, Camille agreed. Somewhere nearby on the roof was Prince Rubinsky, thinking, "He is from Corinth, Camille Clodin. I must thank her for recognizing him as a master. This time I will let her destroy the evidence." Somewhere in the mountains, in the middle of the forest, the sounds of metal being struck could be heard. The black-haired menacing man swung his sword intending to destroy his opponent. However, Palshan's strike was faster. The man fell to his knees from the damage he received and then lay flat on the ground. The sweaty Palshan breathed a sigh of relief. Lowering his sword onto his shoulders, the group leader noted that everyone was now dead. And Mikkel, running his hand through his hair, said, "Another cleanup. The monsters have been destroyed. All that remains is to take care of the bandits. How much longer do we have to work to the point of exhaustion?" Media replied, "Well, they just understand how to use their mercenaries. There are idiots who hire them as useless security." Gaston asked, "Aren't they trying to recoup their money?" Raven noted that for now, they just needed to wait until they were enlisted in the regular army. And Jimmy fell to the ground and said, "In any case, I only want one thing, to rest a little." An inspired Palshan said that when they were enlisted in the regular army, they could visit their Baron Dark, to which the other mercenaries agreed. Mikkel said he was curious about what Clyde was doing now. The group leader replied that he was most likely training to become a master again. Meanwhile, Darren reported to Dark, "We were unable to find any leads. We tried to track their route, but nothing worked." Clyde noted that magic is not omnipotent, and now nothing can be done. And the magician asked, "But are you okay? It seems that your condition is worse than ever." Behind Dark stood a worried Siren, and the guy with bags under his eyes answered, "I wouldn't say that he's okay. We met on time. I was going to see Tozier, tell him something." Darren agreed to this and asked what exactly needed to be conveyed, and the guy replied, "Prepare a place for me where I can train. This sudden request surprised the magician. Dark continued. In general, there should be an open ceiling and direct sunlight from the sun and moon, an open space protected from external threats. After thinking, Darren replied, I think I know a suitable place. I will pass it on to the master right now. Turning away, the man hurried towards Tozier. When the magician left, Clyde lost his balance and almost fell, but the maid caught him. Siren noted that Dark would do well to rest a bit, and he replied, I won't be able to rest even if I sleep. After all, nothing is free. The Subashi fleet port was quite busy. There, in the middle of the crowd, beautiful girls in long skirts and short tops were dancing. Looking at this, Palshan said, Just look, the war ended only recently, and they are already having fun. Subashi, of course, are rich, as always. Media, standing behind him, said, Wipe your drool first. After all, the ports weren't hit during the war. A carriage covered with flowers passed by them, which caught Mikhail's attention. A fair-haired girl sat among many flowers. Mikhail asked what it was, and Jimmy guessed it was a bride who was about to get married. Ronnie asked one of the locals what was going on here. The man replied that it was a sacrifice, which somewhat confused the mercenaries. He explained, after the fall, the ocean became a bit rough. In winter, it got to the point where it became dangerous to go out to sea. So at the autumn festival, we will make a living sacrifice to the silver dragon Zebraltal, so that we can safely go out to sea. Kentaro asked if it was true that a human sacrifice would calm the sea. The positive answer received alarmed the mercenaries even more. The local said, The silver dragon can control the weather at sea, and Zebraltal has lived for 3,000 years, so I guess he is much stronger. The priest said that for the death of one, the city would gain prosperity, and the man replied, Outsiders may consider this a barbaric tradition, but this port lives off trade with Chire and Argon. This is the most logical option for us. Mikhail said, Indeed, as expected from a port city, for the life of one virgin they will receive the power of a silver dragon, quite cheaply. Media was outraged by this, and the mercenary explained, I don't agree with them, but I understand why you are so surprised. As Ronnie watched the carriage drive away, he thought about the silver dragon. While in one of the towers with many windows, Dark asked, Is this the place your student spoke of? Tozier answered, Yes, it used to be a magic tower, but now it is empty, so use it as you wish. There are a lot of soldiers around here, so I suppose it's safe, but if you want, I can call a few adepts for security. Dark replied, No need. Silver at the front door is enough. He is the most capable adept of all. A nervous Silvar, looking out from behind the door, asked, Weren't you the one who told me to get out because I was useless? Clyde confirmed this and asked for forgiveness, which surprised the knight. Dark said, I apologize, this may seem impudent, but I need your strength. Confused and worried, Silver scratched the back of his head and replied that he understood everything. When it was already getting dark, Clyde visited the magic tower again. He took off his uniform, folded it carefully and placed it on the floor along with his sword, after which he changed into light clothes. The guy thought, Serene will like this kind of clothes. I have no choice, this is best for airflow. He sat in the middle of the room, assuming the lotus position and preparing to stabilize the chi. Closing his eyes, Dark hoped that his choice was the right one. Dark energy headed towards the guy. Such was the technique of joyful enlightenment with piercing pain. Clyde continued to think, There is a risk of being consumed by demonic flames. Frankly speaking, it is better to take a risk than to become a slave. I also take advantage of the calm of the North Sea. Silver, standing at the door, became alarmed and looked up. He saw how black energy was thickening above the tower, and the knight himself was overcome by an eerie feeling. Meanwhile, the sky turned blood red. Somewhere in the forest, in the roots of a large tree, there was a stone passage. A golden dragon emerged from this passage. Artias looked up at the red sky, realizing that this was the work of a demonic god. This time, Dark woke up on the seashore, not understanding where he was. A female figure appeared in the sea itself, not far from the Clyde. It was the water mistress Naiad who said, This is my personal dimension that I created in a corner of your consciousness. Somewhat puzzled, Dark grabbed his head. Naiad asked, What the hell did you do with my body? Still clutching his head, Dark said, Who are you? My head is splitting, so don't talk to me. The water mistress noted that Clyde still seemed to be having some mental problems. She also stated that she prefers to be strict in disciplining her slave. After this, Naiad summoned water arrows aimed at the boy. Dark glanced at them through his fingers, and the next moment the arrows suddenly disappeared. The water mistress was somewhat surprised that the water arrows instantly evaporated. The guy's hot hand contributed to this. Grinning, Clyde began to laugh madly, and Naiad noted that the girl had gone crazy after all. Dark cried out, Thank you! I am completely renewed. Since I am being challenged, I cannot refuse. Clyde put his hand forward and decided to use the demon shot. Several fireballs immediately flew towards the Mistress of Water. However, they were unable to reach their target as Naiad used a water shield. The guy noted that she wasn't that bad. Smiling madly, he asked why they didn't continue warming up. At that moment, an incredible pressure pressed the guy's legs into the ground. Bloody mana began to gather towards Dark. He collected the received energy in his hands, forming a ball. In this way, he called for the silent dragon to ascend to heaven. When enough ki had been gathered, the boy released the spell. The water mistress immediately used her water shield. The multiplied shield and the guy's attack were approaching each other. After a few moments, they finally touched. Dark's energy flow easily destroyed the Naiad's water shield. The wounded woman, stunned by this outcome, cried out, "This is only a mortal." Clyde said, "How interesting. Your base is water." Naiad looked up to where the dark energy was gathering, and behind her stood Dark, holding out his hand towards her. Placing his palm into the water body, the boy said, "If I evaporate it all with my life energy, will I be able to see your true face?" This statement alarmed the Mistress of Water. Clyde's hand inside Naiad's body began to heat up, evaporating the water and causing pain to the woman. The mistress demanded that the boy leave immediately. Clyde disappeared, and Naiad, falling to her knees, thought, "This damn spawn. There are people like Corel. It's incredible. Well, whatever. At least I was convinced that she would be useful for our plan. In fact, her madness is beautiful. Because you will eventually cross the river of human blood." When Dark woke up, there was a flame in his eyes. A ray of light reached out from the magic tower towards the bloody sky. The knight standing nearby looked at what was happening with concern. A worried Silver pointed at the beam of light, not daring to call it anything. Soon, Dark also rose into the sky in this light. He turned his blazing gaze on Prince Rubinsky. The prince thought, "Her body has changed. It was the same when I became young again. And this wild desire to kill." He saw the same thing in the eyes of the Golden Dragon, who demanded that he leave his mountain. A nervous Rubinsky was uncomfortable with the idea of putting his life on the line. He commanded the knights, everyone except the adepts with the titans, retreat. Otherwise, we will only increase the number of corpses. The prince admitted this. "The enemy is of the master class, Your Majesty. I cannot guarantee your safety." The emperor replied, "I understand perfectly well that if we lose you, then our country is doomed in any case. I personally will remain to watch over the hope of our nation and its future." At this moment, the flame of apocalypse was used, emitting the same dark energy as Dark's magic. Rubinsky looked back, shouting the name of the court magician. Tozer stood with Darren on the wall adjacent to the magic tower and directed a spell towards the levitating guy. The flames of the apocalypse were rapidly approaching Clyde and were about to engulf him. Darren was worried about the Lord, who grabbed his hand and tried to catch his breath, but Tozer was sure that since what happened was his fault, it was up to him to end it. Against the mage's spell, Dark used the Great Night Sky Absorption, which caused the energy directed at him to disappear. Seeing the kind of power that Clyde possessed, Tozer became alarmed. Smiling madly, the guy said, "I see. How curious. It looks different, but this is definitely a demonic technique." But to use a demonic technique on someone who has stepped onto the demonic path is like a foolish foreigner. The next moment, Clyde dropped down and found himself right in front of Tozer. Then, straightening up, he placed his palm on the magician's face. Worried about his teacher's life, Darren instantly made the decision to teleport. Just one moment, and Tozer and his student disappeared, not allowing Dark to do anything with them. Lowering his hand, Dark chuckled questioningly. Looking at Darren and the Lord, who were on the neighboring wall, the guy said, "Fast, or am I too slow?" The magician's apprentice noted, "Master, it was the same before the curse." The Lord replied, "No, it's different here. The mana density is less than it was last time." Tozer was alarmed. Fear was visible in his eyes. Being next to Dark, he experienced exactly the same sensations as when he made a contract with Cronetio. He could tell for sure that what stood before them was the demonic god himself. The Emperor commanded everyone to summon their titans. The sky was covered with several swirls. From them, the titans stepped onto the earth. Smiling, Dark said, "What interesting toys do you have?" Then the unarmed Clyde looked at Rubinsky, who was flying straight at him. Approaching the enemy, the prince slashed with his sword. However, Dark blocked the blow with his saber. The prince was surprised. He could not understand when the girl managed to grab the weapon. The grinning man tried to press on the sword so that Clyde would drop his saber. However, this did not happen, and Rubinsky was surprised how the girl was still standing with such a skinny arm. Dark said, A foreigner outside of Miram was able to reach the level of a demonic disciple. How interesting. The alarmed prince continued to press on his sword. But the next moment the girl threw away Rubinsky's weapon, and immediately after that she tried to strike the prince. Although with difficulty, Rubinsky still managed to dodge. He then swung his sword trying to wound Dark, but the enemy jumped up, avoiding the blade. Clyde said, "I will personally behead you. Take it as an honor." Dark intended to attack Rubinsky, but at that moment he felt movement behind him. The next moment, a Titan's sword fell on the guy. I know it's inappropriate to say this when we're on the brink of war, but I want to know what the limits of my abilities as a master are, and how capable I am. This is exactly what Rubinsky said earlier, but only now, looking at Dark, who reflected the Titan's powerful blow with the help of a magic shield, the prince doubted his words. The Titan that Silver was sitting inside was trying to apply enough force to his sword to at least be able to wound Clyde. The guy himself said, "It amuses me. In the West, they are capable of creating similar toys." Civilar cried out, "Alfred, honor!" Clyde looked to the side where another Titan was approaching him. The next moment, a spear flew at the enemy. Dark's saber soared upward and was already spinning somewhere in the sky. Clyde himself was also in the air after the jump. Silver, considering this an excellent moment, commanded to attack again. Dark, meanwhile, landed on his levitating saber. The two Titans approached Clyde, but he used containment against them. The knights were alarmed. They suddenly lost the ability to move. Energy accumulated around the warriors' weapons. Looking at this, Rubinsky wondered, "What is this? Mana is preventing the spears from moving. What an incredible density of mana. How is this possible without the use of magic?" Darren also asked Tozier what kind of magic it was, and the Lord replied, "It is not magic. Even mediums cannot use their mana like that." At that moment, Clyde stepped onto the Titan's spear with his saber. He walked along the blade, closing the distance between him and the giant. This made Silver, who was inside the metal golem, even more worried. Forcing a smile, the knight thought, "Even now I can't even imagine looking down on you. The difference is too great." Clyde used the fluttering blade in the key movement technique, causing his saber to point towards the Titan. The powerful, inevitable attack easily destroyed the enemy. After this, Dark calmly descended to the ground. However, he was already surrounded by several Titans. Clyde glanced at Rubinsky, who was focusing energy into his sword. The boy chuckled and said, "That's right. While I was playing with the toys you created, you prepared something grand." Summoning a saber into his hand, Dark said that he would still play with the prince. Rubinsky then used Mana Burst to its maximum. A stream of energy was directed towards the maddened Clyde. Swinging his saber, Clyde also released mana onto the enemy, using a crushing moonrise to the sky. The two attacks connected with each other, creating an explosion that raised clouds of dust. Among these dark clouds and debris, Dark stood confidently on his feet, and opposite, holding onto a sword thrust into the ground and hiding from flying stones, stood the prince. Breathing heavily, he wondered if this was the end. Dark said, "Amazing, I wish it had been like that a long time ago." He wanted to say something else but was taken aback by the fact that blood suddenly started pouring out of his mouth. Then the guy started coughing and fell to his knees. He looked at his bloody hand with an uncomprehending look. Clyde realized that he was being consumed by demonic flames. He fell back and declared that it was impossible, while a worried Rubinsky just watched what was happening. Dark continued to cough up blood, and at that moment dark energy emanated from him. Clyde was held by the back of his head by a golden dragon. Arteas said, "You were under the control of a demonic force." After these words, the dragon used his magic on Clyde, which made him emit a bright light. Standing at the entrance to the castle grounds, Irene said, "So this is how Kratos greets the ambassadors who came to congratulate them on their victory." In front of her and Camille stood Longart, a couple of knights and several red titans. The commander closed his eyes and said he apologized. Cabrinia asked haughtily, "So, you are fighting now and you don't want us to leave?" Pruian responded that they were simply asking for people to remain in place so they could ensure safety. Irene said, "Really? The sky is red and the spirits are scared of the demonic force spreading around, and we should stay where we are." Longard apologized again, and the woman asked brazenly, "Can't you talk?" Enraged, Cabrinia held out her fan, spread it out, and, ready to release the fiery spirit, declared, "Do you want to be burned to ashes?" At that moment, Camille jumped forward and hit her in the throat with his palm, forcing her to shut up and cough. Smiling, he said, "Irene, stay calm. Prujan Longart, proud knight of Kratos. I heard you distinguished yourself in the war. Why don't we have one fight?" While behind the count, Irene was indignant. Longart replied, "I am proud of my abilities. However, I am not so stupid as to deliberately fight the master. Cabrinia was surprised, not understanding how the commander-in-chief knew this, and the nervous Camille said, Kratos' spies are even better than I thought. Now I understand why you brought so many Caproxy Titans here. Pruyan replied, That is correct, and if Sir decides to take one step, we will make sure that you will not be able to summon your Titan. Camille said, Even so, it doesn't explain why you keep us here. I have every reason to destroy all of you and get out of here for my own safety. Longheart said, You are quite difficult to please. Besides your safety and not Baron Dark's, Irene and Camille were a little worried. They saw a bright light coming from behind the castle walls. The girl covered her face with a fan, and everyone was silent for a while. Then Cabrinia asked, Do you admit that this whole situation arose due to the fault of that young lady? The commander replied, You can ask this question to your spirits. Other actions will be considered as interference in the affairs of our state. Irene said, Now, you speak as if nothing like this has happened in the last 30 years? Kisley and the second knight became worried. The grinning brunette was ready to take aggressive action, but Longart held out his hand, forcing him to calm down. Then Pruyan said, Yes, everything is different now. He declared that Kratos was now an empire. After a while, the bright light that made everyone squint finally faded. Darka, who was unconscious, was picked up by the Golden Dragon. Frank, passing by Rubinsky, asked if it was really him. Seeing the Emperor heading towards Artias, the prince cried out that it was dangerous, but Frank stated that it was his business. Coming closer to the dragon, the man said, I am the Emperor of Kratos, Frank von Greyet. And you? Artias looked at Frank and remained silent. He just smirked, after which the Red Titans surrounded him, pointing spears at him. One of them cried out, Show your manners and introduce yourself before our Emperor. However, Frank ordered them to calm down and lower their weapons. Then the man said, The wise Golden Dragon has no need to follow human laws. This made the mages anxious, causing Tozier to ask what all this meant. And Rubinsky, not understanding when these people managed to hide behind them, explained that it was a golden dragon. At least they were expecting it. This dragon has ruled Mount Maltorio for 4,000 years. An image of a child flashed before Artias' eyes, and the dragon declared that it remembered him. He said to the Emperor, The boy has grown quite a lot. You people grow too quickly, so it is difficult to recognize you. Frank replied, You must have seen me when I was young. Well, it doesn't matter anymore. Could you pass it on to me? The surprised dragon asked why he needed this. The Emperor explained that she had made a contract, and since she had broken her promise, he had the right to choose the appropriate punishment. Artias replied, If you want to claim that right, you should have defeated her with your own strength. I am the only one who could resolve this situation, so I will take care of her myself. If you still have any complaints, then calm your pride. Frank was silent for a moment, thinking about what had been said. Then he said, Okay, I prefer to trust the wisdom of the Golden Dragon, who lived for 4,000 years. The dragon replied, Excellent. In that case, I'm leaving. Then he pushed off the ground and flew away. Approaching the Emperor, Tozier asked, Your Majesty, did you know about the existence of this dragon? Frank replied that he had learned about the dragon not long ago, and the Lord asked why, in that case, the Emperor had not yet told him about it. Frank asked whether he was obliged to report everything to the Imperial Magician, and Tozier became nervous and said that this was not what he meant. The Emperor said, I'm joking. I didn't expect him to personally intervene. I should have told you earlier. The Lord thanked Frank for his words. Then the Emperor said, Yes, at this moment I would like to listen to your advice. The mage replied, If a worm-class dragon really lives in these lands, we must make every effort to establish and maintain favorable relations with it. Our country does not have the means to fight a dragon as well. The man said, Maybe so. In any case, the loss of Baron Clyde as a resource is even worse, despite his instability. Prepare measures to make up for shortfalls in human resources. Meanwhile, the Golden Dragon carried Darka to his stone shelter somewhere on the mountain under a tree. The stone passage immediately gave way to a staircase leading downwards. Beyond it was a corridor with columns, at the end of which was a high arched door. There, in a bed with red bedding, lay Dark. Next to the same bed stood Artias, with a sad expression on his face. Looking at Clyde's ring, the dragon told the naiad to show himself. The decoration began to glow, after which a stream of water burst out of it. The water swirled, fell to the ground, and a silhouette began to appear from it. Taking on her final form, Naiad said, Long time no see, Artias. The dragon asked, What kind of masquerade is this? Since when have you taken the form of a human woman? The mistress of water asked. Do you prefer a man? Naiad stated that Artias should have been told about this right away. The The water began to swirl again, after which, instead of the woman, a very muscular man with a beard appeared. Flexing his muscles, he laughed and asked, "Well, aren't I beautiful?" Calling the water lord an idiot, the dragon sat down in the chair. Arteas asked, "What will you do with this child? Where is Karel? Is he dead?" Turning back into a woman, Naiad replied, "No way. This guy just handed me over to her for free. My pride is hurt." The dragon said, "Unlike other elves, he was unusually friendly with Ifrit. I bet he will be the only one in the history of elves." The Lord of Water began to complain that there was nothing good in this stupid mountain of muscles that burned everything around, and Arteas at that moment thought that it was clearly not the Naiad who should be talking about muscles. The woman asked, "What? Why are you looking at me like that?" The dragon, pointing at Dark, asked, "Okay, let's put aside empty chatter. What did you do with this child that brought her to this state?" The Naiad replied, "What did she do? She just went crazy and started doing whatever she wanted." Arteas asked, "For a child who hasn't even reached the level of an adept, the mana level is now comparable to a master, and the presence of a demonic god can be felt? I wouldn't say that she just went crazy like that, right?" The Mistress of Water insisted. "I tell you, she's crazy. She's not normal." The Naiad released a bubble of water into the air, and Arteas gave her a look that puzzled the water mistress. The dragon said, "Let's say we leave her alone, but we don't even know what might happen in the future." Naiad asked, "Since when does the tyrant Arteas care about people?" Arteas was silent again and looked strangely at the Mistress of Water. Naiad said, "And since you brainwashed her, we don't have to worry about her going crazy again." Arteas continued, but her memory also had to be erased. "Okay, that was the only way out, though." The woman said, "Over time, the memory will be restored on its own, however. We do not know how long it will take." "What?" "This child immediately caught your attention. Sorry to interfere, but I bet on her." The dragon suddenly remembered the moment when the girl said that she would repay his debt. Arteas said, "One way or another, you too can't do anything until she regains her memory. Until then, I will take care of her." The Naiad agreed to this, stating that she was not in the mood to teach the girl something like the basics of mana use, so the man could do what he wanted. And the dragon said, "This should be obvious, but don't you dare interfere while I'm in charge here." The water mistress said, "She is truly worthy of your attention, I understand. Call me as soon as her memories return, and don't even try to cheat." Arteas agreed as he approached the bed. The Naiad, transformed into water, went back into the ring. Again with a sad face, Arteas said that having saved her twice, he had some responsibility. After a while, Dark's eyes opened. Arteas drew attention to himself by saying that he had finally woken up. Clyde just looked at the dragon, not understanding what was happening. At first he wanted to say something, but he couldn't. Arteas said, "You are confused. You don't even know who you are." At that moment, Dark's stomach began to rumble furiously, indicating that the man was incredibly hungry. Then Arteas began to move away from the bed. Stopping, he said, "I have already prepared the food, so let's go eat." The dragon and Dark were sitting at a round table, in the middle of which lay a roasted boar. Smiling, Arteas told Clyde to eat before the food got cold. Dark looked at the meat silently and didn't understand what to do. Arteas asked what was wrong, then took the animal's leg and began to eat it. After that, Dark hesitantly reached out his hand towards the food. He tore off a leg from the roasted animal and began to bite it off just as the dragon did. And Arteas assumed that the girl had also forgotten how to eat. After some time, only bones remained of the creature. Wiping his mouth with a napkin, the dragon said that his name was Arteas, and asked what the girl's name was. Repeating the dragon's movements, Clyde said his name. Arteas was glad that Dark at least remembered his name, and he also told her to address him formally, to which Dark agreed. The man smiled and said, "Since you have amnesia, you will have to work hard to return to normal life. You will spend some time here." Clyde agreed with this, and then shuddered, feeling discomfort. The puzzled dragon asked what was wrong. Then he was embarrassed to hear a stream of liquid dripping onto the floor. Apologizing to the girl, he went down. This way he could see Dark's wet feet and the puddle underneath him. Feeling awkward, Arteas placed his hand on his forehead and said that he would need to teach the girl how to go to the toilet. Dark and Arteas were in the kitchen, where the once great warrior looked at the dragon in surprise and asked, "Cooking?" The man, rolling out the dough, replied, "Yes, cooking is one of the necessary skills for a well-bred lady." Dark asked again if he was really a well-mannered lady. And Arteas thought, judging by the fact that she was not used to going to the toilet while sitting, it seemed that her memories were erased so strongly that she did not even remember her gender. After some time, a freshly baked pie was already on the tray in Arteas's hands. An amazed Clyde said, "Wow, incredible, Mr. Arteas, you are magnificent." The dragon grinned smugly, but then Dark said, "So you are a well-bred lady." Arteas confessed. "Actually, I lived for some time as Zamran's wife, although I ran away after several decades." Looking at the food and drooling from a great desire to eat the delicacy, Dark asked how Arteas could become a lady and someone's wife if he was a man, and Arteas replied, "I am a dragon. Unlike people, I have no gender." The girl asked how it was that he had no gender, and the dragon replied, "That's right. It will be difficult for you as a human to understand. Just trust me." Clyde asked where that man named Zamran was then, and Arteas replied that he was certainly dead, since it happened 1,000 years ago, a statement that surprised Dark. Arteas explained that dragons' lives are much longer than human lives, because dragons are great creatures. Clyde exclaimed again admiringly, "Just as I thought. Mr. Arteas is simply incredible." When the girl said that golden dragons were the wisest among others, Arteas' self-esteem even increased. The dragon looked in surprise at something round and dark. He wondered what that piece of darkness was. Then it finally dawned on him that it was a burnt pancake in a frying pan, held by a girl who was unhappy with herself. The fire in the oven was blazing furiously, and Arteas was saying, "I told you that you need to watch the temperature well. Something that needs to be cooked for 5 minutes on low heat cannot be cooked in 1 minute on high heat." Dark apologized, and the dragon suggested trying again. Clyde poured some batter into the pan and placed it on the burner. He looked anxiously at the browning pancake, afraid of missing the moment again. 5 minutes later, Dark threw up a pancake, which began to turn over in the air. This time, the dough that fell back into the pan was fried properly. The delighted girl cried out that she had finally succeeded. The pancake was already lying on a plate on the table in front of Arteas, who cut off a piece of food. The dragon dropped the piece into his mouth and chewed slowly, tasting Clyde's creation. The girl looked at him and was nervous, waiting for the fateful verdict. Finally, Arteas said it was delicious, and Dark cried out in joy. Clyde rushed to hug the dragon, who, without reciprocating, grinned and noted that the girl seemed to be trying hard. Dark stated that it was all thanks to Mr. Arteas. Closing his eyes, the dragon smiled and sighed. A little later, the dragon gave the girl a pink cloth and a needle and said, "If you don't know, then sewing is a skill that you can't do without. With the help of this talent, you can patch up clothes, thereby saving money. Good sewing skills will greatly help the family's economy." The nervous girl listened to the dragon and pierced the fabric with a needle and thread, but in the end, it didn't work out very well. Looking at the tangled thing, the dragon wondered what this strange piece was. He dropped to one knee and took something in his hand and said, "Ah, so it was a handkerchief." The upset girl said, "I don't think I have any sewing skills." In response to this, Arteas condescendingly stroked her head. He said, "I have lived a very long life, and I want to say that I have almost never seen a person who could do everything right from the start. If there were such people, then it was a very small number of people with innate skill." Smiling, he continued, "They say that you need to invest time in everything you do, just like yesterday when you started making pancakes. Well, it's just that sewing is not your skill, so don't worry." There they were, two creatures standing next to each other and looking at each other, one of them exuding dark energy and the other light. Seeing the dragon's goodwill and hearing his encouraging words, Dark smiled. After some time, a girl ran up to Arteas, who was sitting in the library and reading a book. Clyde held out pieces of fabric in front of him, which were neatly sewn together. Seeing this, the dragon smiled and began to clap, saying that the girl had finally succeeded. Joyfully, Dark asked, "Mr. Arteas, perhaps you have some tattered clothes?" This surprised the dragon, and Clyde explained that he wanted to sew it up for the master. For a while, the dragon just looked at the girl silently. He then gave her all the holy clothes, which Dark happily took and carried to himself. After watching Clyde, the dragon placed his hand on his face. Then he thought, "This is what you feel when you raise your children. Now I understand why Kyderis told Karel she wanted children." Dark sat in his bed under the blanket and said goodnight to Mr. Arteas. Leaning towards the girl, the dragon asked if she had forgotten anything. Clyde then kissed Arteas on the cheek and wished him goodnight again. Walking along the corridor, the dragon thought, "The body and mind are beginning to come into harmony. This means that memory will soon begin to return. Will everything be okay? Even if all memories were returned, would a master-level warrior be able to cook, sew, and continue living a normal life? I destroyed the evil energy so it won't go back to that state, but the responsibility I felt towards her from the very beginning. Is it possible that it was just my selfishness? Perhaps from tomorrow we will start new training." They stood in the middle of a hall with a transparent ceiling, where Arteas was explaining something to Dark. Clyde repeated the word the dragon had spoken questioningly. "Magic?" Arteas responded positively, explaining that it was a power that would be very useful in the future. Putting her hand forward and concentrating mana in it, the girl tried to summon light. A moment later, a ball of light formed above her palm, which made the dragon happy. Dark cried out that he had succeeded, and the dragon, smiling, replied, "Well done, you were able to gather mana from outside so quickly. Okay, now try to collect the Waterlord's mana." Clyde grabbed his hand, trying to concentrate on the ring. The decoration sparkled, and suddenly, an idea came to Dark. The dragon asked the girl what happened. Looking at the ring, Dark said, "I think I can use this." Arteas was somewhat surprised by this, and the girl put her hands forward. The dragon watched what was happening carefully. Clyde summoned a water shield that headed straight for Arteas. Alarmed by such a surprise, the dragon put his hands in front of himself, trying to defend himself from such an attack. Seeing Arteas collapsed on the ground, the girl became nervous. She immediately rushed to the master. Holding his head, Arteas groaned, and the girl, approaching him, asked if he was okay. Instantly rising from the ground, Arteas cried out, "Brat, it is dangerous for a newbie like you to use the power of the Naiad as you please." Tears began to accumulate in Dark's eyes, and he himself said, "Forgive me. I just wanted to show Mr. Arteas how well I can." Seeing how upset he was making Clyde, the dragon became worried. He smiled and said, "It's okay. There is no person who is good from the start. No, you are good from the start." The girl burst into tears and noted that Mr. Arteas had gotten hurt because of her. And the dragon said, "What are you talking about? I'm completely fine. The water shield is nothing for such a powerful me, Mr. Arteas." And at that moment, the dragon became fixated on the spoken spell. This somewhat puzzled the worried girl. Arteas asked, "Dark, some time ago you said water shield. How did you use it? Where did you learn these words?" Clyde replied, "I'm not sure, they just came to my mind." The dragon thought, "Memory is returning. No, something else is more important." Placing his hand on the girl's forehead, Arteas asked her to close her eyes. Dark obeyed, and the next moment, losing control of his body, began to fall. Without letting her fall, the dragon picked up the girl in his arms, carried her to her room, and laid her on the bed. Looking at her, Arteas thought, "It seems that I will have to forbid her from using the power of the ring for some time, because I cannot figure out with what intention the Naiad gives her his powers." He took a closer look at the girl, examining the accumulation of chi in Dark's stomach area. The dragon then placed his hand on the center of the accumulated chi. He thought, although her magic ability is not that great, she is still a master-level warrior. The magic is not that good because of the spell-casting time. A magic circle suddenly began to form under the dragon's hand, emitting a bright light. Arteas continued to think, but if this is the language of dragons, then everything will be completely different. Finally, the light faded and the dragon exhaled. The next moment, the Naiad's ring sparkled. The puzzled dragon became alarmed, and a stream of water burst out of the decoration. He went into a rage, after which he revealed to Arteas the Lord of Water, sitting in a shell in the form of a mermaid. Naiad said, "Well, you had a good time. It seems like a whole month has already passed." The nervous dragon asked, "How unexpected. What kind of species is this?" The Naiad replied arrogantly, "No matter how attractive I look, I did not want you to desire me in this form. The lower part of my body is a fish, so you will not be able to." Arteas interrupted the Water Lord's speech. "Stop talking nonsense. The fact that this child was able to use a water shield, was it you who taught him?" Naiad replied, "It's not interesting. He was trying so hard to hurt me, so I decided to joke a little in response. He was so cutely angry." The dragon noted that, apparently, Naiad knew about Dark's abilities, and the woman replied, "What, some kind of problem? If you believe Karel, this is a grown man who is already over 70 years old. Besides, they are almost the same level." The dragon repeated questioningly, "The level of a great master? Human?" The Water Lord said, "Apparently yes, to be honest, I didn't believe it either. But after a few of my attacks, he began to awaken quickly." Arteas asked what Naiad was going to do with this child. After a moment of silence, the Water Lord finally answered that he was planning a purification. The dragon was somewhat puzzled by this. Naiad explained, "All the dirt, water pollution, and land destruction have been destroyed for several thousand years, and the population has only increased. It is time to reduce the number of people to carry out a cleansing. For starters, I think it would be enough to destroy about half of the entire population. What do you think, Arteas?" The dragon was indignant. "Are you crazy? You think you can do all this alone in the human world where the power of the demonic gods has not even been fully established?" The Lord replied, "I said so. That is why I need that person, and of course, I have already talked about this with Tao." Arteas said, "Tao, so you even involved the god of the earth. But the other gods will not turn a blind eye to this. Ifrit will stop you." and this will mean that Carol will not remain on the sidelines. You yourself should know that Carol's strongest titan, the Golden Knight, is not so simple. If Carol goes, then Kyderis will follow. And what are you going to do with the Arst? Naiad chuckled and said, You have less information than I thought, Arteus. It seems you know almost nothing about this child. I can handle Ifrit. Karsta isn't particularly interested in humans. Dao will deal with Kyderis, and Carol will be stopped by this kid. You knew this kid's titan is stronger than the Golden Knight. Carol will never be able to stop me. I didn't expect that you would be against this plan, because you thought that people were toys, nothing more. Although you didn't kill that many people, I think the number would reach 3 digits. So don't even think about stopping me, Golden Dragon. Arteas let out a heavy sigh and agreed. However, the dragon asked Naiad to give him a little time, at least 1 year. Turning to Dark, he said, Give me time to be with this child. The Naiad was silent and looked at the dragon with bewilderment. Arteas said, This strong boy, even when his memory returns, his soul will no longer be as defiled as before. But this soul is very sensitive. The destruction of half of his human essence will definitely cause harm. That's why I want to help so that his mentality doesn't suffer. The ruler thought for a moment and said, So you really have become attached to him. It will be interesting to watch. Grinning, Naiad agreed to give the dragon some time. Returning to the ring, Naiad said, Let's see what you can do in just 1 year. Taunting Arteas, the Water Lord told him to try hard. Arteas just remained silent, watching as the Naiad lost his form. The dragon was again in his library, reading books. At that moment, Dark came in and said that the food was ready. Closing the book, Arteas said, Okay, I understand. And then, with some alarm and sadness, he looked at Clyde, realizing that everything had changed. The dragon closed his eyes and smiled indulgently. After some time, Arteas and Dark were already sitting at a round table and eating. At the same time, Clyde felt a little uncomfortable and was in no hurry to eat. The dragon concluded, So your memory has returned to you. Dark looked at Arteas with concern and, after a short silence, gave a positive answer. The dragon said, I don't care who you were or what you did before, nor am I going to hold you back, for dragons are creatures as lonely as they are powerful. Gloomy Dark, thinking, said, Loneliness. Do you think that only lonely people are strong? After finishing the entire meal, Arteas, wiping his mouth with a napkin, replied, Yes, I have learned this in my life. I was generous and was able to become a friend to a weak person. But it seems that it is difficult for a weak person to even think about accepting a strong person as a friend. Besides, if he can still think like that, he is no longer a weakling. In fact, I thought so until last month, but perhaps the loneliness of the strong man is to be blamed on his own sense of superiority, and not on the feeling of inferiority of the weak. Justifying this with the logic of his enormous power, he refuses what he should have accepted with a pure, innocent heart. This is similar to me. After thinking about all this, I realized something. It's true. I feel like you are just like a daughter to me, although I'm not sure how you feel about it after regaining your memory. Dark, who found it difficult to accept all this, lowered his head. Arteas was silent and looked at the girl with sadness. Then he smiled and said that he understood everything. Clyde, who had not eaten anything, sat in his place with his head bowed, and painful memories flashed before his eyes. The boy was a kidnapped orphan. He was lying on the ground and came to his senses when someone shouted, Number 2044, get up! A very large man loomed over him, instilling fear in the child. Without saying anything, Clyde obediently rose to his feet. The devilish techniques were training that accumulated internal energy. The man stated that Dark was moving on to the next stage and told the boy to follow him. Looking at the other dead children, Clyde obediently followed the man. The friends Dark used to play with were killed due to the energy flow inside his body being stopped. These terrible people grabbed the children by the hands roughly. They determined those who were suitable and those who were subsequently destroyed. The remaining ones were classified according to the thickness of the energy flows. As a teenager, Dark stood among other children who had met the same difficult fate and were turned into warriors. The man standing in front of them said, The last training session is loneliness. This man commanded teenagers to kill each other. Looking at the other teenagers, Dark saw their eyes filled with rage and hatred, but ready to obey. There were no people among them with whom one could make friends. Even if there were any, almost all of them died. Breathing heavily and covered in blood, only Dark remained alive. The one who commanded them said, Number 2044. From today on, you are the killer of the Black Shadow Squad. Dark looked at the scroll with the image of a certain man on it until someone spoke to him. This is a master who uses the strongest internal energy and single sword techniques. Kill him within 50 days without leaving a trace. Remembering all the details of the face he saw, Dark unconditionally agreed to carry out the order. After some time, this master was pierced by the blade of Clyde, who was hiding under the bed, causing his face to twist. At that moment, the man was lying in the chambers with a woman, through whom the blade also passed. The light in the room went out, as did the lives of two people. A certain man sat at the table and said, "Number 2044. Because you wear black clothes and fight with a black sword, you were nicknamed Mukyan, right?" Dark replied, "Yes, sir." The man continued, "That's right, with skills like yours, you can even give yourself a nickname. Now you are a first-rank assassin of the Black Shadow Squad." Obeying the high-ranking man, the boy bowed his head. Even if Dark was trusted, the killer was nothing more than a weapon. There was only one person with whom the young man could share his emotions. It was already deep winter, snow was falling all around, and young Clyde was approaching the man who was saying, "I think it would be a bit of a shame to use you only as a subject for killing. My name is Yubek, the magic sword. I don't know how long it will take, but from now on I will be your mentor." Dark folded his hands in front of him in a certain gesture, showing his respect and submission. At that moment, it was this man, Dark's mentor and teacher, who was the only one the young man could trust. Beck trained Clyde for several years, during which the boy showed quite good results. One day, when Dark had already matured, he and his mentor were sitting in the lotus position by a snow waterfall, as usual. The icicles began to melt from the spreading heat. Then the space filled with smoke as the heat coming from Clyde burned the clothes on him. Looking at the man, Beck asked how old he was. Hesitating to answer and looking at his body, Dark said that he was already 40. The mentor noted, "You have improved a lot, congratulations. Finally, the work has borne fruit." Thanks to this man, Clyde was able to take his first steps into the higher world. Perhaps that's even why it was the end. Their enormous difference could not continue to be contained within the relationship of mentor and student. One day, when Dark left his teacher's house, the man stopped at one of the taverns. One of his interlocutors asked, 43, you say? Judging by the fact that you look 20 and use the youth technique, do you have children?" Clyde replied, "No, thanks to the technique of solitude, I don't even dream about marriage." The surprised old man said that it was very bad, and regretted that such a young man as Dark would not have a continuation of the family line. The boy asked his grandfather what the technique of solitude was, assuming that it was some kind of incredible skill, to which the man remained silent in embarrassment, not ready for such a conversation with his grandson, because this technique was used on men who had not had sexual relations with women. The old man slammed the table and cried out, "When you grow up, you'll find out. Adults talk, why do you keep interfering?" Calmly drinking his drink, Dark watched his interlocutors and the boy shouted, "I'm also an adult now. If you don't tell me what kind of technology this is, I'll tell Grandma how all you do all the time is drink." The worried grandfather answered Yong Seok that this was not possible, and the boy looked at him, raised his nose and said that the man was already late. Clyde couldn't understand this kind of relationship. One day, right before his eyes, a little girl stole freshly cooked byozi, still steaming. She ran away as fast as she could to avoid being caught by the man who followed her, shouting that the girl was a thief. Unable to keep track of her feet, she tripped and fell, dropping one of the byozi. The frightened girl sat up and looked at the approaching man. He grabbed the little girl by the collar, calling her a rat, and the girl, in turn, hurried to put the pie in her mouth. The disgruntled man immediately turned her around and slapped her, demanding that she spit out what she had eaten. The girl covered herself with her hands but was not going to obey, which is why the angry man swung his arm again to hit the child. However, Dark arrived in time and grabbed the man by the hand, not allowing him to complete such a disgusting act. The man, grinning, looked back at Clyde indignantly, not understanding what was going on. After a while, the black-haired little girl followed the silent Dark, and in her hands was the same dish that she had previously tried to steal. Even after accepting So Yeon as his adopted daughter, Clyde could not play the role of a father because he had no such experience. At that moment, as he walked forward, he thought about what a father should be like, someone who could become a support. RTS Dark replied that being his daughter would be a bit difficult. After thinking about it, the boy said that he could be the son of a dragon. The boy recalled how So Yeon, who was following him closely, caught his attention, forcing him to stop. With his hands folded in front of him, Dark looked at the girl, wondering what she wanted. With a slight smile on her lips, the little girl divided the food in half and handed one piece to Clyde. Now a golden dragon was hugging him and smiling. He was glad that he finally had a son, and his loneliness was gone. A little taken aback, Dark also smiled, because now he had a father, whom he always needed so much. A group of people stood on a magic circle in one of the towers of Kratos. Waving her fan, Irene was indignant that in the end they never managed to meet that girl again. Camille answered her that nothing could be done about it, since the knights were so persistently blocking their path. Longart, with 2 loyal warriors standing behind him, once again asked for forgiveness from the aforementioned diplomats. Smiling, Clodin asked the commander to definitely become a master, since the man wanted to seriously fight a knight at least once, and Cabrinia asked if the count had gone crazy, because if there were more masters in Kratau, it would be a huge headache for them. Pruyan thanked Camille for his good wishes and said that he would definitely fulfill them. For a few moments, the count stood silently with a slight smile on his lips. With his head down, Clodin said that if there was an ideal commander, it had to be Longart. The magic circle began to emit a brighter light, and Camille said goodbye to Longart, saying that they would see each other again. Then, there was a bright flash in which a group of people disappeared, moving to another place. Somewhere nearby on the wall were the Emperor, the Lord, and the Prince. Frank asked if Rubinsky was sure that Irene and Camille had not been able to obtain information about Baron Clyde, and the Prince replied that there could be no doubt, since he had personally checked everything. The Emperor believed that Camille was unhappy after he had to restrict his activities for almost a month, and His Majesty also asked if there had been any talk of problems in Corinth. The only thing Rubinsky could find out was that Count Camille was not the kind of person who would mix personal emotions and public affairs. Diplomacy was a different matter, and Frank was sure that Claudin understood this, and Rubinsky noted that Camille and Irene had not come as diplomats or a delegation. The Count had looked like a simple swordsman from the start, so one could be calm about that. After some thought, the Emperor turned to Tozier and asked if the magician was sure that the dragon would return Clyde to them. The Lord explained that Arteus had admitted that he liked Dark, and since the dragon had said that, it meant that he would definitely respect the Baron's opinion. The Emperor was unsure whether Clyde would want to return to them, and the Baron might have decided that it was better for him to continue to maintain good relations with the Great Dragon, who was also interested in him. Tozier replied that it was possible for groups, but one person could never become friends with a dragon, due to the huge difference in their intelligence levels. Rubinsky asked again what the Lord meant. The magician asked the prince if he could befriend a 3-year-old commoner's child, and this helped Rubinsky understand what was being discussed. But even if Count Clyde was a master, he was still a simple man, and on the other side of him stood the wisest golden dragon. To be more precise, the difference between them was not like that between an adult and a child, but rather like that between a dog and its owner. The Emperor asked if this was really a problem, because if the owner loves his animal, then, on the contrary, it will be even better. Tozier said that this was a very reasonable point, but it required a precondition, and Frank asked what that condition should be. The magician explained that Dark had to accept the fact that he was nothing more than a pet. Clyde and Arteus stood opposite each other. The dragon smiled kindly at his adopted son, and the next moment he was knocked off his feet by a blow dealt by a warrior. This caused Arteus to roll across the floor. Groaning and holding his back, he tried to get to his feet. Then the dragon demanded to know what his son was doing, and the indignant Dark, pointing to the clothes scattered on the floor, cried out, "Don't you know what kind of sewing you're asking for?" Dissatisfied, Arteus stated that Clyde himself said that he would sew everything up, and he also asked what kind of son was trampling on his dad's clothes. Clyde pointed out that this was when he was not in his right mind. The warrior also stated that he was over 70 years old and should call the dragon father, while Arteus said that he was already over 4,000 years old. And with such an age difference, Dark, as a child, could well call him dad. A tear of disappointment suddenly ran down the dragon's face. Crouching, Arteus recalled all the moments he had spent with the girl. He asked where his sweet daughter had gone and said that dad was sad, and a disgruntled Clyde once again noted that he was a son. Making a displeased face, the warrior declared that now he would even start calling Arteus grandfather. Smiling, the dragon noted that the expression on the 70-year-old man's face had become much more varied, as before he only walked around with an indifferent face. Dark explained that this happened because he was doing something incomprehensible, and Arteus, showing photographs of the girl in which he experienced many different emotions, asked the warrior if he really talked about this. Dissatisfied with this, Clyde immediately incinerated the photographs. The dragon said that he understood everything, and since Dark did not want to sew, he suggested postponing it until next time, and now starting the magic lessons again. The indignant warrior interrupted Arteus's speech and, turning away, said that he did not want this. Calling Clyde petty, the disgruntled dragon declared that he would show him what fatherly authority was. He grabbed the girl's body by the waist and swung his hand, intending to beat the naughty child. But at that moment, the surprised Arteus noticed a foot approaching him. The next moment, Dark's leg and Arteus's face met each other. Then the defeated dragon fell to the floor. Tears began to flow from his eyes again, and he declared that there was no point in raising children. The warrior demanded that Arteus stop pretending and stand up, and the dragon said, "I even prepared a dragon's heart for you with my own hands, and you don't understand at all what I feel." Surprised, Dark asked again, "The heart of a dragon?" Arteus replied, "Exactly. For an ordinary human master, you have a lot of mana. So I made a dragon's heart out of it, and you kick your poor father." The boy placed his hands on his stomach as the dragon noted that Dark had no idea how incredible the item was. To this, Clyde did not respond. He remained silent and thought about what he had heard. The dragon, with his head buried in the floor, wondered why the boy had suddenly become quiet. The foster father assumed that Clyde did not want to listen to his grumbling, and therefore quietly ran away. The warrior called his father, and Arteus, surprised that Dark was still nearby, rose abruptly and asked what his son needed. Clyde asked the dragon to give him some privacy and not to enter his room under any circumstances. An alarmed Arteus agreed with this. He wondered if he had really grumbled so much that Dark had reacted like that. The dragon had only wanted to do what was best. He assumed that this was probably a transitional age. Arteus quickly headed to the library to find books on raising teenagers. As usual, Clyde sat on the floor in the lotus position. Now he knew for sure that he was not mistaken. There was no change in his energy. However, its structure changed. The warrior had the feeling that it took shape. He assumed that this was the dragon's heart. Now there was more room for mana, and Dark could accumulate much more energy. The boy began to stabilize his ki again, and the surrounding mana began to reach out to him. It was incredible. Darku found it much easier to control energy. His energy flow channels also apparently became unusually wider. Full of confidence in his abilities, the guy grinned. He used the technique of deep divine immersion. Clyde knew for sure that now he would have a second transformation. A worried Arteus stood near Dark's door, where a lot of mana was flowing. He was genuinely interested in what was going on in that room. The scene where Clyde asked to make it so that no one could enter, including Arteus himself, appeared before the dragon's eyes. The man stood there, fighting the urge to go inside, holding a book in his hand called Prepare for Puberty, A Time of Gusty Winds. Turning away and opening the book in front of him, Arteus walked away, thinking that this was the time to respect their privacy. While meditating, Clyde rose into the air. His entire body was surrounded by hot energy, causing the clothes on him to slowly smolder. The magic continued to circle around Dark, settling in the dragon's heart. When enough energy had accumulated inside him, the guy began to change externally. The clothes on him finally disappeared, and the warrior himself took on a more mature, feminine appearance. Arteus was in his library, thoughtfully reading another book. At that moment, he heard Dark's approaching footsteps. The somewhat delighted dragon immediately looked at his adopted son. Arteus wanted to tell him something, but he saw a naked girl in front of him. The embarrassed man took off his cape, quickly approached Dark and put the clothes on him. Nervous Arteus asked in a raised voice why the girl was walking around naked as if nothing had happened. Dark grinned, once again noting that he was a man. Confirming this, the dragon suggested that Clyde had developed his power as his aura had changed. Arteus asked if the warrior was comfortable in a woman's body, and the guy replied that it was quite normal, although he was a little bothered by the urine splashing in the toilet. Dark also noted that it was now convenient when nothing was dangling while running. Besides, the guy never used that part anyway. The dragon asked if Clyde had really lived for over 70 years and never used it. And the warrior answered in the affirmative and admitted that he thought that this was the technique of solitude in case he used that part for other purposes. Also embarrassed, Dark said that he used it once anyway, though then he inhaled aphrodisiacs and was not himself. And the dragon, wiping his eyes with a handkerchief, replied that he did not understand at all what the guy was talking about, but accepted Clyde's position and loved him. Holding Dark by the shoulders and leading him out of the library, Arteus said that the guy didn't need to tell him anymore. The dragon explained that he would prepare new clothes for him, and for now, Clyde needed to set the table. After some time, the first and second courses were already on the table. Dark was already sitting on a chair with his father and eating soup with gusto. Staring at Clyde, the dragon thought, "Even though he hides it, I can still feel his incredibly increased mana. Even if I was told that he is on the same level as Corel, who would have thought that he really would be a great master? I don't think anyone will beat him, as expected from my little son." Suddenly, Clyde cast a questioning glance at his adoptive father. Then the boy, addressing himself as a father, asked Arteus to prepare a sword for him. Breaking the bread in half, an indignant Arteus noted that he had already told him to call him dad, or at least mom, since he didn't like the word father, because it sounded as if they weren't close at all. Dark felt confused, not knowing how to respond to this, but the dragon still agreed to give him the sword, since that was what his son wanted. Artias asked what kind of sword the warrior wanted. Clyde explained that it should be about 70 centimeters long, and the handle about 20 centimeters, and that the weapon should also be double-edged so that the blade would bend moderately, and if possible, the handle should be without notches. Resting his chin on his fist, Artias noted that it was not a very difficult request. So the dragon was sure that among the weapons he had, there must be something similar. Dark asked if his adoptive father had swords, and the dragon smiled strangely in response. Artias brought his son into one of the halls, which was filled with many treasures, and asked what Dark thought about it. The dragon himself noted that it was a cool collection, but Clyde, sighing, quietly muttered, "They said that he was great and wise, but it turned out that he was absurdly greedy." Along one wall, there was a large pile of armor and shields. On the other side, various weapons were displayed on the stand. Among them, the guy's attention was drawn to some weapons. Holding his sword forward, Dark said that it was quite suitable. Artias didn't understand how Dark could choose the cheapest of all these weapons. But for Clyde, it was a perfectly good sword. The dragon raised a very impressive sword, on the blade of which were unknown inscriptions, and said, "You need to take at least this one. This is the sword that Brahmanis gave me. Look how magnificent it is." The warrior called this weapon unusual because its blade was unusually red. Artias explained that this was because he was made by a master from the line of Reds, that is, red dragons. The man also said that blue dragons were called blue dragons, and Dark assumed that Artias was yellow in that case. The indignant dragon, holding out a yellow piece of paper, cried out, "What nonsense are you talking about? The golden dragon species is the wisest and most noble. I will not allow myself to be called that." Bringing the topic back to its previous course, Dark noted that the sword offered by Artias was, of course, not bad, but it was too big for the guy. Such were not his taste. Dark was satisfied with this small sword. Trembling with displeasure, Artias declared that he could not allow his son to use such a cheap thing. The dragon decided to make a fine sword that suited Dark's style from his own bone. This statement somewhat puzzled the guy. He imagined himself holding a bone sword with a man's hand at the end. Artias and Dark moved to another room, where the dragon usually taught the warrior magic. Artias asked the boy to move away from him. When Clyde did as he was asked, the dragon suddenly began to glow. The warrior had to shield himself from the blinding light with his hand. At this moment, Artias' appearance began to change. The bright glow died down, and now Dark could see his adoptive father again. He saw the true form of the golden dragon. Clyde called it uselessly big, which angered Artias. The dragon asked if these were all the impressions his son had. Dark looked at the powerful creature and wondered if this was really a dragon, the one who could single-handedly destroy an entire country. The boy said, "I heard that dragons can use lightning, hurricanes, and flames. What about you, father?" Artias began to explain that the blue dragon controls lightning, and the red dragon controls fire. At this moment, Clyde was surprised that the dragon communicated with him using telepathy. The father declared that the noble line of golden dragons controlled the wind and then sent a whirlwind at the warrior. Dark pulled his sword into this incredible hurricane of high density and concentration mana. Now he understood that Mikhail's words about dragons were not an exaggeration. Artias asked if Clyde felt his father's power. Pulling forward his significantly shortened weapon, the boy noted that the dragon had only wasted a good sword. He also stated that Artias's power, of course, could not be missed, because a huge amount of mana was spilling in this place. The dragon became fixated on mana, puzzling his adopted son. Artias then used the devil's power of concealment, which caused the energy emanating from him to disappear. Dark realized that the dragon had merely hidden the mana and said that he too could use such a simple technique. However, the adoptive father explained that, unfortunately, the technique Clyde used was far from perfect. Perhaps with its help the boy could have deceived ordinary soldiers. But the mages with their power of seeing mana would still recognize him. In the eyes of the mages who sense mana, the warrior would have been seen as a clear red color. Dark said that these were unnecessary worries, and he also asked if the technology that Artias was currently using would not be noticed by them. The dragon confirmed this and said that normal magic spells were controlled by mana obtained from the earth. Because of this, it was impossible to use it indefinitely. Clyde replied that he had heard about this. So even with the help of the soil memory spell, it is impossible to know about what happened more than a day ago. The guy remembered this well because that was why they took this Lana with them. As soon as he thought that he still looked like this girl, he immediately began to get angry. Artias asked if his daughter was listening, and when the boy cried out that he had already said that he was a son, the dragon understood that he was being listened to after all. Artias explained that the technique he was using now, mana concealment, was implemented using dragon magic. Unlike normal spells, it could be used forever, as long as mana allowed. The warrior asked what would happen if it ended. Arteas asked if Dark hadn't just seen it. He explained that the incredible amount of mana placed in the dragon's heart could never run out. That was what the dragon did for Dark. This was dragon magic, what Arteas was going to teach Clyde. The dragon asked if the boy was now thinking about studying with him. Concealing energy was the foundation of the foundation, so there was nothing to think about. The warrior immediately agreed to the training. Arteas laughed and said that Dad would train Clyde well, after which he again cast an evening spell on the boy, telling the warrior to do something with him. Then the boy asked when the dragon would give him the sword. His father acted rather awkwardly, which made Dark realize that his father had forgotten about it. Putting his hand on his chest, the dragon asked him to wait a little. He pushed it through the skin and muscle and squeezed something in his hand. Then Arteas tore out one of his golden ribs. The dragon coughed up blood, which made Dark worry, but Arteas replied that everything was fine. The rib in the golden glow in the dragon's hand began to shrink. Finally, the bone became so small that it was able to disappear into the clenched palm of the majestic creature. Then golden light began to burst out from the fist, and the rib took on a different shape. Since this glow blinded Dark's eyes, the guy decided to turn away for a while. After a few moments, the light in the hall dimmed. Turning to Arteas, who had once again assumed the form of a man, Clyde asked if the dragon was finished. Holding the golden blade in his hand, Arteas replied that everything was ready. He passed on to his adopted son a weapon that was perfect for a warrior. Taking the blade and looking at it, Clyde noticed unfamiliar writing. He asked the dragon what these ornate patterns were. Smiling contentedly, Arteas ran his finger along the blade. The runes suddenly disappeared, causing the weapon to glow and take on a more proper sword shape. This blade was incredibly beautiful. Even the Whitewater Dragon Ice Sword was not like this. The dragon was glad that his son liked this weapon. However, one detail was missing. This sword was missing a hilt. Arteas explained that they would leave this to a professional. Meanwhile, the gray-haired dwarf was forging another sword in his forge. One of the hammer blows caused the blade to crack. This came as a surprise to the blacksmith. He did not understand how he could have made such a mistake. In his entire life, this had never happened to him before, and the dwarf was sure that it was a bad sign. Arteas said that they would entrust the making of the hilt to a dwarf. Dark had never met such a people before, so he was interested in what it was, and Arteas explained that it was a defect created by God. They built and created different objects from ore and precious stones. The dragon told Clyde to just think that they were a race of blacksmiths. The boy was surprised that such a thing even existed in this world, but he was confused that Arteas called the dwarves a defect. The man explained that he said this because the dwarves were ugly, but because of their outstanding abilities, they could be used in various situations. Clyde sarcastically mentally noted again that this dragon was called majestic and wise. Arteas began to ask what kind of jewel his son wanted to make the hilt out of, what design the scabbard should have, and also stated that they could be made the most beautiful in the world. But the warrior needed the scabbard and hilt in a simple style. He did not want useless stones to be placed there. The dragon drooped in disappointment, and Clyde noted once again that he didn't need the notches on the handle. Arteas took note of his son's wishes and asked him to wait. After some time, the golden dragon in its true form was already in the open space, and the dwarves were trembling with fear in front of it, bowing low. The wind raged around them, and a golden blade was thrust into the ground nearby. Arteas demanded that they use all their strength and complete his son's sword. To intimidate them, he sent another gust of wind at the blacksmiths. The gray dwarf replied that they would, of course, do so, and would try to finish it as soon as possible. The dragon demanded that the sword be completed by the following day. But the worried blacksmith cried out that this was impossible and began to beg Arteas to give them a little more time. The dragon created a stronger gust of wind, causing the dwarf to go silent and fall onto his back. The dragon did not change his decision. Arteas still wanted the sword to be prepared for tomorrow, but he also explained that there was no need to use precious stones. The surprised blacksmith asked again whether it was really impossible to use stones. Arteas confirmed this and voiced the rest of Dark's wishes. Such simple demands from the dragon, of course, somewhat puzzled the blacksmith, but it was rather a relief, because in this case it was quite possible to manage in a day. As he took to the skies, Arteas said he would arrive at this time tomorrow. However, if his son doesn't like the sword, he will make sure that all the dwarves present regret having ever been born. Laughing evilly, he flew away. Rising to his feet, the old blacksmith compared Arteas to a fat lizard. The dwarf became alarmed when he realized what was in front of him. The rest of the dissatisfied blacksmiths were talking about the appearance of a dragon, which, according to rumors, had not been here for more than 2,000 years. The dwarves were annoyed by this and now regretted that they had come to this mountain, and one of them remembered that there was a song about a dragon that lived on this mountain range. It was written by an incredibly beautiful wandering singer who called herself Angeliana, and the song was called Requiem for Arteus. It told how, although the brave Arteus had struck a blow against the cruel golden dragon living on the Maltorio mountain range, the result was the loss of his beloved bride and friends, which caused him to become despondent, renounce the title of hero, and become a hermit. The dwarves assumed that the dragon they saw could well be a descendant of the golden dragon that had died then. But for them, it didn't make much difference. The blacksmiths just wanted this creature to be dead. After finishing their discussion, the blacksmiths asked the white-haired leader if they would start working on the sword right away. The leader looked gloomily at the blade and asked if they had seen the same thing he had. Taking the sword in his hands, the old man explained that it was the bone of a rare dragon. Arteus had thrown out a simply incredible item here. As if enchanted, they reached for the blade, wanting to work with such a thing. They asked to unite or at least just look at the object. But the leader began waving the weapon, demanding that they not approach and declaring that he himself would do everything. One of the dwarves noted that the chieftain's son had run away from home in search of a dragon bone, and the old man clarified that the boy was simply traveling. Firehammer shouldn't have been writing other people's children down as fugitives whenever he wanted. The next day, as agreed, work on the sword was completed, which was already in Dark's hands. Its blade had the same beautiful shine as before, but now the sword had a black hilt with a simple pattern. A great addition to it was a scabbard of the same color with a similar pattern. Since Dark remained silent, examining the weapon, an agitated Arteus suggested that it was still too simple for his son. The disappointed dragon declared that he would go and quickly deal with all these stupid dwarves, but Clyde stopped him. The warrior admitted that he really liked this sword, and he was rather unsure whether he had the right to receive such a beautiful weapon. Arteus asked if his son really liked the sword. The dragon was afraid that Clyde said this because he was afraid of hurting his father, or because he wanted to calm him down. However, Dark's words were true. The joyful dragon said that such a gift was the least he could do for his beloved son. They moved back to the training room, where Clyde was emitting his mana throughout the area. As the dragon had taught him, the warrior tried to use the devil's power of concealment. All the energy disappeared in an instant, as if it had never existed. Arteus praised him, noting that Dark had now become more skilled, and his father asked if his son really wasn't going to learn other spells. Clyde believed that the sword would protect him best, and the guy didn't have much time. Besides, if he really needed magic, he always had a ring on his hand. And yet the dragon advised not to place too much hope in the Lord of Water. Dark completely agreed with this. They went out into the forest where semi-darkness reigned. The dragon asked if Clyde was really leaving. If it was possible, he would like to live with his son for about a year. Dark pointed out once again that he had things to do. Arteus was silent. He didn't want to let his son go, but he couldn't keep him by force either. Heading to his cave, the dragon said that he would no longer stop Dark because he did not want the guy to constantly turn back. However, he would continue to live, remembering this short time spent with his son. Clyde said, "No need, like a fool, to talk about it as if we will never meet again." Folding his hands in a gesture of gratitude, the guy suddenly stopped short. Then he suddenly ran towards Arteus. He hugged his father from behind and asked him for forgiveness. For a while, the dragon smiled silently. He felt that he was still dear to Clyde. Hugging his son and stroking his head, he said that the boy did not have to apologize. It was just that a note of regret remained in Arteus's heart. As Dark had said, they did not part forever. The dragon believed that seeing a child off so that he could leave with a calm heart was also one of the roles of a parent. He told Clyde that he would stay here and wish him happiness, but now it was time for the warrior to leave. The boy asked to visit him at any time, but Arteus refused. He said that from the moment Dark left the parental nest, he had to make his own way. Besides, Arteus wasn't such an easy dragon to get. A little nervously, he asked, "You said your name was Dark Clyde, didn't you?" After some time, Clyde returned to Kratos' castle and appeared before the Emperor. To the boy's confusion, Frank declared that the warrior would now be called Dark Ronier. Rising from the throne, the Emperor spoke of how grateful he was to the boy for returning on his own. As Frank walked down the steps to Clyde, he said, "This is my answer to you, and besides, it is simply stupid if the strongest knight in this country is just some baron." Tozer, who was standing nearby, completely agreed with this. When the Emperor was close enough to Dark, the warrior dropped to one knee, and Frank began to lower the blade of his sword, first onto one of the boy's shoulders, then onto the other. Then the Emperor began his speech. "I, Frank von Graye, grant Dark Ronier the title of Prince." Give it your all and work hard for me. His Majesty also wanted to tell Clyde not to interfere like last time, but the magician stopped him. The warrior wondered why he needed to change his name. Frank clarified that he needed to change his last name, not his first name. The emperor explained that usually, when an aristocrat's title is changed, the king grants them a new last name. Clyde thought this was a rather strange custom, but he did not argue. He meekly accepted the new surname, which satisfied the emperor. Frank was ready to let the warrior go, but he looked at the prince and realized that Rubinsky had some business with Dark. The prince, piercing Ronier with his gaze, looked very gloomy. The warrior felt the desire to kill him coming from Rubinsky, which, in principle, was not surprising. The two of them moved to one of the castle buildings, which could be considered a training one. The prince drew his sword, eager for battle. Opposite him stood Dark, who felt quite relaxed. With his hand outstretched and a smirk on his face, Ronier teased his opponent by beckoning with his finger, thus urging Rubinsky to attack first. Not refusing such an offer, the prince swung his sword, directing an energy flow at the enemy. After that, Ronier made a lightning-fast movement with his blade. This allowed the guy to cut through the energy rushing towards him. The remains of it flew past Dark, raising stone fragments into the air. Unexpectedly, Rubinsky addressed him as a prince. Not understanding when the man had managed to summon the Titan and fit into it, Ronier said that it would be enough to just call him by his name. The prince agreed with this. Now on the battlefield stood a Titan with standard power with a master inside it, and Dark without any additional weapons. Rubinsky asked if they were now equal, and Ronier was interested in the same thing. Wanting to find out, the prince went to Dark. The Titan raised his huge sword up, intending to attack the warrior. Putting his hand forward, Ronier decided to use the spell Fetters. The metal giant was wrapped in a multitude of threads, causing it to freeze in place. Rubinsky had seen such weak technology in the past and was quite capable of eliminating it. The prince made an attempt to move and was still able to break the threads holding him back. Then the Titan finally made a blow, which hit the ground. At that moment, Dark himself was already above the giant's head. The guy thought about the fact that even though they were all called Titans, the level of this particular one was different from those that Ronier had met before. Having made a lunge, Dark sent a stream of power towards the prince. The beam of energy was rapidly approaching Rubinsky, who was standing confidently on his feet. The Titan waved his hand, repelling the enemy's attack. Now the flow of power was directed at Dark, which is why the guy had to use a magic shield. However, it was not so easy to completely avoid the consequences of the attack. The shield created by Ronier began to crack and then shatter into small pieces. However, the warrior was still able to withstand the blow and remain on his feet. Dark was already ready to fight further, but the Titan froze in place. Then the visor of the helmet rose up, which puzzled the guy even more. Deciding to end the battle, Rubinsky left the Titan. A puzzled Dark asked what this meant. The prince explained that the winner and loser had already been determined. Feeling growing discontent, Ronier asked who decided this. Rubinsky replied that Dark shouldn't have resisted in vain, since it made the man sad, which the warrior didn't really believe in. However, it was true, because Ronier still became a master and the one who is called the Hope of the Empire. Jumping off the giant, the prince said, "I must admit that our empire now has a man who must be defeated by summoning a Titan, even though the enemy has no additional protection. But now I know exactly what level the great masters are at, above the ordinary ones." Dark believed that Rubinsky was talking about stages of enlightenment. The prince also said that he must admit that a certain bastard was also a great master. Ronier thought he was talking about Karel, but in fact Rubinsky was talking about their sworn enemy, the Devil of Corinth, the Grand Duke of Cherry Valencia. This meant that there was someone else in this world who had achieved enlightenment. When the prince first heard that Kiri's abilities stood out from the rest of the Corinth masters, Rubinsky's vision went dark. But since Dark had also experienced this state, the man could breathe a sigh of relief, Ronier said. "So my role is to go to Corinth and kill a man named Kiri." When the boy turned away, the prince noted that Dark still did not know how to control the Titan, but the warrior replied that he did not need such bulky toys. Then Rubinsky said, "Before you get to Kiri, you will definitely have to face the Titans of the Corinth Knights. Are you still going to fight them without additional equipment?" Dark was sure that if they were not of the master level, they would not be able to resist him, which the prince should already know. And Rubinsky believed that, apparently, the warrior greatly underestimated the power of the Titans. Then the prince snapped his fingers as if calling someone. What Dark saw next surprised the warrior somewhat. While in the throne room, the emperor said, "Didn't we see with our own eyes how Dark, even alone, was still stronger than two Titans? And not just any Titans, but those recognized as masterpieces of the Caproxia? Tozer confirmed that it was a real shock, just like the earlier incident with Lord Chromis. The magician believed that Silver and Alfredo did not know about Dark's capabilities as a master, which is why they were so easily defeated by him. Frank asked if their ignorance was the only reason. Although the Lord was not a warrior, he was still a mage who created titans, so he was sure that he knew more about them than anyone else. Frank sighed and said that he understood this, because the titan he developed was the strongest Azure Knight. It was precisely this Azure Knight and two other Caproxy-level titans who were now standing right in front of Dark. Ronnier looked closely at the giants, and the prince decided to introduce them. Rubinsky called those inside the best adepts of Kratos. They were Julian Aglios, Balkan Kroa, and Prujan Longert. The prince was curious to see if Dark could resist them. Since these people were not even masters but ordinary adepts, Ronnier believed that there was nothing difficult in defeating them. But Rubinsky said that he expected the warrior to lose. A dissatisfied Dark, under whom the stone tile suddenly cracked, said that the prince would have to answer for these words. Tozer said in the throne room, "Although for us this is the most common sense, Ronnier does not know why we call titans the perfect weapons." Frank asked if the magician meant to say that Dark would be defeated. The Lord answered positively, because Ronnier knew nothing about magic, just like that time when he easily fell under the curse. The Azure Titan's sword was approaching Dark, but the boy used a magic shield. The giant had no intention of retreating, he only began to press harder on the sword. Rubinsky, somewhere above, warned Ronnier of the danger behind him. Dark, who was approaching two more spears, cried out for the prince to shut up, since the guy himself knew everything. The next moment, he used an attack called Destruction, which created a kind of explosion and helped to push back all three titans. The opponents landed safely on their feet, completely unharmed. The warrior decided to use the technique of the variable sword, increasing durability. Dark cut the air with his sword, and energy waves flew at Caproxy. When they reached their destination, they raised clouds of dust, obscuring Ronnier's vision. Not wanting to give the titans time to catch their breath, the warrior began to rapidly gather the surrounding mana. He then used the variable matcha technique again and sent a wave of piercing wind towards his opponents. When everything calmed down a bit, the prince asked if Dark knew what his role was, being the heart of the titan, but the guy didn't want to listen to anything and again told the man to shut up. When the dust settled, Ronnier saw the Caproxy holding their shields in front of them. The boy was surprised that they withstood his attack. Behind Dark, there was already an Azure Knight to whom he turned. Rubinsky was saying at this point that he was expanding his master's mana usage capabilities hundreds of times. Ronnier stood in front of the blue titan and saw energy flowing into his chest. The power of Romero's titan was 1 unit. Its height was 460 centimeters, and its weight was 80 tons. These were the standard dimensions of all titans. Romero's weapon weighed about 80 tons. The average weight of a pilot was about 70 kilograms. This titan could move at the same speed as the body itself if controlled by an experienced warrior. Strength was both speed and weight together. Titan helped the 70-kilogram warrior apply a force of 80 tons. The enhanced mana, even according to simple calculations, was 1,000 times greater. To be more precise, it was not mana, but increased strength, which ultimately was the same thing. As a master, Rubinsky would have found it difficult to fight Romero with his bare hands when another professional was sitting inside him. The prince tried it after the battle with Dark. In response to this, Ronnier merely remained silent, taking the information into account. He lunged again, firing an energy beam at Caproxia. The prince noted that Dark had probably already dealt with power 1 and 3, but this time, Rubinsky tried to improve the quality of the pilot. As he already said, Kratau had the best knights. The titans, standing in a row, successfully repelled Dark's attack, which made the guy angry. The prince asked, "What about the Azure Knight with a power of 3-0? The next moment, the blue titan brought his sword down on Dark, forcing him to use his shield. Rubinsky wondered how many masters Ronnier could face, perhaps 3 or even 5. Trying to hold up the 80-ton sword, Dark groaned. The prince asked if there was any way out of this situation with just a sword. Ronnier tried hard to withstand the power of the blue titan that fell upon him. However, his shield had already begun to crack, which was making the guy nervous. At that very moment, constellations began to glow on the runes on Dark's blade, and a moment later, a fireball the size of Ronnier formed. Pruyan and Rubinsky became nervous, not understanding what was happening. The fireball immediately began to attack Dark's opponent. After finishing its multiple attacks, the sphere disappeared. Shocked and tired, Ronnier tried to catch his breath. He watched as the flames slowly consumed the blue titan. The frightened titans immediately rushed to the commander, wanting to help him somehow. Dark, grinning, was displeased with this unpleasantness. To put out the fire, the warrior directed a water shield at the Azure Knight. Surrounding the giant body, the water caused the flame to die out. When the burning stopped, the wounded Titan fell to the ground. There was a decent-sized hole in the middle of his body that began to regenerate. Ronir understood that the Azure Knight was currently being restored, so the Titan couldn't move for some time, and the guy also knew that this wasn't his victory at all. After a few moments, the regeneration was complete, and the blue Titan's eyes began to shine again. The first thing his hand reached out to was Dark. The pilots of the other giants shouted for Longheart to stop, but the Azure Knight continued to squeeze Ronir tighter and tighter. All of a sudden, the blue Titan's hand finally unclenched, dropping the warrior. The visor rose and Pruyan crawled out of the helmet, wheezing. Rubinsky guessed that the commander had failed to control the Titan again. Longheart, who was sweating, confirmed this. He needed to forcefully cut off the connection with the mana. Rubinsky was unhappy with this, because an unguided weapon, on the contrary, could turn into poison. Pruyan was thinking at that moment. It was dangerous. When the Titan restores damage, it becomes most protected at such a moment to try to sink it again. I'm more concerned about the damage to the titanium. What kind of magic was that just now? The prince assumed that it was eightfold magical hellfire. Rubinsky would like to think that he was wrong, but with such a blow from a Titan that is resistant to magic, this was the only correct explanation. Dark explained that he did nothing of the sort. The sword in his hands suddenly filled with mana and released a fireball on its own. The prince said, "A whirlpool with a magic sword that releases hellfire, and also a great master with an Azure Knight." Turning away, Ronir asked if the Blue Knight was a Titan, and Rubinsky replied that it was the same Titan that Dark had used without permission. Now, a gloomy Ronir accepted the fact that he would not be able to defeat the Blue Knight with his bare hands. Turning back to the prince, the warrior declared that he would still use his Titan. Taking out a scroll in a black and gold cylindrical case, a pleased Rubinsky said that he was giving Dark an order. And, of course, this puzzled the warrior, who did not quite understand what was happening. Unrolling the scroll, the prince said that he would grant Ronir the kingdom of Chire, which would be rebuilt into a principality. Dark was also tasked with gathering knights in the principality and preparing for war with Corinth. Ronir accepted this order unconditionally. So, in the last few months, Dark was able to perform a second transformation. He was able to become a new version of himself and gain a huge supply of mana, which was placed in the dragon's heart created by Arteus. His adoptive father, the golden dragon Arteus, decided to create a sword for his son that would suit his build. Having assumed his true form, the dragon tore out one of his ribs, from which he created an unrivaled sword. As much as Arteus didn't want to, Dark needed to leave his parents' home. During the time spent together, the dragon and Ronir managed to become quite close. Arteus knew he couldn't keep his newfound son locked up, so he let him go. After leaving the dragon, Dark returned to Kratos' castle. There, the emperor granted him the title of prince and a new surname. At that time, Dark was sure that people who were not at the master level would not be able to resist him, even with the help of some additional equipment. While Rubinsky explained that Ronir greatly underestimated the power of the Titans. He introduced the warrior to 3 Titans, which were controlled by pilots of the highest level of Kratos adepts. Rubinsky also said he expected Ronir to lose. Releasing all his power, Dark said that the prince would have to answer for his words. A battle then ensued between the human and the piloted Blue Titan. No matter how much Ronir wanted to show his superiority, he still couldn't resist the Titans. Just when Dark was about to lose due to the cracked shield, a fireball suddenly appeared from the boy's sword and hit the Azure Knight. However, Ronir understood that this was still not his victory at all. He also now realized that he couldn't defeat the Titan with his bare hands, so he decided to use the Azure Knight, which he got by accident. Rubinsky then gave Darku the kingdom of Chire, which was to be rebuilt into a principality. In addition, the prince tasked Ronir with gathering knights in the principality and preparing for war with Corinth. Dark was already ready to carry out this order. Palshan was amazed that he and his mercenaries would now be part of the knights' troop. Silver explained that they were needed in the annexed principality of Chire. The mercenaries were deployed there as a second security detachment. This news shocked Palshan and the others even more. They stood in a stupor with their mouths open, and for some time could not say anything. Finally, Jimmy started to react violently to what was said, and Raven asked him to calm down. A more serious Mikkel asked what would happen if they refused. As it turned out, in such a case they would have faced inevitable death. Having learned this, the mercenaries began to worry about their fate. However, the blonde had expected exactly this outcome. They knew more than 1 or 2 secrets, so Mikhail expected that they would not be sent out as ordinary soldiers. Silver noted that for a mercenary, Mikhail was quite smart. The blonde pointed out that Baron Dark Clyde was their comrade and asked if he would cooperate if they were killed. In that case, Kratos could have made an enemy in the form of the Master of the Waterlord. Placing his hand on his chin, the knight said he was sorry. He then stated that Baron Dark Clyde was no more. All the mercenaries, except Michael, immediately took out their swords, ready for battle. The blonde asked his comrades to put away their weapons. An angry Palshan couldn't understand why Mikhail was saying that, because he should have taken out his own sooner. And Palshan also asked Priest Ronnie to prepare holy magic. Media asked what Silver had done to Dark, stating that his future fate depended on that answer. A worried Raven and Jimmy waited to see what would happen next. Gaston directed a magical ice shower at all these dissatisfied people. The magician told the mercenaries to cool their heads and listen to what Mikhail was saying, because no matter what they did, it wouldn't help them. And the blonde said, "Yes, that's very strange. You could have definitely predicted our reaction." However, Silver still allowed so many armed people to come, which meant there were 3 possible scenarios. The knight folded his hands in front of him and said that he was curious about what the first option was. The blonde said that this was the most unlikely. Silver could trust them completely. But the knight immediately dismissed this option and asked to move on to the next one. Mikhail voiced that the man was not at all afraid of their fighting abilities. Then Gaston assumed that there were many knights behind the door, which meant it was good that he stopped his comrades. The knight replied that there was no one behind the door because the mercenaries themselves knew that Kratos lacked human resources. They did not have enough people to occupy them with all sorts of nonsense, and if the mercenaries doubted, they could check it with the help of reconnaissance magic. Still worried, Gaston asked, "Then why?" Silver scratched the back of his head and said that it was immediately obvious that he was from the guard. This meant that he could deal with the mercenaries on his own. At this, Jimmy, Raven, Media, and Palshan gripped their swords tighter, worried. Mikhail said it didn't fit. The knight asked why the blonde thought so. Mikhail replied, "If there was someone in Kratos whose ability allowed him to defeat the Master of the Waterlord Dark, you would not have any need to use us any longer. I mean, you would not have to bother threatening us, frankly, appointing us, who you do not even trust in itself as knights seems too strange. But if Kratos is so short of people that you are willing to involve even us, then you could not, and moreover, you had no reason to kill a man with such hidden power and artifacts as Dark." Media and Palshan listened to their comrades' conclusions with bewilderment, and the blonde continued, "Besides, you didn't say died, but he's gone. And not even Dark, but Baron Dark Clyde." Jimmy said that if you think about it, Mikhail was right, and Raven asked if the guy was nodding because he really understood everything. Silvar waited for what the blonde would say next. Mikhail continued, "More precisely, this means that the Clyde family no longer exists. One of 2 things. His title was taken away or his family name was changed due to the title being raised. Whichever happened, we have no reason to fight. That's the 3rd option." The knight was amazed by his conclusions. Silvar recalled how he had previously spoken with Tozier, who had admitted that he had been unable to find out anything about Mikhail, only finding out that he was from Corinth. And even then the blonde had said from the very beginning that he was from Kruma. The magician had great difficulty obtaining information through specific questions. The knight then asked if there was not a high probability that Mikhail was a spy from Corinth. He stated that it was necessary to extract information from the blonde by means of torture. Tozier, clasping his hands in front of him, began to explain that the magic of hypnosis gave the sensation of falling asleep and being drunk at the same time, which is why a fog appeared on the border between the conscious and the unconscious. In other words, the subject opened his mind while in a fully tense mental state. Thanks to this, it became possible to find out a person's true thoughts. It was as easy as finding out something from a person intoxicated with alcohol or drugs. The knight noted that it was not for nothing that the information was obtained in drinking establishments. And he also wondered why Tozier suddenly began to explain the essence of magic. The Lord explained, because when the brain is subjected to this magic, it becomes impossible to resist it. On the contrary, the greater the resistance, the more information can be obtained. This cannot be compared with barbaric torture. The knight admitted he was wrong, and Tozier was glad that Silver understood everything, and the knight also asked how. Then Mikhail was able to hide information about himself. The magician thought about it, searching for an answer to this question. He suggested that Mikhail sincerely denied his past, country, and even his family. Silver paid special attention to the word family. Tozier explained that in the subconscious of others he learned that in battles with the nobility, Mikhail always came out ahead. Most likely, he belonged to the top nobility of Corinth. And if this is so, the blonde could be more useful not only than the magician named Gaston, but also the adept Sidmian. Despite all of Tozier's explanations, Silver still had questions. He did not understand why a man who belonged to the top nobility of one of the most powerful empires began to live like a simple mercenary. Mikkel, standing in front of the knight, asked if he had anything to say. Silver answered negatively, stating that, on the contrary, he still hadn't heard the blonde's answer. Mikkel said, "Don't we have a choice anyway, but still, since we are called the second guard detachment, I need to know something." The blonde asked who they would protect. Without rushing to answer, Silver grinned. After some time, the mercenaries, who still had not received an answer to their question, arrived at Chire's castle. They were deeply shocked by what they found there. In front of them stood Dark himself in the flesh, who noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. The mercenaries still couldn't believe their eyes, but Mikkel noted that Clyde had apparently grown a lot while they hadn't seen each other. Jimmy was embarrassed. Seeing a beauty in front of him, he began to compliment the girl, and Raven asked his friend to come to his senses, because Dark was a man. Silver said it was Prince Ronier and demanded that the mercenaries show respect, but Dark said that there was no need for that. He also explained that his comrades would defend the Principality of Chire as its knights. The mercenaries were only happy about this, and Ronier said, "It is not necessary to be so formal, but okay. Since we are separating public and private, well, you all went through a lot of hardships on the way here, so wash up and rest today. You will be told when the food is ready." The mercenaries were even more pleased with this, since the conversation was over and they headed towards the exit. Once at the door, Palshan stopped and looked at Dark, after which they exchanged smiles. The mercenary was about to follow his friends out, but when he turned his gaze to the doorway, he was met with a surprise. Almost knocking him off his feet, Saren ran past Palshan, asking her master to save her. Alarmed, Dark did not understand what the girl was talking about. She explained that this place was only called an estate, because it used to be the king's castle, which meant that the girl could not keep it in order alone. Ronier explained that no one had told her to do it alone, since she was now in charge of everything in this place, so she could just hire people. The girl burst into tears and explained that there were only soldiers in the area. She had no one to hire, and even if she decided to go out and find people outside, she knew absolutely nothing about Chire. And in principle, Saren could not go out, because then there would be no one left in the castle. Dark screamed, demanding that the girl stop crying. He promised that he would find people for her. Watching this, Silvar wondered if Ronier had always become so strangely weak in front of this human cat. Having calmed down and folded his hands in front of him, the warrior asked who Saren needed. She replied that, to begin with, she needed those who would wash and cook for the knights, heat, and keep the castle warm. This meant that there had to be at least 3 people. After thinking about it, Dark replied that he had someone in mind, which made the girl very happy. A wyvern with a rider flew over the mountains and forest thickets. This creature landed right in front of the girl in the red dress. Then Dark came down from the wyvern, asking Taria how she was doing. For some time the girl stood in silence, not understanding who was standing in front of her. Finally, she made up her mind and asked the girl who she was, and Ronier asked what the girl was talking about, since he was Dark. But the guy completely forgot that his appearance had changed a lot during this time. Ronier grabbed his head in displeasure, cursing the hated Lana. He thought how he could explain everything and whether Taria would even believe him. At that moment, opening the door, the girl's mother called her. The woman pointed out that she had already told her daughter to warn her when she went out, because there had been more monsters lately, so she had to be careful. Seeing the wyvern in front of Taria, the woman became frightened and rushed to her daughter, not allowing her to explain anything. The mother grabbed the baby, wanting to protect her. Putting his hand forward, Dark tried to calm his mother and asked them to listen to him. The woman asked who the stranger was and assumed that the girl was from the nobility, but she did not understand what could bring such a person to this remote place. Dark said that apparently Mr. Blair and Tom had gone hunting, and the girl's mother asked how the stranger knew the name of her husband and son. Covering her mouth with her hand in fear, the woman decided that her son had done something wrong in the village. Ronier explained that this was not the case at all. Then he looked to the side and saw a black dog. The animal looked at the yawning wyvern, which looked quite frightening. Unable to withstand such an onslaught of horror, the dog ran away, and Ronier, realizing that the dog was afraid of the wyvern, tried to figure out what to do. Noticing the axe stuck into the stump, Dark found a way out of this situation. He walked up to the weapon, took hold of the shaft and asked the girl what it was, and Taria answered. Repeating the name of the weapon questioningly, Dark placed a log on the stump. As he chopped the log, he asked what it was then. The girl answered him that it was firewood. Repeating this once more, Tarja headed towards Dark and away from her worried mother. The girl admitted that she had only seen the second person who managed to chop a log with one hand. Ronja replied that he was that very first man. Tarja threw herself into the girl's arms, finally recognizing her as her friend. With a trembling voice, Tarja asked what happened and why he became a sister. Dark replied that it was a long story and he did not become like this by his own choice. Then the mother told the girl to come to her quickly. Feeling uncomfortable, the woman said, "You say you are Dark? You want us to believe this nonsense? What are you trying to achieve? Dark is a really good person, so stop pretending to be one. Even though I myself thought he was weird when he first came to us. This is the first time a naked person has come to us. Isn't it natural to think of him in this way? Of course, you, who flew in on a wyvern, don't seem ordinary either. But Dark defeats you by strangeness. In any case, don't think that we trust everyone indiscriminately, since we live deep in the mountains." The guy began to remember his first interactions with this woman. He remembered how he asked her to give him clothes. Trying to convince her that he was that same Dark, the guy showed the same gesture as during their first meeting. The woman, covering her mouth with her hands, finally believed that Ronja was that strange but good man. The girl's mother told her daughter to quickly call her father and brother, and when Tarja rushed after them, the woman said that it was dangerous and suggested that they go together. And Dark, watching this, noted that they were still the same as before. Then, looking to the side, he saw the weakling sitting next to him and dropped to one knee. He began to stroke the animal, asking if everything was okay with him too. It was already evening, and light was coming from the windows of the Blair house. The family was sitting at the table and listening to Dark's story. Tom and the head of the family were shocked that their friend was cursed with a body-altering curse. And on top of that, the guy was awarded the title of prince. Joyful Tom said that he should have gone with Ronja then. He also asked if it was possible to ride a wyvern, and his mother said that her son had already crossed all boundaries. The father asked what brought the Grand Duke here. Dark replied that he wanted to hire their family, and if they didn't mind, the guy would like to make it so that they lived in the castle. Tarja and Tom asked if Ronja was joking. They were already happily giving each other high fives, but suddenly the father said that he would refuse this. Disappointed children asked why he made such a decision. Nervously, the mother told the children to stop, because it was already difficult for the father. The man said, "Tom? Darja? Who do you see now in the man sitting in front of you, Dark, with whom you communicated so closely? No, this is the owner of an entire principality, the Grand Duke." Hearing this, the children began to worry. The father asked them if they could take care of Prince Ronja as their only master. The children hung their heads, not wanting to answer. The hunter said, "As you can see, our family, living in the forest, knowing nothing about this world, will not dare to follow you into the castle. Please understand us." Dark replied that he understood Mr. Blair's position well. However, he still wanted to say something to the man. For 2 years, Ronja had received help from their family, and only wanted to repay them for their favor, and did not want to cause inconvenience. The Trebok mountain range has always been known for its danger, but on the way here, Dark noticed that there were even more monsters. Ronja had no doubts about Mr. Blair's hunting abilities, but still asked him if the monster had harmed the hunter. What would have happened to his family? Besides, Dark didn't want the one who gave him his name to suffer. He believed that the title of prince was enough to become a wall protecting their family. Tom asked if he could be a protector too, and Ronja said that Tom might get a little hurt, and pointed out that the boy had said that he dreamed of becoming a knight. A frustrated Tom said that Dark was evil, and Ronja noted that the head of the family seemed to have gotten things a little wrong. The warrior stated that in such a matter the most important thing was to hear his wife's opinion. The man, becoming nervous, looked at his woman and said that she would certainly be of the same opinion, which the children's mother repeated. She said that her husband never made wrong decisions, so she always followed his choices. Lost in thought, the woman lowered her head. She then went on to say that Tarja also took after her father, the woman relying heavily on her daughter. But Tom was not at all like his father, so he was constantly creating trouble without thinking about the consequences, and he was also very stubborn. Still, thinking about it, the woman realized that her son was very similar to her in her youth. She too was constantly making reckless decisions, making mistakes and failing, and then she met her husband. This was the only right choice made, so she respected her husband, who constantly thought about his wife and made the right decisions. She always trusted his choice and did not doubt it. The head of the family noted that even his wife spoke the same way as he did. However, the woman suddenly said that this time she decided to disagree with her husband. Without him, she couldn't make the right decisions, so she didn't want him to make a choice that would lead to danger. The woman said that the most important thing was to do it for Tarja and Tom. Then she said, "Actually, I'm saying this because I want to live in a castle, God." I accidentally said what I was thinking. The touched children rushed to hug their mother, and the father looked at his wife in bewilderment. Rising from the table, Dark said that the hunter's wife, like a mother, was very wise. He asked again what Mr. Blair would do. The man said he was ashamed. He couldn't even understand his wife's desire, and now apparently he had no choice. Fate had linked them together over the past 2 years. Mr. Blair had never heard of the prince personally making such an offer to the hunter because of such a small twist of fate. Also rising from the table and lowering his head, the head of the family nevertheless accepted Dark's offer. The guy asked the man to raise his head. He also wanted them all to call him by his name. The man was unsure about this, and Dark explained that it would be more convenient for him. Although, of course, the family would still have to show respect at official events. A joyful Tom and Tarja agreed. The hunter and the prince shook hands, and Mr. Blair thanked his friend. Once the decision had been made, Ronier said that it was time for them to set off. And since they had to fly on the Wyvern anyway, the family only needed to take themselves, after which a heated discussion began. Saren met them at the castle. She was very happy to meet the first people. The maid became alarmed when the dog suddenly began to bark. She then introduced herself to the family and asked if they had arrived safely. Tom replied that his butt was splitting, and his mother reminded the boy of his manners. To begin with, the girl decided to find out about the skills of each family member and first asked Mrs. Blair. The woman replied that she was good at washing, cooking, sewing, milking, and could do any chores around the house. Mrs. Blair could also make yogurts and cheeses. Tarja could shear and milk sheep, as well as work with rugs and do laundry. Serene was sure that even with the help of the girl and her mother, the work would be simplified by half. They had to get used to everything in the castle until other workers were found. Mr. Blair could hunt and do carpentry. Cooking was usually done by his wife, so he was bad at it, but he could make his own beef jerky. Tom, whom his father, unfortunately, did not often take with him on hunting trips, could look after the horses and sheep. Serene asked if the boy could then take care of the stables and the animal skins. Tom stated that he could continue to do this with his eyes closed, and if there were enough materials in the castle, he could make excellent leather items. Dark asked if the Blairs were satisfactory to Serene as assistants, and she replied that it was difficult to find people who had more than 2 such skills. So she was very surprised to learn that the entire family was very capable. Ronier noted that this was still not enough to survive in the Trebuk mountain range, and the maid said that these people were very reliable. She thanked the owner for providing her with the best assistance. Sighing, Dark said that he would leave it to Saren and asked her to do her best as the estate's manager. Ronier watched as the cat girl told the Blairs to follow her, and she would tell them about all the nooks and crannies of the castle. An amazed Tom asking if they could see the knights' training grounds. Dark and Mr. Blair nodded goodbye to each other, and then the family left after the maid. Sylvar informed Ronier that everything was ready. The prince descended the stairs into the basement, and the knight followed him. Soon they found themselves in the basement of the castle. There, Dark ordered Andromeda to come out, and a vortex formed in space. A blue titan emerged from the resulting spatial distortion and approached Ronier. On the sides of his chest were drawings of golden dragons breathing fire. Dark said that Andromeda looked even better in it than he thought, and the boy wondered what his father would say when he saw it. Titan asked why he had been called. Ronier stated that he wanted to terminate the contract with him, but Andromeda refused. This surprised Dark, and the Titan, getting ready to leave, said, "I hope you won't call me for such stupid reasons anymore." Grabbing Andromeda by the cloak, Ronier simply stopped him. Looking at Dark, the Titan asked what was wrong with him. The guy cried out, "That's what I want to ask. Aren't you and I initially the master and the subordinate? How can you refuse if the master tells you to stop working?" Andromeda agreed that Dark was his master, but pointed out that it was a mutual contract, not a deed of ownership. Titan will appear anywhere and anytime as long as Ronier calls for it, and will not allow anyone other than Dark to use it, all because of the Golem's pact that has been going on since ancient times. The guy said that he just wanted to terminate this contract. He didn't understand what the problem was. Andromeda admitted that he was very disappointed when he met Ronier for the first time. Although the Titan only agreed to the contract because Dark could control mana, its quantity left much to be desired. At that moment, Andromeda might have broken their agreement. But now the guy stood out. At least among all those the Titan had met thanks to Ronier, only 2 could come close to him in strength. Dark guessed that they were talking about Rubinsky and Camilla. He asked Andromeda to continue her explanation. The giant explained that he had no intention of breaking the contract with such an amazing owner. He asked not to raise this topic again until the guy found a Titan who would be stronger than Andromeda. Dark asked if the Titan wanted to fight, and a surprised Andromeda replied that Rainier was saying the obvious, since the Titan was born to fight. The boy apologized, explaining that he wouldn't have any reason to fight for a long time, so he couldn't use Andromeda. The puzzled Titan asked Dark to explain the impossibility of using it in a way that would be more understandable. Rainier said that Andromeda was created as a secret warrior from the beginning, so he was not allowed to be shown to other countries. Although the color could be changed, they could not do anything about his size. Titan asked if that was the problem. Couldn't they just kill all the enemies? And Dark called the giant crazy. The guy said, "In any case, I have to use someone else until the situation is right for you. Initially, I couldn't even control the Titan. It won't be good for you either if you follow me." Andromeda replied that with mana like Rainier's, there was no need for control. The Titan simply asked to give him mana, and he would do everything himself. "Ah?" the guy asked, who would like that? Dark promised that the time when Andromeda would be needed by him would come very soon, and then Rainier would come to the Titan again. Having thought it over, Andromeda asked where he should be until then. The guy noted that this basement was quite spacious for use alone, and the Titan replied that he understood everything and accepted the termination of the contract. He also asked that Dark be sure to fulfill his promise. Once this was decided, Silver summoned Daronia. A red Titan of the Caproxia level appeared to them. Not seeing the battle, he also wondered what had happened. The knight asked him to break their contract and sign a new one with Dark, noting that Silver himself, in any case, was only engaged in transporting titanium. Daronia agreed to terminate the contract, but he was surprised. Although he had heard about it before, he didn't know that Dark was so strong. The giant asked if everything would be okay. He was worried by the fact that Andromeda was looking at him as if she wanted to kill him, and Daronia would not be able to cope with such a powerful Titan. Rainier said not to pay attention to it, because the Azure Knight didn't even have a master, so he couldn't attack. The guy told Daronia to finally sign the contract. The Titan himself could not find a reason to refuse. The red giant recited the text of this treaty, after which he and Rainier introduced themselves to each other. Once they were done, Dark ordered Daronia to wait until the boy called him again, and the Titan disappeared into the distorted space. Now the prince and the knight have sorted this out too. Smiling, Rainier asked rhetorically whether it was time to warm up properly. The stunned people watched the fight with their mouths open in surprise. Several men were on all fours, breathing heavily. All of them were defeated by Dark alone. The spectators whispered that it was incredible. Rainier, using only one hand, surpassed 7 adepts. Even one of them could go out and confront all the spectators. Dark didn't take a step. He continued to remain in the same place. This was the level of the master. Palshan was unsure, but asked if his comrades thought that Dark had returned to the level he had before changing bodies. Mikkel replied that they could not evaluate someone so great. They could only admire. And the surprised media noted that the return of such incredible power should have taken 10 years. Rainier himself now understood at what level the adepts were. He glanced at everyone present. Those who were here were the Knights of Chiri. Those who belonged to the Chiri kingdom followed their home country. It was unknown when their retraining would end and they would return. Therefore, those 50 people who stood before Dark had to defend the entire principality of Chiri. The emperor ordered him to make them brave and strong warriors. But in Rainier's opinion, Frank set the level of strength too low. He believed that the knights should be raised one step higher. Palshan, Media, and Mikkel assumed that Dark himself would train them, which they didn't really want. Rainier turned to Chiri's second guard detachment. The former mercenaries were anxious, waiting to hear what he would say. Dark stated that they needed to make it their goal to become adepts. Little Taria was hanging out a lot of freshly washed clothes. She looked out the window and saw 50 people sitting in the lotus position. The girl was interested in what they were doing. The knight sat in silence for a while, feeling uncomfortable. One of them couldn't stand it, jumped up and screamed, "How long should they sit in such positions because his pelvis already hurt?" The other one supported him. He was already at his limit and did not understand why they had to sit on the bare ground, because they could do this on a chair. Another one shouted, demanding that his leg not be touched. The next knight who stood up asked what kind of breathing they were talking about at the beginning. Below the navel, but in the middle of the body, there was nothing there except organs. The instructor ordered them to be quieter. He was indignant that the knights dared to resist the prince's order, and one of the students noted that this was true, because the adepts studying with him did not perform these exercises. The man replied that he was only supervising their training. They also had their own training. The knights asked if the instructors themselves understood the meaning of all this. Another teacher answered positively, stating that they felt the mana flowing within them, So for them it was simple, but still a little foreign. The student cried out, "You see, the adepts have a large amount of mana, so you can concentrate on the place of breathing. But those who have little mana, like us for example, cannot undergo such training. There is not a single person here who understands the method of this training. It is better to order us to act, run, swing, throw, catch. I am ready to try harder than anyone else in such training." Another knight supported him, saying that instead of wasting time on this, it would be more useful to swing the knife once more. Not knowing how to respond to these claims, the instructors exchanged glances. Sylvar reported to Ronier that their students were unable to regulate their breathing. The knight explained that for such training it was necessary to strongly feel mana and be able to control it. And this was already the level of adepts. It turns out that during training to become an adept, forces of the corresponding level were already necessary. Of course, the knights being trained could not accept this. Deep in thought, Dark wondered how adepts usually became such. Silver replied that to do this they endlessly strained and overloaded their bodies. The bones only grew stronger after they broke and healed again, and the torn muscles grew larger and denser after they were restored. The heart and lungs moved without stopping and their volume increased. In addition, receiving a large amount of oxygen, an effect appeared in which the amount of accumulated mana also increased, which contributed to faster recovery of damage. Dark compared it to the training of a tribe of southern savages, which Silver had no idea about. Ronier explained that they were a tribe that lived in the dense forest and survived by fighting predators and poisonous insects. Their specialty was that, compared to training their internal strength like breathing practices, they paid great attention to training their body and physical strength. The knight pointed out that the boy said that the internal force was the mana inside their body. The boy agreed with this, but also noted that it was also formed during physical training. The process of becoming an adept, which Silver spoke about, was also included in such exercises. The knight noted that this was the most standard way. Dark said that he was sure that there was a huge amount of mana in this place. Even by training only external power, knights could unite with the sword. Thanks to this, it became possible to rise to the level of an adept. The problem, however, was that it was ineffective. Silver was alarmed, because this was the way all knights were trained. Ronier explained that external strength, that is, the abilities of the physical body, had limitations no matter how trained the bones and muscles were. The knights would not be able to break the stone. This was already the area of action of mana and internal strength. In short, if good internal strength results were achieved, then bone and muscle training would no longer be necessary. Silver stated that this was some kind of nonsense, because what you believe in most during a fight is nothing other than your body and the movements honed after tens of thousands of times. Improving the body was like the foundation of the foundations. This was common sense. In response, Dark asked a question. "Silver, who do you think has better trained muscles, you or me?" The body of a 14-year-old girl, covered in pimples after a 2-hour walk, having such a body, I have never tried to train using the body. I changed my muscle structure just by training my inner strength. The body you see now looks like a 14-year-old girl? After a gloomy silence and lowering his head, the knight answered negatively. Cracking his fingers, Ronier said that although he was not strong enough for a simple soldier in terms of muscle and bone strength, it did not hinder him in any way. Silver replied that even if that was the case, it didn't solve the main problem. As he had already said, the knights didn't even understand what it meant to accumulate mana in a place inside the abdomen. It was the same as if Dark told a man who had never seen an octopus about an aquatic animal with 8 legs, and he imagined a spider living in the water. Ronier wondered if the knight was talking about himself, and the man replied that it was during his childhood. Dark rose decisively from his seat. Then he said that in that case he would personally explain everything to them. The bare-chested knight sat in the lotus position and felt embarrassed by the gentle hands of Dark, who was sitting behind him, touching his back. Ronier said to concentrate his consciousness, but the thoughtful man did not immediately understand what the prince said, and the knight also asked if it was necessary to take off his clothes. Dark demanded that the man shut up, and he verbally accepted the order, causing Ronier to tell him to shut up again and advise him to close his eyes instead, with Raven, Jimmy, Meekle, and the others watching. Finally, the surrounding energy reached out to Dark. Making the knight worry and apologize, Ronier asked, "You said that you don't understand why you need to be in this particular pose, right?" The prince said that there was nothing difficult about it. He explained that the position in which the knight's butt was pressed firmly to the ground was the best for receiving mana. The surprised man asked if Dark had really said that mana was taken through the anus. Ronier replied that the knight was partly right, because mana could be obtained through the pores of the skin. but if you lay on the ground, you could easily fall asleep. So the knights took exactly this position. In this way, the mana scattered throughout the body was collected in one place. Finally, the shocked knight felt a buildup of energy inside his stomach. Media and Palshan watched what was happening in surprise. Dark asked if the man could feel his mana, and the knight asked if this new strange sensation was really his mana. Ronier confirmed this and asked if the mana felt good after the unification, and the joyful man answered positively. It was the first time he felt this energy so clearly. This was the very place that the man needed to remember well. Now Dark had to take his hands off his back, and the knight had to try to hold on to the mana as long as possible so that it wouldn't spill. When the prince removed his palms, the man tried his best to follow his master's words. Maintaining mana in this state was quite difficult. Dark advised the knight to close his eyes, as it helped him concentrate, and the sweating man obeyed him. All the other knights were shocked that their comrade was still able to retain mana. They rushed towards Ronier, tearing off their upper clothes and asking the lady to help them too. Paldion joined in, but when he saw that Media was also taking off her turtleneck, the mercenary became worried that she would appear naked in front of many men. The girl, whose breasts were hidden under the bandages, asked what was wrong, and Palshan breathed a sigh of relief and replied that everything was fine. Ronier was glad that his friends also wanted to try to gather mana in one place. Dark told everyone to sit down and take a position, and he would help them. He explained that now, feeling the breath inside the abdomen, his students needed to push the abdominal muscles toward the chest. This breathing technique was more effective when breathing through the nose, so everyone had to inhale and exhale exclusively through the nose and keep their mouths closed. You had to take a deep breath, count to 3, and exhale. At this point, the press began to tense up, so it was convenient to concentrate on the stomach. Changing the position of the body dispersed the mana. It required total concentration, and these actions had to be repeated 4 hours a day, without missing a day. It would be a shame for anyone to underestimate this training due to the lack of movement. On the contrary, the knights had to see how difficult it was to remain motionless. Ronier promised that with proper training, within 1 month the internal mana in the abdomen should become much greater than it was now. Mr. Blair and his dog were returning from hunting with some game. He immediately rushed to his son when he discovered that the wyvern, having decided to play with him, grabbed Tom by the clothes and lifted him up. Meanwhile, Saren, holding a broom in her teeth and standing on all fours, was diligently sweeping the floor. Watching this, Mrs. Blair and Tarja clapped their hands, supporting the maid. During the meditation that Ronier taught the mercenaries, Jimmy fell asleep even in such an uncomfortable position. Silver, who was watching them, saw how the guy rose to his feet like a sleepwalker and walked forward. However, the knight easily dealt with this problem by punching Jimmy so hard that he fell. Dark sat in his office at his desk, on which lay a huge pile of documentation. Such princely work completely depressed the warrior. Then he remembered Gaston and Ronnie, who had not been subjected to any training. It was they who had to do this boring, monotonous work. Ronier himself went down to the basement where he summoned Doronia. Having placed himself in the Titan, the guy took a few steps towards Andromeda. He then lightly kicked the blue Titan. Even these simple movements were difficult for the guy. Finally, the day was coming to an end, and the coats of arms in the castle with the golden blazing fire, the dragon were illuminated by the dim light of the lamps. While in the bathroom with the rest of his comrades, Palshan declared that he was dying. Mikkel told him not to relax too much, since there were 2 more groups behind them, and Jimmy, pointing to the water supply valve, asked if this object was really made of silver. Raven tensed up and asked if the mercenary was going to tear it off. Palshan noticed that Gaston looked a little too tired, and the magician replied that it was because of the hundreds of documents related to the management after the war. The mercenary leader also asked why the priest looked so depressed, and Ronnie replied that for the first time since the sacred teachings, he had met war at a desk. Kentaro stated that they might even be face-to-face with the devil for a while, which made Gaston and Palshan nervous. The magician asked the others to tell him how the training was going. He heard from Lord Silver that it was a very tedious method, but Palshan replied that he would never have thought that sitting quietly and breathing was so difficult. Mikkel noted that although they followed everything because the master taught them, physical training would be better for him. Entering the room with the mercenaries, Dark said that at first everything seemed difficult. Everyone immediately looked at the prince, including Jimmy, who was leaning on a silver valve outside the water. Then Jimmy screamed and jumped into the water. Everyone else tried to somehow hide their nakedness. Surprised, Ronier asked what this sudden awkwardness was, and the men explained that he was, after all, a woman. Dark noted that this was nonsense, and they knew that he was actually a man, But Palshan, stretching his hands forward trying to stop Ronir, said that now the guy was in a woman's body and asked them not to approach. Then the prince asked if he should really enter while Media was washing himself. But the leader of the mercenaries replied that it was also impossible that way. Dark told the men not to worry, since he wasn't going to wash now anyway. Ronir also noted that if the mercenaries did as he said, becoming an adept would only be a matter of time. Palshan agreed with this and noted that this was the only thing they believed in. Mikhail wondered if they really didn't need physical force. Dark answered this positively, because when the mercenaries are completely accustomed to controlling their breathing with the help of internal energy, they will be able to feel that strong muscles, on the contrary, hinder their strength. Jumping out of the bath and flexing his muscles, Palshan cried out, "Did they really need to get rid of the muscles?" Not paying attention to this, Ronir exhaled and said that some people had nothing to look at. Taking this personally, a disappointed Palshan sank into the water. The prince explained that he was talking about those who were not only unable to gather mana, but could not even concentrate properly. Raven and Jimmy's faces darkened as they realized that they were the ones being talked about. Dark said that, frankly speaking, they were even below average, and this training was useless for them. So Ronir told them to pack their things and get ready to leave. The mercenaries told Media about this, which angered the girl. She couldn't understand why Jimmy and Raven were kicked out, and Palshan explained that it was Dark's decision and told them to pack their things. A disgruntled Media stated that this was absurd, since Kratos was the one who dragged them here in the first place. She did not understand what her friends would do now that they could not even remain mercenaries. And Mikhail replied that these two were never real mercenaries anyway, since it was he who forced them to graduate from the academy. He thought that there shouldn't be any problems if they officially registered at least now, but the girl said, "You will continue to be irresponsible. The point is that you forced them and you must bear responsibility for it." Mikhail pointed out the fact that Jimmy and Raven were no longer his subordinates. Each of them had separately joined the guard squad as knights, so they were now separate from each other. And so the blonde didn't understand what Media thought he should be responsible for. This statement came as a complete surprise to the girl and did not make her happy at all. Mikhail also noted that these former mercenaries had also become adults. Even if not, they, who were preparing to graduate, were worthy knights of the academy, so there was no need to play the role of an older sister taking care of her little brothers. The dissatisfied Media objected that comrades who had been with them for more than 2 years could disappear because of a different opinion, and the blonde said something similar. Mikhail replied, "You are right. Choosing a path based on personal opinion, isn't that what is called a soldier's life?" The girl did not like her comrade's impenetrability. Overcome with anger, she wanted to teach him a good lesson. But Gaston said that this was not the end, and Media should not make hasty conclusions. Scaring the magician with her animal-like grin, the girl asked what Gaston was talking about, since Jimmy and Raven had been kicked out. And the man replied that they had only been told to pack their things and wait. And besides, Dark had flown away on a wyvern outside the castle, so he must have had some kind of plan too. Prince Ronir was in the castle of Kratau. There he squeezed the throat of Tozir, who felt fear before the embittered warrior. Dark said, "Do you know what kind of people I hate the most, liars? Those who deceive people with their tongue and head. And I have never killed such scum beautifully." A little earlier, everything seemed quite calm. Dark had just arrived in Krataus on his wyvern, where Tozir greeted him as the sharpest sword of the empire. Ronir asked how he was getting on. The guy jumped off the wyvern, and the mage replied that there had been no specific achievements yet. The prince asked if their agreement had not been mutually beneficial. The boy was supposed to work for the empire, and the magician was supposed to look for a way to dispel the curse placed on him. Tozir confirmed this, and Dark decided to voice one but. The surrounding atmosphere suddenly became tense, and Tozir became worried. Ronir said, "If you continue to do nothing, won't the reason why I have to cooperate with the empire disappear?" The dark energy emanating from Dark touched the wyvern. The creature began to wheeze from lack of air. Then its eyes rolled back and it fell dead to the ground. It looked pretty terrifying to anyone. However, Tozir was also the one who met the evil spirit Cronetio. The magician fell to his knees. It was impossible to resist someone whom even he could not control. The ring acted as a medium for the transmission of the curse. Of course, if it was destroyed, the curse should dissipate. But while it was protected by the power of the evil spirit, it was impossible to do this, even if so. Now Tozir could not get rid of it so easily. This was his last guarantee. The surest way for Tozir was to send Dark to his original world. The mage pointed out the fact that according to the treaty signed with His Majesty, Ronir was granted a title and lands, and he wondered if the boy was really going to break this agreement. Now the man could not lose Dark. In this situation, when only he could control the Azure Knight, the guy became a lifeline for the revival of the Empire. Instead of answering, Ronnier extended his hand to the magician. He then grabbed Tozier by the throat, forcing him up, and asked if he knew what kind of people Dark hated the most. The guy hated liars, those who deceived people using their heads and tongues, and he never killed such scumbags beautifully. Ronnier didn't need the titles and lands, so he could return them. The mage did nothing, so Dark thought he should take action himself. But Tozier said that he tried very hard to fulfill the promise he made to him. He explained that it was time-consuming but did not violate their agreement, and the prince asked if the man had really asked him to wait. Tozier said that he would fulfill his promise, so Dark also should not have backed down from his agreement with the emperor. These were fair demands. A disgruntled Ronnier lifted Tozier up, causing him to wheeze. The magician said that if the prince killed him, his only way out would disappear. Dark let go of Tozier, who fell to his knees and began to greedily gasp for air, and Ronnier called him a real liar who kept his tongue moving until the very end. The man replied that if it was for the sake of the Empire, then he was ready to give up his life at any moment. Dark said, "Patriot to the core. Still not enough to keep you alive." To Ronier's surprise, the mage said that Dark was needed for this. He was essential to their empire, and if the boy helped, Tozier would grant his wish. The warrior pierced Tozier with his gaze, making him nervous, wondering what decision Dark would make. Passing by the magician, Ronnier said that this time he would leave him alive. But he couldn't relax and trust everything to Tozier. The guy refused to be tied to this land. The mage turned sharply towards the Grand Duke, addressing him, and Dark said that he obeyed the Emperor and would continue to prepare for the battle with Corinth. He also asked to call Lord Julian Aglios. A little later, Dark met a gray-haired man who greeted the highly respected prince. Ronnier asked if Julian had heard about everything, and Aglios replied positively, saying that he was in charge of the senior knight squad, so he didn't think he could act in such a role. For this reason, Julian brought someone to replace him, and that was Kal Kisley. Dark was indignant that the man was too young, and noted that Aglios himself should have understood why the prince was appointing a deputy for himself. And Julian said that, of course, he understood everything. Sighing with displeasure, Kal pulled out an amulet from under his clothes, which suddenly began to glow. After a short glow, the young guy turned into a middle-aged man with gray hair. Dark asked what it was, whether Kisley had become older or something else, and Kal replied that it was his true appearance hidden by holy magic. Ronnier thought it was something similar to a rejuvenation technique, and Kal's amulet had the same pattern as the clothes of the priestess Mineria, who also looked younger than her years. Julian said that although Kisley did not pay tribute to the years, worrying about his appearance, Aglios could vouch for his abilities, since Kal had accumulated a lot of experience and could be trusted. And the owner of Holy Magic indignantly said that everyone wanted to be young, handsome guys, and he only made it come true. Looking at the guy, Dark felt like this man was unreliable, and Kal said, "That's why I came here to become your deputy." Still, having accepted the Holy Knight as his deputy, Ronnier said that he would need to go to diplomatic negotiations in his place. Kisley became nervous and asked if the prince had really spoken about diplomatic negotiations. Dark confirmed this and specified that they would be held with the Argon Empire. This news surprised the men present. Somewhere in the forest, some trees were damaged either by axes or powerful claws. In the same place, there were broken carts, dead people, and horses. This was the result of a meeting between orcs and ordinary merchants. Among the dead lay a tied bag. One of the orcs approached it, opened it, and saw gold inside. Another monster asked why his friend was taking these shiny things, and the orc replied that if he gave them to the hobbits, he could get meat and weapons. Another one asked why it was so difficult, because they could have just killed them and taken them. A more reasonable orc called this monster an idiot and explained that if they had a lot of weapons, it would be even easier in the future. Another monster, raising his axe, shouted that the warrior was stupid. The warrior spoke with metal. Suddenly, they noticed raised spears and a banner with a dragon on it heading towards them. The monsters couldn't understand what was happening, and the approaching people in armor blew their horns. Among them were Mikkel, Palshan, and Media. The orcs realized that these were hobbit warriors, which meant there was more work to do. One of them shouted, "Talk with metal!" Raising his sword, Palshan also cried out, "Let's show the results of our training." Then the so-called hobbit warriors rushed to meet the orcs. The knights fought their opponents successfully. One of the people said that he now understood why they were told to breathe from their stomachs. They never thought that mana would act as muscles. Now the knights understood how thanks to this, the lady was able to become a master even with such a body. One of the warriors chuckled and said that maybe they would rise to adept status once they had dealt with these pigs, and then they too could get titans. When the orcs saw the superiority of their opponents, fear began to overcome them. The monsters realized that the people were too strong and decided to run away. Seeing the orcs escape, the knights went after them. One of the warriors said that this was exactly why he told them to take horses with them, and the other called the first an idiot, asking what kind of cavalry he could have in the mountains. The orcs kept running from the knights in an attempt to escape, and the humans continued to pursue them. However, at some point the warriors stopped. Ahead they found high orcs who were dressed in armor. They bared their teeth and growled menacingly, trying to look even more terrifying. Then one of them rushed towards the knights. Palshan commanded to push the shields forward. The knights obeyed, and the orc rushing towards them flew straight into the shield. The unlucky man had a hard time holding back such a strong opponent. Now the entire line of defense was being attacked by orcs, of which there were too many. One of the monsters pushed off the shield and was already flying over the knights. However, the next moment the orc was already lying down, pinned to the ground by the titan's heavy sword. Palshan was glad that Silver had finally joined them, noting that the warriors had gathered the orcs well. One blow was enough to destroy all the orcs trying to break through the shields. In addition to Silver, other titans and pilots joined the squad. The monsters looked at these powerful giants in fear. One of the titans declared that there would be no more orcs in the Kratos Empire. Someone on the tower was ringing the bell, warning of the approaching enemies. The blonde man wondered what kind of madman dared to attack the Argon Empire. Seeing who was approaching them from the forest, he was surprised. It was a whole frightened squad of orcs. The monsters saw the Hobbit fortress ahead and did not know what to do. One of them shouted that they should break through, and the other noted that this was what the one who escaped said. Pushing the weaker creatures in front of him, the higher orc shouted at the weaklings to disperse. He sped up, intending to break the gate. The orcs were confident that if they crossed the wall, the titans would no longer be able to pursue them. Suddenly, another obstacle appeared in front of them, made of people. They were the holy knights of the Argon Empire. They intended to destroy all the demons who wanted to destroy the castle. These knights clutched strange magical hilts in front of them, from which blades of light emerged. One of the warriors said that everything was as Shikart wished. The self-confident orcs kept moving forward, believing that people with some kind of lamps instead of normal weapons were no obstacle to them. However, this was their mistake, as by swinging their lightsabers the knights successfully destroyed the high orcs. At the rectangular table, on one side, sat the high-ranking officials of the Argon Empire, and on the other, the diplomatic delegation of the Principality of Chiri, among whom was Kislev, who said, "Don't you all know how these cunning orcs escaped from us during the times when Chiri was a kingdom? We gave each other headaches, because they played hide-and-seek with us. Sometimes they appeared on the border between the kingdom of Chiri and the Empire of Argon, or hid behind the mountain range of Maltorio. This was the reason for our strengthening of maritime trade. Therefore, now, having received the post of Governor-General of Chiri, I mobilized all the troops, attacked and defeated them. Argon responded quickly to our initiative, which is why we were able to win so beautifully." With a forced smile on his face, Emperor Argon replied, "We know this, Your Excellency, Governor-General Ronyer. We were also glad to take part in defeating the orcs. However, the fact that you crossed our border without any warning with an entire army and with a titan is your oversight. Do you even know how surprised I was when I saw the report?" Nervously, Kal replied, "I suppose so." Ronnie wondered if the Argon Empire had suffered any damage. The Emperor asked if they really meant to say that if no harm was done, then there was no negligence and no need to compensate for the damage. Kentaro replied that he would not dare to say such a thing, and was only glad that their righteous brothers had destroyed the monsters and further spread the greatness of Shihart. However, as the staff of Shakart, he was only worried about the fact that after this great battle, conducted under the patronage of their god, they began to discuss such worldly values as compensation. Ronnie then asked the swords of Shayhart if this was the case. They agreed with Kentaro. The men only followed the orders of Shayhart. Like his swords, they were not interested in any material values. They were there and personally experienced his patronage. The warriors were sure that the army that entered their country, having crossed the border, followed Shayhart's plan, wanting to defeat the army of monsters. The Emperor said that they seemed to have come to an agreement, but Argon could not turn away from material wealth, as evidenced by the creation of kingdoms and empires in itself. One of Argon's representatives said that the Emperor was right. International problems were already material matters. Another said that, unlike affairs within the empire, external issues could not be decided by the will of Shakart. The Holy Swords also agreed with this. They said that they had fulfilled their duties as blades to a sufficient extent, and now it was the turn of the staff to speak. However, if Chire accepted the will of Shehart and changed his religion, they would not ask anything of them. The fair-haired man asked Ronnie, "Isn't the fact that you, as the staff of Shehart, are here now proof of Chire's ability to become our brother?" Laughing awkwardly, Kentaro said that he tried too, but it seemed that they didn't have the best prospects in this matter. Gaston asked what the Argan Empire wanted to get from Chire in that case, and the Emperor asked, "You have already thought about this, haven't you?" The mage said that they intended to give Argon all the items obtained in this attack on the orcs, but the head of the Empire was not interested in the monsters' items. They were only interested in their complete extermination and the creation of a trade route on land. Gaston asked if the man was talking about crossing the Maltorio mountain range, and the Emperor answered in the affirmative, as the Governor-General had said. Trade relations had always been under pressure because of the monsters. Now they could make their way by land. So there would be no need for ships, since transportation costs would be greatly reduced. Argon was going to demand the complete opening of land trade routes and the covering of roads. Kisley thought that there was no guarantee that only traders would use this road, and in his mind, he called the Emperor an idiot. Kahl knew that they couldn't stand it if Argon's army used the covered road and occupied them, and they had no reason to refuse to resume trade using the land roads, while Argon had some, since armed penetration into the territory of another state could not be justified by anything. Kisley wondered where the idiot was who gave such an order. At that moment, Dark's ear was itching badly. He assumed it was because Tozier had spoken unflatteringly about him. If the mage didn't make progress again the next time they met, Ronier was going to squeeze every tear out of him. First, the prince had to decide how to train Jimmy and Raven. They destroyed monsters and dealt with their remains, so they still had some experience. Now these former mercenaries sat and ate meat and other food with great appetite. Ronier clutched his forehead, thinking about how much his head hurt. Noticing this, Raven asked what problems his friend had, and Jimmy asked what Dark was thinking about that he didn't even eat. The guy thought out loud, "I'm thinking about you idiots. I can't use your bodies myself." After thinking about using other people's bodies, he had an idea. However, Dark was distracted from her by someone's shout, "What, are you saying that you don't believe me?" Somewhere at a table nearby, a man was indignant that his interlocutor did not believe him. He claimed that a golden dragon lived in the Maltorio Mountains. At that moment, an image of Arteus flashed through Dark's head, saying that his daughter hadn't remembered him for a long time. The stranger continued to convince his interlocutor of the truth of his words. He claimed that they were working in the very depths of the mountains, which is why they met him. It so happened that this man's group cleared out the peasant's house, and his daughter turned out to be a beauty. Then they decided to have a little fun. And at that moment, a golden dragon flew over their heads. The interlocutor said that he didn't care about the dragon, and he demanded to tell about the girl. However, there was nothing to tell, since while they were distracted, she ran away. Suddenly, a female voice told the buddies to shut up and drink their own booze, which angered the men. Dark said it was so noisy here that he couldn't eat properly. The strangers stared at the girl, surprised by such impudence. Then they burst into laughter, directing their sarcasm at Ronier. One of the men said that the chick said she wanted to play with them, but hot, and the other noted that in that case he should have helped by giving his body. This did not please Jimmy and Raven, who rose from the table, deciding to stand up for their friend. Dark decided to try to limit them with the help of internal energy. He said that from now on, the former mercenaries should remember how mana flows in their body. Ronier cast a restraint on Jimmy and Raven, causing them to freeze in place. One of the ill-wishers, cracking his knuckles, said that, judging by the fact that the girl walked around with security, she was from a fairly wealthy family, so he wanted to see if she could maintain a sense of dignity without clothes. A nervous Jimmy and Raven asked what Dark was doing since they couldn't move, and the guy told them to shut their mouths. He asked them to focus on the flow of his mana, and at that moment one of the villains approached the former mercenary, asking what they were waiting for. Next came a blow to Raven's face, after which someone's bone crunched. The puzzled stranger felt pain in his arm, and Raven was shocked that he himself was safe and sound. The ill-wisher fell to his knees and, holding his injured hand, screamed in pain, and the others could not understand what was happening, because his opponent did not even move. Raven felt mana gathering at the tip of his nose, and guessed that it was what made him so hard that he broke bones. The villains decided that something was wrong with this defender, so they decided to switch to another one. One of them, trying to hit Jimmy, said that they would get rid of one first. Only completely unexpectedly, the former mercenary disappeared somewhere. He appeared behind the scoundrels who did not understand how this was possible. They were scared when they turned around and saw the defender landing. Jimmy was amazed to think that he was able to jump just by concentrating mana in all his toes, without even using his knees. Smiling, Dark was pleased that he was able to control the bodies of his comrades. The next day, Jimmy and Raven's faces were swollen from the injuries they had received. Seeing this, Dark began to shake with uncontrollable laughter. And the guys thought that he was a real devil, because of whom they became like this. The former mercenaries stated that they only looked like that because the guy decided to control other people's bodies without even knowing how to do it properly. And if Ronye had just left it to them, this wouldn't have happened. Having calmed down, Dark straightened up and said that his stomach hurt. This was quite expected, because it was very difficult to control two people at once, especially since at the very beginning the guys had an incredibly small supply of mana. He asked if they now understood the method of mana flow control he used yesterday. Jimmy asked if Dark didn't remember that they had dealt with the last three idiots themselves, and Raven noted that when you study, when you get beat up like that, you understand everything, even if you don't want to. Dark said that this time they would fight themselves and not with physical force, but using mana. Jimmy and Raven were unhappy that another battle awaited them today, because they were still in bad condition and everything hurt. Ronan took a vial of purple liquid out of his bag and told the boys to drink it. It was a healing potion that must have been incredibly expensive. Raven noted that the prince himself gave this potion, so there was no point in talking about any money. And Dark explained that the priest Ronnie gave him this elixir, saying that even one sip could heal almost any wound. Jimmy's attention was drawn to the label on the bottle, which stated that this potion was called the Breath of Shehart. It did not work on those who believed in other gods besides Shehart, but this did not apply to atheists. It also did not work on evil people, and if there was no effect, the money was still non-refundable. Jimmy said he didn't believe in Shehart, and Raven said that since it says here that it doesn't apply to atheists, it should probably be okay, but more importantly, can you even believe it? Deciding to test this, the boys drank the potion. It had a positive effect on the former mercenaries, who began to feel much better. The boys began to raise their hands to the sky, saying that they believed in Mr. Shehart. Jimmy was glad that all the pain was gone, and Raven wondered if the believers of Kronos were getting this for free. Earlier, Ronnie chuckled slyly. Dark asked if the priest was in a good mood, and if he was probably thinking that the flasks contained a healing potion. Kentaro answered positively and said that he thought that 2 more new followers were about to join their church. In principle, Ronier didn't care about it. He suggested that the guys have some more fun and asked if they were ready, to which they responded positively. Soon, Jimmy and Raven were again beating up the villains who had run into them. When Jimmy punched one of them in the stomach, the man vomited during the flight, ending with him landing in his own vomit. Calling it disgusting, the brown-haired man sighed, finally dealing with the last enemy. Raven also finished his fight, shaking off his hands. Ronier watched all this with the most indifferent expression on his face. As they approached him, the fighters asked how Dark would evaluate their work, and the prince said that there was no point in sticking up their noses since they still had a long way to go. The disappointed boys asked if that wasn't enough, and Dark replied that they fought the last 5 without using mana control. Jimmy explained that they were suddenly attacked with knives, so the former mercenaries used the most familiar techniques. Raven also pointed out the fact that their mana was already at 0 by that time. Yesterday there were no problems just because Dark was pouring mana into them. Ronier asked how it could be at 0 if they weren't even using it properly. What was at 0 here was their control abilities. Jimmy whined, but Raven didn't argue with that. Turning away, the prince said that everything would be decided with the accumulation of experience, and the guys asked if they would really do this again. After some time, Dark arrived in the Argon Empire, the western city of Troy. It had many majestic buildings. The streets were decorated with various flowers, and somewhere there were fountains in the form of angels or other shapes. As he rode through these streets on horseback with his companions, Ronier noted that it was a beautiful city, and all the other cities of Argon were clean and beautiful. Jimmy agreed with this. He noted that all the people in this place were kind, there were no thieves here, and no one picked on you on the street. But Dark said that, on the other hand, the disadvantage of the city was that if you even just started arguing with someone, the guards would immediately come running with swords. Raven admitted that they really liked it, because at least they wouldn't fight while they were here, which meant they could calmly enjoy the journey, insulting him. A displeased Dark asked if he should explain again why the prince dragged them along with him. Jimmy pointed out that there were probably other places as developed as this one that weren't even close to Kratos' capital, Crodon. Raven said that was probably true, since the guard commander had said earlier that it was one of the 5 capitals of the Argon Empire. Ronier noted that the difference in the powers of the state was too great. It was even becoming difficult to say that it was the same empire, and yet they were able to survive. Jimmy said that Argon acted as a wall to protect against the monsters coming from Maltorio, and Raven noted that this was especially true during the battle with the orcs. Raven said that although it seemed that everything was now over, the traders looked very happy because the road was soon to be repaired, and all this was thanks to Dark, and the prince himself was indignant. "Shut up. Do you think I knew that everything would happen like this? So I even had to appoint Kisley my deputy." Raven said that Argon had obligations, so nothing could be done. And if Dark had been there might have been a war. And Jimmy said that since Ronier was the prince of Argon, they agreed to cover the costs of repairing the roads. Listening to his companions with dissatisfaction, Dark looked around. That's when he noticed a red and gold carriage with a fair-haired man standing next to it, his gaze fixed on Ronier. The prince asked what Raven thought of the guy, whether he looked strong. The blonde noted that, judging by his clothes, it seemed that this was the case. He was wearing white gloves, which meant that he most likely came from a fairly wealthy family. The man also had a long sword and developed arm muscles, which indicated that he was a skilled swordsman. Taking this into account, Dark walked towards the man. The stranger politely apologized to the nice lady, not understanding what she wanted, and Dark snorted indignantly. Then he said, "How tactless, Raven. No matter how weak another person looks, how can you call him empty-headed just by looking at his appearance?" Looking at the supposed offender, the displeased man bared his teeth. A worried Raven asked what Dark was talking about, and the next moment a white glove flew into his face. Dark grinned, and the stranger said that he would not tolerate humiliation in front of a lady. He, Pyros Dower, challenged Raven to a duel and demanded that he get off his horse. Trying to somehow explain himself, the former mercenary said that everything was not like that, and Jimmy, who had already dismounted, asked if this was the first time Raven had been caught, and said that he had to be careful. He awkwardly apologized to the stranger and asked if they could end this duel by counting them as losers, after which a blade was brought to his throat. Holding a sword in his outstretched hand, the insulted man said, "If you want to disgrace me even more, shut up and take out your sword. I will show you whose side the god Shakart supports." The woman sitting in the carriage asked Pyrrhus what was going on. The surprised guys watched as the sweet lady descended from the carriage. She asked if her father hadn't ordered Duro to refrain from fighting. The man explained to his sister that these people had humiliated him, and the girl said that if he did not listen to her, she would tell everything to her father. Finding this boring, Dark told Jimmy and Raven to continue on their way. However, the lady asked them to wait. She said that it seemed her younger brother had been impolite to them and apologized for him. The girl said that if they were travelers, she would like to invite them home. Her father had traveled a lot in the past and he loved to discuss it. They would be honored if the company would spare some time for them. Dark tried to say that they were very busy and needed to go, but Jimmy covered his mouth and thanked the lady for the offer. He said that they just needed such a place, and Raven supported him, saying that they came from Kratos and were here for the first time, so she was very worried. The lady was glad that everything worked out so well. She said, "So, you came. Crossing the Maltorio mountain range, my name is Anne Dower, and this is my younger brother Pyros Dower." Dark had no choice but to accept the boy's wishes and also agree to this proposal. When Anne returned, her father was sitting in the living room with several other people. His daughter introduced him to the travelers who had arrived from Kratos, Mrs. Dark Clyde and Messrs, Jimmy Doney and Raven Ellenvar. The head of the house, Michel Dour, stood up and greeted the guests, saying that they had just been having a light conversation with the travelers who had arrived yesterday. They were Spen Antria, Ado Johnson, and Betty Donian. Dark gave the strangers a searching look. Michelle invited the guests to sit down, noting that their house had not been so crowded for a long time. Everyone was given tea, the aroma of which Betty praised. Suddenly, Dark asked her if she was by any chance a priest. This question made the trio uneasy, and such a reaction puzzled Dark. Donian asked, "Didn't you say that this is your first time in Argon? What is the reason you say this?" Ronier explained that he would rather like to ask why they were all so careful. The girl replied that it was a chauvinistic place that did not recognize any other god except Shakart. But Dark called her a priest, for which Argon's security squad could even cut off her head. It goes without saying that they were tense. Dark called it logical and explained, "The evidence is simple, all because I met with the priests of Kerns, although one of them was a warrior using an amulet. No, more precisely an artifact. And I feel that similar energy also emanates from you. This is not mana flowing in the earth, but the obvious energy of holy magical power." Donian was amazed that the boy could distinguish between holy and ordinary magic. She assumed that Ronnier was incredibly sensitive to mana, which meant he could be a spiritual master. Dark replied, I can't say that I'm not connected to it, but I think it would be better to consider that I simply know how to use both a sword and magic. The other two travelers stared at Betty. Deciding that there was no need to hide it, Donian admitted that she was a priestess of the goddess Artemis, and Ado asked Dark where they were headed. If he and the others didn't have a specific destination in mind, the man wanted them to join them on this journey. Dark replied that while they didn't have a specific endpoint, he didn't think their thoughts were the same. However, Johnson was confident that their goals had to coincide. After all, it was a dragon hunt. Smiling, Jimmy and Raven were surprised that they decided to go to the dragon with such a small group and noted that there were many travelers. Ado explained that they had 6 more people, 3 of whom went first to scout, and they waited for the remaining 3. Dark said, Are you serious? This isn't even funny. If there is not at least a master among you, even if you gather 100 people, it will be of no use. Spen replied that empty laughter was the usual reaction, but he liked Ronier's look. Although the lady looked young, she was quite perceptive and seemed to know something about dragons. Of course, the men knew that this expedition would be difficult, but they had realistic plans. They wanted to attack the weakest green dragon, whose age was supposedly about 600 to 800 years old, and not long ago he was wounded. Antria asked Dark rhetorically if he knew how hard it was to find a dragon that was less than 1,000 years old. But of course the prince had no idea, and the man chuckled and called the girl cool, because she didn't even flinch despite what he said. Putting his hand on Otto's shoulder, Spen, smiling, said that it seemed that he and Ronier would understand each other well. He continued to tell Dark something, and the prince himself, seeing how the man was doing well in self-deception, decided to just listen to him. For Ronier, it was a good chance to learn about dragons because his father was not serious, so he did not help him with this at all. Having finished his story, Antria said that the girl seemed to already know all of this, but Dark had missed it all because of his thoughts about his uselessness. While Spen noted that they had met an incredible person, Dark asked what their realistic method was, and the man replied that they had 3 titans and that should be enough as an answer. Ronier thought that if they weren't master level, 3 giants weren't enough. But if the opponent was a young dragon, there might be a chance. He also asked what the reward was. The travelers explained that they were taking the dragon's body and could not give it back. They were ready to share 3/10 of his treasures. Jimmy noted that this was not enough, and Dark said that the young dragon might not have treasures. Then Antria offered 3,000 gold coins. Ronier agreed with this, saying that they didn't need the body. Jimmy was outraged. Because the dragon's body was the most valuable thing, Doni did not understand why he should waste his strength and expose himself to danger without it. After learning from Raven that only the Emperor of Corinth could use items made from dragon bones, Dark was surprised, because his father simply took out a bone, which, moreover, recovered quite quickly. Calling his interlocutors inexperienced fighters, Spen said that the girl they were guarding made the right choice. Antria's party had 3 titans with them, so they, Jimmy, Raven, and Dark, had different stakes. Spen deduced that this was why the prince had abandoned the body and chosen the jewels and cash. In fact, Ronier really wasn't interested in the dragon's corpse. Spen said that there were also certain rules of the dungeon, and asked if the former mercenaries would be able to carry the dragon's body without Argon noticing. And Raven asked what rules exactly he was talking about. It was an international law that required a person to pay a tax equal to 8/10 of the value of the dragon's body. Antria noted that the boy's mistress understood this, which is why she gave in. Jimmy and Raven exchanged worried glances. Doni asked Dark if this was true, and Ronier thought about it. Spen spoke everything for him, and the prince had no reason to argue with him. However, Dark assumed that his father might scold him if he went hunting a dragon. But since it was a green dragon, it was unlikely to be related to Arteus. Meanwhile, Arteus himself visited Kratos' castle. The dragon was angry that they did not let him inside, and said that they did not know his son. The father stated that Dark had said quite clearly that he lived here. One guard once again explained that there was no Baron Clyde on the list of nobility. Then the dissatisfied dragon demanded that they call the Emperor, and another guard declared that the stranger had gone mad to dare to speak of his majesty in such a tone. Arteus had already started calling the knight an unfinished hobbit, and he explained, "No, think about it. A man who looks 20 or 30 years old is looking for his son, and this son, who looks 17, is a handsome man. And besides, he is not even in the records. That is why I call you a psycho." The guards continued to drive away the dragon, who was unhappy with this attitude towards his person. He could not tolerate such insults. Arteas aimed a ball of fire at the men, shouting, "Die!" The frightened knights ran away to the sides, and the fiery sphere flew straight into the doors. Stepping over the boundary marked by the wall, the dragon said that this time he had destroyed the fortress gates, but next time he would take the lives of the guards. The knights shouted, "Alarm!" They were announcing that the magician had destroyed the main gate and gotten inside. On the territory of the castle, Arteas was met by the blades of warriors. Smiling, the dragon said, "Hobbits, who are not even up to the level of insects, do you really want to test my patience?" Several more travelers arrived at the Duer family estate, and Spen was glad to see them. These were 2 male adepts and 1 girl familiar to Antria. The red-haired girl with short hair was named Shatran Pair. One guy standing next to her with ash-blonde hair and a wide scar on his cheek was introduced as Pashir. The other blonde guy with a bun at the back of his head was Joe Nerman. Seeing the surprisingly seasoned guys in front of him, Dark briefly introduced himself. Approaching the sofa where the 2 guys were sitting and surprising them with his height, Joe noted that there were many beauties at this party, and it was not often that he was so lucky. And Shatran asked him to control himself. Not wanting to listen to anyone, Nerman asked if Ronier had a lover. Not wanting to respond to this stupidity, Dark just turned away from him, embarrassing Joe. Behind Arteas were the Molten Gates, and he was surrounded by 11 knights with spears extended in his direction. They asked who the enemy was and who had sent him, and the dragon, insulting the people, concluded that they were useless since they did not even know where his son was. Arteas said that if that happened, they would all die, after which a strong stream of wind arose, rising upward. The knights began to be overcome with fear as their weapons began to disintegrate in the stream. Right from the center of the resulting tornado, picking up the stones, eyes looked at them, reminiscent of 2 lights in the darkness. Arriving to the aid of the warriors, Darren shouted out a spell. An ice wall immediately rose up around the tornado. The magician noted that it was too close. But such a trick could not stop the great golden dragon. Arteas decided to use the whirlwind blade, and Darren ordered everyone to lie down. Another airwave destroyed the pitiful ice wall, turning it into fragments. The ground was stained with the blood of those who did not have time to react and carry out the magician's order. The survivors looked at this with deep amazement. The dragon asked if Darren was really going to stop him with such nonsense. The magician asked if it was possible that Arteas was the same golden dragon with whom Princess Ronier lived, but the unexpected guest was not familiar with this name. He replied, "I am, of course, a golden dragon, but I don't know any Roniers. Don't irritate me even more. Call my son right now. Or do you want to see this castle completely in ruins?" Darren was surprised by what was said, and someone from behind asked what was happening here. The emperor, heading with Tozier to Arteas, asked him for what reason he had come to his castle. The dragon was glad that at last someone had come to talk to. He explained that he had come to see his son. Frank replied that he had never heard of a baby dragon in their country. Arteas claimed that he was a man and asked if the emperor had not seen the dragon bring him. He had heard that Dark had returned to Kratos again and so asked to be taken to his son. And the emperor said that, of course, the princess had returned. But he did not understand how she could be a son if she was a girl. Arteas explained that he was talking about Baron Clyde, and despite the fact that he was a girl, he was still the dragon's son. And Frank replied, "Although I have heard that dragons have no gender distinctions, didn't you say that the princess is a human?" Joining the conversation, Tozier said that he would explain everything to the emperor later. He also explained to Arteas that his son, Dark Clyde, had received the title of prince and became Prince Dark Ronier, and that he was currently on his way to his lands in Cheria, so he was not currently living in Kratos. Upon learning of his son's change of surname, the dragon called the fact that people change their surnames with every change of title nonsense. Tozier said that he would personally take Arteas to his son, and the dragon did not mind. The mage smiled, thinking that it was fate. Even if it was because of Dark, he could become somehow connected to the golden dragon. When they were already in Chire, Tozier was in confusion, but the dragon's face was distorted into a grin. Seeing the coats of arms with a golden dragon in the castle, Arteas wondered if the son was mocking his father, and the magician thought that they had come there in vain. Serene was humming a song to herself and sweeping the floor when someone approached her. Noticing this man, the alarmed cat girl greeted Lord Tozier. The man asked her not to be afraid of him, explaining that she had already left his control and belonged to the prince. Agreeing with this, the maid asked why he had come here. The magician explained that he had brought his highness's father and asked him to inform Dark about this. And Arteas at that moment muttered that he had raised his son too affectionately. The girl asked what to do, since in fact the prince was not here now. Tozier said that he understood everything and was interested in when the prince would return. Saren replied that His Highness had entrusted all concerns to Count Kisley, after which he had left on a journey about half a month ago. The magician became nervous, realizing his mistake. He heard that Dark had entrusted all diplomatic matters to Kisley, but he had no idea that the guy could leave. The man did not understand how Ronir could simply abandon his land and leave, and even half a month ago. Tozer thought about how he had loudly and confidently declared that he would organize a meeting with Dark, but if they didn't find him there either, things could turn out badly. Putting his hand on the mage's shoulder, Arteas said that he had heard everything, and this frightened Tozier. All the travelers who were in Dower's house were already making their way on horseback through the forest. Joe asked where the dragon they were going to catch lived, and he also noted that Shatran said that they would find out about everything after meeting Antria and Ado. Spen explained that he couldn't tell them about it right now, because if they were to throw information around too much, in the worst case, Argon could even take the dragon's body from them. Dark wondered if they weren't all their comrades. Antria answered negatively and explained that although these two were acquaintances of Shatran, Pashir and Nerman were mercenaries whom she had brought specifically for this matter. Lost in thought, Ronir looked at these mercenaries carefully. Spen said that they had 3 titans, so the prince decided to inquire who owned them, and Antria replied that they were owned by these two and Shatran. Dark took note of this and asked no more questions for now. He wondered why the travelers gave the mercenaries an advantage in battle. Spen and Johnson apparently had no titans. Ronir felt that something was fishy here. Arteas said that his son's behavior was to be expected. He was the type to create trouble but not think of others, just as Dark had made the monster depicted on his coat of arms the symbol of his family. Tozier thought that it was worth trying to soften the dragon's heart, who said that nothing could be done and that it was fate. He also clarified whether Ronir was heading to Argon. Arteas said that this information was already enough, and at that moment Khal ran up to them. He told Tozier that he had heard of his arrival, and also rumors that the father of His Excellency the Governor-General had arrived. The mage confirmed that the man standing in front of Kisley was the prince's father, and Khal asked if he thought Arteas was too young. Tozer replied that Kisley must not have heard that it was the golden dragon who gave shelter to the prince and took him as his adopted son. A nervous Khal said it was hard not to be surprised. He noted that Arteas' son was currently in Argon, and the dragon replied that he knew this, which is why he was heading there. Kisley asked if he could wait a little. They were also sending a special group there, which meant they could go together. They just needed to contact Dark, and for the test it should be easier than continuing the search alone. Knowing Ronier's character, Tozier was sure that he would most likely be too lazy to get in touch in a timely manner. But if his father was with them, Dark would not be stubborn and refuse. The dragon concluded that this was a pretty good offer and asked to start preparations quickly. And Khal said that he just had guys who were ideal for this task, while Tozier wondered if Kisley had really won his status as count by playing poker. While in one of the towers, the windows of which looked directly onto the sea, the dragon asked, "So you are my son's friends?" Palshan Mikil, Gaston, and Media happily confirmed this. It was already getting dark, so the group of travelers decided to make a stop. Joe and Pashir collected branches for a fire. The already lit fire heated the suspended cauldron. A little further away from the fire sat Dark, looking somewhere into the forest, and seemed sad. This melancholy could not escape Nerman's eyes. Smiling, Joe suggested that Dark had given in to autumnal sensitivities, causing Raven to glance at Ronir in surprise. Elenvar hoped to see a new emotion on the prince's face, but everything was as usual, and Joe asked why Raven was laughing. Nerman claimed that all women were like that, and at those moments the chance to pick them up became incredibly high. Betty denied this fact, and Raven said that if Dark's mood changed because of the fall, he would give the mercenary his entire fortune. Ronir himself looked into the distance and thought, "So it turns out there is a bamboo forest here. How long ago was it? How long ago was it that I so peacefully enjoyed the view? I have never passed a beautiful place without practicing self-discipline there." Ronir recalled how one guy asked him, "A way of training that seems impossible for a person?" Dark confirmed this and asked if anything came to mind. The warrior felt that with age he was less and less able to imagine such a thing, and the brunette replied that with such a level as Ronier's, any ordinary training did not seem like anything special. Trying to come up with this most impossible training, the man asked how about climbing a sheer cliff of the Devil's Territory, located tens of thousands of mountains to the west of here. Dark replied that it was too easy, and then it was suggested to go with a special pole in hand, but it was too far, and Ronier would need the master's permission. Pointing to the side, the brunette said that 2.5 kilometers to the south of here there was a bamboo forest. He suggested trying to count how many leaves grew in it, and Dark called it a crazy idea. That's why he liked her. After some time, Ronier was already in this very forest. He pushed off from one bamboo trunk to another, creating the sensation of flying. He saw the leaves carried by the wind. He was curious to see if he could complete the proposed workout. Ronier continued to go deeper into the forest. He counted 3,026 trees, of which there were about 60 on one branch. But the training didn't have to be done exactly that way. The boy wondered whether he should count all the leaves one by one. He had plenty of time for that. He was distracted from these memories by Spen's voice. Antria said that only today they would turn a blind eye to the fact that Dark was lagging behind, and only because he was a young girl. Holding out a plate, Spen suggested that they join them and eat, and Jimmy encouraged this. Rising to his feet, Ronier said that he had simply been transported back to the old days. He clicked his tongue and thought, "When I meet you again, what should I do? Kill you or leave you alive?" When morning came, 3 more people were approaching the camp. They were a brunette, a blonde, and a dwarf. Antria said it was a bit of a hassle getting here, but everything seemed to be okay here. These 3 strangers were the members of the squad who had gone ahead of the others to scout out the area. They were introduced as Marina Geogri, Terran Smear, and the Firehammer. Terran said he had to go somewhere with Spen and Ado, so he would greet his new acquaintances properly a little later. Somewhere near the cliff there was a cave. It was to her that Smear led his comrades. Antria asked how they knew that it was in such caves that green dragons lived. Betty sat by the smoldering firewood, on which the frying pan stood, and dozed sweetly. The smoke coming out of the frying pan spread the smell of burning throughout the area, but Donian diligently ignored it. It was only Raven's comment that her bacon was burning that made her wake up. Unfortunately, it was already too late, and the meat had turned into a black crust. Jimmy noted that the atmosphere had changed dramatically. Everyone had been nervous and doing nothing but waiting, and now he felt like he was at a picnic. Preparing for battle, the Firehammer pulled the bowstring of the crossbow. The dwarf loaded it with an arrow with an emerald tip. He aimed forward when suddenly he said, "Girl, is this the first time you've seen a crossbow?" In front of the Firehammer stood Dark, to whom the dwarf explained that the bolt could accidentally fly into him. Spen asked how Terran found out where the dragon lived. He called Smear incredible. Terran admitted that he learned of this by chance, perhaps because of the arrogance inherent in youth. He did not hide his mana properly. Antria noted that, judging by the size of the entrance, they would have to lure it out and fight in the open. And Smear confirmed this. If they killed the dragon in the altered body, they would not be able to get anything out of it. Terran asked if the 3 of them could play the bait properly, and Spen confirmed that they could. Antria said that these were 2 knights who graduated from the academy and spent about 2 years as mercenaries, so they should have definitely known the basics, and the girl with them, although young, was already a 5th circle mage. Betty checked this. Lost in thought, Smear said that something was missing, and Otto noted that it would be good if Shatran was waiting upstairs. The group determined that pair needed to attack the dragon from above, from behind. Once the locations had been determined, Antria asked how old the dragon was exactly, and Smear replied that, according to Marina, he must have been about 800 years old. Hearing this, Otto wondered if the bait could survive. Terran explained that, of course, they had to make sure that no one would be left alive, and even if someone did survive, he would take their life himself. A nervous Antria told the commander that this was against the rules of the knights. He asked how a man could kill his own comrades, and Smear asked him not to speak so loudly. Terran would have listened to Spen if the 3 were their comrades, but, to be honest, for Spen they were not. Antria shouted that he had made a promise, and was obliged to fulfill it. Pointing his finger at Spen, Terran said, "Now listen, what is happening throughout our homeland of Crumb? As a knight, can you compare it to their lives?" Spen hesitated, and Smear said that it would be good for the knights too, only if they followed the best-case scenario. Ado placed his hand on Antria's shoulder, sharing his feelings but understanding that it was necessary. Without a drop of fear, Dark stood and looked at the weapon pointed at him. Raising the object up, the dwarf asked if it was really the girl's first time seeing a crossbow, and Ronier explained that it was the first time he had seen exactly that kind of bolt. The prince said that he was surprised by the arrow. He realized that it had an eagle feather, and it was made not of wood, but of metal. But it was a mystery to him what its tip was made of. Firehammer noted that Dark was surprisingly attentive, perhaps because he was a mage. The dwarf explained that it was a green dragon bone. If you pierced its scales, you could use a weapon created from it or its bones. The only thing that could even come close to them in characteristics was the highest quality and most durable titanium. Ronier asked if they really intended to do that. He doubted it was really possible to catch a dragon with such a group. The prince believed that there were not such capable people here. Firehammer thought. Marina is a 6th circle mage. Taryn is also an adept and an outstanding knight. Is it really because of her simplicity and stupidity that she does not recognize their abilities, or… The dwarf said that hunting the dragon was not an easy task, but because the creature was very young, they could easily win. And the dragon's jewelry was incredibly valuable. Dark asked if it was really that hard to get them, since dragons were able to restore their bodies. And the dwarf laughed and replied that it was an interesting point, but it was impossible to catch a dragon alive. Then Ronier wondered if it was really that hard to just find a dragon that had died a natural death if its bones and scales were so strong that the animals couldn't eat it. These words made the dwarf understand that Dark was not a magician. Firehammer explained that when dragons die a natural death, they are escorted by the goddess of the Great Lands, Karis, and their bodies disappear, leaving no trace behind. Pointing the crossbow at the girl, the dwarf said that there was no magician who did not know about this. Then he asked, "If the way you just stood in front of the crossbow was not simple ignorance, then who are you really?" The fire mall demanded that the girl tell him who she was, claiming that even if she were an adept, she would not have been able to dodge an arrow from such a distance and would have died a quick death after being pierced by a dragon bone. Dark realized that he had apparently said something unnecessary, and it was starting to irritate him. He glanced at the rest of the group who were standing by the fire with their backs to him. Ronier thought that it would be possible to simply kill the dwarf without anyone noticing. Alarmed, Firehammer suddenly began to stutter, trying to say something. This strange reaction, somewhat resembling laughter, confused Dark. Speaking of some cobalt, the dwarf rushed to the hilt of the sword sticking out from under Ronier's robe. The prince did not understand what Firehammer was talking about, and the dwarf, recognizing the sword, asked where the girl got it from. Dark wondered why Firehammer would ask that, and the dwarf explained that the sheath and hilt were made of cobalt, something only his kind could mine and smelt, and it was handcrafted, worthy of his father's skills. The fact that the dwarves made such a weapon meant that for them it was truly a matter of life and death. Firehammer asked again where Dark got such a weapon from, and wondered if it was so important that the dwarves would put their lives on the line. Recalling the golden dragon, Ronier said that it was a simple gift from his father. This admission outraged Firehammer. He thought, "I thought that if she is not a magician, then she might be an adept." But it seems that these were completely idiotic thoughts. She is just a spoiled, ignorant daughter of a rich dad. The dwarf turned away, saying, "Like a pearl necklace on a pig's neck, he boasts of his money to his daughter." He continued to be indignant, saying that he felt sorry for the sword. Ronier shuddered with displeasure. He hadn't met such infuriating idiots since meeting Lana. Dark thought that perhaps it was worth killing him after all. Another night had already arrived and everyone was sleeping, sitting around the fire. Someone was wandering around this camp, passing by Dark, and then Jimmy and Raven. After a few more steps, this man stopped next to Nerman. He began to reach out his hand to the mercenary, but Joe suddenly opened his eyes. He jumped up so abruptly that he frightened Ado, who was standing in front of him. After praising Nerman for such a stunning reaction, Ado said that he had just wanted to wake him up. Stretching, Joe asked if it was his turn and received confirmation. Standing up, Nerman asked how the situation was, and Johnson replied that he had not seen anything that looked like monsters. In such a deep forest, there should have been at least one wild monster walking around. But perhaps because this was dragon territory, there were none here. Yawning, Joe said that it was all the better because it meant they had less to worry about. And he also asked who was supposed to be after him, and Ado replied that it was Darren. Taking this into account, Nerman wished his comrade a good night's sleep. Joe poured water into a kettle suspended over the fire. He sat in complete silence and felt bored. It was already deep night. The light of the full moon stubbornly broke through the clouds. Steam was rising from the water bubbling in the cauldron. Nerman turned away from the fire and sat down near one of the trees. There he dug a small hole with a dagger. Joe looked around to make sure everyone was asleep and couldn't see what he was doing. He then took out a small purple-blue sphere and placed it in the hole. Nerman began to bury this object, thinking that it would remain his secret. However, Ronier saw all this without revealing himself. Finally, with the onset of a sunny day, the entire group arrived at the cave in which the warrior's target was hidden. Someone said that this place was so beautiful that there were no words to describe it. Nerman asked if a dragon could seriously be in such a small cave. He also wondered if there would be a horde of ogres there. Ado asked him to be quiet and said, "Think for yourself. How many caves are there that dragons can enter in their true form? Of course they live, having turned into a man. And besides, since when do ogres live in a horde?" Antria noted that Ado was overly excited and asked him to cool down a bit, because the dragon could hear everything, which would make things difficult for them. Then Spen asked Jimmy, Raven, and Dark if they were ready. Since this was so, Antria asked them to definitely survive. Ronier answered him that it would be so. Then the prince confidently headed towards the cave. Taking the crossbow in his hands, Jimmy asked if they would be able to deal with the dragon with this. Raven replied that he was not sure about it. According to the dwarf, there should have been an effect. But it was not a fact that it was worth believing the fire hammer at all. As he walked away, Dark told them that it was more important to pay close attention to their mana management, especially their defense. Having stopped, the prince decided to use the technique of deep divine immersion. He began to gather the surrounding mana in his hands so that he could use the magic that was familiar to everyone in this world. When everything was ready, Dark launched a fireball into the cave. A powerful fiery blow hit straight inside. Raven and Jimmy were surprised by such strength. Somewhere among the tongues of fire, someone's silhouette appeared. Seeing him, Elenvar and Doni became alarmed. An inhuman foot stepped out of the flames towards them. Dark watched the enemy's movements carefully. Soon a tall ogre appeared before him. This monster just looked at the enemy, in no hurry to attack. Ronier, on the contrary, was ready to strike the next blow. He launched another fireball at the monster. However, the dragon was not harmed at all, having erected a shield around itself. He said that the girl was surprisingly strong, but the dragon was unhappy that she dared to show her abilities and try to destroy his nest. At that moment, the ogre's leg was suddenly pierced by an arrow fired by Raven. Having pulled out the bolt, the dragon recognized him as a dragon slayer and guessed that the people who attacked him were hunters of people like him. Doni and Elenvar were alarmed, and Dark, as always, was impenetrable to such emotions. The ogre began to shout angrily throughout the area, insulting the people who had disturbed him. He then took advantage of a devastating earthquake, and the earth around him began to crack. A huge wave of earth flew at Dark, which could crush him without even putting in much effort. Now, to begin with, Ronier decided to act as a magician. When the wave died down and the dust began to settle, the dragon was somewhat surprised. There was not a single scratch on the prince, and he was inside a water shield. Using magic that was unfamiliar to him, Ronier wanted to reveal the true intentions of the gang that dared to decide to kill him. Behind Dark, Raven and Jimmy dropped to the ground, nearly dying, and the prince mentally noted that it looked like they had worked on their defenses. Quite unexpectedly, the previously clear sky began to be covered with dark clouds. It was the dragon who decided to call upon thunder. The prince already knew that this was dragon magic. At the ogre's command, electrical impulses rushed towards Dark. However, the boy once again avoided any injuries, puzzling the dragon. Putting forward his fist with the ring, Ronier summoned water arrows. 1,000 powerful jets of water flew at the ogre. The girls above the cave were amazed. Covering her mouth with her hand, Marina wondered if Dark was really a mage, and Shatran noted that Ronier had dodged everything except for the attack he had blocked with his shield at the very beginning. Dark was better than a first-class knight and perhaps, in Pear's opinion, could be a magical swordsman. Geogray asked what kind of hydrosphere magic Dark had just used. Despite the short casting time, it was too strong. Shatran was alarmed and asked why the mage was asking her questions about magic. Watching Ronier, Marina thought that although Priestess Betty said that Dark was a 5th circle mage, he at least surpassed the abilities of the 6th circle. The prince himself was thinking at that moment, he doesn't dodge? He really didn't die from such a blow? Finally, the dust cloud cleared, and the silhouette of the ogre appeared before Dark again. The dragon called it incredible that he felt pain for the first time in a long time. Ronier smiled and replied that it was not surprising. The ogre said that the boy deserved to be challenged by the dragon. After this, the monster began to glow with a bright light, blinding everyone around. As the light began to fade, Ronier was finally able to look at his opponent. In front of him stood a large dragon, whose fangs were similar to those of an ogre. The creature said telepathically, "Well, attack, man who dreams of becoming a dragon slayer." Hearing heavy footsteps, the dragon and Dark looked to the side and saw the titans approaching. Inside them were Nerman and Pashir. Deciding to end things there for now, the prince ordered Jimmy and Raven to retreat. When the giants got close enough to the dragon, they threw their spears at him. While deflecting the weapon with its tail, the creature called people impudent. Meanwhile, Dark, Raven, and Jimmy, who had been hit by the spears, ran away quickly. The mercenaries inside the Titans were already starting to get nervous. The dragon began to open its mouth, using its breath as an attack. Realizing that things were bad, Bashir hurried to leave his Titan. He shouted for Nerman to throw the giant too. However, a grinning Joe shouted back, "Don't talk nonsense, do you even know how expensive he is?" He then threw another spear straight into the creature's mouth. Having almost reached the target, the weapon suddenly stopped. It was too late to do anything. Acid began to emanate from the dragon's mouth, spreading everywhere. Nerman wheezed, and the Titan announced that the gloves were 40% damaged. In a matter of seconds, the metal golem reached a critical level of damage to the magical equipment. In order to perform the restoration, a forced use of mana began, which the mercenary could not stop in any way. The two Titans, along with Nerman, gradually disintegrated completely. Unwilling to die, Pashir tried his best to leave the battlefield. Having finished with the Titans, the dragon looked at the fleeing man. The acid moved towards him, beginning to disintegrate his cloak. Death was close, but Ronye was nearby, who used a water shield and cut off the grains of acid from them. Pashir looked at his savior in surprise, not knowing what to say. Dark asked Jimmy and Raven to help him. The mercenary stuttered and said that Ronye was indeed a great magician. By this time, the Titans had almost completely decayed. The angry dragon began to roar throughout the area. All the knights, except Dark, covered their ears. Jimmy said he now knew what a dragon's roar was like, and admitted that it felt like it was going through his bones, and Dark thought it was something like a lion's roar. Ronnier found it strange that the dragon's breath had completely covered the forest, but not a single tree was harmed. On the contrary, the foliage seemed to have become even greener. Pashir explained that all this was because the green dragon was the protector of the forest. For the plants, his breath was a blessing. It was obvious that Nerman was dead, because the breath was deadly for people. What happened was unexpected for them, and they lost all the Titans, so their plan failed miserably. Pashir suggested retreating and joining forces with the others, but Dark said that there was no need to do that, because now the real plan would come into play. This statement surprised the mercenary. Raven asked if the prince had been told something they didn't know, but Ronye replied in the negative. He explained that this was a plan by the hiding rats. Meanwhile, the dragon was already looking at the new opponents. Two Titans appeared before him again, but completely different ones, with a level clearly higher than the previous ones. One had a lion's head, and the other a crow's. Seeing this, Elenvar and Doni were surprised. Dark explained that Ado, Spen, and the rest of the core team couldn't give the outside mercenaries an advantage in strength, so the rest were expendable. Pashir was filled with anger. Insulting the people who hired him, he said, they said that at this age he still cannot use his breath. One of the pilots noted that the dragon used the breath because it was having fun. If he adjusted the power a little, he could use it a little better, but the dragon was still too young, which is why he lacked caution, and therefore he had to die here and now. The creature was outraged that the hobbits dared to talk so dismissively to the dragon, and also decided to kill his opponents. The giant said that the dragon boys always called them hobbits, but then people called them something else. Ado and Spen both called the creature a stupid lizard. This insult enraged the dragon. Opening his mouth, he decided to use the fireball. The sphere headed straight for the Titans, who didn't even flinch. They successfully avoided the damage by holding up shields with images of unicorns in front of them. Seeing this drawing, Pashir became nervous. He had seen a similar coat of arms before. Then he and his people fought with all their might against the attackers. Many died that day, both civilians and knights. At the same time, Pashir earned a deep scar on his face. Among his opponents, he saw Titans whose shields bore this very coat of arms. He grinned and wondered how this damn symbolism had ended up here. Now it was the turn of the lion-headed Titan to attack the dragon. The giant lunged, but the dragon flew into the sky, avoiding the blow. The majestic creature looked down on the pathetic humans who dared to show him such disrespect. Suddenly, a spear with an emerald tip flew into his wing. Nearby on the cliff stood Marina, and another Titan with a helmet in the shape of a raven with several more spears. The girl began to twirl her hands and chant a spell. She then directed a beam of fire at the dragon. When the spell hit its target, there was an explosion. Jimmy noted that the Titan had pierced a dragon's wing with one throw of a spear made from Dragon Slayer. Raven said that even the tip of one arrow was worth a fortune, but this entire Titan spear was made from it, so Elenvar wondered who these people were. Pashir explained that this was Crumb's empire, which alarmed the knights who did not understand what such people were doing here. The mercenary asked Dark if he had expected this, and Ronye replied that he didn't know where they were from, but that these people hadn't fully shown themselves yet. Remembering the sphere buried by Nerman, the prince was sure that the man was hiding something. Ronye kept thinking when it would manifest itself. The dragon's scales and blood flew all over the area. He was on the ground with a damaged wing that still had a spear in it. The Titan threw a second weapon, ripping apart the second wing and pinning the creature even further to the ground. A Titan with a lion's head approached the defeated dragon. Raising his sword above himself, he said that the dragon would no longer be able to escape from them to the heavens. Seeing the sharp blade approaching him, The dragon exerted his strength and created a strong flow of wind by flapping his own wings. The giant put his shield forward, protecting himself from the earthen fragments. The dragon's eyes burned with fire. He straightened up, showing his greatness and thirst for life. The titan and the dragon rushed towards each other, both wanting to destroy the enemy. The giant cut off the creature's horn, and the dragon grabbed the lion by the head. The dragon squeezed his enemy tighter and tighter in his mouth. Then he threw the lion aside, which did not have time to somehow group itself for a softer landing. Suddenly, a magic circle formed under the great creature. The winged lizard asked if she really thought that the inverted gravity would affect him. She answered in the negative and explained that this would be enough to immobilize the dragon for a short time. Pointing somewhere ahead, the girl said that there was something else. The puzzled lizard did not understand what the witch was talking about. But then the dragon saw with his own eyes the trick that people had prepared for him. With great speed, with his spear extended forward, the titan flew towards the winged serpent. Dark, who had been closely watching the fight, understood that this was the end. Marina pointed her finger down, a gesture that symbolized the death of the enemy. In just a second, the giant pierced the dragon's neck, severing its life thread. The winged lizard didn't want to die like that at all. But unfortunately, the last thing he saw with his fading eyes was a titan with a lion's head. And inside this giant was Terran Smear. It was a difficult fight for the dragon, whose body eventually fell lifeless to the ground in defeat. Titan advised Spen and Otto to be careful inside the cave. Since the battle with the dangerous creature was over, the warriors hid their titans. Marina, who had descended from the cliff, noted that the knights had dealt with the dragon superbly, and Terran asked her to create a magic circle of movement. Smear called Firehammer, who was already rushing towards the dragon with all his short legs. He carried a whole backpack filled with various tools, perfect for cutting up such a huge carcass. When the dwarf saw the dead lizard, his eyes gleamed. He claimed that there would be much use to be gained from what they would dismantle. As the dwarf was a master at such things, Smear decided to leave it to Firehammer, but they didn't have much time. Pleased with herself, Shatran asked the commander how he found the first real battle with the Titan Antigone, and Terran replied that it was not bad. Despite her young age, she was able to go to battle with the dragon face to face, and at least the fact that Antigone did not collapse under his onslaught proved her suitability. Smear believed that the Emperor would be very happy about this. The girl stated that in fact it was so easy for her that she even wanted to ask if this could be considered a test of suitability. They were not harmed. And it turned out that the dragons were only strong in pride, and in fact they were not so incredible. And Terran asked her if she really thought so. The girl was surprised by Smear's reaction, who stated that there was a very high probability of their loss. They might lack information about the enemy, or they might not have a weapon called Dragon Slayer, or they might not have enough power from the Titans. If they only relied on their own strength, they might fail. The knights might not have won if they hadn't sacrificed those people, so they still suffered damage that was simply unavoidable. The girl stood in a stupor, realizing that she was wrong. She could not object. With a frightening look, Terran said that if this young dragon hadn't used all his strength to attack with the breath, things wouldn't have ended so easily for them. Turning away from Shatran, Smear said that arrogance clouded the vision. If you focus on one victory and defeat and do not take training and education seriously, then you will never be able to become a good knight, and the girl replied that she will remember this. However, Terran did not deny that Shatran had distinguished herself greatly this time and had been of great help, and he told her to continue in the same spirit. This raised the mood of the reprimanded girl and gave her a sense of purpose. Pashir was watching them from behind the bushes nearby. Dark asked if the mercenary knew anything about those titans. Pashir had no idea about the huge one that was in the center, but the other three were called Kamaria. They were monsters with an incredible power of 1.5. The prince asked why Pashir called the horse with a horn depicted on their shield a cursed sign. The mercenary explained that the white unicorn was the symbol of the Redian Imperial Guard, who destroyed an entire empire, and the Kamari were created from the titans captured there. The ruined empire of Lonbar was his homeland. Betty sat in front of the destroyed titans and prayed for the dead. The girl asked Terran if he had made this plan knowing that people would die. Smear replied that it would be a lie to say that as a knight, he was not tormented by remorse, but as a member of the Imperial Guard he did not regret his actions. Terran asked if Firehammer would be able to make it by evening by the time Dower joined them, and he said not to worry about him and to make sure the magic circle was reliable, since moving the dragon's body was not that easy. And Marina laughed, surprised that the dwarf was discussing magic circles. As Betty continued to pray, she felt disgusted that they had pushed other people to their deaths. Finally, night came and the cutting up of the dragon was finished. All the dragon's treasures and some of its parts were placed in a magic circle. In the white glow, objects slowly disappeared. Dark and the others still hung around, keeping an eye out for the traitors. Ronnier wondered why the knights hadn't sent bones and scales. A puzzled Pashir lifted his long bangs, trying to see something in the distance. The guys asked if the mercenary could really see anything, and were surprised that there could be magic that could improve vision. Holding their growling stomachs, Jimmy and Raven said they were hungry, and Pashir couldn't understand how they could think about food in such a situation. Dark noted that the knights were apparently about to have dinner. He told his friends to be ready, who had missed at least 2 meals and were now dreaming only of food. Pashir Ronnier ordered to look after the boys for a bit, since the prince himself needed to go somewhere. He made a sharp jerk and disappeared from sight in literally a millisecond. The shocked mercenary could not understand what these movements were. He assumed that the girl used magic, but Jimmy and Raven happily went to catch meat, wondering if they could make a fire. Pashir did not understand why the guys were so relaxed. He asked them not to go too far. Green leaves fell from the trees. A mysterious man stood under one of them. Raising fallen leaves with his flight, Ronnier approached the stranger. This man was somewhat surprised by the prince's technique. When Dark landed, the man said that he was impressed. He asked what kind of magic the girl used, since she was able to jump and cover such a distance, pushing off from only one leaf that fell from a tree. Dark realized that before him was the one who had ordered Nerman to leave a trace, and the stranger was surprised that the prince even knew this. The man said that Dark was an even more interesting lady than he thought, and the prince asked not to call him lady. He also asked to tell someone to go down and not do useless things there. The man standing somewhere in the tree branches and the stranger were amazed by the girl's intuition. Since they were exposed, the man told his comrade to come down. Someone in a green robe and the height of a dwarf landed in front of Dark. The boy asked why the halfling had come so early, since the time for the meeting had not yet come, and the dwarf did not dare to name the reason in front of Ronnier. The man said to ignore this lady and explain himself. The dwarf replied that he was being pursued by a detachment of Argon's holy knights, consisting of about 100 people. The number of titans he could not find out. The man noted that Argon were not completely idiots, and Dark decided that there were other ravens that were targeting the dragon's corpse and were coming here at full speed. Since Ronnier would have mentioned it, the stranger said that he would be grateful if the lady would call them eagles. The irritated Dark, clutching his head, called the stranger a parasite and explained that whether they were crows or eagles, there was no difference. The prince was unhappy that he had already been called a lady for the 3rd time. Ronnier began to threaten that if the stranger called him lady one more time, Dark would rip out his tongue. The stranger could not understand what kind of frightening sensation had suddenly attacked him. Firehammer was looking for something as he crawled through the bushes. The dwarf was sure that the thing was there, but he couldn't find it. And at that moment, someone quietly approached him from behind. Sensing this man, the dwarf stopped searching and turned around. The guy kept wondering what kind of inexplicable feeling of fear had come over him, because he could faintly sense the presence of the girl's mana. They turned around at the unexpected sound of a passing cart. The coachman was the gentleman who had recently provided Dark and his comrades with a place to stay overnight on his estate. Now Ronnier was convinced that Dur, whom he suspected, was in league with the knights, and the boy assumed that those who were supposed to move the bones and scales had apparently arrived. Dark realized that this man had been watching them all this time, and it was quite possible that he had been here since the moment when they fought the dragon. The prince asked if the stranger could explain why the knights moved the dragon's blood and meat with magic, but took away the bones, claws, and scales personally, and the dwarf replied that the dragon's bones contained mana. The reason the scales were as strong as metal was also because of the mana in them, but its meat and skin, due to their poisonous nature, could only be used as materials for a strong chimera. Dark realized that because of the mana they contained, the movement magic did not work on them, and the dwarf replied that this was not so, because in that case the mages themselves, filled with mana, would not be able to use it. However, if such an incredible amount of mana was moved using the circle, then there was a high probability that it could be noticed in the mage tower. Although there were no mages here in Argon, something as huge as a dragon, perhaps even the mages of Alcasus could notice. In that case, the whole point of keeping the mission secret disappeared. The boy noted that the cart had not been stopped on the road, and the halfling replied that a detachment of holy knights had opened the way for them, or rather, they had hidden in advance, avoiding danger. Apparently, Argon already knew about their plans, and even that the carriage was supposed to be transporting dragon body parts. Perhaps it was even for the best. The man said that once they got into a fight with each other, it would be much easier for them to finish everyone off. Now Dark knew that the strangers intended to wait until the two opponents were exhausted, after which they could take their loot without any effort. Marina folded her hands into a triangle and checked the area. There was no reaction to mana in the nearest 500 meters in a certain direction. Terran did not understand where the firehammer had disappeared to. Duer said that they had no time to wait and needed to leave quickly, and Marina asked if it was worth checking the area with the help of flight magic. Smear answered negatively. He said that it was even better this way. They didn't have to pay the dwarf for the dragon slayer. Having settled into the carts, the knights set off on their journey. The fire lit by the boys heated the meat. The three of them sat by the fire and waited for the food to be ready. Finally, Dark returned to them, and not alone, but his comrades invited him to sit down and dine with them. But noticing the strangers, Raven asked who they were. Dark replied that he picked them up on the way, and the guy didn't really like that expression. Pashir assumed that the prince had been away for a short time precisely because of these people, and Ronier noted that the guys had also picked up something interesting. Firehammer was tied to the tree, and the prince asked how his comrades had caught the dwarf. Pashir replied that he himself was looking for the girl, which somewhat surprised Dark. Jimmy explained that the dwarf wanted to take Ronier's sword because he believed that the prince would definitely die, and Raven at that moment asked if the strangers wanted to taste the meat. Smiling madly and frightening the dwarf, Dark said, "I remember you said something about a pearl necklace on a pig's neck." After these words, the prince removed the bandage from his mouth. He asked if Firehammer had come here because he thought the weapon would suit him better, and he replied that the sword was a masterpiece, crafted by the dwarves who had shed their blood and sweat for it. Such a sword could not melt from the breath of that young dragon. So Hammer thought that the girl had died and went to look for him. Dark noted that the dwarf himself was going to kill him, but he turned out to be alive and was now asking what to do now. And Firehammer replied that he had not thought about such a detailed plan and did not even resist when he was taken prisoner. The dwarf offered to let him go, promising that he would not tell that he had seen them. Ronier replied that it was problematic, since he could not trust a traitor. All these people were quietly watched by a stranger and a halfling mage. The man asked if the halfling was sure that Ronier was a mage, and he answered in the affirmative, noting that he could not detect the girl's inner mana with the mana examiner and was sure that she used a technique to hide it. The boy asked if it was magic a little earlier, when the girl jumped and pushed off from the leaf, and the halfling replied that it was quite possible that it could have been flight magic. Judging by the fact that she used two magics at the same time, he thought that the girl was a very strong magician. The guy said that Ronier even used 3 types of magic. While continuing to maintain the mana hiding technique, she used flight magic, thanks to which they were able to hide from the dragon. And the girl also continued to use hydrosphere magic all this time, launching arrows at the dragon. The nervous magician said that it was impossible. The guy was surprised by this, and the halfling continued to say that the technique that hid mana was recording the girl. If she avoided all of the dragon's attacks, she should have been able to use the teleportation technique in a very short time. But moving from the real world to the spiritual world and back with limited mana was simply impossible. It was the same as standing on her hands but running with her legs, and at the same time also hydrosphere magic. Add to standing on her hands the fact that in this position she drinks water through her nose. The magician said that even an elf couldn't do something like that. The halfling couldn't be sure that even the high mage Anpiers could do something like that. Something like that could only be discussed when discussing at least a dragon. The guy asked him to calm down. The halfling apologized, explaining that he had become overexcited, which was inappropriate for his age. And the man thought that it was never possible to know what was going on in the minds of these mages. Suddenly, everyone present turned their attention to these two. The guy cleared his throat and noted that they had said too much unnecessary things. Dark asked if it was so hard to accept the fact that he was an outstanding mage, and the halfling replied that it was not what he had in mind, but a young mage whose abilities even someone as wise as he was, who had lived for over 50 years, could not understand. The guy continued for him. And if this is also a magician who has a sword that the dwarves want to return even at the cost of their lives, I have no choice but to be interested in you, right? Ronier explained that excessive interest was causing anger, and asked if a mage couldn't walk around with a good sword. And the stranger replied that of course he could. But if all this self-confidence came only from his magical abilities, then Dark would die right there. Disturbing everyone around, the man suddenly pulled out his sword and put it to the prince's throat. Pashir thought that this idiot was not so simple. The guy asked why the girl didn't dodge, because if he hadn't stopped the sword, her head would have already flown off. Didn't she have time to react? The stranger said that the magician couldn't defeat the knight, standing face to face with him, especially at such a close distance. Because of this, the magicians who had such experience would never come closer than a sword's length, The guy asked if this was really a lady in front of him who didn't even know such simple rules. Jimmy and Raven were worried, realizing that this guy was in danger, and Bashir assumed that they also sensed that this man was not so simple. Dark reminded that he had already said that if the guy called him lady again, the prince would rip out his tongue, and Ronier said that he decided to go back on his words. Jimmy and Raven saw that Dark was angry, and that guy could die right here, so they wanted to move as far away as possible. Elnvar told Mr. Bashir to move away too, confusing the mercenary. Bashir did not want to leave, wanting to know how it would all end. Smiling, the prince said that this was already the 4th time, which meant that the problem was not in the language but in the guy's head. The agitated mercenary did not understand why the girl was provoking the stranger in such a situation. Dark and the stranger stood opposite each other until the knight put away his sword. Ronier asked the guy who was walking away what he was doing. The knight explained that he had conceded the first attack to the girl. Even more irritated, the prince replied that it was the first time he had seen such a kind provocation. Perhaps it was the master's self-confidence. The surprised man asked if Dark knew that he was a master. Ronier replied that, judging by the fact that the boy kept his mana in complete disarray and was very bold, the prince believed that the man had recently risen to this level. The knight wondered who this girl was, and the magician, who had looked through Dark's mana, exclaimed that he had learned something. The halfling explained that it was the ring. He found out through viewing magic it turned out that mana was sealed in this ring. This information made the knight doubt this fight. The magician said that this energy was strikingly different from what he used, and perhaps this ring acted as a mediator with the spirit. Dark was unhappy that they were going to fight, and the strangers started chatting among themselves again. The halfling said that the spirit controlled the fixation and movement of mana, and she concentrated on its use, of course. Everything could be the exact opposite. Ronier asked if it was really that important during their battle, even if he was a mage, a summoner, or an adept, or even a master. The guy was already beginning to doubt who was standing in front of him now. He said that he had never heard or seen a girl reach the level of a master, even if she was a genius. It was impossible. But no matter how much he thought about how Dark pushed off from that leaf and covered such a great distance in an instant, the prince interrupted him and said that of course it was all because he was not a little girl. And he also explained that it was a simple technique of graceful flight that a knight would be quite capable of using in the future. And the boy replied that he would remember it. Grabbing the hilt of his sword, Dark asked if they were done talking now. He didn't know what ladies first meant, but since the man had said that he would give in to him first, now the knight interrupted Dark. He said that he wanted to check something first, which made the irritated prince fall to his knees. The man asked if Ronier wanted the dragon's body, and Dark replied that he wasn't interested in dead dragons. He was only interested in whether the knight would fight or not. As he sheathed his sword, the boy said that this was great news, and in that case they had no need to fight. The dissatisfied prince became furious. Was the man really going to go back on his words right now? The knight replied that he thought about it and realized that he had been too distracted and had forgotten about his duties. He had to guard the dragon's body, and holding a fight here could interfere with the fulfillment of his task. And if Dark wanted, the guy could apologize for calling him a lady all this time. Having calmed down, Ronier said that he didn't care about it. The knight just needed to be more careful with his words in the future, and the boy thanked him. The prince also said that all this time 4 adepts had been bothering him. The disconcerted people began to peer out from behind the trees, and Dark said that they should realize that they were as bad at hiding their presence as the short guy. The knight replied that he thought so, that the girl knew about everything. He asked the prince to forgive them, because they too were only fulfilling their duties. Now the boy was going to follow his men and asked what Ronier was going to do, who replied that he would go after the man. The worried knight asked if the girl hadn't said that she wasn't interested in the corpse. The prince replied that the boy himself had recently said that they were being pursued by holy knights. Dark admitted that he was a little interested in them. So a few more nights turned into days. This incident took place in the port city of Argon Arni. The cart was heading towards the gates, which let it in without any problems. Once in some warehouse, Dower told his subordinates that the transportation had to be done in boxes, so they needed to rest a little and start loading. Then he asked Marina to create a teleportation circle already intended for people. Sitting on the boxes, sweaty Antria sighed tiredly. Finally, they could catch their breath a little, and Shatran hoped that nothing would happen. As he approached them, Terran told them to stand up as the enemies were approaching. 10 people were heading their way, and Ado assumed that the government had sent only a portion, meaning they were considered weaklings, and Smear replied that it was only to their advantage. The knights greeted the brothers and said that it was an honor for them to meet such great dragon slayers. They also asked which of the two was in charge, and Terran replied that he was in command here. It was known to everyone that following the rules of the caves, Argon took 80% of the body of the slain dragon. One of the knights asked if there were any objections. Terran gave a positive answer, after which he slashed at him with his sword. The Holy Knights were shocked by such a rebellion. They began to be attacked from all sides. The knights didn't even have time to really react to this. Spen shouted that they had to cut down the knights before they activated their sword energy, or else they would have more problems, and Shatran replied that she already knew that. One of the knights held the hilt of his sword in front of him, indignant that the rebels dared to appear on the land of Shaykhart. Trying to activate his sword, he shouted that it was all Shayhart's will. However, before the blade could appear, the knight was pierced by someone else's weapon. He fell, remaining faithful to his god and his country. Terran asked if his comrades had dealt with everyone. At that moment, the gate opened, attracting the attention of all the survivors. Smear noted that the man arrived just in time. He was in a hurry to greet the newly arrived guest. It turned out to be the Duke of Rouen, who noted that the Marquis of Taron had done a good job. Somewhere nearby in another building, these people were being watched again. Someone said that another interesting guy had shown up. The boy explained that it was Duke Rouen, who was a master like him, and Dark said that he considered him a good opponent for the night. Including him, there were 6 more people from the Imperial Guard here, which was quite problematic since it would be difficult for them to defeat these people alone. But Ronier thought that it would be very interesting. At that moment, Rouen looked in their direction. Noticing this, the guy hurried to close the curtain, telling Dark not to show himself to him on purpose. Jimmy asked if the appearance of another master meant that now he couldn't cope alone. Raven was also worried about this. Pashir was surprised that even a man with such a high status as the Duke of Rouen began to act. Dark asked him what Pashir was going to do now, and he replied that he would continue to be a mercenary. There weren't many adept-level mercenaries, so he was quite expensive and didn't have to worry about the bread on his table, even though he lost the titan he had worked so hard to obtain. The prince offered to become his subordinate and asked if it would be enough for him if Dark simply gave him 1 titan. In response, Pashir cast a dubious glance at him. The girl in front of him, of course, looked very much like a capable magician, but she didn't understand at all how things were arranged in this world. He wondered if Dark understood how expensive the titans were, and the prince asked what kind of person that was, and whether the mercenary agreed. Pashir replied that he was grateful even for such words. Now there was another conditional slave on Ronier's list. Terran told his companions that from this moment on, they would protect Dower and help him in everything he did, and Smear also asked them to take care of the priest Beatrice. Spen asked the commander how anyone or anything could be more important than protecting Honor and the dragon, and Terran replied that he was sure that the enemy would now call upon the Titans, but his team would not be able to reach their Kamaria, for then they would reveal themselves. Terran told Marina to keep an eye on those fools who might come with the Titans, so her help would be invaluable. He also turned to the respected priest Betty. The commander asked the girl to stay where they could watch her, and Beatrice asked why he had suddenly said such an obvious thing. He replied that, of course, all this was for the safety of everyone present. However, there was something else, and the commander had to muster up the courage to voice it. He explained that he was worried about the priestess, which surprised her. They all climbed onto the arriving ship and set sail down the river. Dark also arrived at the future battle site with his small detachment. The knights on the ship noticed enemies heading towards them. The Duke of Rouen commanded all forces to attack. A squad of holy knights rushed past Ronier and the others. Jimmy asked the prince if they would be in more danger, and Dark replied that he wanted to see the abilities of the Knights of Argon. Raven said that he had already seen them lose instantly, and Ronier replied that the knights lost because they didn't even have time to properly use the sword energy. But this time, it should be different. He asked what Pashir thought about it, and the mercenary replied that if they hadn't been suddenly attacked, he was more than sure that they wouldn't have lost so easily, even though the Holy Knight's mana level was lower than that of the Adepts. The sword energy using sacred powers completely made up for the deficiency. But if the Redia Knights had summoned the Titans, there would have been no point in the sword's energy. Redia's ship approached the shore, where the inhabitants of Argon were waiting for it. The space was strewn with several cosmic vortices. Many people have called upon their Titans from both sides. Dark said that it was interesting. A battle between 2 groups of Titans, and the guy replied that, in any case, the outcome was predetermined. On one side stood dozens of blue and gray Titans. On the other hand, there were Titans with helmets in the form of lions, in smaller numbers. There were 7 of them against 30, and Ronier agreed that it would be difficult to overcome such a numerical advantage, while the knight replied that it was the other way around. and the prince could already see this with his own eyes. One of the lions rushed forward into the crowd. He grabbed the shield tighter and used it to scatter several opponents. The giant cut another one down with his sword. It seemed like everything was okay with the enemy, but then he began to fall apart into small pieces. 3 blue ones immediately attacked the titan in golden guise. He stopped all their swords with his shield. Then the giant simultaneously cut down all those who attacked him. The guy explained that the levels of Argonian titans were too low, especially considering that they were the richest country on the continent. The powers of Heiji and Tabi were not even up to the standard of 1 unit. Argon had not fought with anyone for a long time, so their equipment was of the old generation. Dark concluded that it was nothing more than a battle between a child and an adult. Pashir said that the result was obvious. Unlike the sword energy, the Titan could not receive the effect of holy energy, so the adepts with a large supply of mana were at an advantage. Besides, that guy from Kruma was so strong that he could fight even when he was face-to-face with a dragon. No one could resist him. It was he who had already destroyed several inhabitants of Argonia. In an instant, the battle turned into a one-against-all battle. The Golden Titan, concentrating energy into the sword, shouted that this was starting to get boring. A satisfied smile appeared on Ronier's face. He guessed that this was the guy they had seen a little earlier. Swinging his sword, Ruin told the old iron things to disappear. Such a slight movement immediately struck all remaining enemy titans. The Duke asked if this was the entire power of the Holy Empire of Argon. It was even weaker than Antigonus's exam. He ordered to hide the titans and return to the ship. The boy acknowledged that there was Ruan in this titan, and at that moment a magic circle materialized above them. Then someone fell awkwardly from the sky in front of them. It was Camille, insulting the magician who was unable to provide them with normal movement. The boy and Dark just silently listened to Claudine's threats. Finally, the Count saw James in front of him and realized that they had finally gotten to where they needed to be. He explained that they had been told about the shortage of craftsmen in the Empire, and Camille was also thinking about who he could approach this time. Now the man saw Ronier as well. Recognizing him, Claudine jumped to his feet, and the prince was indignant that he had met this pervert again. Camille asked when the girl became so tall, and James asked if they knew each other. Placing his hand on the boy's shoulder, Claudine whispered that he had told him about this before. He explained that Dark was a summoner from Krataus, and James asked if he was the same one that Claudine wanted to kidnap but couldn't. No, he certainly believed that Ronier wasn't that simple. But not that simple. The Count noted that it was too early to say that he couldn't kidnap the prince. James asked what was lost here, New Krataus. Ronier replied that he wanted to ask about this. He wanted to know if Corinth's people had come to Argon just for the dragon's body. Camille questioned how Dark could talk about the dragon only, and he also noted that Ronier was still a very mischievous lady, which surprised the guy. The prince replied that youth was making itself felt. The knight stood in a stupor and pointed at Camille, who asked what was wrong. Dark and Claudine looked at James with puzzled expressions, who could not understand such injustice. The Count called Ronier a lady, but he did not react to it in any way. The inhabitants of Redia were still on the shore. Terran turned to the Duke, trying to tell him something, and Ruin asked if the old iron guys had really come to visit them again. Then, he himself saw the Black Knights approaching them. He again commanded his men to release the Titans. The Black Knight and the lion-headed Titan rushed towards each other and engaged in combat. Smear didn't understand what these Titans were doing here. He wondered if Corinth and Argon had united. Someone warned him about the danger behind. Looking back, Terran saw the Red Giants. Smear had no idea who they were. Inside the unknown Titans were Claudine and James. The Duke said he would take them on himself. The Red Knights were a little nervous in front of such an opponent. The lion rose into the sky and launched another deadly attack. Ruin was surprised by what happened. James's Titan was able to withstand the blow and stop the sword. The Duke realized that there were masters in front of him. The man had no intention of giving up, so he knocked James's weapon away. Claudine said they would see how Ruin would hold up against the attack of 2 masters. But at that moment, 3 more Titans headed towards him. Camille wondered what the Black Knights were doing there. The Titans quickly approached the Count, putting their shields forward. Dark said it was a defensive standoff, and Jimmy asked what that meant. Pushing off the ground, one of the Titans flew straight at Camille. However, Claudine dodged and the Titan flew past, hitting the ground. Only there was already another Titan behind Camille. The lion tried to cover the Count with his shield, but he successfully avoided the blow by jumping. However, his flight was redirected by the 3rd giant, hitting Claudine, who did not have time to land. During landing, the Red Knight hit the ground several times. James asked him why Camille was so slow. Rising to his feet, Claudine demanded that he be quiet and explained that they had fought far better than they had thought. Camille was sure that this Titan's power was higher than that of the Black Knights. And also, despite the fact that they were adept level, it seemed that these guys had long been accustomed to this type of combat. Ruin replied that this was indeed the case, since all those three did was train in fights against him. Watching the battle, Ronier explained that it was a method that could fight back against a bunch of enemies, and Raven asked if that wasn't called being beaten by a crowd. The prince remembered how he had once been locked in a huge circle in an attempt to catch the devil. He replied that it was impossible to say that Raven was wrong. The lion flew straight towards the Red Knight again. As James fought the three titans, he thought, "So this is what you look like when you finish forming. They don't just launch a simultaneous attack. The bastards hardly ever stop. I can't even find the right moment to strike." By attacking the Red Knight, Antigonus again forced him to fall to the ground and rise. James said he underestimated him. If he is defeated by three pathetic adepts, he will cease to be a master. Suddenly, a bright light began to burst out from behind Antigonus. Then it turned into an explosion. Along with clods of earth, a fragment of the shield flew past the Red Titan. Cloden said he didn't know about wolves and wild boars, but the enemy couldn't hunt a lion with dogs. What he saw a moment later shocked the Count. Three titans were still operational. They combined their shields and blocked the blow. The two titans put their hands together. The third one pushed off from them and took off into flight. Inside this giant was Terran, who was not going to stop despite the requests of the enemy. The blow he dealt knocked the Red Titan off his feet. James said it was impossible, but Ruin decided to present this creation. The Duke said it was a Titan created specifically to defeat their Black Knights of Corinth. And this masterpiece was called Antigone. Ruin stated that this Titan was superior to the Black Knights in absolutely every way. James asked if they were happy that they were able to catch up with the Titans created 30 years ago. He wondered if the Duke thought that they had been sitting on their hands all this time. As he knew, the Red Titans were not the Black Knights. Camille, having withstood the enemy's blow, rose from his knees once again. James said that this was a new type of Titan of the great empire of Corinth, and apparently he was called the Red Knight. This was the first real fight between the new Titans of Corinth and Kruma. Camille said that it was unpleasant that the arena became the land of Argon, and the nervous Terran understood that this was a problem, as the opponents would push them back. Somewhere in the distance, several more people were watching what was happening. Regar said that he didn't even know if they were doing the right thing, that they were just standing and watching from the sidelines, and Erosier replied that the order had forbidden them from engaging in combat, so they had no choice. Regar asked why they had gathered here then, whether the Holy Knights of Chromia and Kazao were supposed to be just observers in their territories of Argon, and his comrade replied that everything was so that they would be prepared for unforeseen situations. Regar felt like the emergency had already begun, asking if they hadn't already lost 30 of their brothers and 20 Titans. Erosier wondered if his comrade thought they could stand up to these new Titans. Clutching his head, Regar replied that he didn't know that. The difference in power was too great. But if it was a squad of Holy Knights of Tyria who had Gorgon and Largon, they would have a chance. He asked where Tyria's squad was now, if they had supported them. Then the inhabitants of Argon would have definitely been able to cope, and Erosier replied that they had gone to the city of Truffle. Regar asked why the party had gone there, and the knight replied that it was for the same reason, and that not long ago a priest who could convey information had told him something else. A ship with a golden glow arrived at the port city of Argon Truffle. He was enveloped in the holy energy of Beatrice. Marina was nearby, watching over the safety of the priestess and door. The Titans with bird-like helmets wondered how much longer they could hold out. Ado, Spen, and Shatran were already quite exhausted. They were attacked by enemies again. One of the Titans was able to defend himself with a shield. They tried to attack another one from behind with a morning star. The Raven thrust out his azure sword, attempting to knock the enemy's weapon away, but the chain became wrapped around the blade. Thanks to this, Argon's Titan managed to push back the enemy. He hit the ground with his back, losing air from his lungs too quickly. Marina commanded everyone to retreat for a short while. She then used the spell Reverse Gravity, which caused all enemies to fly upward. Not wanting to waste time, the magician tried to gather the surrounding energy in her hands as quickly as possible. She then aimed an ice laser at the levitating Titans. One of my comrades said it was a superb strike. The spells completed their effect, and the Titans returned to Earth again. One of the Ravens thought that was enough. However, the enemies were still able to fight. Still, magic hardly worked on Titans with power higher than standard. The Crows wondered what they should do, since there were still 10 left behind them. One of them answered that all they could do was continue to hold on. Dower asked the priestess if there was no way they could help them. Betty apologized and replied that it was difficult for her to even protect this ship with her holy power now, and if it sank, everything on it would become ordinary trash. Returning to the ship, the mage wondered when help would arrive, but no one had an answer to this question. Watching her comrades suffer defeat, a nervous Marina wondered if they were really going to show up after everyone was dead. One of the Titans had his leg injured, making him unable to walk. Marina rushed to the side, shouting Shatran's name, and Dor stopped her, saying that it was already late and they had to sail away. The angry girl turned around and asked where they were supposed to swim, since they wouldn't be able to swim even 100 meters before they would be captured. The Titan Shatran had already been attacked in the chest, destroying him. The tense man said that if they stayed here, they would die like dogs. Another Titan has been defeated. Betty's sacred shield also began to crack. Beatrice could no longer hold it, so it burst, throwing the girl back. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared on the deck, and at that moment, Dower was asking if Betty was okay. A moment later, people appeared in the circle behind the priestess. Marina never thought that this woman would come here in person. Along with her soldiers, Her Excellency Duchess Minerva was now on the deck of the ship. Rising to her feet, the priestess rejoiced at the arrival of her mistress like everyone else. Betty wanted to say that the Duchess was so late when suddenly she was pierced with a sword. Marina and Dewar were shocked by this, and the trembling priestess asked why they did this to her. Minerva did say that Betty Donian had done a good job. Marina asked why Ms. Minerva did this, since Betty still continued to protect them. The Duchess told Donian to repeat after her if Betty was a true priestess of Artemis. Donian, sweating coldly, begged her to speak. Then the Duchess said to repeat after her. Shakart is not a god. Shakart does not exist. The girl hesitated, realizing that she had been exposed. With a smile on her lips, the priestess said that Shakart was the only god. Minerva then pulled the blade out of her, ripping Betty's insides apart. The Duchess said that she recognized the faith of the priestess of Argon. Covering her mouth with her hand, Marina asked if Betty was of the Kronos religion, and Minerva, wiping her blade, replied that they were different from people like Betty because they didn't kill someone just because of religion. However, Donian had a rare ability, even among the priests of Kronos, to connect. She was a spy, and pretending to use sacred magic, she transmitted information about them to Argon. Donian was also the reason for the delay in reinforcements. Grabbing the dead priestess by her clothes, Minerva said that with her powers, this girl blocked the sacred power of their circle. As a result, they mobilized 7 palace mages to subdue her. If something went wrong, Betty could break the coordinates and move to some strange place. Now that the sacred magic was gone, Betty looked her real age again. The Duchess threw her body overboard. Marina looked at all this with sadness. She became friends with the priestess and could not recognize the traitor in her, and the warlike Minerva approached the other side of the ship. She said that she was the commander-in-chief of Kruma and the Imperial Guard of Redia, Duchess Minerva Kantaro, and then asked who was the commander here. The woman wanted to hear the reason for the attack on the Imperial Guard, transporting items belonging to the palace. The commander of the Holy Knights, Jinen Shutaze, introduced himself to her and asked if she was really Commander-in-Chief Minerva. The woman asked if he couldn't figure it out even by looking at her, and the man was puzzled by this. Minerva said that he should have thought again before saying another stupid thing. Unless, of course, he wanted to boast to everyone about his ignorance of the face of the Empire's best fighter, who divided the continent into 3. The commander-in-chief said that their side had instructed the Dewar merchants to import some items from the Imperial Palace, and had also assigned those 3 knights of the Imperial Guard to guard them, and she demanded that they give a valid reason for why Argon had attacked them. Jinen stated that these people had violated the rules of the dungeon in the Great Argon Empire's territory and were trying to take out the dragon's body, and the commander-in-chief asked if he was capable of taking responsibility for his words. This question made the man angry, and Minerva explained that they had receipts for goods purchased in Argon, and the goods were imprinted with the coat of arms of the Imperial Palace of Kruma. For any country on that continent, stopping the transport of a cargo containing the Imperial seal was considered an act of hostility and gave them the right to defend themselves. In addition, Argon was destroyed by 3 titans of the Redian Imperial Guard. The woman said that if Jinin didn't give her a serious reason, she would put her name as Minerva on it and punish him. Shutazi tried to explain that they were continuing to gather information, but the commander-in-chief interrupted him and asked what her source was. Jinin asked how she could ask about the source, since it was a state secret. He didn't understand what kind of nonsense the woman was talking. Minerva replied that they didn't even have a serious reason, but they wanted the commander-in-chief to open the goods intended for the emperor after she heard about their receipt of information, and also for her to understand and forgive them. Shutazi wondered if Minerva had killed the priestess to prepare for this situation. The woman explained that she would let the commander go if he at least now asked for forgiveness and promised to pay them compensation. She then jumped off the ship and approached Jinan, saying that she would kill him on this very spot if he continued to slander Crumb's palace. Suddenly, Shutazi was overcome with fear and found it difficult to breathe. And the woman asked what was wrong with the captain, since she had not done anything at all yet. Everything was exactly as he had heard. Before him now stood that very witch of Crumb, whom he could not resist. The man said there seemed to be a misunderstanding. He explained that it seemed their information was unreliable, since the Kruma Imperial Guard would not be able to use the Imperial Seal after violating the rules of the dungeon. Minerva responded that it was very wise, and she was glad that Jinan thought so. However, he had to compensate them for the loss of 3 Kamaria-type titans. The captain explained that this was not something he could personally promise the commander-in-chief, but Shutise promised to report everything to the head of their order. Minerva replied that she understood everything, and if it was possible, they would be happy to resolve everything diplomatically. The woman walked away, ordering the wounded to be lifted onto the ship, and the man, also turning back, realized that he had no choice. The presence of 20 knights of the Rhedian Imperial Guard meant that they had at least 20 Kamaria and perhaps even Ephrian, and their Gorgon and Lagan were no match for them. But the main danger was this well-known mistress of the Hell's Defender, Dark, who was sleeping on the ground, sat up. Jimmy asked if Ronier had slept well, who, grabbing the clothes of the dwarf trying to escape, asked where he was going. And the prince also wondered if the Titans were still not finished. Donnie didn't even know what to say to that. Antigone and the Red Knight stood opposite each other. James noted that the fame of Kruma's number 2 was not an exaggeration, and Ruin replied that he had also surprised him. But it seemed that the red-headed one had only recently become a master and could not yet compete with the Duke. The lion lunged, but the knight successfully parried it. James said it was enough to catch Rouen, and the Duke asked if that would satisfy him. The guy answered positively. He said that while he held back Rouen, Camille would deal with the rest, but it was difficult for Cloudine to deal with these 3 titans. Insulting the Count, James asked if he couldn't do that too. The guy said that he didn't want to be serious, that he was fighting adepts, and James asked if Camille was really a master, and Claudine replied that he wasn't fighting simple adepts, and it seemed that his comrade had forgotten something. These titans had dragon slayers in their hands and could not be damaged by normal swords. Ronier noted that these dragon slayers were apparently much stronger than he thought, and the dwarf with his legs tied explained that they were made of dragon bones, and no metal could compare to them in terms of strength, and that bone was 5 times lighter than other metals. Dark asked what if they made a titan out of dragon bones, and Firehammer replied that it would be incredibly expensive. There were only 2 of those on the entire continent. Emperor Corinth's personal titan, the White Knight, and the personal titan of the chapter of the Argon, the Argon. Now the prince understood a little about the reason for all this fuss around the dragon bodies and was thinking about asking his father to give him some materials. Arteas dreamed that his son was threatening him with a sword, forcing him to give up his bones. Still, Dark wanted to try this dragon slayer on himself, and this desire shocked his friends. All the Black Knights lay motionless on the ground. Ruin said that the effectiveness of Corinth's new titans predicted victory for their Kruma. The Red Knights were surrounded by enemies. James said that it seemed like it was time to retreat now, although Camille was furious about it. He also thought that there was no other way. The guy said that they learned a little about the functions of the new type of titans, and that was enough. Suddenly at that moment, Dark asked the lazy guy if he could help him. James, surprised by the prince's sudden appearance on his titan's shoulder, asked how he was going to help them. Ronier replied that he would deal with the 3 Antigones himself, and they would agree on the price later. Dark then pushed himself away from the titan and summoned a water shield. Pulsating and layering one wall after another, the shield was directed at the opponents. However, despite such an attack, the titans were still able to continue the fight. Taking hold of the sword's hilt, Ronier thought that although it was quite strong, it was not enough. The prince understood that now he could only win with the help of the Lord of Water. Summoning a liquid cloud, Dark aimed a water hammer at Antigonus. Touching the ground with great force, the water began to splash all over the area. But this again turned out to be not enough. Next, Ronier decided to use water arrows. 1,000 rays of liquid pierced the opponents. James and Camille were amazed by Ronier's abilities. The boy asked if Clodin hadn't said that Dark was a good spiritual master, and the Count confirmed it. James stated that the word "not bad" was completely inappropriate in this situation. The prince was even better than Cloudine and the Red Knight combined, and the Count replied that he didn't really know anything either. Jiren had told him about it. Now Rhaenyra decided to attack Ruin as well. Although the Duke did not know what kind of magic Dark possessed, he understood that he was in a dangerous position. The prince turned to Antigonus, who was about to hit him with his fist. Rhaenyra was able to avoid this blow by jumping. The fist hit the ground, causing chunks of it to rise into the air. Landing behind the Titan, Dark called it an incredible destructive force. Ruin wondered what kind of movements the prince made. They couldn't belong to a magician. Terran was surprised that Rhaenyra remained alive. He did not understand how this could happen, because the girl definitely encountered the dragon's breath. But he was even more interested in what she was doing here. Smear assumed that Dark was a scout of Corinth. Terran knew that now was not the time to think about it. The Black Knights were getting up again. The three Antigones were still unable to continue the fight. Even in such a small number, although they fought 8 against 4, there were 2 masters against them. The situation was not the best. Smear shouted to the Duke that he needed to dodge quickly. Ruin began to strike, but not a single attack was able to hurt Rhaenyra. Dark fought the Titan with the master inside him. He knew it would be right to consider him as a serious opponent. As the prince avoided another attack, he noticed that the Duke had not put any power into the sword. At the moment when the blade was approaching Rhaenyra again, his feet were not touching the ground. The Duke continued to attack in the same direction, and Dark understood that he would hardly be able to dodge. Suddenly, a new energy burst forth that no one had noticed before. Ruin was amazed. He didn't understand why the sensations had changed so much. Rhaenyra was able to defend himself by deflecting the enemy's blade with his sword. Dark was not happy that he had to take out his weapon. Ruin was surprised by this sword. The Duke believed that this would not work, and he must immediately finish off the enemy. The prince held a magic shield in front of him, and Antigone put power into his sword. Dark was interested in what would happen next. The Titan made a powerful swing, filled with energy. In response, Rhaenyra directed a water shield towards Antigone. The energy wave continued to inevitably approach the guy. Once it reached the ground, it created an explosion. Ruin tried to see what had happened to his enemy. The Duke wanted to know if he had been able to catch his opponent. To his great regret, Rhaenyra was unharmed. Ruin was shocked that Dark was able to withstand the mana explosion. The Duke was sure that it was not magic at all. Rhaenyra thought that it would be dangerous if he didn't have a sword, but he understood that he most likely wouldn't be able to deal with the Duke without a weapon. And if he did, something from the past would happen. And yet the prince could not get Daronia here, since he was now a spiritual master. Jimmy, Raven, Pashir, and Firehammer continued to watch the fight from the sidelines. Pashir wondered what kind of girl this was. She had scattered 3 titans with her bare hands, and now she was going to confront the master's titan. He remembered that James had said that Dark was an aristocrat from Kratos, so her words about being able to give him a titan could very well be true. But the worried dwarf was thinking about something else. He was sure that the one in front of him was the Golden Dragon Slayer. Suddenly, the Duke turned away from Rhaenyra. The prince was surprised that Ruin decided to run away. The Duke called out Terran's name, who immediately understood what had to be done. James and Camille were surprised by this outcome. Smear drew back his sword and threw it straight at the ship. The Dragon Slayer created a decent-sized hole in the side of the ship. Clodane was worried about this. He didn't want the ship to sink. The Antigones retreated, and the ship began to slowly sink. James asked what Claudine was doing. He ordered them to quickly pull out the cargo, and the Red Knights headed towards the river. They jumped into the water, splashing it. Since the battle was over, Rhaenyra returned his sword to its sheath. The prince assumed that this should have been enough. The wet men lay on the ground and tried to catch their breath. Camille said that, apparently, the Titans also needed to be waterproofed. Raven was shocked because the knights actually pulled the ship out. Running up to the lying masters, the soldiers asked if everything was okay with them. And Camille shouted that James had decided to get into the water in order to get what was on the ship, and their subordinates were comfortably lying down, having lost consciousness. The guy said that after returning, training awaited them, and the soldiers asked for forgiveness. James said to call it a day and better check the cargo. They might have to go into the water again. Rhaenyra told the boy that their opponents had escaped. Camille noted that the two did not even introduce themselves, and said that his friend's name was Marquis James Valenciade. The guy thanked Baroness Darkclyde for her help. Rhaenyra replied that there was no need for gratitude, since it was not free. James asked how he could repay this, when suddenly his subordinate reported that they were in trouble. They found out that there was no cargo on the ship. The Marquis and the Count asked what kind of boxes were in front of them then. The boxes opened before Minerva contained dragon bones. Marina said that even though those 3 had not yet woken up, their lives were not in danger. The strategy was implemented absolutely perfectly, without a single casualty. Dower noted that there was no pressing need to change cargo at the port of Arni, since the Duchess eventually joined them, and Minerva said that it did not matter. The commander-in-chief reported that they were continuing to head for Alcasus and ordered Duro to sell all of these dragon parts to the mages, and the man replied that thanks to this, they would solve all of their cash fund problems, since an Exion with a capacity of 2.2 was costing a fortune. The woman confirmed this and noted that they would now be able to make 15 Antigones. The ship continued to sail serenely across the sea. The boxes that the Marquis and the Count opened contained ordinary apples. Camille wondered what had happened, and James realized that the cargo had been switched at the port of Arni, and by being distracted by the Duke of Rouen, they had missed a very important moment. Dark decided to have a snack on an apple, and James said that he was going crazy. If he just came back, then his father would definitely decide to kill him. Clodine asked if he would really kill his own son. They had at least tested the Red Knights properly and received information about the newest titans of Kruma. And Valenciad asked how he could speak so calmly knowing his father's character. Dark asked if they were returning to Corinth, and James confirmed this, noting that they had failed the mission. Ronier said he would go with them. The Count and Marquis were shocked by this, and they even asked the prince about it again. Dark explained that he wanted to personally see the largest and most powerful empire on the continent. They were on the same path anyway. The men just needed to see him off a bit. At the same time, they could pay off the debt they had just gotten into. Valenciad asked if that was enough, and the prince confirmed it, explaining that it would not be a simple visit. He noted that James had a very high title, so he needed to vouch for Ronier so that he could move freely in the future. Dark hated inconveniences more than anything. Camille, having come considerably closer to the Marquis, whispered that there was nothing to talk about. The pumpkin had rolled itself to them whole. He demanded that James immediately agree to this. Finally, all these people disappeared into the magic circle. All that remained on the shore was a damaged ship with boxes filled with apples. The next morning, a fair-haired man arrived at this place. He looked around the battle site, trying to guess what exactly had happened here. But the blonde didn't come here alone. He was accompanied by other people. One of them took a red apple from the box. The blonde reported that their trail ended at this point. Arteas, with the former mercenaries standing behind him, noted that it seemed like something serious had happened here. The man replied that there were more than 10 titans fighting in this place, and there were 3 types of them, 2 from Corinth and 1 from Kruma. And while biting into the fruit, the dragon asked how the man knew about this without even using magic. The blonde explained. From the gait of each titan, one could guess its type and the technique used. These were the fighting techniques of Corinthia, who was trained in the main knightly detachment of her side. Judging by the depth of their tracks, the weight of the titans exceeded 100 tons. So, these were the strongest titans of Corinth, the Black Knights. And on that side, 2 titans were using techniques from the Valenciad clan and the Clodin clan respectively. I'm sure they weren't Black Knights, but it's hard to guess who they were. These 2 titans were facing off against 4 who were using the fighting technique of the Kruma Knight Squad, Cruzy, and I think one of them had really outstanding abilities. Media noted that this man was able to learn so much just by looking at the tracks, and apparently these adepts were indeed some kind of monsters. Mikhail said that Dark was going to turn them into such monsters, and Gaston asked to free him from this. The ranger also reported that there was another trace here that had nothing to do with sword techniques, and Arteas asked if the man was talking about magic. The ranger replied that it looked like that, but there weren't many magical spells that could harm a titan. And besides, this small trace in the very center of the battlefield meant that perhaps a Mac and a Titan had come face to face here. The dragon claimed that it was his son, and the former mercenaries confirmed this. The ranger said that he knew about Master Dark's power, but never heard of magic reaching such a level. Arteas shut him up, calling the man a fool. He demanded that the ranger repeat after him. For his son, there was nothing impossible. Swordsmanship, magic, cooking, cleaning, washing, cuteness. He was good at everything. Arteas kept forcing the ranger to repeat these words, which created an awkward situation. The man then continued to explain. Firstly, all sides did not lose a single titan. The Kruma titans fled in that direction. I believe that the remaining people of Corinth and Duke Ronier teleported from here. I think that most likely they chose Corinth as their target. The dragon asked why, and the man replied that Kruma's titan had unleashed magic on his lordship's titan, and they were to head to Corinth to complete their mission. Arteas thought for a moment and agreed with this. The ranger said that if they had used the Black Knight, It must have been a guard unit, and there was a good chance that they had moved to Corinth's capital, Carantia. Arteas stated that they were heading there, after which a magic circle formed beneath them. Gaston was shocked that the dragon didn't even cast a spell. He was incredible after all. As he disappeared, Arteas shouted to his son to wait for him, because Daddy was on his way to him. There were 4 people sitting in the castle discussing something. Lisa didn't understand why Camus wanted to start this war. The woman asked, "If Crum launches a preemptive attack because its military power has increased, will it become a country of bandits or a great power?" Camus replied that it would be better if Lisa didn't be so lenient. It was a new type of titan on the level of Hell Prony. Kruma was a country with a huge number of elves. He asked if the woman imagined how dangerous they could become if high-powered titans were added to that. Camus wanted Kiri to speak out now. The fair-haired man said that the bastards from Kruma dared to oppose Corinth, and that reason alone was enough to destroy them. Lisa was unhappy with this answer. The woman said she was tired of it. They clashed because both sides wanted the dragon. Lisa asked if Kiri really wanted to blame them for it. That would be the case if there was at least a local war on the border. And Kiri replied that both countries used titans, and that was enough. Lisa asked if he really thought that the Archduke of the Empire could talk about war so simply. Kiri replied that, just as Archduke of the Empire, he wanted to start a war that would cause the least amount of harm. As Camus had said, if Corinth let them go, even more problems would arise. One of the interlocutors stood up and walked away. Kiri asked where Gracelyn went during the meeting, and he replied that the thing was that he didn't really have anything to say. Camus noted that the guy seemed a little strange today, and Lisa said that it was all because Kiri was proposing to start a war. The Archduke said that he understood everything and asked the woman to calm down. He decided to continue the discussion after their sons returned. About 60 years passed. At that time, they were young people full of passion and courage, and it seemed the time was coming for them to end those happy times. Suddenly, somewhere in the distance, Gracelyn felt dragon energy. He wondered if this man was having as much fun as he was. It would be nice if he got a better result than Gracelyn. Dark and the others sat at the table and ate food. There were many dirty plates from various dishes standing next to Ronier. The prince said that he usually hardly touched his food, but today he had overdone something. James said he was glad that Dark liked everything. Camille and James rose from the table, and Ronier asked if they had already left. Valenciade replied that they were a bit busy, and Claudine explained that they had to report, but they just didn't have the courage to do it right away because they had failed. A worried James wondered if his father would start with a punch right away. This is exactly how the conversation began. Having received a punch in the face, the Marquis fell to the floor. Carrie said that not only did they fail the mission, but they also lost during the first trial of the Red Knights, and they talked about it so calmly. Claudine, who was kneeling on one knee, and James, who was rising from the floor, were silent. Carrie stated that as the Archduke of the Empire, he would take responsibility for failing to raise his son properly and would kill him himself. Then, a frightened James explained that there was good news. The guy said that they brought that summoner. The Archduke asked if they were talking about the girl who had helped them, and James replied in the affirmative, explaining that it was to strengthen their country's military force. Kiri asked if his son thought this would help them avoid responsibility, and the boys explained that this girl had defeated the new Kruma Titan in a face-to-face fight. This made the Archduke think. Claudine stated that Dark would play a huge role in the upcoming conflict with Kruma. The boys knelt and waited for the Duke's decision. Kiri said that in that case, it was necessary to meet her, but he did not understand the summoning, so he asked the boys to show her to Gracelyn. The Marquise and the Count were glad that they were spared. Suddenly, someone came in and gave a negative answer. It was Gracelyn standing in the doorway. This guy said that he would not give permission to recruit the summoner to their side. Carrie was unhappy that Gracelyn was talking about some kind of permission. With the help of the magic circle, Arteas and the others arrived in Corinthia. Being in this place, Mikhail felt uncomfortable. Standing across the river, the men saw the capital of Corinthia. Arteas, inspired, moved forward, and the ranger asked if it would not be better to descend after they had surveyed the city's landscape from here. Palshan said that they would show the way and that he had to rely on them, and the man asked if they had really worked as mercenaries in Corinth too. Palshan replied that Mikhail had simply lived in Corinth before, and the ranger asked why he didn't look very happy. Mikhail replied that it was nothing serious. He just wanted to never return to that place again. Carrie asked Gracelyn to listen to him. They had known each other for about 60 years and literally built this empire from scratch. There was no longer an empire that trembled in fear, surrounded by Kruma and Kretaus. But now it was only a perfect, powerful state. Kodas added that this castle they were now in was created by none other than Graceland, and Carrie replied that therefore he, as well as Lisa and Camus, were all the founders of this country. Graceland didn't think that Carrie wanted to invite him to talk about thoughts from 60 years ago. The Archduke said that the walls of the empire that Kodas had built were strong enough, and he spoke not only of the strength of their warriors, but also of the laws and policies of their country. Kodas noted that it did not suit him to talk so much, and asked what the man was getting at. Carrie was saying that no matter how deep their relationship was, he, the mage of this castle, could not order him, the Archduke. The man was asking since when he had been in such a position that he had to get permission from Kodas. The magician asked if that was all Carrie wanted to say and received a negative answer. The Archduke declared, "I, as the sword of the ruler of the Corinth Empire, the protector of the imperial palace, the Archduke of Valenciad and the sole Grand Master of the continent, order you to test the abilities of the summoner who came from Argon, and if she can help the Empire, lure her to our side." Kodas was silent for a moment, thinking about this. Camille and James watched tensely, fearing the worst outcome. When the magician agreed to carry out the order, the guys breathed a sigh of relief. However, Graceland said that Carrie needed to know something. Kodas agreed to what he said only for the sake of this place he had created, and it had nothing to do with the useless title of Archduke. The magician turned away and walked away, and Carrie was indignant at such thrown words. The magician was purposefully walking somewhere, and Camille and James were running after him. Kodas said that they didn't have to follow him. The Marquis noted that most likely, Graceland did not know where Dark was and offered to take him. And Kodas asked if the prince was not in the direction of the guest house of the Crystal Castle. The shocked boys wondered how Graceland knew about this, since they hadn't even told the Archduke anything. The magician asked if they had forgotten who he was. Kodas could not tell the Marquis and the Count that he had felt the energy of the dragon tongue of the one who had come with them. Camille noted that Graceland was still incredible, but he thought it was useful for the mage to know this. He said not to let Dark's appearance deceive him, and Kodas replied that he was no longer at the age to judge someone by their appearance and asked if there was not a good example among them. The boys explained that she was the Baroness of Krauthaus. Claudine explained that she might have been a girl, but no one called her a baroness or a lady. Apparently, she started her own lineage, although in fact with her abilities, it was obvious that the mage was already interested in such things. He was surprised that there was someone like him in Krauthaus. Camille noted that Graceland was also the progenitor of a kind of Kodas. Claudine noted that if something went wrong, his line could end. At his age, one could already admire grandchildren, and the Count wondered why the mage had not yet married or even dated anyone. And James stated that his father said that he thought that Kotas was a castrato. Artis and the others were still standing at the riverbank. The dragon said that they could all stay here. He could easily find his son alone, because no matter how Dark tried to hide his presence, his father could sense him. But Mikhail replied that there was no need for this, and he had to play his role properly. The blonde man walked past his friends, causing them to worry. The man said that the city was very confusing, so even knowing its location, one could get lost on the way. He asked his friends to follow him. Artias and the former mercenaries felt somewhat depressed. Gaston noted that Mikhail never spoke about his homeland. Media agreed with this, and said that it was even a little unfortunate that they talked about it. Palshan stated that there was nothing to regret and asked which of the mercenaries had no past, and yet the girl sympathized with her comrade. The leader stated that there was simply no need to interrogate him about anything. It didn't matter what happened in the past. The main thing was that Mikhail was their comrade. The blonde himself thought that the leader should have left such strange statements in his head. Firehammer asked why Dark kept carrying it around. He saw Ronier's abilities and was not going to try to take the sword anymore. The prince explained that the dwarf was to become a blacksmith on his lands. Hammer replied that the dwarves never made treaties with anyone or obeyed other races, and Dark replied that it seemed to him that they obeyed his father well. Firehammer said that he didn't know who his father was, but he was sure that the dwarf who made his sheath did it only because of this sword. For many, the goal of their lives is to create a masterpiece, so Hammer thought that this was what fueled his desire. At that moment, Ronier heard someone's footsteps outside the door. He allowed the man to enter, who turned out to be Graceland. The magician said, "I'm sure that this is the smell of a water summoner, and a very strong one at that. Could it really be that she was confused with a lightning summoner? I think I'll have to teach Jiren a little more." Dark asked who he was, and Kodas noted the surprising closeness of spirit. He asked how such a young girl could get hold of Naiad. The prince asked if Graceland knew Naiad. The mage noticed something strange. He couldn't smell the low-level Undine or high-level Nyx at all. There was only the smell of the Spirit King Naiad. But such an order was impossible. The problem here wasn't the level of proximity at all. Kodas asked if Naiad had come to Dark himself, and the prince replied that it was almost so, and the mercenary reached for his sword. Ronnier told Pashir not to mess around. Kodas noted that it was a good decision, as he did not want to interfere with his childhood entertainment. The magician also didn't want anyone to interfere with their conversation. One look from Ronnier was enough to make everyone leave the room. Then Kodas sat down in the chair. The magician said his name was Kadrian and wanted to know Ronnier's name. The guy introduced himself as Dark, but Gracelian explained that he was not asking about his human name, but what his real name was. The prince continued to insist that his name was Dark. The magician telepathically told me it was better not to joke with him. He stated that he was the owner of the place and hoped that Ronnier would show him the respect he would show his guest. Dark realized that the person in front of him was not a man at all. Kadrian was a real blue dragon. The former mercenaries followed Mikhail, Halcyon asking if he was going somewhere, knowing where Dark was. Mikhail asked if the leader hadn't heard what the knight had said. The prince was with the Knights of Corinth's guard. The ranger asked if they were heading towards the castle. And the blonde replied that they couldn't have just met the emperor or the captain of the guard. Usually you had to wait a few days. And if you weren't an official delegate, you were sent to a special place called the Crystal Palace. The ranger asked if they were going there. Mikhail replied that it would be better to start with that. And then Arteus drew attention to himself. The blonde asked what was wrong. The dragon reported that his son's energy had suddenly disappeared. Now knowing that Kadrian was a dragon, Dark could explain why he couldn't sense his mana at all. Most likely his guest was using a concealment technique. Gracelian was surprised by the guy's knowledge. Kodas said that it couldn't be. He was sure he felt the dragon energy coming from the prince, but it was impossible unless he had a dragon heart. Dark asked if that was what he meant. With his hand on his stomach, the prince showed his true mana. The magician was amazed that in front of him stood a man with a dragon's heart and a huge amount of mana. He realized that Ronnier was a dragon master, just like the Archduke. Kadrian had never even thought that there were other people besides Carrie who had such power. Dark noted that judging by the fact that Gracelian suddenly showed up here and started talking nonsense, he was unlikely to have come with good intentions. Taking his sword into his hand, the prince said that he would not refuse the dragon. What was happening continued to surprise Gracelian. Ronnier admitted that he had long wanted to try to fight a dragon properly. He hoped that Kadrian would not be as young as that green dragon. Kodas realized that Dark had a dragon slayer in his hands, forged in hellfire. Faced with such forces, they could turn the entire city into ruins. So Kadrian suggested changing the location, and Dark asked why it was necessary. The alarmed dragon once again noted that all the people in this area could have died, and Ronnier asked, "So what?" He didn't care whether a few humans died or not. All he needed was a battle with Kadrian, so the prince simply didn't worry about useless things. Considering this girl to be crazy, Gracelian said that he had been building this city for several decades and did not want to see it fall by his own hand. Dark asked if this meant that Kadrian could not show his full strength, yet Ronnier agreed to go elsewhere. Surprised, Mikhail asked where Dark's energy was. Arteus closed his eyes, trying to figure out where his son was. Even though he knew it was a dragon in front of him, Gaston was still surprised that he was making the mana move without even casting a spell. Finally, the father was able to find Dark. After this, the dragon disappeared in a bright beam of light. Palshan asked if they had not been useless cargo to him from the very beginning, and perhaps everyone agreed with that. The Pathfinder noticed people whispering. The ranger noted that they would be better off going elsewhere, and Mikhail said to follow him. They all tried to retreat from this street as quickly as possible, except for the dumbfounded Gaston, whom Media had to drag along with him. Dark was in a hilly area where a river flowed. Admiring the scenery, Ronnier called it a beautiful view. Kadrian noted that they had not come to this place to enjoy its sight, and Ronnier replied that the dragon had merely been given time to prepare. Beginning to beam, Gracelian called Dark a very impudent hobbit. A whirlwind formed behind Ronnier due to the Titan's summoning. Kodas assumed his true form as a blue dragon. Then he asked if the girl was ready. Ronnier, who had settled in Daronia, gave a positive answer. He challenged the dragon to a proper fight. Kadrian asked if this was an improved version of Caproxia. Due to the prince removing his shield and remaining light, the dragon guessed that its main strength would be maneuverability. Ronnier replied that Kodas was right, since Dark didn't use a shield in the first place. Lightning began to emanate from the dragon's horn. Bending down, Kadrian fired an electric beam at the prince. Ronnier swung his sword in front of him, not allowing such an attack to deal much damage to him. This battle started out very interestingly for Dark. An announcement was made that a part of the lower armor had broken and was being repaired. Ronnier noted that Gracelian was much stronger than one could have imagined. Cadrian replied that he could not be a fool and underestimate the great master who was in the Titan. Forming an electric ball at his mouth, the dragon asked if the prince could block this too, since there was no way to escape. And Dark told him not to worry, since Ronnier had no thought of escaping. The ball grew even larger, spreading its light across the entire area. When it reached the required size, the electric beam rushed towards Dark. The prince protected himself by creating a barrier around himself. Lightning continuously struck the black transparent shield, spreading an electric charge across the ground. It was becoming increasingly difficult for Ronnier to withstand this attack. Dark knew that this battle was becoming dangerous for him. The dragon was outmatching his Titan-enhanced energy. The barrier began to crumble, and the prince realized that at this rate he would simply run out of strength. He remembered how his father had given him what had belonged to Arteus for 4,000 years. Ronnier wondered if the dragon's inner strength was really pushing him to the brink of life and death. The dragon said, "It's amazing you could endure so much, but now your mana has reached its limit. Your own arrogance was your undoing, Hobbit. Now turn to ashes." The prince's barrier was finally destroyed, but the boy immediately used the Great Star Absorption technique. This helped the Titan not to fail due to loss of protection. Cadrian was surprised that the girl absorbed the lightning strike, but he considered it stupid. The dragon increased its attack, but Ronnier continued to hold on well. At first the prince managed, but he could not use the power absorbed in battle instead of magical energy. Suddenly he doubled over, feeling like he was being torn apart from the inside. Daronia told Dark to use his action, since his body would not be able to withstand such a strong lightning strike. A specially created action was supposed to help Ronnier at least temporarily accumulate magical power. Dark told the Titan not to be rude to him, and Daronia asked the prince not to resist, since he did not want to lose such a strong master as he. Folding his hands into a triangle on his stomach, Ronnier shouted out that he had a dragon's heart inside him and, of course, he could absorb dragon mana. The prince used a technique called Heart of the Northern Darkness. The energy, transformed into lightning, began to flow into the titanium, returning to its original form. Gracelian was surprised at how the boy absorbed his attack. Daronia didn't understand how a human could control such power. He wondered if it really was the heart of a dragon. The prince was again torn apart from the inside, and he wheezed in pain. Titan knew that the pilot's body was too weak to withstand such a lightning strike. He said that he would get this mana for Ronnier. The cube inside the titanium glowed brightly, absorbing your energy. The lightning soon dissipated, leaving behind hot ground. The dragon had no idea that Exion could be used in this way. The Titan was on his knees, leaning on his sword, but was still not destroyed. Dark continued to hold on, breathing heavily. Wiping the blood from his face, the disheveled and electrified prince said, "They say that the greatest power in this world is the power of the brain. It seems that this is true." The dragon flapped its wings, rising into the air, and the Titan informed its master that the restoration of the upper part of the armor was complete, also noting that Ronnier had used too much mana blocking Cadrian's breath. Dark said not to pay attention to it, as he could quickly restore it with the energy circulation caused by breathing. Titan explained that it was impossible to do this during the battle. Besides, the mana absorbed by the prince had already filled him to the brim. After these words, something strange began to happen with the energy, and the worried guy asked what Daronia did. The giant replied that he had reversed the flow of part of Ronier's mana. Titan said to absorb it like that, he was sure Dark could do it. Kodos was surprised to see that the prince could manage the Exion so well, even better than he could, despite the fact that Cadrian personally made the Titans. Trying to normalize his breathing and absorb energy as he was told, Dark began to sweat. Mana was fully restored, and Dark said that he liked Daronia, and the Titan replied that it was an honor for him. Ronnier asked if they were now ready to become dragon slayers. Gracelian couldn't waste his breath any longer. He knew that his body couldn't reliably withstand the power of the Grand Master's Titan, and it was a bit of a problem. The dragon and the prince suddenly noticed that they were being watched somewhere nearby. This man in a crimson robe made no attempt to hide. Cadrian told him to leave here, since very soon everything around would become ruins. Taking off her hood, the red-haired girl noted that this fight was more difficult for the dragon than she thought. The stranger asked if Ronnier was really that strong. Gracelian replied that he might have to use Hellfire 10 times in a row to defeat the prince, so the girl should leave quickly. However, instead of running away, she only erected a protective barrier around herself. Sitting down on the ground as if she was just on a picnic, the girl replied that she was now safe and asked him to continue the fight. Noting that they had an observer, Dark rushed towards the dragon. only now a tail was approaching the prince from behind. He knocked down the Titan, who was not at all prepared for such a turn of events. This was the first time Ronier's blind spot had been attacked in this way. The dragon began to form the electric ball again, and Dark shouted that it was useless. Only now he noticed something new. Now Kodos created two spheres at once, one at the horn and the other at the mouth. Doronia noted that it was dangerous because if you received two of his breaths at the same time, it would exceed the capacity of the Action, and Dark shouted that he knew this without him, after which he took a more stable position, plunging his sword into the ground. Then Ronier used the sword technique without a ruler, the ruler's domain. Because of this, a shield began to form over the Titan. Kadrian found it interesting to watch this. He had never seen a person before who could control mana the way Dark did. However, the dragon still believed that the prince would not be able to block his next blow. The next moment, double lightning rushed towards the erected shield. For Ronier, this seemed incredible. He even wondered if he could really stand it. There was only 1 millisecond left before the collision, and quite unexpectedly the lightning was overcome by the wind. This surprised both the girl with the dragon and Dark himself. A golden dragon appeared between the Titan and Kadrian. The observer was amazed by the appearance of someone from the golden dragon family, and Kodos asked questioningly, "Ancient?" An unhappy Arteus asked who he called an old man. Gracelian was certain that such energy could only come from an ancient, and the girl who approached said that she had heard of a golden dragon that had an ancient-level ability, and this was the master of the Maltorio mountain range. The girl introduced herself by saying that her name was Bamirid. Arteus replied that she seemed surprisingly smart, which he liked. He had friends among the Red Clan, so he asked if the girl wanted to date his son, which shocked Bamirid with its suddenness. At this moment, Ronier was freed from the Titan's armor. Arteus explained that his son didn't have a mate yet, and if Bamirid wanted, he would do her a special favor and introduce her to Dark. And the girl replied that it wasn't that she wasn't interested, but it was somehow too unexpected. Accepting this, the Golden Dragon said that if she was interested, then half would already be done. And Ronier, approaching them, asked his father not to say stupid things even though he was a man. He was now in the body of a woman, and Arteus noted that for a dragon, gender did not matter. Now it was more important for Dark to hear how his father found out that the prince was here, since he had left not so long ago. Not knowing how to explain it, Arteus replied that Ronier had forgotten to take a basket of food with him, calling him a slob. The dragon asked what he would do without his folder. Lost in thought, Bamirid asked if Dark was really a hobbit. An angry Arteus said that he would not allow his son to be called a hobbit. He asked not to use this humiliating nickname and to say human. And the girl asked why she did not feel the dragon's energy. Bamirid came because it seemed to her as if two dragons were fighting here. She had never heard of a person who emitted such energy. The girl continued asking questions, and the golden dragon tried to explain that Dark had a dragon's heart, even though he was a human. And despite the fact that Ronier was in a female body, he was still Arteus's son, since he was still a male entity. The prince himself found this conversation quite absurd. Bamirid said that she seemed to be out of touch with the dragon's train of thought, and Arteus replied that he was sorry, because he thought she was smart. Scribbling something on a piece of paper, Arteus said that she had -1 point. He asked the girl to be careful, because if she did not make an effort, he would cross her off the list of brides. Dark felt some indignation, realizing that they would hardly be able to continue the battle, which Kadrian agreed with. The Golden Dragon asked if the family had to quarrel. Gracelian asked, since when did man become a family with a dragon after all? It was they who prevented the dragons from living peacefully and dared to raise their balls against them. Arteus stated that this was his adopted child, and if Kodos didn't like something, he should come back when he grew up. There was a silence between them, after which the dragons took on their human form. Now there were 4 people standing in this clearing without any giants. Bamirid was surprised that in this form the golden dragon had red hair. Arteus rushed to hug his son, but he jumped up, saying that if they were going to fight, then his father should have left it to Dark. And the golden dragon replied that no one was going to do that, because you could only fight with those who were the right level. He never got to hug his son. He asked if Kadrian also thought that Arteus and Gracelian were not equal to each other, to which the answer was positive. The upset father asked why his son rejected him, and Dark replied that Arteus was more incredible than he seemed. Feeling his self-esteem soar, the Golden Dragon asked if Ronier had only just realized how cool his father was. The prince stated that he still intended to continue this battle, so he asked Arteus not to interfere with him, explaining that it was a great honor to bear the title of Dragon Slayer, and Arteus sarcastically replied that it was a wonderful family, where the father was a dragon and the son was a dragon slayer. Dark noted that his father himself had said that the red and blue ones were nowhere near the majestic golden dragons. Bamarade and Cadrian had never heard such names before. Arteas cleared his throat and told him to pretend he hadn't heard. Ronier asked why he suddenly cared about other people's opinions, and the golden dragon replied that even though he was his father, he couldn't completely turn his relatives into enemies. Dark said that he didn't think the golden dragon had really considered them relatives, and Arteas shut the prince up, trying to avoid further problems. This touch to the sun resulted in an electric shock. The injured Arteas asked when Dark had used lightning, and Ronier replied that it had happened right before his arrival. The father realized that Dark had fought seriously and asked the name of the one who had done this to his son. Cadrian introduced himself to the great descendant of the wise golden dragons. Arteas noted that Gracelian knew something about etiquette. As Kodas had said, he was wise and noble, so he decided not to ask him about anything else, and Cadrian thanked him, thinking that he had not said anything about nobility. Bamarade asked why Arteas had the same red hair color as hers, if he was a member of the Golden Dragon family. And the man explained that he changed his hair color as a sign of friendship with a guy named Bromanes. As it turned out, the girl knew him, and Arteas noted that he had a disgusting character. Bamarade explained that Bromanes was her father, and now Arteas regretted his words. He tried to explain himself somehow, stating that he wanted to say that Bromanes was always very joyful. The dragon wondered why his friend did not tell him anything about his daughter. Bamarade replied that she could not know about this, because her father also did not tell her anything about Lord Arteas. The golden dragon said that it was all fine, and the girl had no shortcomings that would prevent her from becoming his son's wife. She replied that she had not even thought about marriage yet, and Arteas continued to say that everything was fine. He would take care of all the obstacles that stood in their way, but now he needed to talk to Cadrian, and the girl should talk to his son for now. Arteas began to actively discuss something with Gracelian. Bamarade and Dark were sitting to the side, and the girl asked if the golden dragon had never heard anyone, and Ronier replied that that was probably the case. Bamarade admitted that she had been curious about the prince's sword all this time, so she asked if she could look at the weapon for a while. Dark saw absolutely no problem with this and agreed. He calmly handed the sword into the girl's hands. Taking a closer look at the blade, Bamarade was surprised. She asked if that gentleman had really made it, and Arteas screamed, "What kind of gentleman am I to you? Call me uncle!" The girl realized that the blade was made from the bone of a golden dragon, and hellfire was also added to it, and she wondered if a human could really use such a weapon. Arteas stated that his son could easily have used the sword 5 or 6 times. Surprised, Gracelian asked how Ronier could use hellfire, which was an 8th circle magic, even if the prince was a grandmaster, since this item was too dangerous for a person. And Arteas replied that everything was fine, since he had not yet told Dark all the words of the spells. Now the prince knew that the fireball released earlier was hellfire. Father asked how Dark knew this, whether he had used it even without the spell, and Ronier answered positively and explained that it was a little dangerous back then. The blade was sucking out his mana, so the prince released a huge ball of flame. Kodos asked if using hellfire without even knowing the words wasn't even more dangerous, and Arteas told him not to worry, since it was a piece of cake for Ronier, since he was wearing a water ring. After these words, Cadrian understood why he smelled the emanating scent of Naiad. Bamarade immediately looked at the ring. The girl also wanted to receive it. She asked if Arteas had really given her such a thing. Dark replied that the ring was given to him by an elf named Karel. Cadrian decided that the elf, who was crazy about swords, had gone completely mad to give such an item to a human. The golden dragon said that Karel would not have gone mad, because Kydaris was next to him, or rather, judging by the fact that this elf wanted to conceive a child, it was Kydaris who went mad. Gracelian wondered if a dragon and an elf could have a child, and Bamarade replied that most likely not. They started laughing, and Dark decided that the dragon seemed to be having fun now. A meeting of high-ranking officials was once again taking place at Crumb Castle. There was a tense atmosphere in the room during the discussion. The Emperor asked if Greenlake had spoken of summoning a comet. The elf confirmed this, explaining that she could destroy a city with one blow. His Majesty noted that fire-hating elves could not have come up with such a plan, and Greenlake explained that he was not an elf in the first place, but a Kruma mage. The Emperor asked if everyone present had discussed this and come to a unanimous decision. The elf gave a positive answer, saying that because Corinth was preparing for war, they didn't have much time, meaning that the best course of action in such a situation would be to destroy part of the troops with superior magic. And General Tublin noted that summoning a comet was magic that was forbidden by the treaty between the countries. He asked if the elf knew why Corinth didn't use it either. Greenlake replied that he knew this, of course, but whether it was worth following these rules was still questionable. The magician stated that these rules were invented by Corinth himself, and all this was done in order to shackle the magical kingdom of Alcasus and Kruma with all its many elves. But Tublin asked how they could afford to drop a comet on all 42 cities, because then a huge number of innocent people would have to die. Greenlake replied that there were no innocents. He believed that it was the common people who should answer for Corinth's tactlessness. Since their treasury was directly connected to them, they were its foundation. Tublin explained that they were simply born there and could not leave their lands, so there was no point in asking people who had no other choice to be responsible. The elf asked if the general really thought that if given the choice, they would decide to abandon Corinth, which they themselves called a great power. They considered other countries as second-rate. Alcasus for Corinth was just an amazing city with different wizards. Argon, a meeting of fanatics, and Krataus, a group of barbarians living in the mountains. The mage asked what Tublin thought they thought of their crumb. Greenlake didn't say it only because he was in front of the master. The general understood that he was at a loss in this conversation. The elf said that knights also should not get caught up in entertainment and forget about reality, and noted that there were no innocent commoners. Meanwhile, 5 mages had also gathered in Alcasus to discuss the issue. They could be completely sure that the war between Corinth and Kruma had begun. The movement of the greatest archmages in the shadows confirmed this even more. In the opinion of those gathered, it would be right to send envoys to Corinth and Krum with a proposal to start trade. If they had done everything properly, they would have been able to get rid of all the goods that had been gathering dust in warehouses throughout the kingdom for several decades. It was also necessary to increase the volume of titanium produced for export, because no one would skimp on military power by calling themselves empires. And if we talk about these two countries, they could well use forbidden magic. As for the defense of Alcasus itself, if those capable of using magic were mobilized in everyday life, the kingdom could withstand even a meteorite fall. They decided to use the war between the two empires and continue their policy of gaining as much benefit as possible. But if one of them lost, was destroyed, then the remaining side might consider their existence unacceptable. Opposing this was also their task, so it was necessary to gather a detachment of scarlet eagles in one place. Someone present wondered if everything would be all right, since this detachment was under the personal command of the king and could very well refuse them. The other magician suddenly rose from his seat and asked if they had forgotten. According to the Alcasus law, in a critical situation their upper house of parliament was superior to the king. Night had already fallen, but the dragon's conversation continued. Arteas noted that Cadrian was interfering too much in human affairs, having created the Titans of Corinth, and he asked why Gracelian had told humans how to create something so powerful. Kodos replied that it was fun, and asked if another reason was needed. Arteas said that it took humans 400 years to be able to evolve golems into the titans that exist today, with the last 100 years in particular being the most dazzling. Kodos noted that he was responsible for a large part of all of that. Agreeing with this, the Golden Dragon explained that everything had become too dangerous. Then, Bamarade stated that humans could not pose a threat to dragons. Arteas replied that this was indeed the case. Even after becoming a Grandmaster, humans could not become their opponents. However, when they boarded the Titan, everything changed. Recalling Naiad's words about how much damage humans were causing to everything around them, Arteas said that Grandmasters continued to appear, and advanced Titans could very well threaten the balance of this world. These words made Cadrian think. The Golden Dragon said that they called humans hobbits precisely because they were the weakest of all living creatures. Dragons had magic, elves had summoning, dwarves were good at making weapons. The time had not yet come when humans would be proud of who they were and talk about conquering the world. He asked not to give them weapons anymore. Kodos said he understood what Arteas was talking about. However, pointing to Dark, Gracelian noted that the Golden Dragon also interfered in human affairs for Ronye. He noted that even just because the dragon was near Dark, strong changes would continue to occur in people's lives. Arteas demanded that his child, who was special, not be touched, and Cadrian thought that the Golden Dragon was behaving just like a child. Bamarade agreed that the prince was truly incredible. She had never seen a man who could fight like that even in Titan, and asked how old Dark was, and he replied that he didn't know exactly, but most likely more than 60, even around 70. Piercing the young girl with her gaze, Bamarade was actively thinking about something. The nervous prince asked why she was looking at him like that. Bamarade replied that she was trying to determine whether Ronye was suitable for her as a husband or not, and the prince asked if she was serious. Laughing, the girl replied that of course not. Dark was a girl to begin with, which again upset the man inside that body. The prince pointed out the fact that dragons didn't care about gender, and Bamarade replied that everyone had their own tastes. She asked if Dark was upset, and Ronye replied that he wasn't really, since he had no interest in that direction from the start. Bamarade found this interesting because as far as she knew, human males were especially interested in reproduction, and Dark replied that there were such people too, but all people were different. Artias asked if Kadrian had heard this. His son was different from ordinary people and was more like dragons. He also asked if there were dragons who would not protect their cub, who was only 60 or 70 years old. Gracelian noted that lifespans were different. Humans could not live longer than dragon hatchlings, and if Artias was going to spend his entire life with him, he could not help but affect their world. The Golden Dragon noted once again that this child was special, but not because he was his adopted son. Beginning to communicate telepathically, Artias said that Dark was already someone who was different from this world. Perhaps strong changes began even from the moment Artias saved his life. Maybe there was some possibility that it was his duty to stop it. For some time, Gracelian just looked at his interlocutor in silence. He then noted that no matter what Artias said, he still acted like a child, which angered the Golden Dragon. Kodas also said that he understood perfectly what Artias meant. He remembered the events of 60 years ago. The thing is, when he started pretending to be a magician while living among humans, he also liked some of them. But he watched their changes and greed. One day he, Carrie, Camus, and Lisa met in the forest. People told him that they could make Corinth the strongest country. They asked Kadrian if he would join them. At the time, the dragon was simply curious to see if these little chicks could achieve anything. No, looking at them, he was sure of it. For the first time in several thousand years, he felt how hard his heart was beating. Gracelian wanted to join in the history they were creating. Now he said that sometimes the light of these little fireflies that circled above him became brighter than that eternal moon. Therefore, it was impossible to take your eyes off him. Kodas understood that now his fun was over. It was early morning, when the birds hiding in the trees were singing their songs. The Crumb Castle was illuminated by the sun's rays, giving it an orange color. In one of the halls, two men sat opposite each other at a long red and white table. One of them was a plump, bald diplomat from Krataus, who said that Kruma was gathering all its forces and his country was sending them reinforcements. But the southern bank of the Girith River was not enough. Krataus would like to get its ancient lands, the entire Kronos Plain. The Krum resident replied that the allied country only officially had 29 titans. Even if they sent the strongest support, it would be 20 titans at most, so he was asking if the plump man thought that wishing for the plain was too greedy. The diplomat concluded that Kruma apparently had problems with information. The interested man asked to be corrected. The plump man explained that their country had dealt with the kingdom of Chire and Spashi, after which they declared themselves an empire and captured 80 titans. Of course, they couldn't have only 29 titans. The resident of Kruma asked for forgiveness and admitted that at the official meeting with Corinth, who owned the Black Knights, they agreed to accept only titans of a certain level. He said that the Caproxys that Krataus had were also incredible machines, but there was one but. Interrupting him and making him nervous, the ambassador stated that they could have given Krum 44 titans. He explained that, of course, they would look different, and they were going to call them Theseus. A resident of Krum noted that this was quite unexpected and asked who they planned to appoint as commander of the expeditionary forces. His emperor thought it would be Prince Rubinsky and Knight Longart, who had been very active during the war with Spashi. However, the plump one denied this fact, saying that it would be the second commander of the Imperial Guard, His Excellency Dark von Ronyer. This surprised a resident of Kruma a little, who asked if they were talking about a man who was appointed Governor-General of Chiri, and with this gained influence in various areas. The problem was that Kruma did not know much about him. The ambassador agreed that this man was new here. He understood his allies' doubts about this. He also noted that he was not sure that such words were appropriate when talking about a master, and this needed to be carefully thought about. The man was surprised and asked if the ambassador had really said that Ronye was a master. The diplomat confirmed this and said that the temple had no record of this man's participation in the war, but his abilities were incredible. He asked if the ally now understood how serious they were about this war, and that was why they had to get the Kronos Plain at any cost. For the inhabitant of Kruma, this demand was difficult. Considering the usefulness of the plane of Kronos, it could not be transferred to them in its entirety. But Kratau justified this by the fact that this land had belonged to them since ancient times. In that case, Krum also needed to come up with an excuse and said that they would accept it, but only if the Crown Prince of Kratos comes to their Kruma as a recruit knight of the Ephraim squad. This would guarantee a strong alliance between the states. Kruma put the vast plain of Kronos at stake. Kratos put 44 titans and a master at stake, but Kruma herself would have to control them. The man noted that Kratos sent them Caproxy because he could not face Corinth face to face. This guess turned out to be absolutely correct, which made the ambassador worry. For Kruma, this would be a total war, unlike Kratos, because in case of loss they could only lose the sacrificed fighters, and Kruma could lose absolutely everything. For Kratos, this war did not pose any threat, but as a trophy, they wanted to get the entire plain of Kronos, which did not look like an equal exchange. At the very least, Kruma wanted the Crown Prince to come to them for training and become the guarantor of their alliance. It was difficult to agree to such a condition. Archbishop Krathaus said it was impossible. Frank himself understood these difficulties. He tried to think everything through carefully in order to make the most correct decision. The Archbishop said that the Crown Prince was the man who was supposed to lead Krathaus in the next era, and because of this they sent Prince Arius II to Corinth. Tozier confirmed this, noting that the people of Kruma only called it training, but it was obvious that in reality he would be a hostage. Rubinsky, who contacted them through a special balloon, said his opinion was also not much different from the others. However, if they were going to hand over all-out war with Corinth to Krum, they had no choice but to pay such a price. The Archbishop asked how the prince could speak of such a thing, and the Emperor said that he was right. Of course, the prince also had to be prepared to face such danger. After all, they were a family that always fought on the front lines. Such was the fate of the Greyat family. Corinta Castle was shining because of the streetlights. In the large hall, musicians played their very different but harmonious instruments. They entertained the arriving guests who were whirling in a dance. Further away from them all, on the second floor, with a glass of wine and leaning on the railing, was Carrie. He noted that the performances had gone surprisingly well and asked his subordinate if any countries had declined the invitation. The servant replied that there were none, rather the opposite, because Princess Ronan Grey had decided to get an unelected prince or someone from the nobility as her daughter's groom. Many more ladies had come to them. Carrie had not expected there to be so many people there. He asked which of them was the Prince of Kratos, and the subordinate pointed to a young man dancing. The Archduke watched him with mockery. He noted that the Prince of Kratos danced in this war hall, created to celebrate Corinth's victory over his country. Carrie asked if it wasn't funny, and the servant replied that the master was right. The subordinate said that the prince took after his father, so he was quite handsome, but apparently he had not yet been hardened. In fact, the young man was more interested in music and art than in military affairs, which is why he was extremely popular with the ladies. As he placed the empty glass on the tray, the Archduke called it wonderful, which surprised the servant. Carrie explained that it would be good for them if such a man became the king of Kratos, and the subordinate noted that this was of course true, but this guy was the second prince, and the king of Kratos could not skip the crown prince and pass the throne to his second son. Smiling slyly, the Archduke said that there was no guarantee that the crown prince would remain in good health until then. He told the servant to make sure that the young man liked their country. He should send everyone to him, be it friends or women. This order was accepted without any objection. Cadrian was already saying goodbye to the others. Once Gracelian's entertainment was over, he had no reason to leave his lair for a while. The Golden Dragon asked Bamarade if she was leaving too, and suggested that she stay with his son. Although the girl thought it would be fun, she decided to refuse, since the prince could not be free enough. Blowing the guy a kiss, she said that she would come to him if she missed him. And Ronier, not accepting such flirting, asked her to shut up and said that if they were done with business, they could leave. And quickly. Laughing, Bamarade created a teleportation magic circle beneath herself and said goodbye. Then Cadrian, bowing his head in a farewell gesture, disappeared into the blue light. Now father and son were left alone. Artias noted that they left too noisily. Dark asked if he was going to leave too, and the dragon pretended not to understand what was being discussed. Ronier explained that his father had brought him food, but the prince had eaten it all, so now Artias could leave. But the dragon didn't want to leave the prince at all. The loving father shouted out that it was really possible to eat just one meal and then send him back. And Dark explained that he too was quite a busy man. The indignant dragon asked how such a busy man could leave his land and come here for some unknown reason. Because of this, Artias called his son lazy, and at that moment, The dragon was suddenly overcome with memories of the coat of arms he had seen in the castle. Ronier asked why Artias had suddenly gone silent. The dragon began to express his dissatisfaction with the design on the coat of arms, but Dark reacted to this calmly. He asked if the building was not beautiful, and the dragon demanded that the subject not be changed as his father was seriously offended. Ronier admitted that he had thought about painting the castle gold and calling it the Palace of Artias, which surprised the dragon. Dark also suggested dressing the knightly squad in golden armor and calling it the Golden Dragon Squad, and it would be better to make all the titans golden. The father replied that this way probably everything would fit together. In addition, the prince decided to make all the titans in the form of cool golden dragons. And since the golden dragons were originally strong and wise, this could become a wonderful sign of their power. A pleased Artias replied that there was nothing to talk about. Dark said that they would not rush with the planning, and it was better to first go to the place where his comrades remained. He also noted that he felt safe, as he thought that his father was nearby, and the happy dragon followed his beloved son. Finally, Dark and Artias arrived at the Crystal Palace. There the prince was joyfully greeted by all his comrades. The dragon kept dreaming about a gilded castle, knights and titans, and the surprised Dark asked what his friends had forgotten in this place. Halcyon replied that they had come with Lord Artias, who had suddenly said that he was looking for his son, so they had come. Dark asked how they had found out about Ronier's location, and the dragon realized that he had forgotten to tell about it. Media explained that Mikhail told them about this Crystal Palace, since he himself was from Corinthia, and the blonde man, who was attacked by Jimmy and Raven with their heroic stories, already regretted that he came to this place. Noticing a guy who showed excellent tracking skills, the prince asked who he was. Rolf Rance of the Colin Knights dropped to one knee and introduced himself, saying that he had been ordered to ensure Lord Artias's protection and information. The dragon noted that he was quite a useful guy, since he guessed that Ronier would be here just by looking at his and the Titan's tracks. Dark said that this knight was really observant, and Rance replied that the prince had overpraised him. Ronier asked to end these useless formalities and stand up. He asked if Rolf would come back now. Rising from his knee, Rance replied that he had originally intended to do so, but something had changed. The knight explained that some time ago their country had contacted them, and His Majesty had ordered everyone to immediately return to Crodon, the capital of Kratos. This fact interested Dark a little. He assumed that it could have been Tozier's doing, or that it really did happen that quickly, but Dark still didn't think it mattered. He then asked his friends if they were still training hard. A joyful Palshan replied that, although it sounded rather strange coming from his lips, they were giving it their all. Media said that she felt mana inside, which was now 3 times its original volume. And Mikhail, who was still being tormented by Jimmy and Raven's stories, explained that once they understood what was happening, things began to move faster. Pleased with this, the prince said that apparently the time had come for them to show themselves. At that moment, his attention was drawn to Firehammer, who wanted to tell him something. Remembering something, Dark led the dwarf to his father, who was sitting on a chair and admiring this furniture, wanting to put the same in his lair. Ronier introduced Artias to the blacksmith, who was supposed to do what they discussed a little earlier, the palace and armor, as well as the gilding of titans. The prince was going to entrust all this to him. Hammer was indignant, saying that he had never heard of gilding titans. The disgruntled dragon stood on a chair and, taking on a terrifying look, asked how some error of God dared to speak out against the words of his son. He stated that the dwarf was not even enough to have a simple snack. Hammer began to feel fear, and the prince thought about whether it was possible to simply send his father back. Horrified that the golden dragon himself, and an ancient one at that, appeared before him, the dwarf tried to explain that the problem was that this request was too unexpected. Frightening Firehammer even more with his sudden approach, Artias asked if he was by any chance from the Maltorio Mountains. The dwarf confirmed this and asked if the dragon knew him, and Artias, sitting back in his chair, thought about it. He assumed that Firehammer must have been capable, and decided to allow him to have the honor of serving his son. Artias put his arm around the dwarf's shoulder and asked if he was happy about it, and if he considered it an honor, which puzzled Hammer, while Pashir watched all of this silently. He looked at the girl who held many mysteries within herself. The mercenary thought that she really was a princess. In connection with the upcoming war, another meeting was organized. Members of the Miran Association of Countries took part in it. They realized that they could not delay any longer, and it was time to make a decision. They had to unite either with Corinth or with Kruma. They delayed making their choice only because it was difficult to make. If they had chosen Corinth, then Krum would certainly have been destroyed. But if that had happened, it would have meant that their union would have been inside the vast Corinth. And after a few years, the Miran countries would have been absorbed by them. This could be said by looking at Trovia, which had recently been in alliance with Corinth. But even if so, they could not side with Kruma. If that happened, Corinth would immediately come with his troops to their alliance. However, everything would be different if Kruma could also send an army capable of provoking a war. The kings wondered what they would do if this did not work out. At this rate, their association would become a battlefield for the two countries. Even if they had decided to cooperate with Corinth, it would not have changed anything. Because they also did not intend to fight on their territories, it would have been possible to ask for peace with Alcasus. But those ill-mannered creatures only thought about taking advantage of the opportunity and selling as many of their goods and warriors as possible. As a result, the kings decided to meet with the Crumb ambassador again and talk again. Camille reported to James that Mr. Gracely and Codas had disappeared without a trace. Claudine made sure that Codas went to the Crystal Palace, but after that there were no traces. The Marquis asked what happened to the princess then. The Count noted that it was a bit strange. He was sure that Gracelian had entered her room. But Dark, who had not come out from there, suddenly came back to the Crystal Palace with another of her comrades. James asked if it wasn't the same people they came with, and Camille answered yes. He said that after that they all left the palace at once, but in the end, no one saw Codas. The Marquis suggested that Gracelian could have used the teleport directly from that palace. But why was a mystery? And Camille said that the mage could have taken Dark with him to test her strength. But the Count was a little uneasy that the girl returned with someone else and without Codas. James wondered if Gracelian was in danger. Silence hung over them for a while. The Marquis chuckled and said that it couldn't be. He had only been missing for a few hours, so the boys were simply in too much of a hurry to talk about his disappearance. The Count agreed and noted that the mage was not someone to worry about. James asked where Dark could have gone with her comrade then, and if they should have stopped them, and Cloudon replied that he wasn't sure. Perhaps Gracelian could have assigned them something. Ronier visited the capital of Cradus. Tozer, who met him, asked if his lordship was doing well. Ignoring the question, Dark said that his majesty had urgently summoned him and asked if the mage knew anything about it. The lord gathered his strength to tell such terrible news. He informed the prince that war was approaching. Ronier said that was what he thought. Apparently, it all started a little earlier than expected. Dark asked Tozier to give his opinion on what would happen if the prince did not take part in it. The lord replied that he was sure that if Ronier did not go, they would lose this war. Dark did not believe that this was the opinion of a warrior preparing for an upcoming battle. He also explained that he did not like fighting and losing. But what he didn't like even more were the little skirmishes. He needed it to satisfy him. Tozier assured that Dark could expect this, because this war was supposed to be great. At the next meeting, Frank said that in this war between Kruma and Corinth, they would send all their forces to support Kruma. Ronier asked where the fight would take place. The Emperor replied that it would take place in the unification of the Miran countries, or more precisely, the battle would most likely take place on the border between the countries of Alain and Corinth, the Jackson Plain. Rubinsky explained that if Kruma wins this war, they will be able to take back the plain of Kronos, which has belonged to them since ancient times. The city of Krataus, their former capital, was located there. Dark asked if the prince did not participate in this war. Rubinsky replied that there were two reasons for this. The second was that if he were active, Corinth would immediately find out about it, and Krataus would not be able to withstand the onslaught of their friendly countries, such as Hurio, Tonbens, and Torio. And as the first reason, Rubinsky asked whether the strongest man in their country was not supposed to go there. Ronier smiled and agreed. He told Frank that he wanted to concentrate on the war, and hoped that, if possible, he would be spared from meeting with the highest circles of other countries, which seemed strange to the Emperor, since Dark was the commander-in-chief. Ronier said that Frank himself knew that he understood practically nothing about the etiquette of aristocrats. Given his character, he could not pay even more attention to this. He would like to avoid problems out of the blue and somehow worsen the military situation. This meant that they still had to send Kisley to Dark again, but Rubinsky said that this knight could not be sent anywhere. He was already well known in the high society of Krum, which was different from Argon, with whom only a private deal had been concluded. It was quite a challenge for Frank to find a knight whom Kruma did not know, but who had an excellent command of palace etiquette. Rubinsky said he had one suitable candidate. This man turned out to be Balkan Kroa, who was now also in this room. Frank had already forgotten that Balkan was perfect for this role. He asked the knight to rise from his knees, and Rubinsky explained that Kroa would serve as a replacement for Ronier in this war. Balkan pointed out the fact that Kisley had already done this, but then he understood everything. Ronier said he remembered the name of this knight. Dark asked if it wasn't Balkan who fought him when Rubinsky decided to show what the Titans were capable of. The knight replied that he was very sorry, but that was indeed the case. Dark asked if Crumb really didn't know about Balkan, and Rubinsky replied that they also knew that the man was dead. He explained that 30 years ago, when they lost to Corinth, they managed to do this, leaving alive almost all the knights from the personal guard of the previous emperor. Dark knew about this detachment, which was called Svas, and contained less than 20 people. And the prince clarified that these were only those who existed according to documents. The rest were waiting, being in the shadows. Dark asked if Rubinsky meant that these people had been waiting for this very moment. The prince answered in the affirmative and explained that these people, who were so devoted to the country that they were able to live for 30 years, considered dead for the sake of this very day, were called the Phantom Knightly Company, and Balkan Kroa was an outstanding knight with a deep history. Frank asked if Dark would lead the Phantom Knights into this war. After the meeting, Ronier met with Tozier, who suggested that Dark had already heard about the ghostly Knightly Squad. The prince doubted that the magician had called him here to talk about this, and so it was. Tozier said that their existence was a closely guarded secret. For this reason, it was decided to improve Caproxia and call it Theseus. An engraving for the new Titan was also determined, which the mage showed to Dark. Firstly, since they were acting as a knightly troop of Kruma, the titanium had to have the insignia of Kruma itself, and the lily, which is their national flower, added to it, and also this salamander depicted on a piece of paper, which they received from Kruma. The burning lizard seemed interesting to Ronier, and the mage said that Dark needed to choose the color of the titanium. The prince said that since it was a burning lizard, the Titan had to be red, and his name was Dark, so it was worth adding a little black to the Titan. Accepting this, Tozier also asked if the prince's stepfather would be with him this time. Ronier replied that it was none of his business, and asked whether the magician had not already said everything he wanted, and pointed out that there must have been some boys who wanted to perform some feat. Tozier apologized for his question. He also said that Sidmion and Dominic wanted to join the war, and asked if Dark would allow it. Knowing these guys, Ronier agreed. At Chiri's castle, the prince and the rest of his companions were met by Kisley, Silver, Ronnie, and Saren. Kislaya noted that they all did a good job. Dark said that he learned about all the foreign political relations with Argon, and that Kisley transferred to them the responsibility to pay all the costs for the creation of the road. The knight apologized and explained that they had tried to stop the creation of this road, but his abilities were not enough, and Dark said that it was no big deal. After all, their country had crossed the borders first, so nothing could be done. Ronier asked Silver if this was not so, and the knight began to ask for forgiveness. The prince said that he was just joking, because it was he who allowed them to cross the border. Silver sighed with relief, and Saren brought the owner a basket of delicious cookies. Kisley asked if the dragon had a good time with his son, and Arteus asked him not to even ask about it, since they had too little time. While eating cookies, Dark told his father to stop whining, since they were supposed to go to war together anyway. The dragon asked if the battlefield was really a playground for him. Having also started eating the treat, Arteus continued to lament that he wanted to spend a good time together, and Kisley asked if the dragon was really going to take part in the war. Taking another cookie, Arteus explained that he couldn't do that. After all, he was his son's guardian, and if a parent interfered with their child's affairs, it would only make things worse. Kisley said that it was sad, and yet he noted that the dragon was still worried about Ronier's safety. The prince then told the knight to summon his Titan, which puzzled him. Kisley nevertheless listened and called military, who asked what happened while Ronier said to cancel the contract. This surprised both the Titan and the knight. Kisley asked what the prince was talking about, since he and military were bound by strong bonds of friendship, and at that moment Ronier summoned his Titan. Daronia realized that the time had come. Ronier confirmed this, and noted that the Titan had been doing well all this time. Daronia replied that it was an honor to be with such an incredible warrior, and Dark replied that he would never forget the battles they had fought together. The contract was terminated, and the Titan seemed to fall into a slumber. Ronier explained that it was Caproxia, which was under the control of the Governor-General, also called Capronia, and from that moment on, this Titan belonged to Kisley. The shocked man tried to process this information. Capronia Daronia had a power of 1 and 3, while his Titan Miguel Military was a power of 1 and 0. Forgetting the bonds of friendship, the knight began to actively force the Titan to cancel the contract. He asked to do it as quickly as possible, and the upset military, considering this man a scoundrel, nevertheless terminated the contract. Meanwhile, Dark turned to Pashir. He explained that military was the promised titan. The surprised man stood in a stupor, and Kisley was already concluding a contract with another titan. Ronier did not understand the mercenary's hesitation in deciding to kneel and told him to quickly conclude the contract. The military asked if Pashir was his new master. The mercenary introduced himself, saying that he was from the Lonbar Empire. However, he suddenly stopped short. Now Pashir introduced himself as a knight of the Chire Principality. The titan also gave his name and voiced the text of the contract. Pashir offered to be friends with military, and the titan replied that he also hoped for this and that the mercenary would value their relationship. Unlike his previous master, Dark asked if the guy now felt that he wanted to do this. Falling to his knees, Pashir said that he would never forget Ronier's kindness and would be faithful to the prince until the end of his days. And the nervous Dark said that it was not necessary, but it was good that now the mercenary would enter the second Guard Knight detachment. But then Ronier suddenly changed his mind. He informed him that Pashir would now have to follow him as a knight of the Salamander Squad. However, the mercenary was not ready for this. After a pause, he asked Dark for forgiveness. The man explained that he could not carry out this order. He also said that he would return the Titan, puzzling Ronier. Titan was disappointed to be abandoned again, and so quickly. Artius was unhappy that someone dared to contradict his son, and Dark asked Saren to take her father to the room, which scared the maid. Out of fear, she even dropped the cookie, and Artius fell to the floor to catch it. So the maid threw one cookie after another, taking a step back, and the dragon continued to catch them with his mouth. They said that this is how they got to the room. Ronier said that for someone who spoke of eternal devotion, Pashir had given in too quickly, and the prince asked if the knight's word was really that insignificant to him. Pashir explained that, as he had said earlier, Kruma was the country that destroyed his homeland of Lonbar. The prince forgot all about it, and Pashir said that his loyalty had not changed. He could not do this to a man who gave the Titan to a man he met by chance. But even for the sake of the Salamander Squad itself, it would be better if he did not take part in this. Ronier asked what the man was talking about, since it had nothing to do with his hostile relationship with Kruma. Pashir said that he was sure that the unit called the Salamanders belonged to Kruma. And the shocked Ronier said that, although it would be revealed soon, now only 4 people knew about it, including him and the Emperor. The prince asked how the mercenary knew about it. Pashir explained that the Salamander Squad was responsible for covert infiltration. At the very beginning of the war, they played the role of scouts and assassins, and also helped to infiltrate enemy territories and do similar things. Dark said that the mercenary could only know about this if he fought them, but this could not be the answer to the prince's question. Pashir said that this detachment also disappeared from the battlefield of Ronbar 7 years ago, leaving not a single living creature alive. The mercenaries' comrades opposed them. Everyone in the room became alarmed. Pashir said that the Salamander Squad was responsible for helping the main force to secretly infiltrate enemy territory, and he obtained this information and sat in ambush in the Castleoth Gorge and destroyed them all. It was a perfect operation, during which only 10 Titans were taken out. Dark assumed that Kruma wanted to revive the Salamanders to erase their dirty past, but they also didn't want to entrust the task to knights who had scars from past failures or were a discarded card. Whatever the case, Ronier didn't like it at all. Kisley said that it made sense, since usually no one would reuse the name of a completely destroyed squad. But if the one who destroyed him suddenly appeared in it, of course, it would greatly affect the other knights. Silver said that, to put it simply, luck was not on their side. Dark asked if Pashir really meant that he couldn't follow the new master's orders because he regretted his previous master. Accepting this, Dark said that he also had no intention of ordering anything to a person without determination, because even having lost only Pashir, they had no problems, and Ronier also allowed him to keep the Titan. The surprised Pashir said that he was very ashamed because he could not carry out the order, and the prince said that it did not matter because he was going to give the man another task. Like the Titan, the knight was overjoyed, smiling stupidly. Pashir asked what his first task would be, and Dark asked him not to make such a face. Ronier asked Silver if any of the knights had reached the graduate level. The knight replied that this had not happened yet. He reported that recently many of them had been complaining that they had reached their limit. The prince said that this was expected, and he also thought that the guys from Falchion were also in a state of stagnation. Turning to Pashir, Dark said that it seemed like he could come in handy. When he met the knights, Ronier asked if they were doing well. The men standing in several rows answered positively. Passing by them, Dark said that he was aware of the period of stagnation among them. Suddenly, he stopped near one of the knights, who began to get nervous because of this. Ronier placed his hand on his stomach. and the worried knight wanted to say something, but the prince ordered him to remain silent. In this way, Dark checked how much mana had accumulated inside the man's body. Assuming that the knight had trained properly, the prince praised him. The satisfied man thanked Ronier, who said that their bodies had reached their limit and could no longer contain mana, meaning that it would no longer accumulate within them, and even if it did, it would be very insignificant. The knight asked what they should do then. Could they no longer become adepts? And Dark said, hadn't the man heard that their bodies had reached their limit? Silver asked if the prince really wanted to say that it was necessary to develop physical abilities, and hadn't he said earlier that it was completely ineffective? The prince replied that something else was definitely said then. He talked about how the physical abilities of the body had limitations. No matter how developed the bones and muscles were, they were not able to destroy the stone, or rather, the sphere of internal energy. Roughly speaking, if the internal strength reaches its limit, there will be no need to train bones and muscles. Silver remembered these words. He noted that the knights had already reached their limit in terms of mana, and asked if that didn't mean that in such a situation, developing bones and muscles was meaningless, and a lively conversation began between the knights about this fact. Dark said that in order to collect even more mana, the knights needed to develop their vessel, that is, the body in which they would place it. This was called energy paths. What needed to be done to open the flow of mana? Silver suggested that the more they manipulated the mana, the more its internal energy flow would accelerate. Dark replied that this was so. If these paths were opened, the amount of mana should increase and the men could reach the level of adept. After that, they would only be able to train through energy control and breathing. But it was very difficult to open the flow of mana with it. If it were possible, then the knights would have to know the way to control mana from the very beginning, thanks to its flow paths. Jimmy and Raven assumed that this was the same way Dark had controlled them back then. Ronier confirmed that this was the same comparison they had talked about earlier. In order to become an adept, it was necessary to create the contradiction necessary for his abilities. Silver asked if there really was a way. Dark replied that of course it existed, because that was why the knights repeated this training to feel the mana, and only did what they did to increase its volume. The men began to ask to tell them about the next step. Finally, Ronier decided to voice his order to Pashir. He said to push these guys to their limits. The prince explained that if the knights did not yet know how to control mana, they would be driven into a dead end and could only wave their hands. But now, everything had changed. At least for the sake of survival, they revealed their paths of mana flow, because they had only one decisive moment left before becoming adepts. Ronier also noted that if Pashir was too merciful to them, he himself would end up being beaten. The man looked at the knights, who were not too happy with this order. Pashir replied that he would do everything in his power. Silvar asked if it wouldn't be dangerous for Pashir to act alone, since there were other adepts. Ronier suggested that the man really wanted to ask why this building was not entrusted to him but to some newbie, and the knight replied that frankly, he wasn't sure if this man could handle such a role. Dark asked if Silver had taken part in the battle when Chire and Svas fought this time, and the knight answered negatively. He explained that he was a guard, so he remained near his majesty. The man recalled that real fight with the prince, during which he was in the Titan. Dark replied that it couldn't be called a real fight, because it was a long time ago, and they weren't fighting at full strength. The prince said, "If I ask you again, were you on the threshold of life and death during the battle? Did you see death coming right up to your nose?" The knight replied that they had no such thing. Dark explained that Pashir had destroyed an entire squad of knights, and also remained alive when his entire squad was killed. Perhaps his abilities were not much different from other knights, but it was a much greater experience than it might seem. The prince said that all this was because there was something that could be acquired only through this very experience. The knight thought about it. Suddenly, something terrifying flashed in Pashir's eyes. Seeing this and the determined approach towards them, the knights felt fear. With wild eyes, Pashir told the men to take their weapons. One could be sure that this place would be filled with a thirst for murder. Pashir stood alone against dozens of fighters. However, he was unwavering and ready to fight to the death. The three knights who were already adepts and had not participated in such training discussed that this was called a murderous aura, which was completely different from mana, the aura from the swords that paladins used, or the fighting spirit. The men wondered what it was. Dark asked if that made them nervous, and the knights agreed that it did. Ronier said that it felt like Pashir would use all his strength to kill. It wasn't that he was afraid of death, but that he was facing it face to face. The display of mana that concentrated desire and determination was the desire to kill. Most of the creatures that came under its influence felt unprotected, and eventually they froze in place. This is exactly what one of the knights did, and ended up getting kicked, causing the man himself to fly. Pashir shouted to the knights to advance, ready to die. Mikhail, upon whom Pashir's gaze fell, shuddered. The mercenary said that as soon as they stopped on the battlefield, they would die at that very moment. Bringing himself to his senses, Mikhail slapped himself across the cheeks and gripped the pike tighter. After this, the blonde himself rushed towards the enemy. Parrying the weapon with his greatsword, Pashir said, "First place." Mikhail felt his hand could no longer withstand the tension. As much as he wanted to hold on to the pike, it still slipped out of his hands, causing Pashir to also make a remark. He then swung his sword, pointing it at Mikhail, who tried to defend himself with his bare hand. The blade reached the enemy a little more, crippling his limb. Palshan and Media shouted the blonde's name, worried about their friend. Mikhail screamed and fell on all fours, breathing heavily and shaking. Raising his sword above himself and meeting the enemy's angry gaze, Pashir said, "If you have time to fall and scream, counterattack if you don't want to die." The mercenary slashed with his sword, but the blonde managed to get up and twist to attack with his foot. Only Pashir was able to grab this leg, but still praised his opponent. The mercenary then threw Mikhail back, causing him to fall and lose air from his lungs. The blonde landed next to Dark and Silver. Ronier was pleased with what had happened, as Mikhail had opened his energy paths at that moment. The prince explained that when faced with the desire to kill, Mikhail's body instinctively began to look for a way out, and Silver asked if it turned out that this so-called desire to kill, on the contrary, was beneficial to the enemies. Didn't it improve abilities? Ronier denied it. He asked if Silver hadn't seen everything himself. As soon as the blonde felt it, his body immediately froze. If he hadn't been on the threshold of an adept, he would not only not have become stronger, but would have died in the same place. Pashir single-handedly brought the frozen enemies to their senses. Reusing the desire to kill, he awakened their survival instinct. It was impeccably calculated for the sake of his training. When you face murderous intent, you get the same thing as when you face death, and this guy managed to overcome it. As a result, he independently found a way to survive and opened the paths. Silver asked if this meant that Mikhail would now become an adept, and Dark confirmed this and said that it was only a matter of time. He also noted that Palshan, Jimmy, Raven, and Media were also soon to become adepts. Saren, who had run to the same square, informed Dark that they had arrived. Before leaving the knights, the prince asked the priest Ronnie to treat them well. He walked away, and Kentaro began to heal Mikhail, who was groaning in pain. Finding himself in one of the halls, Ronier introduced himself to the ghostly squad. The entire group of people were dressed in black armor, and among them only Balkan knelt. He asked what his comrades were doing and demanded that they show respect to Her Serene Highness the Princess. Ronier watched what was happening, but the knights had no intention of bending their knees before him. Balkan asked Ronier for forgiveness and asked if the knights would continue to resist, and the prince noted that it seemed they had something to say. He beckoned with his finger and asked to tell him everything. The knights did not immediately dare to say anything. Finally, 2 of the 5 colonels of the Ghost Squad, Mick and Elter, passed away in dark. They asked if it was true that they were supposed to obey not General Croa, but the prince. Ronier confirmed it, after which a new question followed. Why? The prince replied that such was the emperor's decree, and he asked whether the knights were really going to resist. Mick said that they were a unit that had been under the command of Count Balkan Croa for nearly 40 years, and asked if Dark thought he could defeat their bond, and Balkan shouted at the colonel to be quiet, as a knight had to obey orders. Elter explained that they were not the knights who revered nobility, but for the sake of a second wind for their empire, they went into the abyss of fear and continued to live in darkness. Mick went on to say that long before the war began, and still during this long time they were always together, and General Balkan was always above them. They could not so easily accept an order that required them to obey and entrust their lives to an aristocrat who had received her title only about a year ago. Balkan stated that Dark was a master, and asked what the problem was if there was a warrior even stronger than Rubinsky standing above them. Elter expressed his respect since he was such an outstanding person. But he explained that the Phantom Squad was not a simple group of adepts. They could not obey anyone who did not convince them of such a necessity. He believed that since Ronier was a swordsman, he should have understood this, and it was impossible to throw words around thoughtlessly. At first, Dark, with his hands folded in front of him, listened to this with all seriousness. However, he then laughed, puzzling the colonels with such behavior. The knights asked what it meant, whether Dark was trying to humiliate them, and Ronier called them cuties. This statement shocked the colonels, and Mick's blood pressure even jumped. Wiping away the tears caused by laughter, the prince said, "I beg your pardon. I suddenly remembered my homeland. A strong man will be honored. Yes, you are right. How could one forget the very foundations? After all, they can simply force you to kneel." Ronier asked what the colonels thought about it, and Mick asked what exactly. Pointing his finger downwards, the prince asked if they were worthy of obeying him. He challenged all 50 knights to try to prove it. Mick's face darkened at such impudence. He said that Dark would have to be held accountable for those words. Ronier replied that it was wonderful and each of them was superior to Pashir. Meanwhile, in the square around Pashir, everyone who had to engage in battle with him was lying on the ground. Ronnie noted that the man had thrown them around quite well. Pashir replied that he was only following orders, as befits a knight, and the priest said that the man had definitely pushed them to their limits. Although as a priest he didn't like such methods, but if it was for their own sake, then nothing could be done. Kentaro said that he too was only playing his role. He sat down on his knees and folded his hands in front of him. Then the priest began to recite a prayer. "O great Shakart, please show these poor creatures your mercy by using me as your guide. I can only give you my faith, but you don't need anything more. After all, you are already the master of the whole world." Straight from the sky, a blessed healing light illuminated all the wounded knights. When Media woke up, she felt that the pain had gone away. She wondered if it was really holy magic, and if the priestess Mineria had come to them. Palshan replied that she had left a long time ago, and this holy power, in his opinion, was much greater than her power. Jimmy noted that the sensations were the same as from the potion that Dark gave last time. Raven asked who it was this time, and Miko replied that their savior from excruciating pain was, of course, Father Ronnie. Everyone was glad that the blonde was okay. They asked how his hand was. Moving his hand demonstratively, Mikael said that it felt as if his hand, on the contrary, had become even stronger. He noted that this sacred power was almost like that of a high priest. Kentaro asked if there was anyone left whose wounds had not fully recovered. The healed people said that there were no such people and began to actively thank Ronnie, saying that they believed in him. Rejoicing that everyone was safe again, Kentaro asked Pashir what he would do now. Pashir himself noted that, apparently, his fatigue had also passed. Taking up his sword, Palshan was ready to attack again. Silver realized that they had decided to repeat the fight, and Kisley noticed something. A suspicious gust of wind passed by them. This phenomenon made the knights wonder what it was. Ronier stood before his guests, unarmed. He noted that this was exactly the level they needed to be at in order to bear the great name of the Ghost Squad. Mick asked if the prince meant to say that he didn't even need a sword to resist them. Dark replied that he didn't know this yet, and that it would only become known when they tried. He asked if the knights had not said that they did not respect him either, and suggested that they attack. 4 men immediately rushed towards Ronier. Dark continued to stand motionless, but for some reason the knights, unable to reach the prince, were injured. The sword flew around Ronier, and he praised the men, saying that their movements were worthy of the squad that destroyed the demon Sura. Seeing the weapon, Elter asked if it was a magic sword. As the blade moved towards him, the knight thought it was cheap technology. The colonel tried to parry the blow, but in the end his own weapon was damaged. Mick said he heard about the best magic sword that could move on its own with its own consciousness. He assumed that Dark's blade was exactly like that. As he approached the knights, Ronier said that his sword was indeed magical, but it had no consciousness and did not move on its own. The prince said that if the detachment that destroyed Sura wanted to kill him in a face-to-face battle, they would need at least 500 warriors to do so. In response to this, the opponents only remained silent. Dark asked if they really thought that some 50 people could even injure him. Since he didn't have a sword, he decided not to use the abstract sword technique and thought about trying hand-to-hand combat for the first time in a long time. Mick gave the order to attack and asked the knights who they were to raise their morale. As they walked towards the prince, they shouted that they were the ghosts of Krataus. Ronier decided to use a formless devil technique, a soft devil fist, and with a lunge of his hand he caused a gust of wind to form which, destroying the stone slabs, lifted the knights into the air. Accompanied by stones, the men flew further and further until they crashed into a wall. Pointing his finger at the people who were still standing, Dark said that they were in the perfect position to strike at them, then directed an attack called the Devil's Path at them, which the knights could do nothing about. Mick decided to attack Ronier from behind, but he didn't have time to do anything. Pointing his other hand at the colonel, the prince used the palm of the Devil's Shadow, which was supposed to pin the knight to the wall. But the attack was so strong that the wall collapsed. Dark admitted to himself that he had miscalculated his strength. He realized that he would probably have to call in Firehammer. Seeing the huge palm-shaped hole, The dwarf said that he was simply speechless. A surprised Hammer asked if the prince had really told him to repair it. Dark wondered if it was really too much for the dwarf, and the dissatisfied Hammer asked again. In a questioning manner, Ronier again noted that apparently this was beyond the dwarf's capabilities. An angry Firehammer asked if the prince was just trying to tell the dwarf that he was incapable of building one stupid wall. Falling to the ground, Hammer became alarmed when he noticed Arteus. However, he then calmed down, realizing that it was just a simple dragon-like stone. The dwarf thought that he was unlucky to run into a dragon with a disgusting character. Dark asked what the problem was then, just repairing one destroyed wall. Hammer said he had no words to describe his state at the thought that he had to repair some broken wall. He asked them to bring him new stones, and said that a quarter of a day would be enough for him to build them a wall much stronger than this one. Gaston said that it was impossible, and asked how the construction of such a wall could take only a quarter of a day. Ronier, although he knew nothing about construction, also doubted such a time frame. The mage explained that it took at least 3 days for the cement to harden, so such a quick construction was impossible. And the dwarf, rising, asked why he would use something as useless as cement. Hammer once again noted that he could not use the stones that were in this wall, and asked to bring new ones instead of just chatting. The prince decided to try to trust the dwarf after all. He then asked the ghostly knights if they had heard their great lord the blacksmith say that he needed stones for the wall. A worried Balkan asked how they could carry some stones, being the strongest knightly squad of the empire, but suddenly Mick said that he listened and obeyed. Surprising the general, Elter also accepted the order. As they walked away, the knights said that they would return soon. After some time, there were already large stone blocks in front of the palace. The knights asked if this would be enough and received a positive answer. Holding a hammer and axe in his hands, the dwarf just stood silently and examined the stones. The weaker knights discussed how the adepts were completely different and were able to drag such huge boulders in just a few moments. And they also wondered what Firehammer was going to do with them, especially with such a small body. Ignoring the conversation, the dwarf placed a chopper against the stone and struck it with a hammer. Realizing something, he hit the chopper even harder. After this, the huge boulder began to split. Ronier was even somewhat surprised by this. The boulder was divided into 2 equal parts. The magician and all the knights were also surprised by this sight. Gaston asked if he could touch these instruments. Handing them over to the magician, the dwarf asked him to handle them more carefully. Only for the magician they turned out to be so heavy that he could not hold them. By applying magic to the instruments, Gaston tried to discover something in them. Silver asked if there was anything there, and the mage replied that it was just a fairly heavy, ordinary chisel and hammer, with no magic cast on them. Putting the chisel to the stone and tapping on it, Silver said that it simply got stuck in the boulder. The knight wondered what the dwarf had done to split such a huge boulder in one go, and the irritated Firehammer asked how long they would touch his tools, since there was no time for that. Dark asked if it was magic, and Gaston replied that they were not magical tools, or magic, and in principle the dwarven race was not capable of using it. Ronier noted that the Firehammer had indeed not gone through all 6 points that Gaston had taught the prince, starting with absorption and ending with mixing, so it was different from magic. However, Ronier was certain that the Firehammer had read the movements of the mana in the stone and used it in some way. It was completely opposite to how they used it inside their body, and that the dwarf, being on the outside, used the state of nature at will, on the contrary, was more like magic. It was said that there was an ore that only the dwarves could control, and the prince believed that the hammer had done just that. Meanwhile, the dwarf split another stone. Ronier thought his father was wrong. The dwarves were not exactly failed creations of God, but rather blessed by the land. The dwarf had already made quite a few semblances of bricks, and Palshan was amazed at how the hammer could split stones so smoothly, because even wood could not be cut so smoothly with an axe. And Media said that what was even more surprising was that he did it with just a chisel and a hammer. However, all sides of this brick were different, and the girl wondered if the dwarf had made them that way on purpose. They weren't just square stones. Shaking his hands, Hammer said that only assembly remained. Gaston was surprised by this, and Dark suggested that they just watch. Hammer stacked these stones in such a way that, as a result, smooth, even surfaces were obtained on both sides. By evening, the huge hole had already been patched up. The knights were surprised that the hammer was actually able to build an entire wall in just a quarter of a day. And without cement, using only hewn stones, they had, of course, heard that the dwarves knew how to work with their hands. But this was not the same level at all. Firehammer suddenly turned to Dark. He suggested that the prince try to throw something else at the wall. Ronier grinned and noted that the dwarf looked very confident. The prince approached the wall, choosing what to do with it, and the knights watched carefully to see what would happen next. Gathering air currents around his hand, Ronier launched a powerful gust of wind. Some of the stones on this wall still couldn't withstand the load and fell down. However, overall this structure turned out to be quite strong and, unlike the previous wall, no huge hole appeared in it. Firehammer said that this was what was called a state requiring repair. But still, Dark was too strong, and the dwarf believed that he had failed. Ronier had heard of the Hammer tribesmen piling up stones, one after another, to build a wall. He told the dwarf that it was still incredible. A wall built in a quarter of a day did not collapse the way he wanted it to. The prince noted that if they built it a little thicker, then everything would be completely blocked. And if they built such walls everywhere, then they would not allow even a titan to pass. Dark wondered if the dwarf could do this. Hearing this, Hammer became nervous. He didn't want to do any wall construction at all. Suddenly, someone behind Dark asked in one voice if the dwarf could rebuild all the walls. Turning around, Firehammer saw Artias among the knights. As he began to split the stones, the dwarf was outraged by the identical characters of both father and daughter. After some time, Dark and his squad teleported to Kruma's castle. There, Baron Norris Baggio from the Generia knightly squad of the Kruma Empire met him with his knights. He politely greeted the representatives of the Union State of Krataus. As it should have been, Balkan introduced himself as Prince Dark Ronier. Norris noted that it was unusual to see a knightly company hiding their faces under cloaks, and Croa replied that it was because they were not allowed to show their faces. Norris said that Balkan was right, because now they were a squad of salamanders of the Kruma Empire. They all gathered in a special room to discuss tactics. On the other side of the Tauran Kingdom, Kamaria provided them with 20 and Golgoti 60 knight squads, and at the moment, their squad Gibraltar was facing the knight squad of the Silver Cross of Corinth. In the Silver Cross, there were 77 miners and 23 Koros, a total of 100 titans. This meant that Gibraltar was overwhelming them with his numbers. In addition, Kruma planned to expand the staff with 8 Ephrians and 20 Kamaria, which were currently being manufactured. This would be enough. Balkan inquired about what happened to the troops of the Kingdom of Gan, located in the center. Baggio replied that their knightly squad of Generia had 100 Golgoti, and Corinth currently had a squad of the Golden Cross on standby with 57 mines and 43 miners, with plans for some of the Kruma cavalry to join them later. Balkan assumed that in that case the Salamander squad would be on Alan's side. Norris confirmed this, saying that the size of the opposing army was supposed to be 50 or 100 titans. Balkan asked if they had any problems with information, and Baggio replied that these were units that were part of the Corinta alliance. It was difficult to get any specific information, but for a start it would be correct to evaluate them, according to the official data on Titans. Krop asked how many allied forces were already waiting in those territories, and Baggio replied that it was a detachment of the combined forces of the Kruma alliance, along with 6 Emperor Knight squads, the Miran alliance. There were 42 detachments on standby. Balkan noted that if you add the 50 titans he came with, it would be 92. To begin with, it seemed like they were roughly equal. Norris replied that that was why they hoped for better cooperation with Krataus, and Croa replied that then they would soon come out. Baggio supported that they would also come out with them. A nervous Balkan asked again about this moment. Norris explained that it was a reconnaissance squad assisting their side, consisting of 20 adepts and 10 mages. Unable to do anything about it, Croa replied that he understood everything. Ronier realized that he would have to be more careful now. The inevitable war was approaching, and knights marched through the streets of Krum, heading to its beginning. The children looked at the warriors with admiration, trying to get into the front rows. A detachment of knights from Kruma passed by them. Above him rose banners with salamanders, frightening everyone. Trying to squeeze even closer to the warriors, some of the children began to push, causing one red-haired boy to jump out of the crowd. He fell on all fours and was already expecting something terrible. However, a passing knight only lifted the boy up. It was Dark who lowered the child to his feet. The knightly squad moved forward with Ronier, and the boy looked after them. Someone behind him was asking the confused child if he was okay. The commander of Corinta, Marquis Cantarom Xjorna, was informed that reinforcements from the Knight Gruma had arrived in Alan's direction. The subordinate said that there were 70 adepts and 10 mages. They were unable to check the remains of the Titans, but for some reason those 50 people were dressed in robes. Having released his subordinate, the Marquis assumed that the enemy was being assisted by mercenaries. He understood that it looked like it was a fight with great force resistance. There was confidence that Corinth would not lose in terms of numbers of troops. Marquis Krankensigmus of the Kingdom of Kadon asked if Kruma was not a famous power. Kadon, as a small country that could only send 8 titans, was very envious of them. Laughing, Kantaroma noted that this was very modest for a military leader who had killed the king of Trovia, and Kranken replied that Bjorn had overpraised him. Sigmus doubted whether it could be called murder, since the king of Trovia had chosen death himself. Kranken noted that due to Kantaroma suppressing the Trovian forces during this war, he became the commander-in-chief. The mention of this title confused Bjorn. He said that the only good thing about this was the name. If even one master had come, he would have been immediately removed from this place because the fate of adepts and masters has always been so destructive. Sigmus noted that Kantaroma was not just a squad leader but a commander. He became commander-in-chief precisely because his ingenuity was recognized. Bjorn thanked the Marquis, although he considered it empty words. Yet Kantaroma was going to create the tactics of this fight as the manager of the masters. Dark was told that Corinth was trying to end the war. They stretched out their army in a column along the border of the Miran alliance, and thereby intimidated the local residents. Ronier asked if that was strange considering the country was under martial law, and Balkan replied that the problem was with the passage of traders through them. The Miran alliance only existed due to their trade relations, so now their finances were affected to the very roots. The prince asked if this was why Corinth was planning to gradually weaken Miran and kill her. Balkan confirmed this and reported that panic was beginning in the place where their troops were deployed, and the nightly squads played an important role in this. Dark noted that fear was transmitted like a disease. This meant that with one action Corinth could achieve 2 results. Ronier noted that this carry was quite smart. Balkan said that the current commander-in-chief was Marcus Kantaroma, who was an adept, which surprised Dark. Croa also added that this man was called a commander. Thinking that Kantaroma was quite skilled, Ronier compared him to Commander Hyuk Musan. The prince felt another headache being added. High-ranking officials gathered in one of the tents of the military camp. To begin with, Balkan decided to introduce himself as the head of the Krum Empire Salamander Squad, and then he clarified that his name was Croa. Marquis Müller of the Kingdom of Ochilot, having heard about the Salamander Squad, was stunned. Balkan confirmed that this squad had disappeared 7 years ago and was recreated this time. However, the squad's past was not just a past, so the squad members' families and their names had to remain undisclosed. This also applied to him, who should be called simply Commander Croa. Now it became clear to those present why all the squad members were wearing capes. Count Mudo of the Kingdom of Rakbi clarified whether he will lead the Balkan Alliance troops. Croa smiled and replied that if the Count had someone else in mind, he could recommend him. Count Cantel of the Kingdom of Terran refused this. He said that, of course, the commander of the nightly detachment of the grooms had to lead their united forces. Count Chryson of the Miran Alliance agreed with this. So the strategy meeting began. Including the 52 Kruma Titans, the Alliance had 98 Titans. Corinth collected 126 Titans in Vasilishi. Baggio became alarmed when he heard this. Muto was indignant, because he had heard that there should have been a minimum of 50 and a maximum of 100 giants. Balkan replied that they were gathered very close to Vasilishi, and therefore, as soon as they united, this could be checked. Croa also told Norris to quickly ask for reinforcements from his country. The man replied that he would do so, and he was as excited as the others. Balkan said that there was nothing to worry about, since they had expected to be outnumbered anyway. Their titans were more powerful than the enemies, and their knights were more experienced. Chryson noted that in any case, the troops that had united in Vasilishi were not the main forces of Corinth, but a combination of their assistants, meaning that Miran and the others were superior in quality to the enemy. Exactly it. The 6th squad of Chryson was supposed to stand on the right flank. If something went wrong, then they had to retreat to the Kingdom of Zer or unite with the 7th squad. Chryson declared that he would stake the honor of the Myran alliance on this and would stand firm no matter what. Count Muller was to lead the army of the remaining 4 kingdoms and be stationed on the left flank. Just as if something went wrong, they were to retreat to Argona or Ochilo. Muller did not quite understand this. If they retreated from both sides, there would be a possibility of destroying the detachment of Newts, which was supposed to be in the middle. Such a plan seemed a little unreasonable to the Count. Balkan reiterated that they had nothing to worry about. They just needed to hold out for a little while longer. The detachment of salamanders was supposed to destroy the central troops of the enemy, and along with them those that were supposed to be on the side flanks. Dark watched the discussion in silence. He was quite pleased with how everything was unfolding. When it was all over, Baggio contacted Minerva via Orb. who asked if there really were 126 enemy titans. Norris replied that they had supposedly confirmed the exact number of giants, and the commander-in-chief noted that there were no other reconnaissance groups there except them, and asked how the salamanders had verified this. Apparently, they were not as simple as they seemed or as they tried to appear. Baggio noted that fortunately, due to their small number, the alliance of countries did not decide to surrender, and apparently Kratos had to take everything on himself. Minerva said that in order to block their forces, the commander would have to come forward. It turned out quite interesting. She also asked about Dark. Norris replied that Ronier was acting as the leader of Croa's squad here, but he was asking for support from their troops, so Baggio asked if that was possible to do. Kentaro replied that it was commendable and said that they would help by providing 11 Romeros from the 4th Mfern Gamma Knight Squad and the 5th Squad. At this point, the conversation ended. Sighing, Norris thought that with such an abundance of Romero, the forces should have been almost equal. Dark also heard this conversation. Ronier wondered how the weaklings who sent someone to spy on their own alliance could do great things, when Arteus, who was sitting next to him, suddenly woke up with a scream. Dark asked if his father had a nightmare, and the dragon replied that he had dreamed that all of Ronier's legs were covered in hair and that this stupid, useless dream urgently needed to be forgotten. Arteus also asked when they would have fun. It was early morning and the Karen fortress was ahead. Someone noted that it was quite large. As Elter said, the enemies were confident of their victory, so their discipline was really bad. Dark said that this could be seen even by looking at how the guards laughed. One of them was even eating. Mick was surprised that the prince saw them at a great distance even without binoculars. Ronier suggested going to Vasilishi, where they said 126 titans were gathering. It should have been a grand spectacle. But the worried Elter said that it was impossible to do this, since something could go wrong. Dark asked how something could have gone wrong for him, and Elter, covering his mouth, said that he had misspoken. Mick explained that the landscape of that place was not very suitable for hiding oneself. He believed in Ronier's strength and did not doubt it. However, if the guard or scouts noticed them, they would have problems. The prince noted that Mick said that scouts usually went in groups of 5 or 10 people. The colonel confirmed this and explained that it depended on whether there was one magician or two. All the rest were adepts. Dark asked what was about their abilities, and Mick replied that they were weaker than the adepts who took part in the battlefields. Of course, their fighting skills and features were not that strong. Ronier said that it was excellent, and decided to ask again whether the soldier thought that these people could cause any inconvenience to Dark. The colonel replied that it was a stupid concern and told the prince to give orders. Sensing danger, Dark grabbed the hilt of his sword. He said that the enemies were on the left and threw the blade in that direction. Seeing the sword approaching them, the scouts became alarmed. The magician who found himself among them hastened to erect a shield. However, the magical dome could not withstand the collision and immediately crumbled into pieces. The magician was shocked. He did not believe that this was possible, and Dark's sword, levitating above him, began to spin. Then the shrill cries of a man were heard, as if he was being pierced by 1,000 swords. On the other side, another scout was already flying towards Ronier, whom the prince noticed in time without any problems. Dark decided to use the power of the ring, and drops of water instantly began to accumulate around him. The prince directed water arrows at his enemy. The water jets instantly approached the target, depriving it of a chance to escape. Piercing the man with great speed, the water turned his body into shreds. What was left of the scout fell out of the air onto the ground. Then Dark got his sword back, deftly grabbing it on the fly. Elter counted the bodies to make sure they hadn't missed anyone. The colonel reported that he had not seen any magician, but Dark said that he had caught him. Since they had looked at everything here, Ronier suggested returning, but Mick asked if the prince was going to go further. This puzzled Dark, and Elter asked what his comrade was talking about, since there could have been another reconnaissance group here, and the warrior replied that that was why he asked such a question. The colonel explained that they could hunt for scouts, thereby blocking all means of obtaining information. Corinth wanted the war to end, but if the reconnaissance troops were destroyed, the enemy would not be able to obtain information and would not be able to insist on an end to the war. Ronier asked what they would get out of it. Mick replied that they would be able to torment the enemy by making the war go completely against their plan. After thinking about it, the prince said that this was the best benefit. In that case, Dark decided to go further to Vasilishi. Now their goal was reconnaissance detachments to close Corinth's eyes. After some time, other scouts also appeared at the very site of the skirmish, and they assumed that this was where the beginning had begun. Here, the 76th group, which was on the front line, died. The moisture had not yet completely evaporated. There were traces of water magic being used in this place. Obviously, these were the same people. The soldiers could not believe that. Not counting their 3 groups, as many as 10 others had died at the hands of just 6 people. What was more important was that not one of them had suffered at all. Not even one had been wounded. One of the scouts suggested using the soil memory spell, and someone was not sure if there was any point in it. In any case, everything was exactly the same. 6 adepts in robes, and among them there was 1 mage using a sword. To begin with, the soldiers decided to report everything to the headquarters. Kantaroma was outraged that 10 reconnaissance units had been destroyed. To begin with, Zyorn ordered the soldiers to give in and wait for further orders. Nearby, Zygmus suggested that the adept capable of using magic was an elf, and Kantaroma said that it looked like Kruma. Kranken noted that if they did not receive information from those who returned today, it would be difficult to advance far from the camp. He asked if it would not be better to attack now. When their forces were superior to the enemy, Kantaroma replied that this was not necessary. The enemy was using the military detachment as a reconnaissance unit, and they could respond in kind. Zygmus said that it could be a waste of military power and asked if everything would be okay. Jyorn said that in war, no one would dance like a fool to the enemy's tune. Then Kranken asked whether it could be that the enemies had started all this precisely for this reason. Could it be that Kruma was also trying to end this war? Zygmus smiled awkwardly and asked for forgiveness, thinking that he had said something stupid. And Kantaroma replied that it was a perfectly reasonable assumption. Corinth had to think through everything, even such absurdities, in order to create a suitable strategy. Kranken asked if that was the case, it was not necessary to prepare for absolutely all possible scenarios. And Zyorn replied that this was true. Zygmus was puzzled, and Kantaroma said that the war was speculation. It was how well you prepared for those assumptions and how you decided to act. Having learned that there were no Corinta reconnaissance groups, Baggio was surprised. He did not understand what was happening here. He was told that the problem was that only traces of the battle remained, and the groups themselves were not visible at all. Norris asked if the soldiers were using the soil's memory, and the man replied in the affirmative, explaining that too much time had passed so they had seen almost nothing. Baggio assumed that all the scouts were killed and asked who could have done this. The subordinate replied that it was clearly not their scouting unit, since none of the unit was hurt. Norris guessed that it was the salamanders who had done it after all. The soldier stated that it was impossible. There were only 6 people in the salamander reconnaissance squad, and it was impossible for them to find all 13 of Corinth's squads and kill them all. And Baggio said that it would be logical, but in reality they still didn't know the salamander's abilities. It was the first time Norris had seen a war where something so unpredictable happened from the very beginning. The man didn't know how he was supposed to report it. Dark was in a tent and waiting for someone. The fabric twitched, and Ronier was glad that this man had arrived. This man turned out to be none other than Sidmian. Müller was amazed that the Trovian Special Forces Knights were still alive, but Cantel said that it was not something to be surprised about. What really deserved it was that they deserted to Krum. Sidmian said that Corinth was capable of destroying Trovia, and there was a good chance that it would be their old enemy, Kruma, who would take revenge on them. Kontal said that he understood this, and Muto asked if it was true that the Salamander squad was almost the main reason for such a past. Kroa again pointed out the fact that members of their squad could not reveal their families. One could say that they made some exception for Sidmion, and Mueller asked if it was because of Anthoros. Balkan replied that the man understood everything correctly. It was well known to everyone that Anthoros was a titan belonging to the Trovian Royal Guard Regiment. They had spoken about this beforehand in order to prevent any misunderstandings that would arise towards them during the battle because of this titan. Müller concluded that if there was a Trovian titan in Kruma's secret squad, then this would certainly cause talk. The Marquis also noted that they were all clearly not gathered here for this reason. Balkan confirmed this and asked Dark to tell him everything. Ronier said that on the appointed day, 22 Romero Titans were to join Emfern's squad. They were to be distributed 11 on the left flank with Mr. Müller and 11 on the right with Mr. Kreisen. Müller felt relieved, confident that 11 Titans on each flank would certainly give them superiority over the enemy. Also to join were 8 Titans from Trovia, and the Salamander troops in the center were to be armed with 60 Titans. Cantel concluded that in that case they would have 128 Titans on their side, and they would be slightly superior to Corinth with their 126 Titans. But Dark said that was not the case at all. According to the information they had received a little earlier, there were currently 176 Titans on the side of the Corinthian Forces Alliance, which was confirmed. This worried those present because the counts were told that 126 Titans were going to gather in Vasilishi. And now, 176 had appeared from somewhere, which meant that another 50 titans had joined Corinth. Balkan replied that it was safe to assume that the enemy would bring the total number up to 180. A nervous Kontal asked if they really had no one else to ask for help. Kroa replied that, unfortunately, that was the case. But it didn't matter. This outraged the Count. They only had 128 titans at their disposal, and Balkan said that it was unimportant, despite the huge difference in their forces with the enemy. Kroa said that in a normal situation, Corinth should have sent 100 titans in the center and 40 on the flanks. As he already said, their squad should have had 60 titans. This meant that the salamanders would fight 60 against 100. At the moment, there were 34 titans on each flank. Balkan said he had hoped the counts would speak out in advance. He asked if those present were really afraid to face 40 enemy titans. Chryson asked to stop these absurd provocations and said that he would put the honor of his unit on the line and defeat the enemy. Kroa noted that Chryson was incredible, and Balkan was sure that the god of war Aels blessed his hero squad. Kroa then asked Miller, who was in charge of the left flank, to speak. The man said that if the Marquis was unsure, the salamanders could send him 8 titans of Trovia to help. Muller was nervous as he thought about his answer. Then, nodding his head, the man replied that there were no problems and they could handle the difference of some 6 titans. An indignant Kontal asked if Balkan really thought they could defeat 100 titans with their 60. And Kroa replied that if they were suddenly defeated, the rest would simply have to retreat as they had planned in advance. All the counts were gathered in this chamber for the reason that if they went out onto the battlefield without knowing about the increased number of Corinth titans, it could affect the morale of the warriors. But it was decided to share the information with the others, however. This did not change the plan. Cantal asked what would happen if the enemy divided the troops not 40 to 60 to 40 in each direction, but 60 in each. If even one of the sides fell, then the central army would also perish. This assumption made Balkan think. He then asked Dark's opinion on what should have happened in such a case. Ronier replied that the enemy would have to go crazy to protect their flanks after the fall of the central forces. Such a presumptuous statement surprised Baggio. After some time, he reported to Minerva that Claire's knowledge exceeded all their expectations. After learning that the 6 salamanders had destroyed Corinth's scouts and obtained the information, Kentaroa was convinced that these people were more amazing than they had thought. But more importantly, Norris couldn't understand the reason for their confidence even with such a big difference in strength. Although the power of their main titans like Caproxy was considered one of the strongest, the salamanders could fall. The woman interrupted him, saying that it was even better this way. This puzzled Baggio, and Minerva said that, in any case, she had sent them to keep an eye on them in order to be prepared to enter this battle more carefully. The salamanders shared the information so that the troops would not panic due to the great difference in strength, so that their determination would not be hindered in any way. Even if this unit died, it wouldn't change anything for them, so it was just worth leaving the salamanders behind. In any case, their role was only to hold out until the moment when victory was achieved in the country of Gamma. Baggio had to take care to avoid losses as best he could and retreat. Camille and James were near Corinthia. They assumed that this was the place where Baroness Dark Clyde fought with Mr. Codus. Valencia had asked if Camille had said that there was a man capable of fighting one-on-one with that monster-like creature, and Clouden reminded him that Dark had fought the Titan without a weapon. Looking back on that fight, James said it was true. Valencia asked what they should do then, whether they needed to report this to their father. Camille told him to do as he saw fit. Claudine himself was going to go to Claire's with Oscar. James asked if Camille was really going to find Dark, and Claudine answered positively, since only this girl could know the location of Mr. Codus. Valencia said he was counting on his comrade. Waving goodbye, Camille asked him to leave it to him. Baggio slammed the table, unable to believe that all 20 reconnaissance units had been wiped out. Corinth created large reconnaissance units. So far, 24 groups have been confirmed to be in their ranks, twice as large as before. But none of the 20 were able to defeat the 6, which seemed impossible. Judging from the report provided by the display, the enemy unit was not reconnaissance level since they even used a Titan. They were most likely adepts of above average level. Having a Titan in a reconnaissance group, even for a large empire, was too much of a waste of such expendable material. Dark recounted all these words to Balkan, who could not understand how the girl heard all this. Ronier said that one could guess that they were their own troops. Now he understood why they, on the contrary, considered the salamanders a nuisance. Kroa asked what they would do. Dark replied that there was nothing left to do and asked to call the head of the 10th detachment again. Ronier decided to see how long he could hold out. After some time, Baggio entered Croa's room. Balkan asked Norris what happened. The man asked if Croa had really sent out a reconnaissance squad of 6 people. Balkan asked if there were any problems with this. Baggio reported that because of this, Corinth was gathering and sending mid-level adepts to war en masse. He offered to send 20 adepts, but Croa stated that this was not necessary. Baggio said he had confidence in the soldiers who came with him, and Balkan explained that he had no doubt in their abilities. Croa then said it was fishing, which puzzled Norris. A worried Baggio wondered what this meant, and Balkan smiled mysteriously. 6 people in robes stood with their backs to each other. Dark was pleased that his opponents had taken the bait. There were several titans standing around the salamanders. A little earlier, 6 people, among whom was Dark, ran forward. At some point, Ronnier stopped his guys. Seeing enemies ahead, the prince reported that they were being attacked. The next moment, the 2 opponents rose into the sky. Starting to get nervous, the soldiers concluded that it was the mages who had already started casting spells, and Dark told them to ignore it. 2 completely different energies began to accumulate above the magicians. One opponent aimed a fiery spear at the salamanders, while the other aimed an ice spear. Ronnier thrust his fist forward and used a water shield. The water pulsated forward, dispersing the enemy attack. The mages were surprised that their spells were blocked, and the collision filled the space with fog. The enemies tried to launch their next attacks as quickly as possible, when suddenly they saw a sword flying towards them. 1 second and their heads flew off their shoulders. As they pressed forward, Corinth's warriors discovered Dark's silhouette in the fog. They all sped up, wanting to destroy the girl. 3 of the opponents rushed forward, swinging their weapons. Hope quickly faded from their hearts, wounded by Ronier's sword. Returning the weapon to his hand, Dark noted that these already dead people were quite fast. Mick couldn't even imagine that the prince had already launched his sword when he stopped them. The colonel asked if Dark really wanted to fight alone. He also noted that, in any case, it was an honor for them to fight side by side with such a person. Finally, the salamanders were surrounded by gray titans. The opponents fell for Ronier's trick. Elter asked if they should get the titans, but Dark replied that he would give a sign for that. First, he wanted to check something. The titans charged, and Ronnier dropped to one knee and placed his hand on the ground. Water energy began to spread under the prince's palm. With lightning speed, she reached the titans. The people inside the giants were surprised to see water. Drops of liquid burst out from under their feet. Ronnier directed water arrows at all his enemies. The titans used shields to protect themselves from the powerful jets. It was at this moment that Dark commanded his comrades to get their giants. One of the opponents asked if the prince really thought that such magic would work on titans. Only then did he notice the red and black titan. And this salamander was able to pierce Romero's chest without any problems. The other enemy pilot couldn't figure out what kind of force it was. One of the salamanders replied that perhaps it was a difference in power. After this, the enemy was cut down with one light movement of the hand from bottom to top. Then another enemy, Romero, was also hurt. Both of his hands were brutally cut off. Another brutal blow deprived the gray titan of his head. Finally, all the titans that attacked the salamanders were disabled. However, as it turned out, this was not the end. More enemies were approaching the warriors from the fog. These were 10 Romero titans. Apparently, Corinth's reconnaissance units really did consist of them. Noting that it was excellent and waving his hand, Dark said to retreat. The sight of the fleeing titans puzzled the pilots. Not wanting to let their enemies get away, Romero chased after their opponents. The idea that the salamanders had escaped made Ronnier laugh. Having closed the distance, the enemy titans noticed that one enemy still remained. In front of them stood a girl who apparently used water magic. Suddenly, a whirlwind began to form right above Ronnier. The titans stood in stupor from what was happening. They did not understand what it was that appeared before them. The pilots' eyes were fixed on a huge titan that they had never seen before. While the titans were trying to comprehend everything, Ronnier jumped onto Andromeda's shoulder, which was repainted in the colors of the Salamander Squad. Grinning, Dark explained that his allies had only stepped aside so as not to interfere with this guy's first real fight. The majestic titan looked at everyone with his burning eyes. Dark climbed inside, finally ready to use such serious technology. The visor dropped, not auguring anything good for Romero. Here is a titan standing in the middle of a wasteland, and a light wind is fluttering his cloak. And a moment later, the giant suddenly disappears from sight. In just a moment, Andromeda, with his sword raised back, found himself next to one of the Romeros. This pilot understood that he would not have time to block the blow, and the others were amazed at the speed of such a giant. Andromeda's attack hit several titans at once. One of them managed to jump back, but his hand was lost. The second Romero was cut in half. One of the pilots shouted to be careful, as Andromeda's power was incredible. Someone commanded to retreat, holding the fighting position. Dark believed that his opponents were not so stupid after all. The pilots ruled out even the thought that he would retreat and went into deep defense. The first line of Titans went on the attack first. However, Andromeda easily parried their attacks. Then it was Romero's turn to attack the second line. But Ronier repelled this attack with his shield. Dark warned that if the opponents wanted to wear him down, then all these techniques were useless. Ronier tried to attack the Titans, but this time they were able to safely jump back. Now Romero's third line rushed towards Andromeda. The prince compared the attackers to mosquitoes. The Titans pointed their blades forward and aimed them at one point. Dark concluded that it was a single strike technique consisting of several in succession. All 4 swords were blocked by Andromeda's weapon. Ronier noted that this technique was not bad, but also wondered if the opponents really thought that they could shed his blood with just this. Romero was again ordered to retreat and start over from the first line. Andromeda thrust her sword into the ground and swung it, sending chunks of earth flying up. Rocks and parched earth crashed into Romero. This distracted the Titans and clouded their vision, causing them to hesitate and miss the blow. So the next attack caused another Titan to fall. Ronier disabled another giant with a blow from his shield. Still intact, the Romeros rushed into the attack again. Even though Andromeda was on one knee, it didn't stop him from dealing with the oncoming enemies in one fell swoop. With some hope, the next Romero attacked Ronier. Dark clearly saw his enemy and would never allow himself to be injured. Another gray giant could not avoid defeat. 2 more rushed towards Andromeda. One fell from a blade in the chest, the other was cut in 2. 3 more Titans decided to show courage, but a low blow caused the giants to lose their balance. For a millisecond, they seemed to freeze in midair, seeing their entire lives before their eyes. All of them were also eliminated with just 1 blow. Romero's armor, having met with such mercilessness, flew all over the area. There was one last Titan left in this wasteland, who had lost his arm in this massacre at the very beginning. His legs shook with fear. Knowing for sure that victory was no longer possible, Romero fled. He ran without looking back but could only dream of surviving. Maybe he had some chance to survive, but he should have thought about it earlier. Not wanting to pursue the fugitive, Dark threw a shield at him, which plunged into the Titan's back. And thus all the enemies were defeated. Ronier said that he was still not at all used to shields. Dark asked Andromeda how he found his first fight, but the Titan did not answer. And then the prince asked if he had fallen asleep. But Andromeda still started talking about the next fight. He said that next time he wanted to act independently. This puzzled Dark, and the prince asked again if the Titan would really fight. Andromeda confirmed this and said that it was necessary to simply transfer mana to him. He promised that he would win. Ronier replied that it would not be difficult, and the Titan said that he would look forward to it. Members of the Salamander squad ran up to Andromeda and asked if the prince was okay. After getting out of the Titan, Dark replied that, of course, everything was fine with him, and asked what happened to the magicians. Elter reported that they had eliminated everyone. Jumping to the ground, Ronier asked if 15 Romeros would be enough for the trophy, and he was given a positive answer. Elter noted that their Exians were also undamaged, so they could be used in reconnaissance units, and Mick agreed that it was much better than any other trophy. Dark ordered the guys to tell Croa about everything, who had to somehow sort it all out. One of the soldiers asked what the prince was going to do now. Ronier threw up his hands and replied that he had to protect the fallen Titans, and that it was time for his comrades to go. The soldiers obeyed and went away. For a while, Dark watched them go without moving. Then, turning around, he told someone to come down. After this, a girl with red hair landed in front of the prince. Bamirade stated that she knew something was wrong because there couldn't be 2 Darkus. Ronier did not understand this statement. Then the girl pointed her finger at the Titan and explained that she was talking about this. She explained that the giant was created using a dragon's heart. The prince had no idea how Andromeda was made. Standing with her back to the prince, the girl asked, "You won't say that you didn't know, will you?" Dark replied that he would say exactly that, since the Titan had too little mana compared to the dragon heart that was in the prince. And the girl replied that it was obvious, since it was impossible to place the whole heart in the Titan. Most likely it was divided into at least 10 parts. Ronier said he couldn't feel it because he wasn't a dragon. Then the prince asked if Bamirade wanted to kill him. After a pause, the girl replied that when the dragon died, Karis accompanied them, and soon their bodies were absorbed into the earth without a trace. Dark said that some time ago, he also became aware of this. It was because of this that the remaining dragon bodies were very valuable and were sold for fabulous sums of money. The girl confirmed this and explained that there was only one way to get the dragon's body: to kill it. Bummerade stated that she didn't like people who called themselves dragon slayers, but their existence wasn't a problem. After all, in nature, the hunt of the strong for the weak has always been a natural process. But the conversation changed. If someone used a dragon's heart as an action for a titan, if it could threaten dragons, then it could turn them into ordinary prey for humans. Saying this, the girl turned into a red dragon. Taking on her true form, Bummerade asked that even though the dragons did not feed on the likes of Dark, did he not think that in a situation like this, things could change? At this moment, Andromeda hastened to change space, which angered Ronye. The dragon said that she had assumed this, it was the right decision. Apparently the Titan understood that it would be destroyed, even before Ronye got into it. Dark, looking gloomy, remained silent, unable to find words. Bummerade asked if Dark would try to become a dragon hunter without his Titan. The prince replied that a grandmaster with a water ring and a dragon slayer should be able to do something. Taking hold of the hilt of the sword, he noted that it seemed the girl did not understand something. The prince said that if he became a dragon hunter, it would have nothing to do with the Titan. Throwing his sword to the ground, Dark declared that the dragon slayer meant nothing. The red dragon watched the prince's movements closely. Ronye decided to comment on the water ring as well, taking the stone in his hand. Dark noted that it was a weapon that could be used to wipe out an entire country. After this, the prince threw a stone, which flew past the dragon. He flew far towards the mountain range. Bummerade asked where Dark was aiming at. After these words, the mountain peak shattered into pieces. This amazed the dragon. She had no idea that the prince's power was so great. There was almost nothing left of the mountain into which the small stone had fallen. Ronye said that there was too much of this stuff here, and it would be nice if someone took it from Dark. The ground beneath the prince began to crack from the pressure, and Ronye told Bummerade to attack. He noted that the girl was that fierce red dragon, and that was enough to become Dark's opponent. With a menacing roar, the dragon began to open its mouth. Ronye assumed that Bummerade had decided to use her breath. However, the dragon suddenly laughed, surprising the prince. Bummerade admitted that she liked Dark more and more, and Ronye asked what kind of useless bluff it was. Continuing to stay on her own wave, the girl stated that with such skills and thoughts, the prince could be worthy of becoming the spouse of the red dragon, and her father should have liked Dark. Then Bummerade started to transform, and Ronye asked her not to do it. However, the girl did not listen to this and was already standing in front of Dark in her human form. An indignant Ronye asked what she was doing and wasn't she going to fight, and Bummerade, calling him a cutie, said that it was not yet time for lovers' quarrels. The use of such words towards him angered Dark even more. Pointing somewhere behind the prince, the girl noted that those who wanted to interfere were already close to them. Knights from Dark's squad were visible on the horizon. Bummerade noted that these were defenders ready to save the prince from the red dragon. Ronye was very upset. Bummerade said she wanted to give him some advice, but Ronye replied that he didn't need it. Ignoring these words, the dragon once again noted that his Titan used the dragon's heart as an action. She asked if the prince knew what this meant. Dark gave a negative answer. Bummerade explained that the action used was a mana-thickening stone that prevented it from escaping. The purer it was, the more powerful it was. Ronye knew that. Based on this magic, the self-awareness of the Titan was determined. The higher the power, the stronger the self-awareness. Dark replied that this was the first time he heard about it. The girl asked what the Titan's self-awareness would be like if the mana was concentrated in the heart of a dragon that had not gone through the path of Karis. This consciousness would be a dragon's, although it would have no memories of the past. This heart belonged to a dragon that had lived for hundreds and even thousands of years. Did Dark really think that such a creature would silently obey human orders? This really made Ronye think. Dark recalled the fight when Longheart couldn't handle the Titan's control. Then the commander had to forcibly stop the mana supply to avoid problems. Ronye also recalled how he wanted to terminate the contract with Andromeda, but he refused. Now Dark was sure that his Titan definitely had a strong self-awareness. Bummerade said that it looked like while he was still calm enough and following other people's orders, most likely, the more battles there were, the sooner the Titan's fighting instincts would awaken and his self-awareness would increase. Dark replied that he would remember this. Then the girl asked if the prince had nothing more to say. Although with some displeasure, Ronye thanked her for the advice. Smiling, Bummerade said that she liked his sincerity. Since he was the son of Lord Arteus, everything should be fine. The dragon also noted that, in any case, Dark now owed her and would definitely repay her later. Ronye was indignant because he had already thanked her for the advice that he had not asked for. With a dash, Bamarade rushed into the sky saying that they would see each other again, but Dark denied this. The prince looked at the dragon with anger when the knights approached him. Chryson laughed, praising the team's work. Romero's 15 titans were laid out in 2 rows, the count asking if this was too good a trophy even before the war began. Balkan said they were going to distribute them fairly, 3 at a time. Miller was, of course, grateful, but he believed that this could not be called fair, since the titans were personally obtained by the Salamander Squad. Croa asked what he was even talking about, since their search party could only operate without worrying about anything, thanks to the impeccable protection of these places by other squads. Since the commander said so, the counts were ready to accept the titans with gratitude. Kontal reported that he had heard rumors about the appearance of a red dragon, and asked what had happened. Muto had also heard about it. Balkan replied that his deputy would tell him about it. Dark said that apparently there was a red dragon named Bamarade's lair nearby, and he said that he came out because of the noise of the battle between the titans. He didn't seem hostile, so they just exchanged a few words. If what he said was true, it turned out that this was the first time he had witnessed a titan fight. Ronier assumed that this dragon had only recently become sexually mature. Cantal noted that it was a pity, because if the dragon had been young, they could have used the titans and caught it. Muto said that it was not wise to organize a dragon hunt right before the war, because very soon the place would become dangerous. Then Cantal admitted his stupidity. Dark said that the dragon had already run away as soon as he saw the titans approaching, laughing. Chryson said that it must have been interesting to watch it, and it was a pity that they weren't around. Baggio asked what was about the 3 titans for their kruma. Balkan noted that, of course, the Salamander Squad planned to share with them too. He asked if it wasn't obvious. Nervously, Norris said that was indeed the case. At Corinta Castle, Kiri reported that they had problems. The man asked if losing one local fight was a reason for such unrest. Camus replied that it was not that. They had received an urgent message from the Magic Tower. Apparently, they had sent a report as soon as they had determined what was happening. But since they had not been able to make a decision, they had sent a request to him. Kiri asked why the Magic Tower sent him an emergency message and what happened to Gracelian. Camus replied that he didn't understand anything either. So he went to him, but didn't find him. Apparently, Kodas had disappeared. Kiri was outraged when he heard that, according to the butler, more than 10 days had passed since the disappearance. Camus assumed that Gracelian had disappeared when they started business. He wondered if the Archduke had any ideas. Valenciad recalled their conversation when he ordered Kotas to test Dark's abilities. Kiri decided to change the subject and asked what the emergency message was. Camus replied that the opponents were using forbidden magic. Valencia asked if the man was talking about black magic, and Camus clarified that he was talking about the magic of summoning a comet. There was silence between the men for a moment. Finally, Kiri asked when she would arrive, and Camus replied in a month. Kiri understood that the situation was quite complicated, and Gracelian was missing. Camus found out that it seemed that James was also looking for him now. Valencia was not at all pleased by this. Rather, he was dissatisfied that his son had not reported anything about it. After some time, James came to his father at his request. The boy confirmed that he was looking for Kodas and gave Kiri the scroll with the notes. James said he had summed up the information he had received so far. The Archduke asked what happened in the end. Did the son really say that Gracelian died, or was he kidnapped? Hearing the suggestion of death, Camus became worried. James explained that while there was no exact information, now Camille and Oscar were following his tracks, and the magician Rika and Stucky were also with them. Even the palace magicians were involved, but no one reported anything to the Archduke. The guy said that due to the seriousness of the situation, he was going to report it to Kiri as soon as he knew anything concrete. Before James could finish speaking, his father's fist hit him in the chin. After flying a couple of meters, the guy fell on his back. An angry Kiri cried out that due to the seriousness of the situation, his son should have started with a report, and in connection with what happened, he decided to strip James of all positions and powers. The guy didn't like this decision, but he couldn't do anything about it. His father told him to immediately join forces with Camille and find Gracelian, and not even think about returning until he found at least Kodas's corpse. Not daring to contradict his father, James agreed with him. After that, the guy silently left the room. Camus noted that Kiri was too strict with his son, and Valenciad responded that the man was in no position to say that. They were in trouble, and the Archduke was asking if they could defend themselves from the approaching comet without Gracelian. Camus replied that he wasn't sure about it, but it was worth a try. And he also asked what Kiri thought about Kodas's disappearance. The Count asked if Gracelian could really die. Valenciad replied that it was unlikely that anyone could kidnap someone who was so good at controlling spirits that he could defeat the lightning spirit king Karst, and also restrain the aging of his physical body. Camus confirmed that it would have been easier to kill Cotus than to take him prisoner. The Archduke asked what Camus would do if Gracelyn really did die. Carrie stated that he would find out everything about the countries connected with this murder and would destroy all life in them, so that not even an ant would remain there. After some time, Valencia and Camus visited the magic tower of Corinth. The female mage there was shocked that the Archduke had visited such a lowly place. Carrie assumed that the woman had also received the report and knew what was happening, so he suggested that they get straight to the point. They needed to determine countermeasures. The Magus explained that Cotus had personally designed a defense system covering the 5 largest cities, including the capital, so there shouldn't have been any problems. But the problem was in the other cities, even though they were able to find out the time of the comet's arrival. 1 month was too little time to prepare. Camus asked if they couldn't protect anything other than the 5 largest cities. The mage replied that with their abilities it was impossible. Valencia decided to ask only one question. The comet summoning had incredible power, so why was it hardly used? The woman explained that it was all because it was the magic of the 9 cycles. People were unable to use the spells of the 9 cycles, and also needed the help of dozens of magicians of the 6 and 7 cycles, who were in the huge magic circle. They had to understand at least the theory of the magic of the 9 cycles. The destructive power of this spell was incredible, because of which it was necessary to wait a long time for the result to appear. As a result, the city, which would have been destroyed by the comet's call, would have literally been reduced to ruins. It was a complete destruction to which the word restoration could not even be applied. The records said that the land that was hit by the comet was cursed, and it was impossible to even farm on it for several years. Camus concluded that it was not a takeover. The mage agreed to this. By taking over lands that could not be obtained, the enemy would only get more problems. Because of this magic was forbidden, and so they could understand the reason why Kruma used it. Camus noted that the enemy's goal was not to seize the lands, but to destroy them completely. A dissatisfied Kiri called them crazy and said that in that case Corinth would respond in kind and use comet summoning magic on Krum. The woman was sorry to report this, but she explained that it was impossible. There was no mage in the Empire who could use 9 cycles, and all because the Empire was a country of knights. It had the most masters and adepts. But on the contrary, they were critically lacking high-ranking magicians. The Archduke shouted that this was the great Empire of Corinth. They were different from Kruma and Argon, who only did what they did, bragging, and were nothing special. It was obvious that their country had the strongest knights, and no lack of magical power could be an excuse. The mage said that, to be more precise, it was all because of the titans that the knights controlled. Kiri asked her to explain it in a way that he would understand. After a mage transferred his body to Mana, after about 30 years of training, he would become an archmage with 5 cycles with difficulty. But the titans were not affected by 5-cycle spells, so most of them could be used for reconnaissance at most. In this empire, the woman was the only mage of the 6 cycles who had risen to the rank of high-ranking archmage with difficulty. But even if she could harm the titan, she was still unable to defeat him. Therefore, there were quite a few young mages living in Alcasus. Compared to this country that was focused on knights, the Magic Kingdom could much better realize their dreams of reviving the ancient era of mages. Carrie asked, "What was about Kruma? Where did she get the magic power with which they were able to summon the comet?" Kruma was a country that coexisted with the elves. They lived much longer than humans and had an innate talent for magic. As long as they were palace mages, Corinth could never surpass them in his spells. All this time, Carrie did not feel any lack of magical power in the Empire due to the presence of Gracelyn. The magician was somewhat upset about the current state of magic in the country. For the past decades, there was only one person responsible for the magical power of the Empire, and that was Kotas. Carrie asked if the mages had figured out which cities would be hit. The woman replied that they had checked 40 cities, and it turned out that about 10 of them would be hit, but they still couldn't determine the exact location. Camus said they had to end this war as soon as possible. To do this, it was necessary to capture the enemy leadership, find out what these 10 cities were, and evacuate the residents. As he considered this proposal, Valenciad grabbed his chin and looked intently at the magician. The woman said that it was still the best decision that could have been made. The Archduke said that he had not asked her opinion, and the mage explained that she had forgotten her place and began to beg for forgiveness. Carrie explained that it wasn't the case until they knew when Gracelyn would return, and that it was up to the woman to handle it. The men exchanged nods, and the mage looked at them, puzzled. Kieri and Camus brought the woman to Codus's tower. Camus noted that he had not seen this unpleasant tower for a long time, and the Archduke said that, although they supported Gracelian when he made Titans, he still had very unusual taste. The men headed towards the entrance, and the mage asked how they could enter without Codus. Suddenly, the door opened, which surprised the woman. This place could also be used by Kieri, Camus, and Lisa. The men, entering the tower, beckoned to the magician to follow them quickly until the door closed. Once they were inside, they had to go down the stairs. The woman was enchanted by the magic balls that illuminated the way. As expected, at the end of the corridor, the tower's guests entered through a door. The magician was amazed at what she saw there. In this room, several circles were drawn connected to each other. The mage said she wasn't surprised by how Gracelian had installed protective magic here, and Camus asked if the woman knew what it was. She replied that there was a magic circle of movement in front of her, and its final point was the capital of Kruma, Elfrion. The magician asked how this was possible. Camus replied that about 50 years had passed, and Carrie asked if it wasn't more, since they met Codus about 60 years ago. Camus asked the woman if she knew why they would be able to end the war with Claire's without major losses. The woman replied that it would be a surprise attack on Clairen, the former capital of Claire's. Camus confirmed that with the help of these circles, they would send a detachment of Black Knights to Clarine. Carrie noted that all of these were works created by Gracelian. The capital of Krum Elfrion, the capital of Claire's Clairen, and even 5 capitals of Argon, including Troyd, circles were created in 3 countries capable of destroying the empire. The 4th country was the already destroyed kingdom of Rondabar, whose capital was Rondabel. In each of these cities, there were similar basements with magic circles. If they were hidden like these, it would be a great place hidden from everyone, since Clairen had already become their city. In the current Claire's, it no longer existed. The magician asked why the men showed her all this. Carrie explained that they would attack Elfrion. Minerva was unhappy that Corinth had attacked their country. She asked what the enemy numbers were and was told that it was 15 Black Knight Titans and 1 Red Titan. Now the first knightly detachment, led by His Grace the Duke of Rouen, was fighting with them. The Black Knight launched a slash that was stopped by the other giant's shield. Antigone rushed forward, throwing the enemy away from himself with the same shield. The Black Knight was shocked to realize the difference in power he was facing. In front of the Titan with the lion's head stood the red one. Rouen noted that the opponents had failed in their surprise attack. He also said that Lisa Claudin apparently underestimated their strength. The woman in red titanium sarcastically thanked the Duke for even remembering her name. She noted that Rouen had grown a lot, but his overall strength was not determined by his high power alone. Nodding somewhere to the side, the man said that if she looked there, she would change her mind. 2 Antigones successfully fought against a crowd of Black Knights. Holding his shield out in front of him, one of the Golden Titans rushed forward, knocking down everyone in his path. Rouen asked if Lisa's Red Titan was actually more powerful than Antigonus. The Red Giant was equipped with the best armor and gloves, and his sword became a striped blade similar to a closed sword. Apparently, this was not a simple surprise attack. This is probably why, even having all this, for some reason Lisa could not use all the power to its full potential. The Duke's conclusions irritated Claudine. Grinning, the woman shouted at him not to push her and pointed the blade at him. Mentally noting that Lisa was quite fast, Rouen blocked her attack with his shield. He then tried to attack Claudine himself, but she suddenly soared into the sky. Rushing towards the ground, the Red Titan slashed at Antigone's shoulder. Then the woman pushed off from Rouen, not allowing herself to be reached. She made another jump, but this time from the ground. The Duke was clearly unhappy that he could be wounded. Lisa said that it was a high-powered Titan with increased maneuverability. Just like Rouen said, it was best suited for such attacks. Because of this, it was in one-on-one fights that his true value was best seen. The basis of all fights was one-on-one combat. Before chatting, it was worth repeating the basics. The woman noticed the sudden attack and tried to parry it. However, her blade eventually shattered. Terran, who was in the Titan, said that in that case it would have been possible to simply avoid a one-on-one fight. Lisa, dissatisfied with someone else's interference, clicked her tongue. One of the Black Knights called out to Claudine, hinting at their dire situation and awaiting further orders. Their attack failed and they had to retreat. The difference in forces was too great. Light barely came through the tent of the military camp. Inside were Artias and Dark. Ronier spoke about meeting Bamarid and what he learned about his Titan's action. Listening to this, the father became openly angry. Lisa nevertheless ordered her troops to retreat. Leaping out of the Titans, the soldiers tore up the teleportation scrolls. But the Titans did not stay with the enemies, they immediately disappeared into another space. The last one was Claudine, who decided to run away right under Ruan's nose. Not wanting to let her go, the Duke swung his sword but only helped the woman tear the scroll. As she disappeared, Lisa said that they would see each other again. The men noted that Corinth's Imperial Guard had actually fled quickly. Arriving at the battlefield, Minerva asked what the casualties were. Ruin reported that several Antigones were slightly damaged but would soon be restored. In addition, the Imperial Wall had collapsed in 5 to 6 places, and one large hole had appeared in it. Praising the Duke, Kentaroa asked if the Red Titans who arrived this time were the same as those who met the Emperor in the Green Lizard strategy. The man answered positively, and noted that, unlike then, they only had one master, so it was easy to use a decoy. Although it was not possible to prevent the enemy from escaping, Minerva asked if the Red Titan's abilities had been determined. Ruin replied that his power was much greater than Antigone's. He was very light, so in close combat his power dropped. However, it seemed that he had a prepared strategy or some kind of one-on-one specialty. The indignant Kentaroa said that they were carried away by vanity and the desire to be the strongest, and they created a Titan suitable not for war but for competition. It was necessary to rid them of the right to be called a great empire. The Duke asked what the commander was going to do, and Minerva asked what he was talking about. The man explained that they still couldn't figure out how the enemy suddenly appeared in the middle of their territory. If the entire Black Knight squad had such an ability, then they wouldn't have been able to cope on their own. They needed to send them a few more soldiers as reinforcements. Kentaroa refused to do so, explaining that it would be too difficult for the enemy to use a trick that had failed again. Rather, it was necessary to strengthen the army in the direction of Gamma, then attack them, break through the detachment of Golden Crosses and destroy them too, after which it was necessary to deal with the detachment of Silver Crosses in the direction of Toran. Ruin asked if everything was really okay, since doing so would have isolated the Alliance forces on Alan's side. Minerva replied that it didn't matter. In any case, the enemy would have to be the Corinthian Union. Even if they had won in this situation, with the Gold and Silver Crosses and Corinth destroyed, they would hardly have grabbed Kruma by the tail to save the main forces of Corinth. It was impossible. They would all be busy escaping from their country, so their destruction would come. Even if Carrie came out, it would be too late. Besides, they said that he was still in Corinthia. He had no idea that his beloved arrogance was already creeping up to strangle him. The Duke noted that after the defeat, the countries that were in alliance with them would not tolerate small handouts. They would ask them to take responsibility. Kentaroa asked if the man had forgotten. The Salamander squad belonging to their crumb was responsible for those territories, and the captain of the squad was the master. This could not be called a handout. Ruin asked if the commander had heard from Baron Baggio that Prince Dark was not a master, and that he looked at least 60 or even older. Kentaroa noted that not everyone knew that after becoming a master, it was possible to possess a young body, so the Union would want to cooperate with him to gain an advantage. In any case, the difference in the number of Titans exceeded 50 pieces. Until they had a master, they could consider themselves lost. With a master, they could fill this gap. But the inhabitants of Kruma knew nothing about this. The woman said, "You said that the Alliance will ask us to bear responsibility in a situation where they lose their Titans and the strength of their countries becomes even smaller. No, they will help us with all their might, at least so that we can continue to be in alliance with them. Even if they say they don't want to help, it doesn't matter because we will have new allies who will make our victory even more confident." Ruin thought about how incredible Minerva was. In her plan, thought out 2 or 3 moves ahead, she did not allow any inaccuracies and did not forget about her obligations. It was not for nothing that her enemies called her a witch. The commander was informed that they had been contacted from Alcasus. The woman assumed it was about selling Titans. She asked how many the mages could make. The soldier hesitated, and a worried Kentaroa asked if they would not carry out any of them. Minerva did not understand what this meant. Alcasus could not miss such a chance. The soldier replied that intelligence reported that they had agreed to sell 100 Nori and Sandarin to Corinth. The commander was outraged that these people were selling all their supplies to one buyer. She considered that they were so stupid that they did not even realize that, having increased Corinth's forces, they themselves would be at a disadvantage in a clash between the two sides. Ruin assumed that all this was due to the comet's summoning. Most likely they knew about it before everyone else. In Alcasus, the most important prohibition was this spell, but due to the ignoring of this rule, as a kingdom of magicians, they could not remain on the sidelines. Minerva was unhappy that Green Lake was doing something that was not necessary. In that case, The commander said that they would go on the attack immediately after the reinforcements of Golgodi. The sky was covered with clouds, foreshadowing a difficult battle. Bjorn met the man who was to take his place as commander-in-chief. That man was Camus, who praised Kantaroma's work. Bjorn said that he had been expecting this, and he felt a little sorry to correct the Duke, but not long ago he had been promoted to Marquis. Camus laughed and said that he had completely forgotten that for his exploits, Bjorn had become a Marquis during the war in Trovia. The man had made a big mistake. Kantaroma replied that he was ashamed to have such a high title. But still, the entire Imperial Guard took part. Of course, Lisa was supposed to join soon. Besides, Bjorn heard about the purchase of hundreds of titans from Alcasus. Camus replied that the news spread quickly, which was unexpected. No one thought that they would sell them all. Kantaroma said he had some ideas about this and asked if he could share them. For this, the Duke suggested going to another place. So, a map of the area was unfolded before the men. Giorna said that according to the information they had just received, the enemy squad Gibaltan with the new type of Titans and Kamarie had swapped places with the Generia squad, which consisted of Golgodii. This meant that the opponents were concentrating their forces towards the game. Camus said that in that case, the Corinthians should also concentrate on the center, and it was necessary to send the 100 Titans bought in Alcasus. However, Kantaroma said it would have been better to leave things as they were. Camus noted that they would not be able to break through Gam's side then. The Marquis said that there was no need for this. All they had to do was stick to the anvil. Camus asked if Kantaroma was just talking about the hammer and anvil military tactics used in the days before the Titans. That's exactly what it was. It was a military technique with a deep history, in the use of which, while the infantry delayed the enemy and held him, the maneuverable cavalry went around him from behind and hit him from the other side. It was like a hammer hitting metal on an anvil, which is why this technique was called that. This meant that the role of the infantry anvil would be played by Gammon Torin's side, while Alan would take on the role of the cavalry hammer. Giorn proposed to use the Empire's strongest troops and the two masters that were part of them as ordinary infantry. Camus asked, "Weren't the troops stationed in Alan part of the Alliance? Did Kantaroma really want to assign them the role of a hammer?" Giorn confirmed this and asked to listen to him first. On the Gam side, there were 215 enemy Titans and 203 Kruma Titans. The numbers were roughly the same, but the opponents had more than 70 Kamaria Titans, whose power was above average, and it would be difficult for the new type Titan to deal with them with strength alone. Camus could not agree that he and Lisa could not figure this out, but he asked Jorn to continue. All 100 new Titans received from Alcasus were to be sent towards Toron, where the Knights of the Silver Cross were already supposed to be. All of them were supposed to head towards Alan after they were united. With 180 Alliance units, there would be 280 Titans. The Corinthian Union should have won in Alan's direction in one go. The enemies should have had a maximum of 130 Titans. The difference in strength could hardly be compensated by two masters. This huge difference was supposed to fulfill the role of the hammer that destroys the enemy. After this, the army had to be divided in half and sent to the divided Shemwe and Jaren and occupied. The remaining enemy troops had to be pushed back to the anvil, Gamu. At this point, Crum's central forces would have been surrounded by Camus and Kantaroma, and then defeated. The only thing that worried Jorn was that the 100 Titans on Thoran's side would be defeated by Generia's squad. But this also shouldn't be a big problem if they, like a hammer, entered Zhang as quickly as possible. Camus now realized that the stories about Kantaroma becoming captain of the Knights of the Silver Cross, thanks to his ability to formulate strategy, were not an exaggeration. Giorna noted that, although temporary, they had a difference of about 150 Titans. Unless the opponents brought two masters from somewhere, they would be destroyed during the battle. It was already night, and two moons were watching the people. The squad of salamanders stood in their robes, forming a square. In front of them stood Balkan and Dark, who was addressing the soldiers. In a fighting mood, Ronir asked who they were. Then all the soldiers took a step forward. They grabbed the fabrics, and the prince watched what was happening with pleasure. Tearing off their robes, the people shouted that they were the ghosts of Clares. The Krumian knights began to become noticeably nervous. Baggio said that it was the end, and the girl he thought was the deputy was the real Dark. Norris wondered if she really was a master. He said that it was impossible, since the mana verification power did not detect such power in her. And Arteus, who was behind him, explained that it was natural, since the mana concealment technique was used. The alarmed people immediately turned to look at the dragon. Baggio learned that this was the same man who was called the father of the real princess. One of the Kruma began to talk about the technique of hiding mana. Arteas was surprised that someone here knew about the dragon magic of concealment power. The soldiers were shocked that the dragon itself appeared before them. Budge Io didn't understand what kind of situation this was. In fact, the deputy prince was a real prince and a real master, and she used dragon magic. Norris wondered if the princess was a dragon. However, what was more important now was the reason why Arteas was now telling them this secret. The dragon reported that the entire area was covered in a sound-deafening silence. In other words, it was under the spell of dragon silence magic. Norris thought that she needed to report everything to Lady Minerva as soon as possible. The dragon explained that people could scream and not worry about anything. After these words, the ghostly knights attacked the Crewmians. Ronnier himself did not join this fight. Dark said there was no need to cast silence magic, but thanked his father anyway. Arteas said that it wouldn't work that way. There was no need to tell him what Dark didn't feel. Ronnier asked if the dragon was still upset with him, and Arteas confirmed it. He recalled a conversation about Dark's titan being made from a dragon's heart, and Bamarid identifying it as a threat to the dragons. Then Ronnier noticed that his father didn't really like it either. Arteas noted that he said that even a titan combined with a grandmaster could already threaten the dragons. Although he hated the people of Claire's, they could not become much stronger simply by increasing the titan's power with a dragon's heart. Father asked if Dark really thought he would get angry over such nonsense, and Ronnier asked why the dragon was angry then. Arteas stated that he could not forgive the way this brat dared to try to attack his son. He treated Bamarid well because she was Bromany's daughter, but he couldn't forgive her for daring to interfere. Dark explained that it was unnecessary. They had already spoken with Bamarid, and she had told him something quite useful. He had even thanked her, so it would be strange if Arteas suddenly intervened. The dragon found it suspicious that Ronnier was now calling her by her first name and asked if they had ever met. From this, it was clear that Dark had gotten himself a girlfriend and was now not even paying attention to his father. The prince did not understand why everything had suddenly gone in the wrong direction. Arteas asked if everything was not so, because Dark continued to speak to him formally, but then suddenly he became rude and defended Bamarid. Worried that his father would think badly of her, everything became obvious. Raising his voice, the prince asked what was obvious here. Arteas noted that Dark had just yelled at his father to protect his girlfriend, shouting even louder, causing the dragon to shed tears. Ronnier said that it was not so. Now the prince was saying again that everything was not as Arteas thought, and he should stop being angry already. The dragon said that he did not feel in his son's words a sincere desire for him to stop being angry. Clutching his head, the prince asked what his father wanted from him. Arteas replied that if his son fulfilled his request, he would stop being angry. The sudden movement caused drops of blood to fly off the sword. At the feet of the Black Knights and the Knights of Trovia lay the corpses of the Crewmians. Mick noted that the Trovians were more capable than he thought. Sidmion replied that the feeling was mutual. Filled with fighting spirit, the knights exchanged glances. And then they felt awkward when they heard Dark's voice, which said, "Forgive my rudeness, Daddy." The apology touched the father deeply. The dragon said that he had nothing more to wish for. At that moment, Ronnier felt many eyes on him. Turning around, he saw the knights looking at him with wide eyes. The angry Dark looked like a cat about to attack. The frightened knights screamed that they were ghosts. They had no mouth or ears. An ominous energy spread throughout the area. The next day, the two armies were already standing opposite each other. Chryson asked if these were their opponents. He was in charge of the first flank army, consisting of 22 tigers and 11 Romeros. Duke Cabali spoke haughtily to show whether the tigers were really as strong as they were said to be. He commanded the army of the Corinthi Alliance on the left flank, which included 50 Romeros. Contal was worried. There were 10 more enemies than expected. Miller said there was no need to be afraid now, because fear quickly infected others. Muto repeated that they had to follow the plan. If they suddenly started to be pressed, they could simply retreat. Now Miller was infected with fear. They were part of the left flank troops of 33 Titans. Sigmus was sure that the enemy could not surpass Corinth's unit. He was from the right flank army, consisting of 49 Romeros and 1 Nori. Mick asked if Elter had seen these Minor and Karos. The colonel noted that it was impossible to forget them even with a great desire. They were damned Titans. Sidmion noted that 180 Titans opposed them, although 100 were originally expected. Dominic asked that even though Corinth was an empire, was it fair to have such an army? The Titans of Corinth stood side by side, confident of their impending victory. Bjorn said that only a real empire could have assembled such an army. He was in the army of the left flank with 1 Black Knight, 74 Minors, 23 Karos, 80 Romeros. Ronnier noted to himself that this man was the commander. He believed that 180 to 60 was ideal. The prince commanded the army of the central flank, consisting of 1 Azure Knight, 43 Theseuses, that is, Caproxy, 15 Romeros, and 1 Antoros. When Cantoroma saw this titan, he couldn't understand what kind of form it was. In front of him stood Andromeda, black and red. Unexpectedly, Balkan turned to Dark with a request. He wanted Minor and Karos to leave the squad of Ghost Knights. Ronier didn't understand which titans exactly were being talked about, and Croa had to point them out. The prince felt a tremor in the commander's voice. Before, he had always been calm. It seemed that when he got onto the battlefield, the warrior's blood boiled. Balkan explained that it was of great importance for them to deal with these titans. Ronier asked if Croa understood how foolish it was to talk about the meaning of anything on the battlefield. The commander apologized, and Dark allowed him to take on Minor and Karos, for which the man thanked him, saying that they would bring him victory. The prince was outraged that the ghosts left 80 Romeros for him, while they themselves were proud that they would bring victory. Sidmion asked him not to say such offensive words because their knightly detachment of Trovia was with him. However, Dark said that they would go to the left flank and noted that Muller's morale had most likely already fallen to the lowest point, so it was worth helping him. Sidmion began to worry about the prince, who decided to go out alone against so many enemies. Titan demanded that Ronier fulfill his promise. The prince said that this guy would fight alone. Dark told Andromeda that he could not worry about mana and have fun to his heart's content. After these words, the Titan rushed into battle. The opponents stood in stupor, not understanding why only one enemy was approaching them. The miners were the terrible creatures that destroyed the homeland of the ghosts. Croa asked if the warriors remembered this, and they answered positively. The commander cried out that these were Karosa, the cursed titans created from the eggs of Migil taken from them. Then the man asked again if the knights remembered this. Making the knights' fighting spirit rise even higher, Balkan asked who they were. As they rushed into battle, they shouted that they were the ghosts of Claire's. Corinth's right flank and Crumb's left flank were not yet in a hurry to attack. Ahead was Zygmus inside the blue titan. Sidmion and Dominic recalled their king apologizing to Dominic, saying that he had used his titan, which he treasured so much, or to be more precise, the man threw it away. But nothing could be done about it. If the king came out without weapons and armor, he would not be able to fight back anyone. He would simply be caught. Dominic asked not to forgive the cowardly knights who did not stay with him until the very end and simply ran away. After a short silence, the king asked to forgive the incapable ruler who had ordered him to live in shame. After that, he disappeared inside the Titan and walked past the knights. Along the way, he asked them to take care of the future of Trovia. The king stood alone before a multitude of enemies, ready for his death. Without resisting, he was killed quite quickly, in just a couple of blows. Among the enemy titans, there was a blue one giving orders. Although the pilot had no idea at the time who was inside the Trovian titan. Sidmion and Dominic pounced on Zygmus, shouting that they would kill him. This attack was too sudden. The rest of the Corinth pilots shouted to block the attack. They understood that the Marquis was in danger. As he avoided the blow, Kranken was surprised at who he met on this battlefield. Zygmus had no idea that these knights of Trovia, one of whom was inside the Titan Antoros, could be here. Sidmion said that Dark would need to be thanked. He then shouted to the knights of Trovia to attack. A multitude of red titans rushed towards the gray ones. The Corinthians thought they were crazy to attack in such numbers. Cantel, Muto, and Mueller spotted the enemy's central forces. The men didn't understand what they were doing here, but they decided that they couldn't just let them go. This was a chance. They had to defeat the enemies now, while they were confused. Their troops also rushed to the attack. Bjorn, terribly nervous, cannot believe what is happening. Many titans quickly failed. Andromeda crushed them as if they were thin, dry branches. Cantoroma commanded to request reinforcements, as the enemy had a master inside the new titan. He ordered everyone else to take a defensive position and buy time by throwing a spear. Now, understanding how much fun Dark was having, Andromeda said it was great. However, Ronier's reaction confused him, and he asked what was wrong. Titan saw that the prince was not very happy. Ronier told him to shut up, calling him a crazy killer. Andromeda did not understand the prince's displeasure because Dark felt pleasure from killing, and there was no point in denying it, and Ronier shouted that he was a warrior, and not one who enjoyed killing. The prince recalled Bamarade's words that the longer the battles were repeated, the more the original instincts of strength would awaken, and the stronger Andromeda would become. Titan said they were connected and he could feel it. They resonated, and Andromeda was sure Dark was born to kill. Ronier guessed that it was the dragon hearts inside them that were resonating. Andromeda said that even though Dark was trying his best to deny it now, The blood was actually boiling in his veins. Titan claimed that the prince felt this burning blood and became excited. Yes, now everyone has seen the pretty Princess Dark with extraordinary abilities. However, inside this body lurked the spirit of a 72-year-old man. And this man was a first-class killer, capable of eliminating any living creature. On the Gamma side, a fierce battle also continued to unfold. Antigone held her shield in front of her as she confronted the Black Knight. Minerva and Camus were inside. The woman was saying that there would be no living place left of the enemy if they failed the surprise attack from the rear. She asked if Corinth was really so mired in boasting about being called a great power that he could only use standard tactics. The man replied that the standard attacks of the great power were the most terrible weapon, and this was what distinguished their empire from the fake Kruma, which had to resort to deceptive maneuvers. Two more Titan swords clashed on the battlefield. Ruin said that at least Lisa had learned a lesson, and he also noted that now the people of Corinth had not made the mistake of bringing that red Titan into serious battles. But even though the Black Knights had medium armor, they couldn't compete with Antigone because they had a colossal difference in power. The woman replied that the Duke had not been so talkative before, and Rouen said that she could say whatever she wanted, even if she and Camus could endure it. The rest of the Black Knights could not. Today was supposed to be their last day. The soldiers shouted that they were being pressed, but they had to hold on. The Royal Guard of Koran had to fight for its honor. Kieri was unhappy that Gamma's side was losing, even though Lisa and Camus were there. Valenciade was informed that even though they had sent Minerva and Ruin there, the Black Knights were unable to cope with the power of the new enemy Titans. On Alan's side, where Bjorn had predicted victory, a fierce battle was taking place involving new type Titans and a Master, causing Corinth's side to request reinforcements. The Archduke had previously been told that two of Crumb's Masters were in Gamma, meaning that the enemy had another hidden Master. The Salamander Titans formed a column, creating a shield wall. The opponents also raised their shields and advanced. Balkan commanded his soldiers to attack, and the knights rushed forward. The ghosts mercilessly destroyed the enemy Titans. Such was the revenge for Claire's. Cantaroma commanded not to retreat and to hold out until the enemies had exhausted their mana. He claimed that, in comparison to power and numbers, the Corinth alliance was definitely winning. The alliance had prepared from the start to withstand a single master, but the sheer power of this enormous Titan ruined all their plans. Cantaroma couldn't understand why Andromeda suddenly froze in place. Perhaps he had already run out of mana, which indicated that there was a chance that it wasn't the master inside him. The only hope was for help to arrive. Through the magical projection, Giorna watched as the Azure Knight fought. He also concluded that it was not the master who was inside the Titan. Carrie said that the pilot couldn't use not only a mana blast but even a mana sword. He wouldn't be able to control the Titan if he didn't know how to direct mana, so at most he could be an adept. Even just making such a Titan move must have taken an incredible amount of mana. The movements were honed to an incredible level. The Titan was like a predator who caught his prey in the fastest way. His movements were instinctive, but there was nothing superfluous in them. So much so that I even wanted to include these movements in the textbook. Valenciade was sure that the knightly detachment of the Silver Cross would not be able to fight him. The Archduke wanted to call his son, but remembered that he had sent him out so that he would find Groslian. So Kiri decided to send Petrick and Kristen from the 3rd Detachment into battle. Without any delay, the magicians sent the said knights into the center of the battle. Once there, the men immediately summoned the Titans. Petrick said that he knew that Bjorn was weak, but did not think that to such an extent. Kristen stated that he warned that the Marquis could only turn his head. Andromeda said that Dark was trying his best to deny it now, but in reality his blood was boiling. Ronier replied that this was indeed the case. He grew up in exactly such a place, in the school of the Heavenly Devil, the madness of which was soaked in blood. Several of its participants elevated murder to an aesthetic and sought pleasure in it. Titan stated that, no matter how much the prince tried to deny it, that place had influenced his essence the most, and now he did not need to avoid it. Andromeda offered to enjoy the killings with him, which would make the blood boil even more than before. They could become better partners. Just then, another pitiful creature appeared inside the Red Titans. Petrick noted that in real life Andromeda was even larger. He could probably compare with 100 knights. Christine suggested that they see if his size was worth considering. Titan Petrick reported that the enemy's Exian power was much higher. The knight asked if this was really true, since Koda said that there was no one in the world more powerful than the Red Titan. The giant replied that the monster in front of the man denied these words and had already begun to attack. Andromeda charged forward with his shield, sending dust and chunks of earth flying into the air. The Azure Knight said that this was power. It was impossible to express in words the feeling. When you tear your opponent into small pieces, he asked if Dark didn't agree with him. Ronnier explained that the smell of blood had clouded his vision, but he needed to look ahead properly. Following this advice, the Titan was surprised, not understanding where the opponents had gone. The prince warned that they were on top, and the Titan raised his head to make sure. Landing behind Andromeda, the Red Titans cut off his horns. The Azure Knight was outraged that some weaklings dared to do such a thing to him. He declared that he would kill them. For the Corinians, everything was exactly as they had seen before. The pilot knew only the basics, but he had no idea about the techniques of swordsmanship. It wasn't even the feeling of fighting a knight. The Red Titan simultaneously slashed at Andromeda's sword. The soldiers felt as if they were hunting a master. The Azure Knight didn't understand why their blades collided, but only his broke. Dark said that Andromeda looked like a child and asked if that wasn't enough. The Azure Knight replied that the prince should not make him laugh. He had not yet had his fill of fun. And Ronnier said that, listening to his voice, choked with blood, he remembered something that had happened a long time ago. As the Titan said, the prince was raised from childhood to kill. Of course, there were moments when he got drunk on the smell of blood and selflessly chopped everyone left and right. But this was not simple entertainment for Dark. It was just part of his stupid emotions when he gave in to his own strength. At this moment, the Red Titans began to inflict numerous damage on the Azure Knight. Andromeda told Dark not to give up on the life he had lived. The prince began to remember his entire difficult fate. And at one moment, before Ronier's eyes, people dear to him, who had once replaced his family, appeared, his teacher Ubek and Arteus. Dark replied that his life had already been saved. Finally, Andromeda fell to his knees before his opponents. The Red Titans pounced on the Azure Knight, and the prince said that Andromeda had already lost. Now Ronnier decided to take action himself. Dark swung his sword, sending a powerful wave of energy forward. The Red Titans didn't stand a chance. They were blown to pieces and the ground beneath them was leveled. The prince had no intention of continuing to adapt to Andromeda's childish behavior. Dark clarified that his happiness did not come from killing. It had been in battles with the strongest, and the Titan should not have tried to control its mind. Kieri was in shock after seeing Ronier's final blow. He wondered who it was anyway. Dark claimed that he was the ruler here. At the sight of his attack, nothing remained but a vast pit. The Titans of Corinth were perplexed by what they saw. Cantaroma was completely stupefied by such power. Nervous and sweating profusely, the Marcus nevertheless ordered everyone to retreat. Realizing that they were all terribly mistaken, Giorn hurried to leave this place as quickly as possible. The enemy knight's power was 2 and 3, which was the highest power at the moment, and Petrick and Kristen from the 3rd squad were also there. As the prince's best students, they were considered the highest elite and those who would definitely become masters very soon. However, the Azure Knight finished them off in just one strike, which seemed impossible. Cantaroma wondered what kind of master level this pilot had. Giorn said that they didn't need a rearguard detachment. In fact, grouping up now would have been much more dangerous. It was worth splitting up and trying to survive alone. Suddenly, the Black Knight's escape was stopped by the attacking Theseus. Inside was Balkan, who asked who had given him permission to escape. Croa was filled with rage, thirsting for revenge on the killers. He said that in 40 years there was not a day when he forgot about that tragedy. He hadn't forgotten about them, the Black Knights, who had suddenly appeared in a place they could never have been, and how they had immediately occupied their castle of Croton. Now knowing that the Alliance had to fight the Knights of Kratos as well, Cantaroma declared that those idiots were not at all wise to have decided to join Kruma. Giorn guessed that the Titan of Balkan was Caproxia. The Marquis was amazed that the commander really thought that he could withstand the Black Knight with the power of 1 and 8 with his 1 and toy. Croa said that he would tell the Marquis something. In battle, the most important thing was not the difference in power. Balkan began to gather mana in his sword, and Cantaroma asked how he dared to behave like that. But the very next movement determined who was right. Croa cut down the Black Knight, killing Giorn in the process. In conclusion, the commander said that a warrior's skills were important in battle. In front of Balkan lay parts of the Black Knight. All the soldiers of Corinth were scared because the Marquis had lost, and Andromeda was still here. Screaming in fear, the Titans rushed away. Mick and Elter said they weren't interested in Romero. Only Minor and Karos needed to be attacked. Pursuing their opponents, the ghosts destroyed the named Titans. Meanwhile, Dominic managed to pierce the Blue Titan right through the heart. Zygmus was unhappy with the loss and did not want to die in such a place. But the enemy's sword was approaching his neck. The severed head of the Blue Titan was caught by the knight. and Thoros lifted her up and everyone screamed. The blades of the remaining warriors also rushed into the sky. Tears rolled down the cheeks of Sidmion and Dominic. Their king's death had not been in vain. There was no one left near Andromeda. There were only corpses in the wreckage of the Red Titans. Dark noted that they were talented guys, and most likely they could have reached the level of a master. So it was a pity that they died so early, not understanding Ronier's words. The Azure Knight asked what all this was about. He asked if the prince spoke about the light that appeared near their swords a little earlier, whether this was the reason why only his sword split. Ronier replied that it was so. The sword's energy was also called its mana, and the sword's explosion was a flash of mana. Andromeda asked why Dark called it differently, and the prince replied that he wanted to know too much. The Azure Knight asked if that was also the name of what Dark had used earlier. Ronier noted that the Titan was quick-witted and said that the Azure Knight might not have thought about it since he wouldn't have been able to use those techniques anyway. Andromeda stated that he couldn't use them simply because he didn't know about them. But now he could cover the sword with mana at least as much as he wanted, and asked to be given control rights again. The prince replied that the problem wasn't whether he could or not. The Azure Knight asked what that meant and why Dark had cut off the connection. Jumping out of the Titan, the prince said that this was not just a contract between a master and a subordinate. Dark, as the leader of the strongest, ordered the weak Andromeda to obey. Titan was unhappy with being called that, claiming he was the strongest. Renier asked if Andromeda still couldn't feel the difference in their strength. He stated that he would reveal the truth to the Azure Knight. The strongest Titan was the one that Dark was in. Carrie folded his hands in front of his face and was tense. Although a combined army of knightly detachments from various countries fought for Corinth, there were as many as 300 Titans, and the Archduke also sent a detachment of the Silver Cross and the elite of the 3rd Detachment of the Royal Guard to help them, but they were all destroyed. One of those present at the round table said that he was very sorry. Valenciad could not have imagined such an outcome. He did not even think that something like this could happen. Position on the Gam side was in danger. If Kruma made a detour from Vasilishi towards the fortress of Zakrin and attacked them from the rear, the situation could become irreversible. They urgently needed a decision from the Archduke. Kieri asked what the others present thought about this. One of them said that since everything had happened this way, before the enemies completely blocked all their escape routes, it would be better for all troops to retreat to the fortress of Zakrin. Zakrin was a fortress given to Corinth as a gift from God, and the best way would be to conduct the defense there. One of the men was indignant because if they ordered a retreat so quickly, the morale of the soldiers could fall to the lowest level. They said that the best defense was an attack. They still had 2 knight units left and needed to add them to the army and win over Alan's side. Another one was outraged that the enemy forces destroyed 300 Titans, among which were also Knights of the Silver Cross. The detachment of the Iron Cross and Copper Cross could hardly succeed, especially with the Azure Knight. The previous man said that everything would be solved if they allocated individual people for destruction. The Marquis of Valenciad or the Count of Crodon could easily handle him. But now these people were busy with the war in other countries. They did not have enough time for this. This dispute was stopped by the Archduke. He asked how long it would take the enemies if they were going to conquer the center, that is, Gam. The man was told that, to begin with, they too had suffered considerable injuries and losses, so they would need rest and reorganization. Even if they decided to use the magic circle after that, they would need at least a day. Looking at his lowered hands, Carrie pondered the situation. He then decided that all troops should enter the fortress of Zakrin. One of those present asked if there would really be a battle for the fortress there. Valenciad replied that if there were so many Titans there, then there would be no point in fighting for the fortress. Corinth would use the help of ballistas and start a night battle. The advisors doubted that everything could be all right. One wrong step, and they could lose these territories, but the enemies could not help but know that the lairs of the red and green dragons were located in the northern and southern mountains. The Archduke said that the enemies would have no choice but to attack face to face. This is where the victory and defeat of this war were to be decided. When all the opponents had gathered in one place, the Corinths were to bring the Iron Cross there, and Carrie was going to deal with them personally. Camus and Lisa turned their backs on their opponents, intending to retreat. Minerva, who was in Antigone, shouted that the enemies had fled and commanded them to give chase. Ruin stated that their goal was not to make the enemy flee, but to defeat them, so they needed to catch the Black Knights. The Titans of Corinth moved forward, and the Antigones pursued them. A glow appeared around the Black Knights, and the Crumians continued their pursuit. The blades of Camus and Lisa, who suddenly stopped, shone brightly. Ruin realized that the opponents were about to use the sword explosion. A moment later, a wave of energy flew at the Krumians, forcing them to defend themselves with shields and raising clumps of dirt. It became clear that the sword explosion was used as a smokescreen. The Black Knights were missed and the Antigones only stared into empty space. Minerva sat at the table with her head bowed and her forehead in her hands. Ruin said he was sure they were winning, and the woman replied that it didn't matter and asked why he thought the enemy had given up in Alan's direction and sent all their forces into the center. Kruma should have won precisely when Carrie was not there. Someone asked if they should hurry and help Alan's side since the enemies had fled. A scout suddenly entered and reported that he had urgent news. Corinth's troops on the side of Tauren were retreating in the direction of the fortress of Zakrin. It became clear to Minerva that the enemy was planning to defend the fortress of Zakrin. Ruan noted that Corinth's losses were not that great, and he could not understand why they began to retreat so abruptly. Most likely they were plotting something. A second scout arrived in the room and reported that Alan's side had won, and the Corinth alliance had been completely routed, with 200 Titans said to have been captured. For everyone present, this news was shocking. A nervous Kentaroa could not understand how it was that the Corinth alliance was defeated, and not their Kruma alliance. The scout explained that the death of the Corinth alliance commander, Marquis of Giorn, had been confirmed. Ruin wanted to say something, but Minerva interrupted him, concluding that the Salamander squad was not simply plotting. The woman turned to Marina, who was standing behind her. Kentaroa ordered her to head to Alan and move the Union army to the Zakrin fortress. Minerva believed that this was a wonderful opportunity and it should not be missed at any cost. Meanwhile, Krataus's castle stood empty. Somewhere in this country were Camille and James. Claudine sat on a windowsill on the top floor of one of the inns, sipping a drink from a mug. At that moment, the Marquis of Valenciade entered the room with Oscar and asked if the Count had been able to find out anything. But Camille looked as if he had not even tried. James noted that Claudine had a lot of free time, which was understandable, because in any case, if they returned without finding Gracelyn, only the Marquis would have been beaten to death. Putting down his mug, the Count said that nothing could be done. Dark's room, located inside the royal palace, had already been completely cleaned. Even he couldn't have searched through an entire room in the castle without being noticed. Claudine asked if James had any information. The Marquis, lounging in his chair, replied that they hadn't found out anything and hadn't even seen anyone who looked like the Baroness. They had been wandering around in front of the castle for several days, but it hadn't been any use. Oscar asked if they really had no choice but to wait until that Beastman maid showed up. Claudine gave a positive answer. As far as he knew, there were no more beastmen in this palace, except for this one girl, Oscar asked. Couldn't they just ask the guard personally? He stated that when asked who they were, one could say that they were older brothers, since the princess had light hair, just like Camille's. And the guy also clarified whether nothing would work out, because everyone already knew his face. James and Claudine gave him disapproving looks, making him nervous. The Marquis asked how he could prove that he was related to the Baroness Clyde family. Perhaps he had her coat of arms. Oscar suggested that people could convey to the girl the fact that someone came calling himself her older brother. Claudine asked how she could have a brother if she was a baroness and not some baron's wife. Oscar replied that Dark could have been a visiting baroness, as she was said to be very capable. Camille explained that such a person would be even more careful about approaching strangers. During the ball, there were almost no aristocrats who knew anything about her. Oscar said he would rather die than sit there doing nothing, so he would go there, and the guys told him not to run to them under any circumstances when he ran away. At the entrance to the castle grounds, the guy was stopped by knights. One asked what the stranger wanted. Oscar replied that he had come to meet Baroness Dark Clyde. Hearing this, the guards became noticeably nervous. They began to whisper among themselves, wondering if the stranger had just said Baroness Clyde and not Duchess Ronier. One of the guards asked who Oscar was to her, and the guy replied that he was her older brother. The guards trembled with fear, remembering how Dark's father came and caused a pogrom here. They thought that if it was her brother, he could have completely destroyed the entire castle. The guards were whispering that, in any case, they were told that if anyone came to the Baroness, they just had to tell him about it. Such was the order of Mr. Tozier. Watching them, Oscar wondered if they really suspected him. After all, the guards could not just tell everything. Thinking that Camille would laugh at him again, Oscar raised his hand and wanted to say that if it was impossible, then nothing could be done. Remembering Arteas's similar gesture, after which a fireball was directed at them, the guards began to cover themselves with a shield and weapons and say that now she had become her Grace Duchess, Dark Ronier, and now she was the Governor-General of Chire, where she was located. They also asked not to shoot fire at them, which surprised Oscar. The guy told all this to James and Camille, who were shocked by this information. Oscar, pleased with himself, said that everything happened as he said, and Cloudine indignantly replied that anything could happen. James told the mage twins Stucky and Ricky that they would all be going to Chiri, so a teleporter had to be prepared. Thanks to magic, Valenciade and Clodain found themselves in Chiri quite quickly. They settled in a building from which they could have a good view of the castle. The men wondered why Oscar was late and assumed he might have been captured. Finally, they noticed a guy walking down the snowy street through the window and wondered if he had made it. Looking out their window, Oscar, smiling, raised his hands above himself and folded them into a circle, informing his comrades of their success. Having gone up to them, the guy reported that the Governor-General had gone to Crum and would probably return in 1 to 2 months, during which time they could wait for her in the castle in the best chambers. James was surprised at how the Baroness could become a duchess in such a short time. And even after Oscar called her old name, the Deputy Governor-General met with him. He could not understand this. Clodain wondered why Dark had gone to Kruma. Not understanding what reason she could have for doing so, Oscar said that if they went there too, then perhaps the secret would be revealed to them. Camille asked if the guy really wanted to break into Crum's castle and asked if Dark Clyde from Kratos had accidentally visited them. Even though they hid their citizenship, Oscar was going to break into a country where there was a war, which was absolutely unreasonable. The guy replied that until now, simply naming these 2 names, everything went without problems. Perhaps this could be the case in Crum as well. He asked if the Count and Marquis agreed to this. Cloudine was sure it would never work. However, they still went to Kruma, where they were informed that Dark had arrived from Chire and was the commander of the Union. Thanks to his great victory, even His Imperial Majesty himself was now incredibly pleased. Standing behind Oscar, Camille and James looked gloomy and couldn't believe that it actually worked. Now they didn't understand what they had been doing all this time. When the boys heard about the great victory of Kruma, they were shocked. Marina and Balkan met in a military tent. The girl asked what the man was talking about. Croa asked if she didn't understand that. He said that if they wanted to capture Zakrin so much, then they should have sent knightly troops from their country as reinforcements. Balkan said that although the Alliance had won a fierce battle, and with the participation of all forces, their losses were by no means small, they needed time to restore the Titans, and besides, the Titans and Titan owners were also very tired. Marina asked if these tired owners were really that busy moving the Titans to Kratos. Croa asked if there were any problems. They took all the trophies as usual. The man asked how Kruma had helped, perhaps with the knights who, at the beginning of the war, were unable to even stop the enemy reconnaissance detachment and were completely routed by it, or with the mages who, because of this, were targeted next and who were killed and buildings destroyed. During the battle, their country did not provide any support. Marina clarified that the responsibility for the failure to protect their envoys, Baron Baggio, and the mages didn't lie with Kratos. Croa asked if they were now trying to shift the responsibility from Crum onto them. He asked to speak frankly, since they were not envoys but spies, and the Salamander squad was not obliged to protect those who were watching them. Marina sighed and said that she didn't want to quarrel with the prince over some trivial trophies in a situation where they were facing such a serious enemy. She just needed to gather the remaining forces of those who had defeated the enemy Titans and capture the fortress of Zakrin. There was no better time for this than now. Balkan, placing his hand over his face, replied that he had nothing more to say. He planned to head to the center of Alan and give his soldiers enough rest and then act. The girl said that if their country decided to do this and did not support them, then she would have no choice but to report everything to Princess Kentaroa. Marina asked if Balkan had even thought about the losses their country would suffer if it came to that. Then Croa repeated the words, losses, and will not support us. Standing up abruptly from the table, he said that from the very beginning, Kruma told them that the enemy would have a maximum of 100 Titans, but they were facing 280. Croa, who was approaching the magician, believed that even for the reason that they, despite facing an army more than twice as large, had won. It was understandable how their army, sparing no effort, had helped and supported Kruma. Towering over the girl as if threatening, Balkan stated that Kruma had given them false information, mocked them, and was now talking about cooperation, which was funny. Croa asked if Marina really thought that the losses they would be left with would be greater than Kruma's if they did not leave this war immediately. Marina was silent for a while, realizing her failure. The girl said that she had behaved tactlessly and apologized. Accepting them, Balkan turned away and told her to leave. James, Rika, and Claudine were in a dark room where the magician, holding his hands over the ball, was casting a spell. The ball glowed blue, slowly forming the image of the future interlocutor. The connection was checked and now it was possible to talk. Since they learned about the war that had begun, Rika asked to tell them the exact state of affairs. He was told that they were currently being held back by a strong enemy in the direction of Tirana and Gam, so they were retreating to the fortress of Zakrin. On both sides, 140 Titans were destroyed, and about 300 knights died during the fighting. James said that, as he knew, it was planned to send the first and second squads to the front towards Gamma. All the Black Knights were also moved there, but the interlocutor said that they could not pass. He was given a positive answer, explaining that Kruma sent all the strong yellow Titans there, as many as 30 pieces. Clodin began to think about this actively, remembering Antigone. James asked if it was true that Alan's side had lost, and he was told that it was, with the commanders Marquis Giorn and Marquis Sigmus of the Caden Kingdom having died during the battle. It was a real rout, it couldn't have been worse. It was assumed that everything would improve very soon, because the one who would lead the knightly detachment of the Iron Cross and the detachment of Valencia was supposed to be the Archduke himself. The Marquis was surprised that his father was going to lead the detachment personally. 9 Caros, 26 Romero, 52 Crame, 13 Mazione, a total of 100 Titans. That's how many there were in the third largest and strongest main knightly detachment of the Corinth Iron Cross. Because Gilert Tion took 4 Crame-type Titans with him and disappeared without a trace, currently their forces have been slightly reduced and consist of 96 Titans. But even so, both before and now, the fact that they possessed enormous power has not changed at all. While in the Zakrin fortress, Carrie observed the enemy army standing ahead. He couldn't understand why the enemy didn't move at all. They had to start acting for Corinth to direct the Iron Cross towards Alan. Although Crum had won an unconditional victory, it was only one win. If the war dragged on, Crum would not gain any benefit from it, which is why the Archduke did not understand their inaction. The brown-haired man who entered informed Carrie that the Valencian knightly detachment had arrived. The Archduke asked what had happened to Rosen and was told that he was a little late. And the Archduke was also asked whether it had been necessary to resort to the help of the Valencia detachment. Carrie asked if there was any reason why he shouldn't have done it. The Archduke did not want to show such useless enemies as Crum the coat of arms with the Blue Wolf of Manova, R, which belonged to the Knightly Company, which was created for use in emergency cases and not for use as decoration. The subordinate said that this combination of the Iron Cross Knights and the Valencian Knights was too powerful to be used because of such a minor danger. The Duke replied that it could not be called minor. It was the most serious threat in the entire history of the Empire. Shocked by this statement, the speaker began to get nervous and ask what it meant. Valenciad smiled and said that of course it would have been like that if it weren't for Carrie. A cloudy night was already hanging over Alan. Minerva kicked open the door to the room where Balkan was sitting at his desk. There was a hint of discontent in every abrupt movement she made. Approaching Croa, she asked if he was Prince Darkronje. Balkan replied that this was exactly the case, and he also noted that, judging by her appearance, she was apparently Princess Kentaroa. He asked the woman to sit down and wait a bit, as he had a mountain of paperwork to sort through. Minerva, not at all satisfied with this answer, raised her hand and slammed it on the stack of documents, causing them to scatter across the room. Wrinkling her face in anger, she asked what if he said he couldn't wait. The woman stated that while they were here having casual conversations, Corinth had retreated to the fortress of Zakrin, and the Valenciad and Iron Cross units had already fully joined them. Kruma had lost the easiest way to end this war with victory. Noticing how impatient Kentaroa was, Balkan asked if she had really come here personally at such a time to declare their guilt. Minerva replied that if he had captured the fortress of Zakrin, if at least they had helped on the Gamma side, Kruma would have been able to end this war with a great victory. Calling Croa a fool, she said the prince had ruined the end of this war and asked how he would answer for the deaths of the knights who died in Gamma. Balkan replied that he had already conveyed everything to her with those magicians. Their country had already accomplished more than what they had agreed on. The man repeated once again that no matter how many knights died on the Gam side, it was none of his business because he was not responsible for it. Minerva suddenly realized what kind of person was in front of her. She noted that the prince was truly rotten to the core. Taking up her sword, Kentaroa decided to teach him a lesson. However, an unknown force did not allow her to do this. The woman's eyes widened and she was dripping with cold sweat. Gasping for air, Minerva doubled over and clutched her throat. But after a few moments, she was finally able to take a full breath again. Turning around, the commander-in-chief, who had become gloomy, saw a smiling blonde. Kentaroa was curious about who this girl was. Minerva couldn't even sense any traces of her energy. But more importantly, she saw an aura around the girl that resembled dragon's fear. Kentaroa asked who else she was. The girl replied that, apparently, she was the very person to whom Minerva came in the middle of the night. The commander could not believe that this girl was Prince Dark Ronier. Walking into the room, Dark asked what she wanted to find out, which is why she even came here in person. Kentaroa explained that she was told they would send a master, but they sent some decrepit old man, so she decided it was just a bluff. Minerva asked if that huge titan was under his control. Taking a bottle filled with alcohol and sitting down on the sofa, Dark said that first she had to answer the question asked. Ronier stated that he was the one asking the questions and she was the one answering. The woman asked why he didn't attack, since now was a very good chance. Pulling the cork out of the bottle with his teeth, Dark said that apparently that was the case. However, his goal was to return the knightly companies he was responsible for to their countries in as complete a state as possible. As long as they could kill many more enemies than the official reports indicated, they had no reason to continue to quarrel. Minerva asked what the prince had proposed then, and clarified whether he meant to say that he would simply continue to sit here and wait for the war to end. Dark replied that this was not the case. He wanted to think about further plans after he had some rest, during which time Kruma could shed her blood and achieve the desired result. Kentaroa was unhappy that she was told to attack Corinth, who had already fully established himself in the Zakran fortress. She asked if Dark even understood how difficult it was to resist the Titan while under the blows of ballistas. Ronier replied that this was their problem. After all, Minerva had only hoped from the very beginning that the alliance would at least stall for time, so the prince stalled for time as they had planned, and asked if there was anything wrong. Then the prince added that it was not the commander-in-chief's fault, and he understood her because he, too, could not take incapable allies into his alliance, let alone take care of them. He noted that, in any case, the alliance was also just a union where each of its members had their own goals, and if it was decided that someone was not helping, he could turn into an enemy. So Dark's solution was to first show Krum their abilities. He asked if it helped. Dark stated that now it was Kruma's turn to show strength. The strength of their armies was about the same, so he believed that Kruma would do well. He wanted to get a better look at what she had the right to do, from a country allied with the Kratos Empire. Minerva, who saw no possibility of pressure, was nervous. Dark asked, since they were finished, if she wanted a drink before leaving. Thinking that perhaps, on the contrary, Kratos was being tested by Kruma, the commander-in-chief headed for the exit, refusing a drink. Then Ronier told Croa to stop working and offered him a drink, and Balkan asked if the prince had really come here to find a drinking companion. For his information, this drink was too strong for the commander, so he could not drink it. Looking at Dark, Kentaroa thought that this was the return of the empire that once fought with Corinth for the title of the strongest. In the Zakran fortress, people were actively preparing for defense. There were numerous ballistas installed on the walls. Someone commanded fire, and arrows flew at the enemy army. Some projectiles damaged the giants. Some pierced their shields. Marina commanded to destroy the ballistas first. Fireballs from all the magicians flew towards the fortress. When they almost reached the wall, something started pulsating around the wall. Marina watched the resulting explosion, behind which it was impossible to see anything. Finally, the fire began to dissipate, and something bluish could be seen behind it. A few moments later, it could be seen that the wall remained intact, and a dome had been erected around the fortress. Geogri was unhappy that a magical barrier had been installed over some fortress on the outskirts. It was a masterpiece created with the sweat and blood of Gracelian. Camus was sure that it could only be broken by surpassing the magic of the Seven Circles. Meanwhile, Carrie was in Corinthia. Sitting in the castle, he looked at the map. The Archduke wondered if the Salamander Knight Squad was really going to continue to sit in Allen and do nothing. He believed that there was no time to waste. At that moment, his eldest son Rosen arrived. Since James was absent, the man decided that he was getting into a fight. Rosen also noted that he had already said that it was too much to send two masters. Carrie replied that this shouldn't bother the eldest son. He could only talk about such things after he at least reached the level of his younger brother. Rosen said that he had no desire to become a master, because even then their father would beat them equally. He suggested that the Archduke go to the fortress of Zakran, while Rosen intended to take the Iron Cross upon himself. Carrie inquired about the reason for this proposal. Rosen explained that since the enemies did not act, Corinth could no longer carry out a surprise attack. It was unknown whether they had read their plan or whether it was an accident. The Archduke himself said that the basis of the strategy was to fight in a style that the enemy did not want. It was likely that the enemies were now waiting in Moran precisely because the head of the Salamander Knightly Detachment also knew about it very well. Rosen asked what they most wanted to avoid now. The armies of Corinth and Kruma fled towards each other. The Black Knights fought heroically against the already damaged Antigones. The Krumians noticed reinforcements approaching them. They were gray and gold titans armed with axes, one of which contained Chryson. The Count told Balkan that he wanted to leave and join the attack on the fortress of Zakrin. His country had already promised Chryson a lion's pay. The Count's M-Fern detachment was currently under Balkan's command, and Croa wondered why Chryson thought he would give permission for this. The Count explained that this battle was also important for the defense of his homeland, the Moran Alliance. For the same reason he was under the command of the Balkan. Croa folded his hands in front of him and tried to decide what was the best thing to do. He then told the Count to stay alive and win. Now Chryson commanded the Emfern Knight squad of the Moran Alliance to flee to the enemy's right flank. He offered to show the Corinians the power of the 8th group of Emferns. Suddenly, a red one landed on the Chryson Titan, disabling it. Seeing their Count crushed into the ground, the Mirians froze. Camus asked if they really thought they had cornered the Corinthians, and he suggested they stop joking. Seeing a familiar Titan in the distance, the man turned to Minerva. Kentaroa replied that it was as Camus had said. In a battle of strength against strength and power against power, there was no need for clever maneuvers. She declared that she would suppress the man with her strength. Minerva possessed the legendary Titan Hell's Defender. The radiance of this giant, according to Camus, was incredible. There were only 3 such legendary Titans in this world, which were created by the elves and dwarves to counter the Golden Knight. The Marquis shouted out the name of this particular giant. He thought that it was not something worth bragging about so much, because as Minerva knew, one of them was in their Corinth. Kentaroa asked if he was really going to brag about having mastered the power of Kruma. It was the legacy of the great mage Ampharos, who was the archmage of the imperial palace of their Kruma. Unable to contain himself, Camus began to laugh loudly, and Minerva asked what was so funny. The man cleared his throat and thanked her, as he couldn't remember how long it had been since he had laughed so loudly. He replied that it was indeed the achievement of the great Kruma, but also asked since when people began to insist on the ownership of what was the dragon's legacy. The commander-in-chief did not understand what was being discussed. Camus began to ask questions about whether the woman would say that the magic created by the dragons also belonged to them, or would she insist on the right to own the spirit techniques created by the elves or the construction techniques of the dwarves. If you think about it, there was nothing wrong with them, the humans, in this. Kentaroa asked what Camus was talking about just now. Did he really want to say that the pride of Kruma, the great magician Ampharos, was not a man, but a dragon? She shouted out whether the man could take responsibility for these words. The Marquis replied that he had no intention of taking responsibility. He himself had no reason for it in the first place. Minerva asked if he really intended to undermine her fortunes with such a useless provocation. They could call Corinth a great empire, but all they could do was become proud and plot. Camus asked if she really didn't know or simply didn't want to admit it. The woman couldn't help but know about it if she was investigating the traces left behind by Ampharos. His active time lasted for at least 80 years, but his appearance did not change, and he looked as if he was a little over 60. This was not just a consequence of magic, because there were also officially confirmed records of no changes in appearance, even when he was inside the anti-magic field and met with Argon's father there. Camus said that if Minerva was going to mention the possibility that he was an elf, she should stop. An elf wouldn't create a hellish protector in order to defeat an elf-created Golden Knight. There was no need to rack your brains to explain such a completely illogical action. It often happened that the truth was much simpler than it seemed. The pride of the dragons, who have the strongest intellect, was hurt by the elves and dwarves, and so the hellish protector was created. It was much more appropriate to think so. If you think about it, the Krumian Ephrion, Kamaria, Golgoti were also created by Ampharos. The dragon was responsible for the entire defense of the country. Listening to this, Minerva demanded that the Marquis shut up. However, Camus continued to talk about how the remaining hellish protector refused to cross over to Kruma's domain, crossed over to Corinth and Tyron, and found his master on his own, which seemed funny. Kentaroa repeated again to make the man shut up. The Marquis mockingly said that Kruma was a country created as a toy for the dragon's amusement. Minerva lunged toward Camus, releasing energy. The ground beneath him rose into the air, reducing visibility. Something suddenly flashed among this dust. It was the Marquis's blade that slashed across the hellish defender's legs. The Titan fell to his knees, and the man noted that she still wavered. Camus asked what Kentaroa could cut with such a moral attitude. Lying nearby, Mfern grabbed the enemy titan's leg and said that he agreed with this. Camus noted that the Miran Alliance lion, despite its dazzling appearance and jeweled adornments, was quite resilient. Chryson replied that his homeland had given them these lions, created by the famous sculptor Ricardo Favane. The Marquis said that even if this were so, they only reached the level of attractive decoration. The Count asked if the Marquis knew what the sculptor meant by this, and Camus replied that he was not interested. Despite this answer, Chryson still explained that the inner desire of their Miran alliance, who had to live between two empires, was freedom. The Titans of the Royal Guard described the goddess of freedom in the most beautiful words, so his homeland passed her on to them, this soul of unshakable freedom. The Marquis declared that he would soon be cut to pieces, but he still continued to talk nonsense about freedom. He was ready to personally get rid of Chryson. Breathing heavily, the Count said, "For the freedom of the Miran Alliance." Puzzled by such loyalty to his country, Camus looked at the Titan. Still holding the Marquis's leg, Chryson shouted the same phrase. The Count also called on the 8th group of Mferns to shout about this. As Camus cut off the Titan's head, Chryson shouted, "For freedom!" one last time. The Count's life ended here, at the Zakran fortress. His soul was to remain in this place forever, and she would forever scream for freedom, like a shining gem. Despite death, the Titan's hand still held onto the enemy's leg. Camus compared him to a leech as another Titan approached him from behind. When the Marquis turned around, he managed to notice the danger. Camus tried to jump back to avoid the collision, and Minerva used sword explosion. The burst of energy did not have time to harm Camus, who was surprised at how quickly the hellish protector recovered. Minerva stood next to the slain Mfern in front of the 8th squad. She said that she was the commander-in-chief and captain of the night squad of the great Kruma Empire's lady, Minerva Kentaroa, and she shouted, expressing her respect to the best knight. Raising her sword, the woman shouted, "For the freedom of Miran!" The entire 8th detachment supported her. Camus was nervous, seeing how this witch used even the death of her comrade. Minerva smiled, feeling the tide change. The Black Titans decided to go on the defensive. The Antigones advanced on their opponents, who had put their shields forward and closed ranks. But it was pointless. The Titans confidently broke through the walls of the Black Knights. Lisa shouted at them not to retreat, because if they were moved, the capital of Corinthia could be in danger. Suddenly, the girl heard someone scream, which puzzled her. The sound of metal clanging as blades collided echoed throughout the area. Camus noted that Minerva, using the death of her comrade, acted as befits a witch, and Minerva thanked him for this best praise. Kentaroa said that Cranon told her about a red titanium Exion that had a pink diamond mana scent, apparently created after Carrie researched the Hellguard. Camus guessed that Cranon was the name of the Titan Minerva. He replied that Corinth could now create Hellguards in large numbers, and they were called enemy knights. In neither the level of prowess nor the functionality of the Titan, in no aspect was Minerva superior to Camus, who was eager to see what trick the woman would pull off next. Kentaroa advised the Marquis not to be mistaken, and once again said that she would suppress him by force. While making the attack, Minerva stated that she was stronger than Camus. She did have incredible speed, but in the Marquis' opinion not so much that he couldn't block the blows. Attacking the man again, Minerva told him to try and keep blocking. The Red Titan was thrown back by this blow, but remained on his feet. Cranon then launched a slashing blow, but Camus avoided it with a jump. The Marquis's Titan froze in midair, lightning bursting from his hands. Realizing that Camus was about to use the Mana Blast, Minerva darted to the side as if running away. However, this was a clever trick. The woman was heading towards the Corinian. She shouted to the Marquis to try shooting at his subordinates. Minerva destroyed the enemy Titans that tried to restrain her. Lisa was unhappy that the hellish protector was starting to thin their ranks. She couldn't understand what Camus was doing at all. As he landed, Camus was outraged by Kentaroa's meanness. While doing a somersault towards the Red Titan, Minerva said that the Corinians couldn't even copy Cranon properly. Then Kentaroa made a slashing attack. She also said that the enemy knight should have been called a complete failure, not a mass-produced Hell's Defender. Cranon's blow caused the Red Titan's blades to break. Antigone struck the Black Knight with all her might, incapacitating him. Ruin told Terran not to get so excited, and Smear replied that it was a bit of a difficult order. The man stated that they had witnessed a noble knight's death, and he would like to briefly immerse himself in this feeling, which he had not felt for a very, very long time. Ruin replied that he would not stop Terran. Among the enemies, he suddenly noticed Lisa and asked Smear not to interfere with him. Ruin rushed at the Black Knights, pushing off one of them to jump. Its flight was directed towards the Red Titan. The Duke asked if Lisa Claudine would run away from him this time. Agreeing to accept his challenge, the woman told Ruin to advance. The Red Titan was able to block the first blow. The released energy created a large pit between them, causing them to pull away from each other. The enemy knight and Antigone closed the distance between them again, followed by quick strikes and parries. Neither Lisa nor Ruin wanted to give in, realizing that only death would follow. The Duke noted that the woman looked tired, and it was time for her to admit her defeat. The fact that the Corinthians had not brought out all the masters was their most unfavorable move. Claudine asked if he was talking about her son. As a mother, she could not allow this. The Duke pointed out that this disqualified her from being a knight and that she had no right to be at war. And Lisa said that she knew this very well too. When she asked the commander-in-chief to remove her son from the war, she had already cast aside her knightly nobility. Ruin lunged and Claudine pushed herself off the ground, saying she didn't want to start a bigger war. She no longer wanted to see the crying of parents who had lost their children in the war, and she recreated this empire precisely because of her desire to turn it into a place free from such experiences. Lisa said that she had no intention of starting a simple fight with a warning about war. At that moment, a sword pierced her from behind. The woman coughed up blood as the blade was roughly pulled from the titanium. The maimed giant fell to the ground, raising dust. Ruin was unhappy that Terran had intervened in this fight despite his request, and Smear, apologizing, explained that this was their knightly nobility. Losing her last strength, Lisa said that she had admired this nobility all her life. However, the woman chose to be a mother, and it was not lenient. Suddenly, a bright beam of light descended onto the battlefield, lifting the earth upward. Camus, Minerva, Rouen, and Terran were stunned by this unexpectedness. In front of them stood another Titan, with the remnants of mana hovering around it. Before closing her eyes for the last time, Lisa said she was leaving it to Carrie. A woman died with a smile on her face. James, Camille, and the others walked through the forest thicket. Suddenly, Claudine noticed a white particle falling down. The Count held out his gloved hand, and the fluff fell onto the man's palm. A surprised Camille stopped, and looking at the sky said that it had started snowing. And James, thinking that his comrade had overindulged in something, replied that now was not the time to relax. When Claudine looked at his hand again, he didn't find the snowflake, which puzzled him. Valenciade said that they would go first, and the Count had to catch up with the boys. Earlier, Lisa came to Carrie with one request. She wanted the Archduke to remove Camille from the war, and she asked for this not as a knight but as a mother. Valenciade stated that Claudine had become a master, which made her body younger, but it seemed that along with that, she now had the mind of a child. Her son was 43 years old, and she herself was 88 years old, so Carrie believed that it was already too late to call herself a mother protecting her son. Lisa replied that his words were too ruthless, and it had been that way since childhood. He still didn't care about other people's personal reasons. Carrie stated that it was she who dragged him and Camus somewhere because she wanted to see the dragon, so it was not her place to say this. Clutching her head and exhaling, the woman said that he always had an answer for everything. She didn't want to say it, but still decided to do it. Lisa declared that she would keep the fact that the Archduke loved her unrequitedly a secret. The indignant man asked what kind of nonsense she was talking about. She had become not just a child, but had fallen into senile dementia. Lisa noted that he was no longer blushing as much as before, but he could have wiped away the cold sweat first. Claudine agreed that since they were both in their 90s, there was no point in being embarrassed. But judging by the look on Carrie's face, she had succeeded. As Lisa left the room, she said that she had been counting on Valenciade in any case, and was ready to take the secret to her grave. Carrie tried to stop the woman, but it didn't work. After this conversation, he was upset. Even if Lisa hadn't said anything about it, her son would already be somewhere else. It was snowing on the battlefield near the Zacran fortress. Next to Antigonus was a Titan similar to the Infernal Defender. Carrie glanced at Lisa's Titan, which lay at his feet with a through wound. Seeing this, the man was beside himself with rage. After exchanging glances with Rouen, a worried Terran told him to be careful, and the next moment he was cut down by the Archduke. Wanting to avenge the death of his comrade, the Duke attempted to attack the enemy. Minerva begged him not to do this and advised him to avoid it. But it was too late. The blade fell apart, and Antigone's chest was pierced by the sword. Ruin's breath caught in his throat and his eyes widened as Minerva screamed his name in the background. Sharply raising the blade, pulling it out of the titanium, the Archduke finally destroyed the enemy, taking away the last bits of life from Rouen. Watching this, Kentaroa headed towards Carrie. Approaching the Red Titan, Valencia asked Lisa to stand up. After delivering a slash, Minerva sent a stream of mana at him. At this point, Carrie was saying that Claudine still loved to joke. Since ancient times, she has been wreaking havoc in people's hearts and leaving them. The energy wave was already too close. In a matter of seconds, she reached her goal. Catching her breath, Minerva looked ahead, trying to understand the outcome of the battle. The bright light went out, and it became clear that Carrie had managed to repel the attack. The brave Emferns rushed at the enemy. They continued to shout, "For the freedom of the Miran Alliance!" Meanwhile, Valenciad was gathering mana in his sword. The angry man called them all scum. The Archduke swung his sword, and a powerful wave was directed at the Titans, but the Mirians still continued to run forward. After creating a few more streams, Valenciad told them to keep going as hard as they could. All the Emferns were scattered into pieces. Only Minerva remained. She tried her best to maintain her energy shield and stand firm, so the woman had to deal with several streams at once. Luckily, Kentaroa managed to survive. Only the Titan's tail and arms were damaged. Moving forward, Carrie said it wasn't enough. The Antigones rushed to him in an attempt to protect the commander-in-chief. However, a few precise and quick blows took them out. But this was still not enough for Valenciad. He continued to be surrounded by opponents who were too weak. Minerva would also hardly be able to compare to Carrie. Tears streamed down the man's cheeks. All these murders were absurdly insufficient to pay for Lisa's life. On the continent where Dark teleported, there was a balance between the three largest empires, Corinth, Kruma, and Argon. The Argon Empire was the only country that worshipped Shakart, and where the religion of Kronos was recognized at the state level, 4 popes reigned in 4 capitals, and an archbishop ruled over them. At one time, it was the strongest country on the continent, but due to a brutal internal war started for the sake of founding the religion of Kronos, there was a change of power, and it gave way to the strongest Corinth. Corinth was originally in competition with Kratos, but thanks to the war that took place 40 years ago, it was now considered the strongest country on the continent. This war became the starting point for determining the level of power on the continent. They had 23 alliances and other countries under their command, and around 300 titans provided to them. But of course, Corinth had even more of its own, around 500 titans. In Corinthe, there were 4 heroes who could be said to have refounded the empire. These were Carrie Valenciad, Camus Rochester, Lisa Clodin, and Gracilian Codas. Lisa said she wanted to see the Blue Dragon in person, so she forcibly took Carrie and Camus with her, which marked the beginning of the revival of the Corinth Empire. Thanks to this expedition, Carrie rose to the level of master, and Cadrian, who was in human form, joined their group, began to enjoy time under the name of Gracilian Codas, and became responsible for almost all of Corinth's magical power. Thanks to the efforts of these people, especially the titans created by Gracilian and the equipment for transmitting information, Corinth was able to win the war with Kratos with a colossal advantage. Corinth took over the vast plain of Kronos, after which Lisa and Camus also became masters and spent 40 years building up an even greater lead in strength. Lisa's son Camille and Carrie's son James also rose to the level of masters, and this empire became a special country with 5 master-level people, especially Carrie. He was able to rise to an unheard-of level that no one could rise to before, and became a grandmaster. But the information itself was kept secret due to concerns about the desire to contain him by the imperial family and aristocrats. Corinth had titans, such as the Black Knights of the Imperial Guard, which played a major role in the aggressive fight against Kratos, and a key role in leading to victory. Despite their heavy weight, due to their high power, these titans had great mobility and ability to act. The enemy knight, designed for duels, was created by Kiri after researching the Hellguard. Most of the main Manova titans were created using the Exions of the Kratos titans. The Keros were made from their Migils. There were 10 improved Manova Pi titans belonging to the Chieri Principality of Valencia. The miners were the main forces, but eventually moved to the second line. The Kruma Empire could boast of being second in strength after Corinth. Her only masters were Minerva Kentaroa and Jikrit Ruin. Compared to Corinth, she also had a fair number of knights and titans. This empire was created by the great magician Amphiros and adhered to a policy of coexistence with the elves, which is why it had developed magic and spirit spells. James and Camille became the young masters of Corinth and widened the power gap, making Minerva the key player and leading her to a stalemate where she could not reverse the situation. The military elite destroyed and absorbed the Lonbar Empire and planned a war with Corinth, and the magical elite from Green Lake used the forbidden magic of summoning a meteorite to destroy Corinth. thereby starting the first stage of the War of the Empires. According to the Green Lizard's plan and the mobilization of the self-created Titans, Antigonus obtained the corpse of a green dragon, prepared military expenses, and ordered Romeo from Alcasus. On the other hand, naturally, after the robbery of the dragon's lair, the costs of creating Titans were recouped. Then Crumb made an enemy for herself in Dark. They entered into an alliance with Kratos, to which Dark belonged, and tried to preserve all their troops, but rather, on the contrary, they found themselves being tested by Darkoi for the right to be in the alliance. They had Titans like Antigone, which were created to defeat the Black Knights. They were based on heavy equipment. They were superior to the Black Knights in their weapons. Even against the enemy knights, they showed themselves on the good side and made Corinth worry. They played a key role in the Green Lizard plan. The Kamari were the main Titans of Kruma, superior to the mines in strength. After the destruction of Lonbar, all captured Titans were used to create them. There were also 8 guard Ephrians. Their efficiency was lower than that of the Black Knights, and the price was high, so production was stopped. The Golgoti created by Amphiros had a power of 1. After the war with Lonbar, there were 184 units left. The Kratos Empire had once competed with Corinth for the title of the strongest empire, but it had lost the war against the 4 heroes of Corinth and had lost the territories of Kronos, though it was now enclosed within the mountains, and was now trying to regain its former glory. Currently, Dark Rainier and Rubinsky Kroa were the masters of this empire. They moved forward from their territories to capture Spacia and Chire. Dark acted as their ally and helped Crumb, and the old troops of Crumb created a knightly squad of salamanders. They had the Caproxius, which were their main forces, and during the Imperial era they were widely recognized for their first and third power and outstanding effectiveness. Caproxia II, or rather the Theseus of one man, was created from the Titans captured during the war with Spacey, had exactly the same abilities as Caproxia, but in order to avoid observation, Corinta looked much rougher and was undergoing its first test run, acting as an ally of Kruma. The standard power Miguel was used during the Imperial era was highly effective compared to the Romero and was still used for its intended purpose, but production was discontinued. The Puccini were given back as an act of goodwill after almost all the Titans were taken away by Corinth. The Puccini were low-level Titans with a power of 0 and 7. Despite the interference in their production, the people were grateful to them for destroying the monsters that lived in the mountains. The Azure Knight was created as a result of Amphiros' idea to create Exians using the dragon's heart. It was the strongest Titan with an unprecedented power of 3 and 0. But in its Exian, the dragon's heart, there was still a dragon's ego, which is why there was a critical weakness, which was the ability to disobey Honor's orders. Currently, only Dark was able to control it. The Miran alliance consisted of countries such as Tauren, Gam, Jaren, Alan, and Smee. These countries declared the creation of an alliance for the sake of survival. They were located between Corinth and Kruma. These empires left the territories of the alliance as a safety net, and with their help preserved their strength. The alliance had to observe the reaction of the two sides and conduct an appropriate policy in foreign trade, with the help of which they became the best trading countries of the continent, highlighting the most important trade in rare goods, maintained agricultural trade relations with Argon. Because they were walking a tightrope between the two empires, the former were always in a tense state, so their passionate desire for freedom became a way of raising knights. The luxurious appearance of the guard titans and lions was also inspired by the goddess of liberty. Once the war between Kruma and Corinth was confirmed, their neutrality proved impossible to maintain, and they eventually decided to join hands with Kruma, who had made them a more advantageous offer because of the special location, which seemed to soften all the blows. All these countries found themselves in the very center of military action. They had lion titans, which were known for their incredible external beauty, created by Ricardo Favane, the main tiger titans of the new generation, due to their high power compared to the costs, continued to be produced to this day. Alcasas was a magical kingdom located on the western side of the continent, using incredibly powerful and advanced magic in everyday life, which is why mages gathered there, dreaming of the return of the old magical era. Their bestseller was the Romero, created with standard power, and in the war there were also frequent cases of battles between identical Romeros. The artificial life Titan, originated from golems, did not meet the requirements of dwarven technology and elven magic, but gave people self-confidence. It was enough to offend the pride of the dwarves and elves. As a result, the dwarves and elves united, something that had never happened before in history, and created a titan with a power of 2 and 1 golden knight. This titan broke the power wall of 2 points for the first time. After this, everyone began to try to surpass the golden knight. But no one succeeded, which is why the dragon Ampharos, excited by what was happening, made a hellish defender with a power of 2 and 2. Once again, Gracelian, who had studied the Infernal Guardian, created an enemy titan with a power of 2 and 3. Around the same time, with the help of research found in the dungeon of Ampharos, the Kratos mages succeeded in creating an Azure Knight with a power of 3 and 0, although they received the influence of a dragon. In the end, it was recorded as a victory of human wisdom, so it could be said that everything went as it was typical for people. Minerva was informed that the Mirren Alliance's Lion Guard Knight Squad, as well as the Emfern Squad, had been completely destroyed. Count Zack Chryson had died, and the 2nd Redia Guard Squad had been exterminated. Duke Zakrit Ruin was dead. The 2nd Guards detachment of Antigonus lost 7 units. Marquis Terran Smear was dead. The Knightly detachment of Gibraltar lost 20 Camaria and 60 Golgoti. The commander-in-chief asked to stop talking about this. All this happened because of the support of just one person, Kiri. The gray-haired man said that they still had to admit it. Minerva asked what he was talking about. The old man explained that the Archduke killed Rouen with just one attack. It was as if the difference in strength was like that of a master and a grandmaster. Cranon's tail and arms also flew away, even though they had exactly the same hellish protectors. Minerva really had no choice but to admit it. Valenciad was on a level that only existed in legends. In such a situation, even if the Crumians brought their squad to Elfrin, it would make no sense. They would suffer the same fate as the knights who sacrificed themselves to save her. The old man asked the woman not to blame herself too much. It was all because they had to retreat. They could have returned to their country, used the attack circle with the Titans and continued to resist with magic. Then perhaps they could have held out until the meteorite landed. However, if Kruma had retreated, she would have lost, and the Miran alliance would have definitely fallen into the hands of Corinth. Even before the meteorite landed, they would have been surrounded by their turned-away allies and even the Miran alliance itself. Minerva suddenly had an idea and repeated the word alliance. The man wanted to express his thoughts on what might have happened if they had been able to resist Carrie. But the commander-in-chief abruptly stood up from the table, interrupting him. The old man looked at the enthusiastic woman with puzzlement. Minerva found herself back in Allen, where she reported everything to Dark. Dark concluded that Kruma had lost, meaning they had failed the test. Kentaroa replied that she had indeed failed to submit the properly completed examination form. Minerva looked surprisingly calm. A pleased Ronier asked if the Salamander squad could really return. He didn't think there was any point in continuing to escalate the fight. Kentaroa asked what if the questions had changed during the exam, and the prince asked what that meant. The woman stated that she wanted to know the pattern. Dark demanded that Minerva stop talking nonsense. He didn't like the fact that the commander-in-chief asked him to clean up after them, and Kentaroa decided to say directly that the changed exam question was Kiri. She explained that Valenciad was the commander-in-chief of Corinth, who had definitely surpassed the level of a master since he killed Rouen with just one blow. Ronier remembered this man with whom he had fought. Kentaroa was confident that Carrie had risen to the level of Grandmaster and asked if Dark could solve this problem. He recalled Rubinsky's words, the one who was on the level directly above the Master was the Grandmaster. In such a situation, one had to admit that Carrie was indeed the Grandmaster. Krataus's greatest enemy was Corinth's devil, Carrie Valenciad. Recalling this conversation, Ronier grinned. Seeing such a strange reaction, Minerva wondered if the prince was not going to act after such a provocation, or if he was simply smirking because he could not believe it. Kentaroa said that if they simply returned to Krataus, then Kruma would have no choice but to retreat, which meant that Krataus would forever lose the chance to retake the Cronus Plain. Dark replied that this would not do. The Emperor would not be very happy with such news. The woman was surprised that Ronier said Emperor and not His Majesty, and wondered if the prince was really from the imperial family, but even if so, Dark could not call the Emperor by that name. The commander-in-chief was sure that Ronier had a lot of secrets. She asked what the prince would do. Dark replied that they needed to check something first. Although they had achieved more than the Crumians had asked for, due to their lack of ability, it turned out that the Salamander squad might not have been able to receive their payment, and now Ronier would be solving their problems, so they would like to receive a separate reward for this. Minerva asked what he wanted, and the prince replied that he needed the territories of Sve, which the woman called Madness. Dark was going to take lands equal to 1/5 of Corinth. It was unknown whether Krataus, with its population and economic potential, would even be able to properly use the territories of Kronos. Ronja replied that this was not something they should be concerned about, and asked if in the current situation they shouldn't be worried about how much land they could even protect. The nervous woman grinned, not wanting to agree to this. The prince asked if she had put her thoughts in order. Folding her hands in front of her in displeasure, Kentaroa told him to do as he wanted, and then Dark turned to Balkan. Kroa quickly rose from the table and placed a certain document in front of Minerva. The woman was surprised, and Balkan said that everyone had to sign. Since everything was already prepared, Kentaroa asked if the salamanders already knew that everything would turn out like this. Dark replied that he, of course, knew nothing, and explained that Balkan had come up with all of this. Kroa had previously told Dark that the next time Minerva returned, they would look down on her. The woman grinned and noted that there was an old fox in Crowdow. Balkan thanked the woman who was nervously signing the document for the best praise. Kentaroa wondered why Carrie had suddenly stopped the fight, even though it had given them a chance. In the sky, 2 full moons crowded among the stars, and on the snowy ground lay a coffin engraved with the Corinth coat of arms and the name Lisa Claudine. Someone placed glasses on this coffin and filled them with wine. 3 glasses clinked against each other, ringing loudly throughout the area. Silent, Carrie and Camus drank the ruby liquid. As Valencia poured his 3rd glass, he finally spoke, turning to Lisa and noting that this was the kind of alcohol she liked. Camus and Carrie recalled that on the day when Lisa dragged them along, 2 moons were also rising. The same happened on the day of the meeting with Gracelyn. On the same day, Lisa announced her wedding with Zach. While the men were competing with each other, this Zach picked her up. How stunned Camus was then. They underestimated this guy because he was a wandering poet. No one could have thought that this masculine girl would fall in love with such a man after one song. Zach was wary of Carrie and Camus until the very end. He wasn't even an adept himself, so he aged alone. Not that Camus didn't understand him. Valenciad called the man a fool, wondering if he really didn't know Lisa at all. Then the Archduke realized that he had said something funny, because it was most likely they who did not know Lisa. Camus admitted that he still could not fully comprehend that Gracelyn was not with them. Then he poured out the rest of his wine. Rochester asked the question, because Codus could not really have died. Chieri repeated himself. It was impossible that the man who was called the king of intellectual battles Karsta could be killed. Camus agreed with this. Rather, it was better the other way around, to worry about how angry he would be after his return. This calm guy could break into Kruma alone. Camus asked if Lisa would not be happy if Minerva's head was placed on her grave, and Valenciad suggested that she might jump out of the coffin, saying that it was disgusting. Rochester said that she would be reborn as the strongest immortal monster, and the men giggled. But then they sighed, giving in to sadness again. Tomorrow was supposed to be a momentous day for both Dark and Chieri. Valenciad was going to finish everything, and Ronier wanted to return everything to the Allies. A magic circle formed in the middle of the meadow. Then, accompanied by a blue light, a crowd of people appeared. The old soldier greeted the arriving squad of salamanders. He also said that the leader of the squad could have followed him. Balkan, Dark, and Artius stepped forward, which confused the old man. Kroa explained that they were his advisors, and the soldier replied that he would see all 3 of them off. Having led the trio to a green tent, the old man asked them to wait inside. Ronier thought that Minerva herself would come out to meet them, and now he asked if she was still holding on, and Balkan answered that, on the contrary, Kentaroa was doing this because she was incredibly busy. Arteas asked when he and his son would go out for some fun and suggested that Dark play snowballs outside, while Ronier asked why they had to do that on the battlefield and added that his father should simply be content with the fact that the prince was nearby. Sobbing, Arteas concluded that his son's feelings for his father had cooled. He didn't understand where his affectionate little one, who had hugged him so warmly from behind, had gone. And a disgruntled Dark shouted at Arteas to be quieter, while Balkan felt awkward hearing such a conversation between the Grandmaster and the highest-level dragon. Finally, Minerva entered the tent, apologizing for not being able to go out to meet her allies. She admitted that she had been unable to collect her thoughts due to the attacks on reconnaissance teams that began early in the morning. Noticing Arteas, who had laid his head on the table and covered his face with his hands, the woman asked who it was. Dark, flushed with embarrassment, told them to ignore him and explained that it was just their mage. And Kentaroa thought about how strange they were and suggested that the stranger could be Dark's father. Balkan inquired about the progress of the military operations. Minerva replied that, as expected, the Corinthians had fully regained their confidence during yesterday's battle. so there was a strong possibility that today's battle would be face-to-face. In her opinion, all sorts of small plans were not so important. After all, the main thing was the fact that Dark had to stop Carrie. Ronier replied that it sounded as if only by stopping him they could win, as the prince knew the damage sustained yesterday was very great. Kentaroa said that these were Kruma's problems, and she would be glad if the prince concentrated on his role. Dark had only one question left. Why was the commander-in-chief so confident that he could stop Carrie? This took the woman by surprise, and she was silent for a few moments. Minerva then began to explain, although she could not tell the location of the lair, but they had a top-level green dragon, Galencia, living in Krum. Hearing this, Artias finally raised his head. 20 years ago, dozens of ogros, which the Krumians thought were extinct, suddenly appeared and attacked them. The guard knight squads along with the Kentaroa came to the rescue, because they were the best opponents for gaining experience without waging war. Balkan explained that these were very large monsters, adults of which reached 7 meters in height. They could only be caught by 3 adepts, but it was believed that after the appearance of the Titans they disappeared. Ronier remembered the first monster he had fought in this world and assumed that it was the so-called ogre. Minerva continued. It was obviously very difficult to face these monsters without Titans. But the bigger problem was that, as luck would have it, the place they were talking about was close to Galencia's lair, but they didn't know about its existence back then. Dark replied that he understood that and assumed that the guy named Galencia had gone out and started doing whatever he wanted. However, Kentaroa said that the dragon did nothing. This turn of events surprised Ronier. The woman clarified that Galencia was simply watching them, but even from this, the ogres shook with horror and died. The adepts could not even think about victory and only fell heavily to the ground one after another. People lost consciousness with foam coming from the mouth. Artias concluded that it was a dragon terror. Minerva assumed that he knew about it as a magician. The woman explained that this was the first dragon horror that she experienced on herself. Dark asked if Kentaroa had spoken of something like the energy that wild animals released when they saw an enemy. The commander-in-chief replied that the dragons had something similar too, although the level was very different. Minerva was sure that Ronier could stop Carrie because during her first meeting with Dark, she again felt that feeling for the first time in 20 years, which was similar to dragon terror. Artias thought that his son was the best, and the prince said that the commander-in-chief spoke of a thirst for murder. The woman had never heard of such a thing, and Ronier explained that it was clearer if he called it oro murder. Minerva replied that this was something she could often experience on the battlefield, but she could do it herself. However, Dark was on a different level, the horror she experienced because of the dragon. Because of it, she decided that Dark was close to the level of a grandmaster. The prince replied that this was a very logical definition. Perhaps his lust for murder combined with the dragon's heart and became a dragon's terror, which was quite good. The next battle was to take place on the Jackson Plain. Corinth's troops had already gathered there and Kruma's army was approaching. The hellish defenders of Carrie said that it was not serious and asked if the two of them would really end this war. Valen Siad gave a positive answer, pointing to the fact that there was no one in Krum who could become his opponent. They were absolutely nothing. However, the Titan clarified that he was talking about Corinth. If Carrie was capable of handling everything on his own, then this country would already be his, and it would be better for him to take the imperial throne himself. Valenciad explained that this was why he tried his best not to show his strength, because he was not alone. He and his comrades had rebuilt this country, and this was the reason for his love for his homeland. The hellish defender still didn't understand this because Valenciad was held back by the emperor and the aristocrats. Carrie explained that his existence was actually a threat to them, and he was only devoted to his role as a knight. Titan told Valenciad to do as he wished. The hellish defender even found it funny how he meddled in human affairs. And the Archduke replied that if Crotea worried about such matters, he would only get a headache. Finally, Valencia noticed his opponents on the horizon. In the very middle, between the two columns, was Andromeda. The Titan lifted his shield and then threw it to the ground. Chieri suggested that his specialty was his use of two-handed swords, and Crotea admitted that he had never seen anything so incredible before. The hellish defender asked the owner to be careful, as the enemy's power was at least 3 units. Valenciad was alarmed, because Griselian had definitely said that the limit of the Titan's power was 2 and 5. Andromeda raised her sword, red mana playing around it. The Hellguard also showed his readiness for battle by raising his sword, which was gathering blue mana. Carrie said that once their swords touched, everything would be known more precisely. The two Titans stood and incinerated each other with their eyes. Finally, Andromeda was the first to attack, performing a slashing blow, sending an energy wave towards the enemy. Valenciad was surprised to see such a quantity of mana and attempted to defend himself. With a swing of his sword, Carrie still managed to break the wave flying towards him. However, right behind her, the approaching Azure Knight was hiding. He was still in the air after the jump when the two blades touched. The metal rang pitifully, and the mana of the two strongest warriors scattered around the area. Dark said he wanted to meet Carrie. For the first time, Valenciad had a warrior of the same level as himself in front of him. Carrie assumed that Dark was the man who single-handedly finished the fight in Allen. Ronier confirmed this and noted that the Archduke was different from those empty-headed people. He asked if Valenciad could amuse him. Carrie recalled a conversation with Rosen, who asked what the Krumians most wanted to avoid. The Salamander Knight Squad wanted to reach the place they were defending, and Kruma, in the direction of the Zakrin fortress, probably wanted to stop the enemies from coming. If the Iron Cross headed for the fortress, the plan would be to capture the empty Corinthia. Then Valenciad asked if this was really why his son had told him to go to the rescue alone, while Rosen himself was at that time planning to protect Corinthia from the Iron Cross. That is, to create a situation that the enemy did not want. The eldest son replied that this was indeed the case. There should not have been a balance of power on the battlefield where his father was. Now it could be said that this time Rosen was wrong. Carrie said that because Dark ruined the battle at Allen, Lisa was depressed during the battle near Zakrin Fortress. As if mockingly, Ronier asked which Lisa they were talking about, which angered the Archduke. Valenciad began to actively gather mana in his sword. The Archduke told the prince to find out this name and fall into hell. The Hellish Guardian then launched a sword blast that should have at least slightly damaged the enemy. However, Andromeda suddenly disappeared and appeared from above. Then Carrie began to gather mana into the sword again. Minerva became nervous, realizing that the Archduke was about to use a mana blast with enormous power. Valenciad swung his blade and released incredible energy. Carrie began to spin the sword, holding this energy around himself. The Archduke used the Grand Cross technique, and the crossed energies moved towards the prince. Dark was surprised that Valenciad maintained the energy thrown out by the sword in the air. It felt like a long time of training. Ronier also decided to answer with all sincerity. The cross wave was approaching, but the prince did not try to block it or dodge it. Instead, he extended his sword to meet it. A bright light, like the shining of a star, illuminated the battlefield. The Great Cross quickly disintegrated, showing that Dark was fine. Ronier's next move made Carrie wary. Dark's sword swung down and sank into the ground in front of the Archduke's feet. Valenciad saw cracks begin to appear on the surface, the earth itself opening up. The cracks spread further and further, and heat emanated from them, causing the snow to reveal the black earth again. Realizing the danger of what was happening, Minerva and Camus commanded their troops to retreat. A huge force began to burst out from underground. The Titans, who had not managed to move away enough, were knocked down by the shockwave. Lisa and Camus tried hard to withstand the weight of this power. Looking at Valenciad, they were amazed at his fortitude. Everyone was sure that a person was not capable of such a thing, but the Archduke turned out to be an exception. He was alive and fully functional, even though he was at the very center of the explosion. Ronier was also amazed that Carrie was able to withstand his attack. When the ground was just beginning to slip out from under his feet, the Archduke already knew what to do. The man decided to use his tail to protect himself. Dark was amazed that Valenciad had the idea to turn his tail around from the front side, causing the shockwave to spread out. Carrie really had something to teach him. The Archduke was also impressed by the prince's decision to push the mana concentrated at the tip of the sword into the ground, thereby increasing the striking power immensely. Valenciad had already seen one guy using a similar technique. Ronier asked who it was, and Carrie, not understanding whether this girl was too well-mannered or impudent, decided to name this person. He was the third holder of the same hellish protector as Valenciad, the ruler of the Western continent, the unarmed knight of Tyrene, Elvin Catharis. Ronier wondered if this man, like him, preferred hand-to-hand combat. The Archduke said that he once fought with Alvin in his youth. He gathered mana in his fists, concentrated it, and struck, causing a shockwave. Dark was surprised. His senior comrade from Blood Magic had the same style. He asked if Kataris was a grandmaster like Carrie. Valenciad replied that Elvin had been a master back then, but the Archduke was not so sure now, although he believed it was only a matter of time. Smiling, Ronier said that after Corel he also met with Carrie, but it turned out that someone else was waiting for him. The Archduke was disappointed that the princess had also gone mad from the battles. Of course she was free to rejoice, but Valenciad had no intention of ever allowing Dark to meet Kataris, and was going to kill Ronier on this spot. Dark's lips stretched into a smile again. after which he climbed out of the Titan. The prince jumped to the ground, leaving Carrie puzzled. The Archduke asked what Ronier was doing. Was he really going to surrender? The prince replied that this, of course, was not so. Pointing his thumb at his Titan, Dark explained that Andromeda saw a huge difference in power between himself and the Hellguard. Carrie asked if the prince really wanted an equal fight, and Ronier replied that he was simply irritated by the one who boasted that he was more powerful than the legendary Titan. The alarmed Azure Knight asked Dark to fight while sitting in him, but the prince began to cover his ears, saying that he did not hear anything. Ronier pointed to Valenciad, suggesting that he come down and fight without toys. The Archduke was outraged by the prince's insolence. 100 years ago, when the Knight of Cromwell Van Alexia, appeared with the Infernal Protector, the entire world was plunged into fear. Titan had a power of 2 and 2. Considering the fact that at that time the highest power was 1 and 2, this was a truly incredible figure. This was only possible for the Golden Knight 2 and 0, created by the dwarves and elves, which was a wall for the rest. In order to overcome this wall, all countries released their agents to search for a capable master. And Pheros was the palace mage of Kruma, and the only one in history to be called an archmage. The 3 hellish guardians he had created were announced, and all countries began to drown in their own horror. However, it became known that the other 2 had left on their own to search for their masters. Their right to choose, a right not possessed by any Titan in existence to date, gave people an incredibly strong sense of hope. The mages, who had been hoping for nothing more than a repeat of the Age of Mages, from that moment on made it their life's goal to create a Titan superior to the Hellish Guardian, which is why they began to call it the Legendary Titan. Crotea confirmed that he and the Azure Knight were too different in characteristics. The Hellguard and Carrie could only have achieved victory if the Archer Zog's abilities had been vastly superior to Dark's. Therefore, Crotea believed that the only way for Valencia to win was to fight without the Titans. The Archduke was displeased that the Hellish Defender spoke like a weakling, despite being a legendary Titan. Despite this, Crotea still insisted that his pilot come out. Forced to agree with the Titan, Carrie climbed out of the Hellguard. After Valenciad was on the ground, Crotea disappeared. Since the Azure Knight's enemy was no longer there, Dark ordered Andromeda to move to another dimension. Finally seeing each other in the flesh, the Archduke and the Prince introduced themselves. Wielding his sword without hands, Ronier said that he would be the one to greet Valenciad. The blade spun and twirled, heading towards the indifferent Archduke. With one light movement of his hand, Carrie threw away the sword. Valenciad noted that Ronier had a very hasty character. As Dark retrieved his sword, he thought the Archduke had used a defense boost. Looking at the sword, the prince noticed a crack on the blade. Now he realized the seriousness of the battle. Valenciad expressed his disappointment, believing that Ronier relied on a precious, unique sword made from a dragon. He said that if you knew how to use mana, then the material of the sword shouldn't matter at all. After all, mana, tempered to the limit, was stronger than absolutely any material. Dark saw a bewitching blue flame of aura around Carrie. The Archduke had a perfect spiritual sword, which the prince could not find fault with. Since this person could use it even without enlightening his entire body, the Grandmaster was still a serious opponent for Ronier. They were surrounded by fog and exchanged stern glances. Carrie attacked first, landing a low blow that Dark avoided with a jump. Valenciad continued to perform various sword attacks, and the prince successfully blocked them. It all seemed so fast that it was difficult to follow all the movements of the fighters. Ronier used the variable sword destruction technique, causing a shockwave to fly towards the Archduke. Taking advantage of the moment, Carrie extended his sword and launched a long-range attack. The prince was surprised that Valenciad used the arrow technique from the same technique. Avoiding damage, Dark erected a shield in front of himself. The arrow had not wounded him, but now the enemy's blade was approaching. Carrie swung his sword and destroyed the prince's defense. It was like the first chapter of the second section, Wind. In that case, Ronier decided to use Restriction on Valenciad. Calling this action sloppy, the Archduke decided to get rid of it. He exploded the energy and threw away the Restriction. This was the technique Destruction. Carrie, going on the offensive, directed a power stream at Dark. The prince dodged, but Patak turned around and flew at Ronier again. It turned out that this attack was also intertwined with a knockdown force. Forcing the stream to split in two, Dark used Defense Enhancement. Thus, the energy flew past both the prince and the Archduke, without touching either of them. It was the first time Carrie had seen a person like Ronier. He didn't expect that the princess would be able to block something like that. Dark also experienced something similar for the first time in a long time. The prince assumed that they were similar, which meant that the highest point they wanted to reach was the same for them. The Archduke did not understand what Ronier was talking about, and he eventually declared that he recognized Valenciade. Carrie was the most worthy opponent Dark had ever faced, but the Archduke didn't care. Valenciade's sword and Ronier's narrow, cracked blade touched. Runes appeared on the metal and spontaneously activated. Carrie felt uneasy, and Dark felt dissatisfied because it happened at the wrong time. The expanding fire sphere soon burst, creating a powerful explosion. At that moment, Ronier vehemently cursed Arteus and this fire. Camus and Minerva didn't understand what had happened at all. They assumed it was magic. The magicians argued whether it was hellfire, although a person could not use it, or whether it could be a sword in which this hellfire was sealed, which also seemed absurd. Marina had heard that there was a swordsman in the Salamander Night Squad, but she didn't think it would be the princess. Remembering something, Gyogre began to think actively. To confirm her thoughts, she activated her magical gaze. Among the raging flames, Marina noticed a suspicious ball. She gasped, not believing her own eyes. Princess Dark Renier was the same Dark who took part in the campaign against the dragon and was supposed to die, but mysteriously turned out to be alive and was right now in the water sphere. Ronier realized that he was indebted to Naiad, who had saved him. Destroying the shield, the prince sank to the ground. Seeing Carrie burning, Dark rushed to extinguish it with water magic. The water whirlwind raged in an attempt to get rid of the flames. The fire soon dissipated and was replaced by either smoke or steam. The prince knelt down and placed his hand on Valenciade's stomach to check his condition. Apparently, the Archduke used defensive stamina, but the explosion was too powerful for it to help him survive. Although Carrie's pulse had weakened, the flow of energy remained the same, and his life was not in danger. Suddenly, someone landed not far from them. Alarmed, Camus and Minerva did not expect these people to appear. One of the Red Titans threateningly pointed his sword at Dark, demanding that he retreat. Asking what would happen if he couldn't do it, Ronier inquired who these people were. Then, without further ado, James simply revealed himself. Having recognized him, the prince understood why their voices seemed familiar to him. He assumed that the second Titan contained the libertine Claudine. Then Camille revealed himself to Dark, his lips pressed together and his eyes wide open, a multitude of emotions raging in them that were difficult to describe. Keeping his face impassive, the prince asked if the boy could really make such a look. James explained that Claudine was a son who had lost his mother and met the cause of what had happened, but Ronier did not understand what he was talking about. Camille asked if Dark meant to say that he didn't know who Lisa Claudine was. Hearing that name again, Dark replied that he understood everything. Now Ronier was in a very difficult position, because without Andromeda he could not resist even one of them. James said that if the prince returned his father safe and sound, then he would also leave Dark alone. Ronier asked in surprise if Carrie really was the boy's father, to which he received confirmation. The prince did not interfere, and James carefully lifted his father with the Titan's hand. The guy thanked him for this, but Claudine decided to remain silent. But Camille still decided to say that he knew that his mother had not died due to Jark's fault. But it was also true that the prince was the primary cause of her death. Ronier decided not to deny it. He understood that Claudine could not be under the same sky with the killer of his parent. Dark held his sword forward, ready to defend himself. However, Camille explained that if he attacked the prince now, it would tarnish the honor of Lord Kiri. But the chance would definitely come again. After this, the boys hurried to leave the battlefield, and Camus ordered all troops to retreat. Thus ended another battle between Kruma and Corinth. Dark noticed the people who appeared behind him. He wanted to say something to Minerva, but he saw a familiar face, which was somewhat unexpected for the prince. It was Marina, whose name Ronier still remembered. The girl felt awkward in front of Dark. The prince asked what was wrong with her face, as if she had met a resurrected dead man. Minerva explained that on the way she heard part of the story about the two of them being old acquaintances, and asked if they had met in Argonne. Jogri felt ashamed at that moment, and Dark replied that it wasn't that important. He asked if what he had done was enough. The prince was not going to accept questions about why Carrie was not killed, and Minerva did not ask this. She had another question. Kentaroa was curious about the explosion that had happened earlier. According to Marina, it was hellfire, and then came hydrospheric magic, which could only be used by the most powerful mages, at least those on the 6th circle or extremely powerful spellcasters. Dark asked what the commander wanted to say about this. She didn't intend to annoy the prince, but she wanted to check something. The movement of mana between knights and mages was completely different, and she was curious how Ronier could have two at the same time. The prince explained that magical power was not his ability, and the commander-in-chief was interested in what this meant. Dark explained that the hellfire was created by his sword, and the water magic was created by the ring, all of which were spirit techniques. Kentaroa thought about it, and Marina shouted that it didn't make sense. Hellfire was the strongest magic of the 8th circle, and only a mage with 9 circles could place it into a sword as a seal. Ronier didn't understand that this was wrong, and Gyogre explained that it contradicted all theories, and from the very beginning there was no metal that could contain hellfire. Marina decided that she had to personally test this sword, declaring that there could be no object that could not defy the logic of magic. Gyogre headed towards the prince, but his displeased voice stopped her. Dark asked if she had just asked the warrior to give up his sword. The girl became alarmed, realizing what a mistake she had made. Towards her which now looked enormous in the eyes of the magician. Marina closed her eyes in fear, feeling death approaching. However, all this disgrace was stopped by Minerva, who stood in front of Gyogre and asked for forgiveness for the overly impolite behavior of her subordinate. At the same moment, Marina fell to her knees. Accepting the apology, Dark allowed them to leave. The commander-in-chief thanked him and urged Gyogre to leave the battlefield, bringing her back to her senses. The mage struck the ground with her staff and used levitation, sending the women soaring upward. Completely forgetting about his father, Ronier was thinking about learning a little magic from Gaston after returning. While in the sky, Minerva scolded Marina for her rudeness, which could have gotten the girl killed. The commander-in-chief was sure that the Grandmaster, who possessed a Titan of 3 and 0 power, and used the strongest magic of the 8th circle and even spirit, was dangerous. Fortunately, they were allies now, but Kentaroa was terrified to think about what could have happened if they had met as enemies. Rushing to embrace his son, Arteus said that the prince had done a good job, and Dark, avoiding this love, asked when his father had come for him. The dragon formed a large, bright sphere, and Ronier said that there was no need for such a large transmitter. Arteus stated that since ancient times it was said that only with a large transmitter could one become a large dragon. Tozier's face suddenly appeared in the sphere and congratulated Dark on his victory, causing the dragon to fall to the ground in fright. The magician asked what happened to Kiri. Ronier replied that he had become a wounded monster. While his father was shrinking the transmitter, Tozier was informed that they had failed to kill Valenciad. The Lord noted that this was a problem. Since the only master left in Crum was Minerva, it was necessary to kill Kiri at all costs. Dark replied that, apparently, this was the case, and most likely, it would be difficult to maintain the 3 sides of the force planned by the magician. In Corinth, besides Kiri, there were already 3 masters. In friendly countries, there were Rubinsky and Ronier. As a result, Kruma had no choice but to maintain an alliance with Kratos. Ronier asked what would have happened if, while Kiri was gone, he had gotten rid of the masters. Tozier replied that if that had happened, Kratos would not have needed anything else. Only the magician knew that the prince had not thought about it at all. Tozier assumed that Dark could have killed even Kiri from the very beginning, but he didn't do it. Ronier noted that this was true. It was difficult to meet an opponent of his level, so the prince felt too sorry to kill him. Dark asked what the magician was unhappy about, and Tozier noted that Ronier said the same thing as his father. The Lord explained that Arteus had said that if there were any grievances, they should be swallowed and left within oneself. The dragon was glad that it was about the transfer of character from father to son. Dark asked what was going on with the military actions. Tozier replied that everything was going smoothly. His lordship Rubinsky was now going on the attack and breaking through the front line. Ronier assumed that since the battle on the Jackson Plain was over, the 3 masters were probably heading there, meaning the Duke's life shouldn't be in danger. The magician replied that this was indeed the case, and told the prince to return the troops. Seeing the wide smile on his son's face, the dejected Arteus asked why it seemed to him that Ronier was having more fun talking to this wrinkled dog than to his father. The Moran Alliance held a meeting in the Kingdom of Gam. King Gama noted that the battle ended in victory. King Thorin confirmed that it was clearly a winnable fight. King Jaren decided to remain silent on this matter. Queen Smee admitted that she never thought that the main knightly detachment of the strong Corinth would fall. King Alan noted that Kruma had not entirely won either, but that thanks to negotiations the decision to end the battle had been made at a rather advantageous moment for them. King Gama said that no one laughed, and there was silence in the hall. Now Corinth couldn't keep the territory of Jaconia. Probably Crum could decide to take these places. It was obvious that they had already got the Jackson Plain. So now it turned out that the alliance of Moran countries found itself in the middle of the Kruma dominions. It was very sad, because in such a situation, the alliance countries could not be trusted. This was the reason why the kings insisted on remaining neutral countries. But since they chose one of the two, it was now inevitable. The Mirans, as the victorious countries, could have demanded the Jackson Plain directly from Corinth, but this was doubtful since it was occupied by Kruma, which might not give it up so easily. Queen Sami confirmed that, of course, Kruma would not accept it so easily, and King Alan stated that they were the alliance and that they had played a decisive role in this victory. The problem was that this crucial role was destroyed by a single Titan. Kruma would not pay attention to the 15 remaining tigers. There was no point in making commitments that had no force. To be honest, it wasn't the alliance that ended up playing this role, but a squad of salamanders. No one could have imagined that it could be Kratos, who sharpened knives deep in the Maltorio Mountains. King Gamma asked what the others thought about asking Kratos for a guarantee of their independent status, the Jackson Plain. The mages persistently poured their mana into Kiri, trying to heal him. At last, the Archduke had overcome the critical moment. This news made James feel relieved. Having praised the magicians who looked very tired for their good work, the guy suggested that they rest. Having obeyed, the doctors left the room, which was filled with silence. James glanced towards where Camille stood silently by the window. Young Valenciade understood that in this situation there was no way he could help his friend. Words were superfluous. Having decided to leave Cloudine alone, the boy left the room after the magicians. Camus was glad that James came. Rochester reported that there was some problem. Kratos had started an invasion. The worried boy asked what the scale was. The enemy country sent 3 night squads and about 100 Espas guard titans, a night squad of Colin, and a squad with a ghostly coat of arms. With such a number, one could conclude that Kratos had sent his entire army in less than 10 minutes. They destroyed the 5th squad of the nightly detachment of Silver Crosses and broke through their defense. There were many of them, and all of them were select warriors after all. The enemy came for their souls. It was clear that because of Kratos, which Corinth had not even taken into account, this war could be turned upside down. Memories of Dark flashed through James's saddened mind. In the corridor of Kratos' castle, Tozir was waiting for Ronier. He noted that the prince had worked hard. Dark asked if the investigation into how to return to the world he came from had been completed. Unfortunately, this had not happened yet. The Lord had sent about 20 mages, and they were still looking for information, so the man asked Ronier to wait a little longer, assuring that they should definitely find a way, so there was no need to worry. Changing the subject, Tozir reported that the Emperor was waiting for Ronier, who decided to go to Frank right away. At the moment Dark entered the hall, the Emperor was again eating a meager meal. The prince noted that he arrived immediately after fulfilling the imperial order. Frank said that Ronier had done a great job with it, and thanks to the prince, he had regained his appetite, which he hadn't had for a long time. However, Dark noted that the Emperor still had not changed his diet. Frank laughed and explained that if he had started living in luxury so quickly, he would have turned out to be a stupid ruler. The Emperor asked whether Ronier would serve him if he were like that. Dark answered this question in the negative. Taking a sip from the cup, the Emperor said that this was the reason he trusted Ronier, because it was proof that his presence near Frank was not wrong. The Emperor announced that unless major changes occurred, the next battle would take place in 6 days. For a moment, Frank stared at Ronier in silence, not understanding what was wrong. Finally, the Emperor decided to voice his request. He wanted the prince to recapture the former capital of Kradow. Dark was already ready to carry out this order. Opening the doors, Ronier burst into one of the castle's rooms. There, on the bed, Arteas was waiting for him, delighted at his son's return. However, a disgruntled Dark said that he was informed about how his father came to Kratos, while Ronier was absent. The prince was outraged by the dragon's behavior, which, moreover, destroyed the castle gates, and Arteas begged to listen to him, explaining that the guards initially claimed that they did not know Dark. Ronier interrupted his father, stating that it had been only a short time since their separation, when Arteas had said that they would not visit each other and they had to come to terms with it, and now the dragon himself had appeared in the castle and caused a pogrom. The father was upset by his son's behavior because the dragon had raised Dark with love and had even literally taken out his bone for him. The dragon asked if Ronier was ashamed of his father, which was a blow to the heart, but the prince denied it. And then Dark remembered the bone that had cracked during the fight. A saddened Arteas asked if his son had forgotten this too, since his sword was made from his father's bone. Not wanting to talk about his mistake, Ronier said that it was not that. He apologized for his short-sightedness, realizing that the dragon just wanted to see him. Arteas was glad that his son finally understood everything. Dark said that he needed to leave for a while on business, and that his father needed to rest. The dragon wanted to go with him, but Ronier insisted that he had to deal with it himself. The prince left, leaving the annoying father alone again. Artees wondered why Dark had suddenly started treating him differently. Due to the sudden change in his state of mind and urgent matters, the dragon began to wonder if his son had really found a mate, and what had happened to Bamarade back then. He wondered who had become Dark's partner, and whether that someone was somewhere in this place. Arteas considered going after Ronier, but ultimately decided that it was not worth doing, since the moral norm of a parent was to trust and wait. Father imagined Dark's sweet face asking for forgiveness, and decided that was enough. But then the dragon got angry, not knowing who intended to take his baby. In a hurry, Ronier returned to his castle. There he asked Firehammer to repair the sword. Pulling out his weapon, Dark explained that the blade was cracked, and Ronier asked if the dwarf could fix it. Looking at the sword, Hammer wondered what it would take to crack the dragon bone, and he asked if it wouldn't have been easier to ask his father for another bone. The prince explained that he wanted to repair the item because such a request was a bit problematic. He asked again if the dwarf could repair the weapon, to which the answer was positive. Touching the sword, Hammer said that if it was a blow that threatened the sword's strength, he would immediately launch magic. But Hammer did not know what kind of magic or anything else would be used. Dark wondered if the dwarf had figured this out just by touching the weapon, and Hammer replied that it was all nonsense, since inside their dark minds it was necessary to distinguish mana-filled stones from metals with just a touch. But still, magic was unknown to him. The dwarf could save the sword, but he was not able to support the activation of the spell. Firehammer asked if the prince cared. Ronier replied that he didn't need a power he couldn't control, although he felt a little sorry. To begin, the dwarf placed the blade in the furnace. Dark asked if Firehammer would remove the handle, and he replied that the praise did not react to such heat, and Ronier also wondered if the dwarf was hot, who replied that he was simply warm. The prince noted that the dragon bone could withstand even 8th level flame magic, and it was unlikely that such heat would be sufficient. The dwarf explained that the dragon bone was not melted down, it was only awakened. Dark sat down and asked what that meant. Hammer explained that inside this furnace there was a huge amount of oxygen, which could not exist under normal conditions, and asked if Ronier knew what bellows were. Dark replied that a blacksmith he knew told him about them. In order to raise the temperature to the level of melting the metal, it was necessary to continue blowing air into the fire. The dwarf noted that this was true, but as the prince had said, the dragon bone did not melt from the fire. However, the huge amount of oxygen injected into the fire was capable of awakening the dragon's mana that had been absorbed into it. Therefore, unlike other metals and precious stones, dragon bone mana was completely different in its properties, all because each dragon accumulated mana in its own way. Thinking about this, Ronier was transported into his memories. That same familiar blacksmith, holding a black ball in his hand, asked the prince to add the deep energy of his body to this metal. Then Dark asked what the reason for this request was. The man explained that the deep energy of the body was individual for each warrior. If you create a sword with its addition, then you get exactly the sword that the owner would desire. The more powerful the Devil Master was, the more incredible the devil sword he could create. So the master was confident that he would create a sword that Dark would definitely like. When the weapon was ready, the blacksmith fell on his knees begging for forgiveness, as this was his only unsuccessful work. Raising the blade and examining it, Ronier asked if the blacksmith had really called it his failure. The warrior, on the contrary, liked the sword. The master said that he intended to spend the rest of his life creating devil swords in a devil school. But this blade turned out to be neither devilish nor divine, but rather something very strange. Dark pointed the blade at the old man, and the master was already preparing to pay for his mistake. But, turning around, Ronier used the most powerful destruction of the heavens and moon. This technique was successful. Powerful streams of energy emanated from the blade. The stunned blacksmith looked at this, not understanding how this was possible. Dark asked if it wasn't wonderful. The old man realized that this sword simultaneously possessed true energy and the devil's energy. The master was unable to immediately understand this. It turned out that truth and the devil were united in Ronier's power. Dark said that Mirian was right. The warrior awakened his power by using these two powers. Ronier smiled slightly, realizing that his father's profound body energy had been placed into his sword. By the time the blade finally properly awakened, the dwarf had grown tired of keeping it in the furnace. Hammer's free hand reached for his sword, and Dark asked anxiously what he was doing. When the dwarf touched the weapon, the power of the sword surged through him. The hammer explained that he had awakened the weapon's mana, which had apparently taken after its owner and was of a nasty nature. Placing the sword on the anvil, the dwarf struck the crack with his hammer. Then he looked at the blade, checking his work. The crack was gone, which pleased Firehammer. The next moment, the dwarf was engulfed in another surge of energy. A worried Dark rushed to him, grabbing his burned hand and asking if everything was okay. And Hammer asked not to touch him, as he was in pain. The ancestors said that they remained fine even after touching swords with their bare hands. Now the dwarf realized that, apparently, he was still far from them. Still holding Hammer's hand, Ronir asked if Naiad could help. The ring glowed and water magic spread around the dwarf, restoring his hand. The dwarf looked in amazement at his limb, which no longer hurt. Hammer was surprised by Ronir's abilities, thanks to which he was completely healed. The prince demanded that Hammer no longer use his body as he pleased, since he was Dark's property. The surprised dwarf was silent for a second, then exhaled and said that he remembered it. Corinthets looked at the dead king of Trovia. The red titans pounced on the blue one, which contained Sigmus, who had killed this king. Blow followed blow, and soon Kraken was destroyed. And now his head was delivered in a small box to the current king of Trovia, Ortolan Chu Bernhard. Ortolan was glad that the knights had avenged his father's death. However, this was not enough. They still had not repaid Trovia's enemies. Bernhard asked who needed to take revenge first, Corinth or Krathaus. Sidmion replied that revenge was not so important, and the king asked what that meant. Jared explained that revenge was only an intermediate step. What they were really supposed to achieve was the restoration of Trovia. It was only for this moment that the knights helped Princess Darku Ronier and fought for the victory of Kratos. In response to this, Ortolan nodded condescendingly. In the middle of the corridor, Sidmion bumped into Darren, who was carrying a stack of papers that was blocking his view. The knight was surprised that the magician carried all this alone. Taking part of the stack, Jared asked where the assistant magicians were. Having thanked Sidmion, Darren explained that all the mages had begun to help with the creation of the action, so there was no choice. The knight noted that it was apparently very difficult for them. Daron replied that this was not the first time this had happened to them, as they were short of people. Sidmion admitted that he had never seen the process of creating an action, although he had observed the assembly of the Titan itself several times. The mage understood that Jared was a knight who collected mana inside his body, so obviously he could be interested in action as well. Darren was just heading in that direction and offered Sidmion to go with him, being confident that there shouldn't be any problems with that. Finding himself at the place where the action was created, Jared froze in amazement. Sidmion was here for the first time, although he knew for sure that he had seen him before. The priestess said that an oracle descended here. At first, he came under the jurisdiction of the dragon's heart, and then he headed towards the magician who cast the curse. The woman also gave 2 drawings, which depicted a creature with 3 horns and the place where Sidmion ended up. Seeing Jared's strange expression, Darren explained that the atmosphere here was a bit unusual, but they hadn't summoned any evil spirits, so there was no need to worry. Remembering the drawing of the creature, Sidmion was sure that this was the form of the evil spirit, or to be more precise, it was one of the newest titans, Andromeda. Jared asked what color Ronir's titanium was originally. Understanding that Sidmion was talking about the Azure Knight, the mage replied that the titanium was the same color as its name implied. As he walked through the hall, Sidmion was thinking about very serious things. Only now did he understand that Andromeda had been made with the help of a dragon's heart. The moment where Ortolan offered a choice of who should take revenge first popped into his head. Now the knight was determined that Krathaus would be next. A sullen Dark sat at the table, looking at boring papers, and in front of him stood Kisley in his youthful guise. The knight said that what worried him most at the moment was that while their country was attacking Cronus, the Argon Empire could strike from the right. Chire had not entered into a non-aggression agreement, so they could attack at any time. The only force that belonged to Chire was the 1st Rifle Division in light equipment and the Guard Knight Detachment. Priest Ronnie had been confirmed as a diplomat. Firehammer was repairing the fortress walls, and Chire was currently severely lacking in military might. The prince inquired whether each of the 2nd Guard Knight Detachment was not now strengthening its power. Kisley clarified whether there was talk of a way to make all members of this squad adepts. As far as Dark knew, thanks to the best mentors in the persons of Pasher and Silvar, as well as the assistance of the priest Ronnie, they had already achieved some success. Kisley reported that those same Pashir and Silver wanted to tell the prince something. The arriving boys stated that their students needed to engage in real combat. Ronir was surprised at the necessity of this, since until now there had not been a single adept among the trainees. That's why Silver spoke about this. One could be confident in the guards, because they had already reached the limit that could be reached with training alone. The knight was confident that they would be able to take the last remaining step only after personally experiencing a real battle. Ronir found out that Pasher thought the same. Although the prince did not think that the guys from Palshine were so lacking in experience of real combat, on the other hand, in a state where they had already reached a certain level, this experience could be completely different for them. So Dark decided to take several guys, and he ordered Pashir to work for another year. The man didn't understand why exactly 1 year, and I, Ronier, asked the guys how long the alliance with Kruma should last. He noted that if it's a long time, then it's exactly a year. During this time, the former mercenary should have been honing his swordsmanship better, because he himself had seen during the dragon hunt what that yellow titan of Kruma was capable of, and if he wanted to confront such an enemy, he would have to sweat a lot. Smiling, Pashir replied that he was ready for this. The prince announced that he intended to choose his dear comrades first for this battle at Clarion. Palshan replied that they would be grateful for that. With only training, their bodies were just itching. Medea said that from the very beginning they wanted to ask to be allowed to go to war, even though Mikhail was against it. The blonde explained that it was hardly possible to voice any requests to a detachment of guards. Gaston, laughing, noted that their bodies were imbued with the life of adventurers. It seemed as if human blood was spreading across the sunset sky. The knights on the plain were surrounded by corpses and debris of the titans. A gloomy Claudine asked if his subordinate had finished with everything. The man replied that almost everything was in order. Camille noted that, judging by the fact that the new types had not yet been distributed, the guys from Krum were not very worried about the antics of the Corinthis. The subordinate was sure that Kruma had also already begun to prepare little by little, since more than 10 broken titans had already been discovered here and there. The count staggered and almost fell to his knees. He had not slept for a long time and was now overexerting himself. His subordinate said that there was no need for Claudine to personally take part in such a small guerrilla battle, but Camille demanded that he shut up and open the magic circle instead. The embittered count declared that if this man said anything he was not supposed to, then Claudine would cut him into pieces. The worried mage obeyed Camille, and soon they all disappeared in the bright light of the magic circle. At the meeting, Minerva was given a report on the unification of the 8th Infantry Division in light equipment and the soldiers of the defeated 536th Infantry Regiment. 2 knights, who were under the command of Baron Koronin, who was sent there, fell on the battlefield. According to the soldiers' confirmation, the Baron took out his titan and ran in it at the enemy, but lost his life to the red titan of the enemy. In the captured lands, and multiple titan battles were currently taking place across all territories simultaneously. Most likely, the enemy had left behind small groups of knights. There were even survivors who claimed to have seen the Black Knight. Even if this were true, Kruma could not remove the titans from the front, as the main enemy force remained in the Zakran fortress, which could have escaped from the other side. Minerva, dejected, clutched her head. The death of Ruin and Terran, who was the most capable of the adepts, had greatly affected their position. It became known that the treatment of Spen, Ado, and Shatran was almost complete. Now that Terran was dead, they were the only remaining dragon hunters, and Minerva ordered them to be put in the top 3 priority for the issuance of Antigonus's products. The adjutant replied that he would betray everything immediately. And now, the commander-in-chief demanded that everyone remain silent. Since Corinth's main force was alive, Kruma also needed to prepare as best as possible. Kentaroa asked to contact Prince Greenlake and tell him to convert all the titans captured from Corinth into Ephrians. The worried elf stated that they were too incompatible in level with the main titans of Golgodi. It could take twice as long to make them into Ephrians, which is why it would be better to make the new generation of Chimeria, who are also the main forces of Kruma. Kentaroa explained that this was not the case. During this war with Corinth, it became clear that the enemy knights were stronger than theirs, so Kruma had to at least improve the quality of the titans to match their level. Minerva inquired about the request she had asked to be conveyed to His Majesty. Tublin replied that he rejected it. It was a firm decision not to surrender possession of the territories so hard won. The commander-in-chief gritted her teeth, because now that they had secured victory, they had to conclude a truce with Corinth, because this recaptured piece of land, which the Krumians could not even maintain as their own, was hardly of any value, and besides, now their enemy was not Corinth. Nervous, Tublin asked what Minerva was talking about. Kentaroa explained that their enemy was now Krataus, because now that his knightly detachment was not supported by the princess's power, Kruma was obliged to destroy Krataus. After tasting the seawater, Ronier began to spit, noting how salty it was. The father, who was following him, was surprised that the guy, whose lands were on the seashore, did not know about this. But the seawater was always salty, so it was possible to close it, make it evaporate, and make salt. Dark noted that if you just glanced at it, it was almost indistinguishable from the Huanghe River, Long Yangtze River, or Dongjiang Lake. The only difference was the deep blue color. Hearing these names, the dragon said that everything was fine with his son, but he wondered why Dark periodically said words that his tongue did not turn to pronounce. Recalling the sea sacrifices, the prince said that he had heard from the priest Rani that there was a dragon that controlled the sea before Spacia. The boy believed that dragons also lived in the seas. Realizing that the subject was Jubroth, a perverted silver dragon with a passion for human women, Artaeus confirmed his son's suspicions, explaining that he controlled water and was therefore able to summon the Naiad. Surprised, Ronir asked if this dragon was really stronger than Naiad. Father realized that the relationship between the dragons and the Spirit King needed to be explained. It could be said that the dragon was a body that possessed the power of the spirit. The silver one possessed water, the red one possessed fire, the blue one possessed lightning, the green one possessed earth, and, the wisest of all, the golden one possessed the energy of the wind. Dark considered that this explanation was somewhat prejudiced, and the father replied that his son had imagined it. Artaeus noted that the Spirit King himself was much stronger than the dragons. The prince asked if he was even stronger than his father, chuckled, and replied that no matter how strong he could not defeat the Spirit King. It was something like a law of nature. Dark noted that Naiad had been beaten by him and had fled, and the dragon replied that the Spirit King had a fatal weakness, or rather not a weakness, but an initial limit. He could only use his abilities to the fullest extent in the spirit world. In this place with a different foundation, he was unable to release even 1/10 of them. Moreover, Dark Naiad was confronted in his own spiritual world. Most likely, not only 1/10, but he could not even use 100 of his strength. Artaeus took his son's hand and placed it between his own. The dragon noted that because of this, Ronir would one day face a huge test. The father admitted that he was worried about whether the prince would be able to bear it. Breathing rhythmically, Camille ran along the long corridors. Having reached his destination, Claudine abruptly opened the doors, loudly addressing his friend. James sat on the sofa by the fireplace and reacted quite calmly to the Count's appearance, not turning to face him any further. Camille asked if it was true that Valenciade's father had died. Continuing to maintain an indifferent mask, the Marquis assumed that Claudine was in a great hurry. But the Count, who was still not appeased, asked how this could have happened since they said that his treatment had gone well. James asked his friend to first close the door, sit down next to him and have a drink with him. Trying to contain his ardor, Camille did as he was told. Finally, young Valenciade admitted that the whole race was alive. At this news, Claudine cried out, and the Marquis told him to be quieter, asking if he could finally lower his voice. Valencia explained that his father was dead to the public. The Count suggested that this was done to deceive the enemies. However, James said that it was to deceive the allies, since the foolish emperor gave the order. Camille was overcome with anger when he learned that Agrippa had said that he would make his father answer for the loss and ordered him to return to the capital as quickly as possible. Claudine understood that the punishment was most likely beheading. The Count was sure that the vile Prince Grochessa was involved in this. James replied that his thoughts were correct. Prince Rochester hurried to the capital to save the life of the Archduke, but was refused a meeting. Claudine asked if Carrie had really said that he would carry out this absurd order. The Marquis explained that even if it was wrong, it was still the Emperor's order. So his father said that since he was a knight, he should have obeyed and was about to return to the capital. Claudine couldn't imagine how much the boy had to sweat to restrain him. Sipping his wine, Camille noted that James's battered face made it immediately obvious that Carrie wouldn't have listened to his son. He'd likely stopped the Archduke. Camus, the Marquis, said that they reported internally that Valenciade had committed suicide and told others he died from worsening injuries. The Count clarified what was about the body. James replied that since his recognition as an honorary warrior had been revoked, no bigwigs had come to inspect the body. But no one knew what might have happened, so a criminal similar in build to Carrie had been used, and Jod had magically changed his face. Camille asked where Carrie had gone, and James, emptying his glass, replied that he did not know that. The Count was already aware of the Archduke's character, who said that he had become a war criminal, after which he suddenly disappeared in an unknown direction without any protection. Looking at his reflection in the wine, Claudine said he had always respected the Archduke, and yet he left the boys, setting an example of a model knight until the very end. The Count proposed a drink to the great warrior who had disappeared into the mists of history. James corrected him by saying that they would drink to the warriors, including Claudine's mother, who had been a distinguished knight to the very end. Then the sad sound of glasses echoed throughout the room. Rubinsky sighed wearily and noted that there was no end to these partisans. Aglios concluded that because of this, not only were they unable to attack, but they were even having difficulty maintaining supply routes. Even with their attack speed reduced, they definitely needed to gradually uproot the routes already left by the enemy. With no other choice, the prince announced that he had decided to entrust this role to Colin's knightly detachment and asked if Julian had anyone capable in mind. Aglios suggested a distinguished knight named Rolf Rance, who specialized in tracking and would therefore be best suited for this strategy. It was decided to entrust this matter to Rolf. Rubinsky noted that these were still vast lands, so much so that preserving these possessions could be difficult, even with the support of the knights heading to their aid from Krataus. Aglios replied that they should still be able to cope, because this place was their homeland and capital. Clarin was located here. The prince replied that it was true. They had been waiting for this moment for 30 years. Still, Krataus was lucky that it was Corinth. If the lands had belonged to Argon, things would have been even worse. If that were the case, these territories would not have been the scene of a periodic guerrilla war, and all of their fanatical inhabitants would have come out to defend it, since this was the capture of the capital. And it would not have ended even with the capture of the archbishop alive. It was a country that could only be captured by killing the entire population. So Corinth was also, to some extent, subordinate to Argon. James and Camille reported to Camus about Dark. They said that they met with the princess during the mission about the clash between Argon and Kruma. Rochester had heard that the recently appointed Governor-General of Chiri was someone named Ronier, but now he also knew that Dark was disguised as the commander of the Kruma Salamander Night Squad. The boys said they believed the princess was connected to the disappearance of Mr. Kotas. Camus jumped up from the table and asked if they were sure of this. James answered positively, explaining that Gracelian had disappeared after leaving the place where they had spent the night, and that traces of a battle between a dragon and a titan had been discovered on a nearby mountain. Rochester replied that he had also seen this report. The worst thing was that the boys themselves brought this woman. The young men understood that they had no excuse. Turning away, the man noted that it turned out that Dark had killed 2 of his friends. However, there was no point in blaming James and Camille, because no matter how much Rochester suffered over the loss of his friends, the boys should have felt much more pain losing their parents. Shocking the young men, Camus declared that they would surrender the war on the territory of Cronus. Rochester reported that a report had been received about the complete withdrawal of the Salamander detachment from the territory of Kruma. They probably intended to leave Jaconia on Kruma and concentrate on Cronus. The boys said they couldn't refuse such vast territories as Cronus. Camus clarified that he said that they would surrender in the war on its territory, but did not say that they would give them the lands themselves. The enemy had killed Carrie and Kotas, as well as about 300 titans of the Empire's alliance, and Rubinsky, who had become a master, was also there, so the Koreans did not need to fight the enemy face to face. It was necessary to force them into a guerrilla war to conquer Kratau with their strong knights, but weak fighting force. The key to victory in this war was to create a situation in which the opponents would not be able to continue it. Meanwhile, Dark and Artias were in the recaptured capital. Ronier wondered if it was really Clorane, since there was not a single person in this place. The dragon suggested that perhaps all the inhabitants heard about the prince's arrival and fled, but Dark asked not to talk about the impossible. He heard that this was the largest city located on the plain of Cronus, and it was strange that people abandoned it and left it completely empty. Then the father said that they could all have died from the plague, but there were no ravens or vultures to be seen searching for corpses. The dragon became nervous. He was sure that he could not be mistaken, and the coordinates were absolutely correct. Arteas glanced at the knights out of the corner of his eye, as if accusingly. A nervous Palshan said that they would try to look for someone. After a while, Arteas began to praise himself because they really were in Clarine, as the dragon said. Palshan reported that there were no people here, not even dogs. There were no signs of rebellion or civil strife, and all the buildings were empty. The man had never seen anything like it. Turning sharply to Gaston, Dark told him to prepare for communication. Tozer, who appeared in the ball, said that he had been waiting for this moment. The prince asked if the magician knew what the situation was in Clarine, and the lord replied that he had received a report from intelligence a little earlier. Dark wondered what could have led to such desolation, since this was the largest city on the Cronus plain. The lord replied that Corinth could have given Clarine the order to evacuate. This assumption stunned the group of people. Almost everything was under the control of 4 heroes who gave a second wind to the Corinth Empire. Gracilian Codus used magic superior to all other countries and produced a huge number of powerful titans. Carrie Valenciade has ascended to the rank of the strongest knight in Corinth. Lisa Claudin raised Camille and James to be masters and contributed to the development and systematization of all the knightly companies. Camus Rochester took the military power created by the three above-mentioned people as a basis, maximized military tactics and strategy, and created a powerful army. However, all of them crossed the age threshold of 90 years and held political power for about 50 years, which obviously led to the emergence of people who were dissatisfied with them. Moreover, there was no sign of even the possibility of the four heroes growing old and retiring, since no one knew how long the life of a person who had reached the level of a master could be. And once the prospect of a lifespan of 200 years was announced, the chances of people seizing power through normal means disappeared altogether. Ironically, the one who wanted to seize power was the one to whom the four heroes were completely devoted, Emperor Agrippa IV. Gracilian disappeared without a trace. Lisa died, and Carrie was seriously injured after the loss. As Grotius said, a lucky chance was received. The prince reported that he had completed negotiations with Rochester to announce that Carrie had committed suicide instead of declaring him dead in battle, so that he could no longer threaten the emperor's power. Agrippa asked how Grotius could be sure of Carrie's death without seeing him kill himself and without checking the body. The prince explained that even if Valenciade was alive, it did not matter. If the archduke were killed on the battlefield, it would add to his honor. But if he returned alive without taking responsibility for the defeat and cowardly fleeing, it would only look like a plot of treason. The prince was sure that even the military elite would doubt Carrie and would not accept him. Grox asked the emperor not to worry, as the Valenciada family had now disappeared forever from the front lines of power. Agrippa said that an empire in which the ruler had to take care of the power of other people could not be called a proper country. For this reason, he was very sorry that they could not lose Carrie's three sons as well. Grotius said that it would be difficult to see a situation in which they would lose three troop commanders during the war, and it would also be difficult for the military leadership to accept it. But Agrippa believed that it was necessary to create such a situation. The emperor asked whether the prince thought that this had to be done in order to confirm Agrippa's wisdom to everyone, which Grotius confirmed. The prince grinned and said that there was only one more move left to make. Camus was very unhappy to hear the news of the temporary truce. Rosen reported that they were going to confirm the territories captured by Crum. Rochester was angry that some Kruma had taken their lands away from them, and Corinth intended to arrange a truce. Insulting the authorities and breaking the table, Camus declared that if they had put a little more pressure on the enemy, they would have been able to isolate Jaconia, since now the enemy did not even have the opportunity to properly maintain their escape routes. Rosen was sure that Grotius was also well aware of this, which was probably why he was in an even greater hurry to reach a truce, because if Corinth suddenly won, then the Valenciade family or Camus status would be restored. It was clear that the prince intended to end the war by any means necessary. With the failure of the Corinth military forces in defeat, these were scoundrels who satisfied their thirst for power by destroying the state. Camus couldn't even say anything. He knew that the person responsible for the armistice agreement was the Marquis of Delifio, a rich and incompetent man. This man was a favorite of Grach. Rosen suggested that they could even be husband catchers, while Rochester was indignant that Prince Rochester was appointed as the guard of the Marquis of Delifio. The men understood that Grosch was trying to humiliate the Valenciade family by any means possible. If the prince himself had been responsible for the truce, Rosen would have put his life on the line and tried to kill him. But even if he loved the Marquis, he was still a useless trifle, and even after his murder another would appear. So unfortunately, there was not much point in this. Rochester understood perfectly well how Rosen felt and asked him not to say such a thing even as a joke, because Camus did not want to receive an order from the emperor to personally destroy the Valenciade family. The day of negotiations arrived, and representatives of the countries sat on opposite sides of a rather long table. Minerva said she would like to hear Rosen's diplomatic proposal. However, Delifio felt it necessary to state that, to begin with, complete authority in conducting these negotiations was in his hands. Kentaroa and the Kruma diplomat were surprised by this. Minerva never expected that all the rights would belong not to Carrie's eldest son, Rosen, but to the Marquis. Apparently, there were disagreements within Corinth. The diplomat also believed that if the eldest son of the head of military circles was only an assistant, it meant that the government was trying with all its might to declare the end of the war. To begin with, the diplomat decided to check whether this was true, and said that the conditions of their Kruma were simple. it was necessary to recognize the rights to ownership of the territories of Jaconia that they had already captured. An indignant Rosen asked how many places there were that Corinth could be completely confident of capturing. As far as he knew, due to the guerrilla war, Corinth was now unable to overcome even the fortress of Zakrin. Moreover, a few days ago, due to the attack on the fortress of Dolphrin, the evacuation line of Corinth was also in danger. No matter how you look at it, it seems that time was on the side of the enemy. The diplomat wondered whether the man had any right to make such a statement, and replied that he believed that Corinth's side was indeed in such a position. Delifio slammed his hand on the table and asked what Rosen had just talked about. In a situation where it was necessary to end the war as quickly as possible and direct forces to his own country, Valencia spoke to the diplomatic delegation with such unwillingness to cooperate. An embittered Rosen asked how it was even possible for someone to be unwilling to cooperate with an enemy country during negotiations, and the Marquis demanded that the commander shut his mouth immediately since he did not have all the rights. Delafilo stated that because of Chieri's unfulfilled duty and his destruction of this war, the prince had to sit in this place. The emperor and Knight Groches showed their mercy by this, and Rosen dared to destroy the negotiations, declaring that he would continue the war. The Marquis demanded that Valenciad leave the negotiating room immediately, and promised that he would definitely report the abuse of power to the emperor, so he should expect to be dismissed. Rosen clenched his teeth in anger. In a fit of anger, he could do a lot. But, maintaining his dignity, the reserved man decided not to do anything stupid and left the room. Now Delifio was left alone with the Crumians and was free to do whatever he wanted. Once the pest had disappeared, the smiling Marquis proposed to negotiate an end to this war. Minerva and the diplomat were stunned that the Marquis had driven the prince away. Krumitz was pleased that they had placed a delicious simpleton on the table. In that case, they were obliged to gnaw on him properly. The diplomat said that it would be wonderful if they got a peaceful result that satisfied both sides. Delifio asked what the Crumians thought about using the Giaconia mountain range as a border between countries that Crum's troops had not yet crossed. The diplomat replied that, of course, they were capable of crossing it even today, but they could still make such concessions because their country loved peace. Surprised that diplomacy was easier than he thought, Delifio said that Crum would also need to oversee the safe return of the remaining aristocrats and prisoners of war on the Jackson Plain to their homeland. The diplomat replied that, of course, they should do this, and asked if he could admire the Marquis's desire for a peaceful end to the war. Delifio mentally agreed that the morale of the entire country could not be damaged by the loss of one war, and he grinned and said that the Crumian had overpraised him. However, the diplomat asked whether the simple return of the aristocrats would not be a strong blow not only to the nobility itself, but also to Corinth, which considered itself the strongest country. Delifio hesitated and replied that this could indeed happen. Crumiets asked if their bodies weren't supposed to be valued at 750,000 gold, causing the Marquis to widen his eyes. He wondered if this was too much and whether he should ask for a discount. The diplomat noted that Delifio was apparently so strong and decisive that he was capable of suppressing even the Prince of Valencia, and therefore he was waiting for a decision of a suitable level. The Marquis thought that their country did have a reputation, and one could even say that it would be quite cheap to end it there. He said that he understood everything. Corinth was not so petty as to economize on the prices of the lives of his aristocrats. The diplomat said that after all, his eyes hadn't let him down. Delifio was so incredible that the diplomat would also like to learn how to do it. But the Crumian himself considered this man an idiot. What bothered Crum most were the partisans who were there. If he could drive them out and even get some extra money for it, all that was left was to say thank you. The Marquis said he was glad that everything had worked out so well. He believed it was time to sign the agreement. But the Crumian asked if the most important question still remained, which surprised the Marquis. The diplomat explained that he was talking about monetary compensation for the losses of the Miran alliance countries associated with the Corinthian invasion of their territories and turning them into mountains of ash. If only their two countries would quietly make peace. Wouldn't Crum be very sad before the alliance, which was almost like a brother to them? Corinth had to at least partially compensate the 5 alliance countries that had to destroy their armies to stop Corinth's forces. The stunned Marquis asked what compensation the Crumian was talking about. Delifio was sure that during the war, Crum had already received a huge amount of trophies. He was surprised that it was still not enough. The Marquis stated that if the diplomat acted like this, Corinth would have no choice but to continue the war. The Crumian asked him to calm down, because this was what Kruma, from which new divisions were already arriving, and where the creation of 6 new mercenary squads was completed, wanted, now that they had already invested a huge amount of money. In fact, by actually ending the war now, the Crimeans would lose more than they gained. Even though the partisans had all of Crum's troops by the ankles and they were unable to continue a serious fight, it was still not a lie. But this stupid Marquis had already shown that he was in a hurry to conclude a truce, and Crum promised to return the aristocrats. The Crimean wondered if this man would be able to pull it all off and choose war again. The Marquis said that they could not give a single coin as compensation. If they had to do this, then the Crimeans would have to pay Corinth for using the forbidden spell. The man understood that it was impossible to agree to compensation, because if something went wrong, he could be beheaded. After some thought, the Crimean replied that the Marquis was definitely right. Delifio stated that it was precisely because of this that the kingdom of the magicians Alcasus joined hands not with Cruma, but with Corinth. Rather, it was Corinth who should have asked for compensation. Crumitz noted that the Marquis had outdone him. The diplomat said that it would have been possible to agree differently then. In exchange for Crum not demanding compensation from Corinth, Corinth also would not be able to ask them for compensation for the losses after the meteorite fell. Delifio decided that if only he could avoid paying compensation, he could do so, and said that he was not entirely satisfied, but that it was possible to do so, and of course, it was necessary to add conditions for Kruma to name the cities that were to be hit. Krumiets replied that they would add all such additions after the agreement was signed. The diplomat thought that the Marquis was so empty-headed that he had no idea that the destruction from the meteorite strike was beyond imagination, for which the man was incredibly grateful. Smiling, the Crimean asked not to worry about anything. Looking at the document, the Marquis was amazed at the purpose of summoning the meteorite. One meteorite was aimed at the fortress of Zakrin, another at the central city of Kronasa, Clarine, one at the military city of Svein, Svit, and one at the capital of the Principality of Valenciad, the city of Valencia. 6 meteorites were also heading towards the country's capital, Corinthia. Dark was stunned when he was informed about the meteorite summoning. Now the knights understood why people had evacuated Clarine. Rainier decided to join Rubinsky, and to do this the detachment had to travel about 50 kilometers to the south. After this, communication with the Lord was terminated. A disgruntled Gaston told Artius that the Crimeans had used meteorite summoning, which had angered the dragon. A sly smile spread across the prince's face, and he chuckled ominously, which surprised Artius and Gaston. It turned out that people called allies were arbitrarily concluding a truce and betraying Corinth to Kratos. To begin with, Roniper informed the knights that they would go south. After some time on the road, the detachment came across a settlement. Another interesting picture appeared before the people. Several people were hanging from ropes on a tree near the wall where the entrance to the settlement was. An alarmed Artius said that this was not the best atmosphere for eating and suggested passing by the place, but Dark refused, deciding to enter the settlement. There, Rainier learned about the punishment of the owner of the lands. The boy, almost in tears, told him that the owner of the land had treated those who refused to fulfill military service and respond to recruitment in a terrible way. After the war with Kratos began, he became even more cruel. Before, the owner would simply hang them up and beat them with rods. Grateful for the information and feeling some regret, the prince handed the child a coin. Dark told the boy to take at least this to his mother, which could help their lives. And the delighted child thanked his little sister for this. As he ran away, the happy child shouted that he would not forget this and called his little sister beautiful. Rainier, unhappy with being called that, demanded that the boy disappear already. This whole situation was very sad and affected Dark. A saddened Rainier wondered if even killing people who had nothing to do with the war wasn't a problem in this place. Silver replied that it was a great pity, but nothing could be done, since the owner of the land also had the right to give and take the lives of his peasants. Especially now, in the midst of the war, the prince believed that this was a common thing. The knight replied that the war was not only about the destruction of the main enemy divisions. The owners of all lands received orders to defend the territories received from the emperor and were obliged to shed blood for this. As far as Rainier remembered, Chiri and Spacey did not really resist in this way. Silver replied that back then it was possible thanks to the quick disposal of the royal family. But the emperor of Corinth was still alive and well. Such tragedies did not end until the emperor was deposed or until the masters of all the lands were disposed of. Dark asked if this entire region had not already lost Kratos. There was no benefit for them to continue fighting in this way, so it was a mystery to the prince that the masters had not yet thrown down their arms. Silver explained that the point was that the landowners were bound to the emperor by a high degree of loyalty, and until he surrendered, they were obliged to fight to the very end to protect his lands. Now the prince understood that this duty was devotion. Silver explained that these were the knights. Dark concluded that it was those who, out of sheer loyalty, resisted even in a completely hopeless situation, and those who forced them to do so, leaving them no choice, that made it so difficult for the prince to understand them all. Murim, where Dark had previously been, was a society where the logic of strength, not loyalty, reigned supreme. Strength told absolutely everything. No matter how strong a faction was, after the fall of all its members, if some of them remained alive, they would scatter in different directions and simply look for ways to survive. Rainier wondered which place was more humane, Murim or this place. Dark ordered Silver to go ahead, and the man asked if Rainier was going to leave the village. The prince stated that they would go to the owner of these lands, since Dark had several questions for him. When the detachment reached the owner of the land's estate, which was filled with guards, they were stopped. The most senior of the guards asked why the guests had arrived. Dark noted that he wanted to meet the owner of this castle, and the guard demanded a pass. Rainier replied that he had never had such a thing. Drawing his sword, the knight called them mad and declared that the uninvited guests would be arrested. Then the prince pointed his hand at the guard, who was taken aback, not understanding what this meant. After this, energy beams were directed at the crossbowmen on the walls, piercing their bodies through and through. The corpses fell down, and the head guard began to stutter, asking what it was. The prince ordered Silver to bring the head of the lands, and the man obeyed, calling Dark his lordship, which surprised the guard. The prince reported that there were 97 warriors inside the castle. Rainier declared that anyone who resisted would be dead, so the entrance to the castle was covered with cracks. Rainier's squad ran forward shouting. The enemy knights shouted that these were Kratos' dogs and that they had to be killed. As soon as Silver swung his sword, his opponent realized that he was an adept. Before he could say this, he was cut into pieces. Silver stated that he had no business with trifles and asked where the owner of the lands was. The man standing behind all the warriors said that he was the master of the land. Then this man commanded the vanguard to advance on the enemy. They were terrified at the thought that they might die. But still, the loyal people rushed at Silver. The knight raised his sword and struck, but his blade hit an energy shield. Silver was somewhat surprised when he encountered the magical spear. However, this was not the only surprise. The two warriors were armed with magical swords, one of which possessed fire magic and the other ice magic. They aimed a fireball and an ice arrow at the knight. Flames flew at Silver's head and ice at his leg. The knight was able to get rid of the fire sphere with the help of his sword, but the ice arrow shackled the man's leg along with the ground. Since Silver's movements were limited, a warrior with a spear rushed towards him. However, the knight ran his sword along the shaft, cutting off the sharp part. The enemy looked at the damaged weapon in shock, and at that moment the knight's blade was already approaching him. Having cut his sword through his opponent's flesh, Silver noted that he had been a fool to get distracted in such a situation. The knight asked if they thought they had blocked his movements. With one sharp movement scaring his opponents, Silver got rid of the ice on his leg. Then, in a short moment, he struck one of the enemies, cutting his sword in the process. Silver explained that their first mistake was that they revealed all their magical abilities to the adept too easily. The second warrior with the sword wanted to use the fireball, but it was too late. Silver flew past him, dealing a fatal blow. The man said that the fact that they couldn't finish everything with the first spell was apparently a mistake, although, of course, the level of people relying on magic swords was already obvious. The master of the lands ordered no retreat, declaring that an adept without a titan had only half his strength. The ruler demanded that these filthy dogs who had seized the Corinth Empire be killed, claiming that he would fight alongside his warriors. Silver noted that there was a lot of hassle with the owner of the land, who showed everything by his example. The other knights also actively fought against the enemies. One of them had to block blows from two opponents at once. Suddenly, someone behind him threw knives at the enemies. It was Media who asked if everything was okay, and the man responded with a gesture as if everything was fine, although he was very happy about such a rescue. The girl looked around, worried about the rest of the team. She saw Jimmy fly into the air, flipping over, and his opponent looked stunned, not understanding where the knight had disappeared to. As he landed, Jimmy slashed his sword across the warrior's back. At that moment, an enemy appeared behind Media, intending to take advantage of the girl's distraction and kill her. Jimmy, noticing the danger, immediately rushed towards Media. Having flown into the enemy at speed, the guy pinned the warrior against the wall, saving his friend. Jimmy noted that it was dangerous, and Media, grateful for this, was worried about her comrade's head, on which a decent-sized bump had appeared. Focused on the fight, Raven pierced one of the warriors. An enemy approached him from behind, and Mikkel, noticing this, shouted at him to duck. However, instead, The boy turned and punched the enemy blade, causing it to shatter into pieces. And the next time his fist flew into the face of his opponent, who ended up falling to the ground. Having not heard Mikhail's words earlier, Raven asked him again what he had said, and the blonde replied that he had not said anything and praised the guy. They were called a guard night squad, so they should have been able to do at least that. Mikhail felt that he had to try hard too. Gaston decided to use the grease spell, covering the ground with it. The warriors began to slip and fall. Not understanding what it looked like some kind of oil. Palshan approached and said that he would finish with this, but the worried Gaston asked to wait, as it was still slippery there. But despite his comrade's words, the man still went forward. The enemies were surprised that Palshan, unlike them, did not fall. Even when making sudden movements, the man still remained on his feet. As he approached his opponents, he felt mana flowing through the ground. Seeing Palshan's confidence, the frightened warriors retreated, standing in a row. The knight felt both his mana and their mana. He was not at all afraid of the difference in numbers. Ronier watched this with a smile on his face. He noted that the tiger was not afraid of the newborn cubs. The next moment, Palshan rushed into battle without a shred of doubt. The Lord of the Lands trembled with fear before Silver, who had destroyed all his warriors. The knight asked if the ruler really believed that an adept without a titan had only half the power. Silver stated that the adept was a knight capable of single-handedly destroying 50 other knights. Finally, the battle ended, and Dark met with the owner of this fortress. Ronier asked if he really thought they had a chance of success in this war. The ruler replied that he was confident that His Majesty's troops would be victorious. Then the prince asked when this would happen, perhaps after the death of the owner of the fortress, and the man replied that time did not matter. He only had to do what he had to. He had no reason to think about such a thing. Finding this answer amusing, Dark asked if his life or the lives of his family members were not important to the ruler. The owner replied that, of course, they were important, but the imperial order was paramount. The man received these lands and the fortress from him and was responsible for managing them. This also included the responsibility for protecting this place until the arrival of the imperial army. However, the ruler failed to fulfill his duties as the head of the lands and was confident that the emperor would be outraged by his lack of ability. Ronier didn't understand why this man was so obsessed with the imperial orders. He asked whether it was fear of Agrippa or whether the emperor had a hostage. He asked why the master of the fortress continued his useless resistance on lands in whose possession the emperor of Corinth had already surrendered. In addition, the ruler forced the peaceful inhabitants of these lands to suffer. The man noted that Dark was asking such questions to a knight who respected chivalry, as if he didn't already have an answer to them. Ronier said that he really did not know these answers because he was not a knight, and asked the ruler to tell him about it. Hearing this, the owner of the land was surprised. The man called the prince a little aristocrat, which outraged Silver. Seeing that the knight wanted to teach the ruler a lesson, Dark held out his hand in front of him, not allowing him to do so, and said that he didn't care what the ruler thought. He just wanted this man to tell him about knightly nobility. The master of the fortress replied that it consisted of loyalty to one's master, respect for well-bred women, and indulgence towards the weak. Ronier asked if the ruler had ever thought that he had violated the third point. Apparently, he had vilely exploited the inhabitants of his lands. The man replied that he had never considered the peasants to be people. They were only the property of the owner of the lands. The prince noted that this was a convenient explanation, but the point was that if everyone had so revered knightly nobility and been loyal to the emperor, then there would not have been any newly created countries in this world, and there would never have been any revolutions as a result of uprisings. The man did not understand what all this was about. He stated that the knight was a man who remained loyal to his master until the very end, and the apostates who were unable to understand this were either traitors or those who became kings. The owner of the lands was the one who wanted to be a knight until his death. To everyone's confusion, Dark suddenly laughed loudly. He liked this answer, and now he understood a little. Worried, Arteus asked if his son was okay, and Ronier said that after all the places where people lived were the same. Dark had thoughts that at least one place in this world could be different from the rest, but apparently now he has already gotten a little used to it. The prince asked Silver if he also believed that the words of this idiot were true. The knight replied that he thought that the last thing he had said was not so wrong, but he found it a little difficult to agree with it, as everything else was exactly as he knew it. Then Dark asked what his father thought about this. The dragon replied that he didn't even know what to say. He was not a hobbit, and he didn't know their physiology. Palshan also didn't know what to answer. He had never thought about it too deeply. But overall, it seemed that the owner of the lands was quite right. Jimmy asked what pretty right meant, since answering as an adept of the Knight Academy meant he had to say that it was completely up to standard and was the correct answer. Raven agreed with this, although he thought differently about the serfs, since they were people too. Mikhail said that his father told him that he had to remain loyal to his master at all costs, but he also told him to do everything else the way Mikhail wanted to do it. Media noted that there was nothing about the second part in his dictionary at all, and the blonde man said that for that to happen, he would have to have had well-bred ladies around him. The angry girl again frightened her comrades with her appearance, but Dark latched onto the words that if you could not maintain knightly nobility, you were either an apostate or a traitor, or became a king. Having received answers to his questions, Ronier decided to leave. The surprised ruler asked if he was really there to seize these lands. The prince replied that he simply wanted to ask about the knightly nobility of a useless fool preparing for war without any hope of victory, and he was completely satisfied with the answer. Now his business was finished. So from that moment, the man could do what he needed to do. The indignant landowner stated that if that was all there was to it, he could have simply come and asked. There was no need to kill his subordinates. Dark replied that he had intended to do so, but the warriors themselves were going to their deaths, stopping them. And that is why everything turned out that way. The rest died, preventing their meeting. Ronier declared that they had died a full death, having defended their knightly nobility, and asked if the ruler understood his answer. The man demanded that the prince reveal his name, since the ruler was determined to avenge today's humiliation at all costs. Without turning to him, the prince introduced himself as Dark Ronier, Governor-General of the Chire territory, Kruthouse Empire, and second in command of the Corinth occupation forces. The owner of the land was shocked that this little girl was the Governor-General. Dark also stated that he was the man the ruler had spoken of. He was the one who would kill the king and become him. In the territory of Kronos, next to the territories of Svein and Corintovia, there was the castle of Miterin. It was in this place that the following actions took place. Several people gathered at the entrance to the castle. One of the knights greeted the arriving Marquis of Darien. Darien asked if the captain of the knightly detachment of the Silver Crosses, Marquis of Tournai, had arrived. Two marquises, one of whom was looking at some papers, sat opposite each other at a small table. Turnin was speechless. Darien had never even been on the battlefield and suddenly became a commander. But since it was a decree, nothing could be done. Turnin asked what Darien intended to do. The man replied that, looking at military history before the advent of weapons called titans, a huge number of techniques were used to rotate the movements and distribute large numbers of armies. And with the help of a small number of knights who were mages or strong warriors, this complicated matters even more. But after the appearance of the titans, the need to use tactics or any combat techniques disappeared. Turnin asked what the gist of what Darien wanted to say was. Darien explained that after the titans appeared, foolish humans did not pay attention to strategy and strength. They thought that if only they had strong titans, they could win. This was proven by Tournai's predecessor, the Marquis Journe. A dissatisfied Turnin asked whether Darien really intended to take command of the entire half of the Silver Cross and confront the enemy with it. In fact, the Marquis himself said that he was a fool. Darien replied that he had no intention of bringing the Silver Cross into the fray and starting a full-scale Titan war. What Grotius needed now was time and victory, and for this reason they could run into trouble if they won too quickly, meaning they had to fight and continue to stall for time. Tiernan could not understand this. He had learned for a long time that the faster the war went, the more successful it was. Darien found this man boring. He noted that in any case the decision here was his, and the Marquis only had to obey. He should have understood that. Turnin replied that he had realized this from the moment he read the letter. He did not have the same brains as the newly appointed commander. Turnin said that he should only be called when there was really something to do. Without saying anything more, the Marquis left the room. At this point, Turnin thought that Rochester's efforts were becoming increasingly worthless. Rubinsky greeted his guests with a smile on his face. He was glad that Dark and his squad joined him. The only thing Arteus wanted at that moment was food, and he was not shy about saying so. Rubinsky replied that the table would already be prepared for them. The dragon was very dissatisfied with what he saw on his plates. On one of them lay a loaf of bread, and on the other, a meager soup. Not understanding his father's indignation, Dark explained that it was dinner. A frustrated Arteus thought about what they should have eaten in that settlement, and Rubinsky said that he was very sorry that it was not the best food, but still, today was a special day, so they even added some meat. Even using his insight, the dragon did not see a single speck of fat. He only found a vegetable. Rubinsky replied that he might not like it, but all the soldiers ate such food. The prince admitted that after the man heard from his deceased father that when going to war he had to eat the same as all soldiers, Rubinsky followed this instruction to this day. While devouring the food, Ronier noted that the man was wise and asked when he died. The prince replied that it happened about 30 years ago. In order to hide the ruler, he, along with other close knights, played the role of grabbing the enemy by the ankle. The man's father had always said he would die in the war, so Rubinsky thought he had no regrets that day. Finally, after tasting the dish, Arteas thought it was surprisingly tasty. Dark asked if the prince had heard anything about Kruma and Corinth having made a truce. Rubinsky replied that because of this, Corinth had the opportunity to deploy his troops in that direction. It was a nasty situation, which is why Krataus fought such a hard fight. Ronier asked if countermeasures had been taken. Rubinsky replied that diplomatic problems had to be solved by diplomacy. He noted that there was one fat man with the best language in this country. Seeing Count Varys, the diplomat of Kruma became slightly nervous, realizing that it would not be easy. The Count asked Marquis Gareshin if everything was well with them. Gareshin replied that this was thanks to the efforts of Varys. Good news had been reaching the Marquis lately. Gareshin noted that Krataus had defeated what had once been a rather powerful country, Corinth, in every duel, and had even taken possession of the entire vast plain of Cronassa. So the glorious name of the Krataus Empire now shook both the earth and the heavens. Without giving Varys a chance to interject, Gareshin said that he was very envious of the knightly squads of Krataus, because the knights of Kruma were seriously wounded, so Minerva was gathering new squads. She was so busy that she couldn't take her eyes off her work. Varys noticed that the diplomat was praising Krataus too much and disparaging his own country, which was too obvious a preparation of the ground. The Count said that he was well aware of the strength and courage of the Kruma Knights and the power of the new form of Titans, and that there was no need to talk about how much magical power they possessed that was superior to Krataus. Gareshin had no need to speak so accommodatingly. The Marquis replied that these were not concessions but facts, that now, even among the strongest of the ladies' knightly guards, more soldiers lay in hospital beds than were moving on foot, and he did not know what to say about the Titans. Gareshin had heard that Krataus had not yet lost a single Titan on the Cronassa front line, and asked if his information had been wrong. Varys replied that Gareshin had told the truth, and he also wanted to explain why this had happened. But the Marquis interrupted him, explaining that he had also heard about this from an informant. It was said that Krataus had destroyed the entire detachment of the Copper Cross Knights, who were responsible for Corinth's external support. In a very short time, Gareshin believed that Krataus's detachments included such outstanding knights, which was also the good fortune of Emperor Frank Great. Now the Count understood that the Marquis had interrupted his speech on purpose, but he did not understand why. He did not think that there was anything that Gareshin could gain by playing on his nerves. Varys said that his country was currently feeling great pressure and difficulties on the front lines, and most importantly, everything was made even more complicated by Crum's arbitrary truce. The Marquis noted that even if he had 10 mouths to feed, he would have nothing to say about it. But on the Corinth side, a brutal guerrilla war continued without interruption. And in the fortress of Zakrin, their main forces resisted. Kruma was having difficulties with supplies, and had no choice but to place colossal military forces on the front lines. The Krumians would like Krataus to at least understand them a little. Varys replied that there had to be a precedence in everything. Kruma had made a truce of her own free will without consulting Krataus, but now she was asking for understanding, which was a shame to hear, since it was thanks to Kruma that Krataus had to face Corinth alone. Unfolding the document, the Marquis said that this was indeed the case, but asked whether there had been a clause prohibiting a truce from the very beginning. The Count was taken aback, and Gareshin, carefully examining the document, said that it was strange, but that was not part of the agreement. The Marquis stated that he only saw Krataus committing to join Kruma and fight on their side. The Count asked if it wasn't a given that it was difficult for them to openly oppose Corinth, so they borrowed the name of the Kruma units. Gareshin replied that he was well aware of this, because that was why their alliance was secret. Kruma made sure that Krataus did not have to face Corinth, and she kept their anger at bay. An indignant Varys asked if they really thought they could have achieved victory without the knightly detachments sent by Krataus, and could have taken possession of the Jackson Plain. Gareshin replied that, of course it would be difficult. But in the end, the former second master of their country, Duke Rouen, died, the Dragon Slayers died, and the guard detachment was destroyed. For Kruma, these were unthinkable blows, which is why they now concluded a truce. The situation became the exact opposite of what it was then. Although Kruma no longer had the strength to resist Corinth, Kratos was at the level to wage an all-out war with him. The Marquis asked which of these would be more reasonable. Varys noted that Kruma had taken over the Jackson Plain, and this was indeed the case. However, Kratos captured the Cronus Plain, an area 4 times larger than the Jackson Plain. This was not an option. The Count, as Kratos' representative, no longer felt the need for this alliance, quite the contrary. It was now becoming clear that Kruma wanted Kratos to continue fighting a battle of attrition until their wounds were healed. But even so, it was impossible to cling to Kruma. If he showed weakness in diplomacy, it could lead to Kratos being torn apart even more. Varys asked if the Krumian really meant to say that they were refusing an alliance. At least that's how it sounded to him. Garrison asked why Varys was saying something so sad. Their peace-loving Kruma considered the alliance to be a very important thing. The Count was stronger than the Marquis had assumed, but it could still be a bluff. Kruma could not break the alliance first. Garrison said his country could also secretly send its troops to reinforce Kratos. Varys said he was glad to hear this and asked what the scale would be. Kratos requested 10 knightly squads, of course. Each of them was supposed to have adepts, mages, knights, and Lotus Titans of power 0 and 5. The Marquis asked if the Count was joking, since 10 detachments were at least 40,000 units of military power. Varys noted that the diplomat could not joke about the size of the military forces. It was the power necessary to secure the Kronos Plain. The Marquis clarified how many reinforcements Kratos had sent to Krum. Varys, becoming nervous, replied that it was about 1 squad. Garrison asked this just to make sure that the Count didn't know about it. There were 2,000 knights, among which were 60 adepts. Although it was surprising how brave they turned out to be, Varys noted that times were different then and now. In the Battle of the Titans, knights usually had no significance, but to ensure security in the captured territories, the number of ordinary warriors was important, and this was the reason for the involvement of mercenaries. The Marquis apologized and replied that it would be difficult for Krum to provide a large quantity. Varys asked if Krum would send a master like them then. The difference in quality seemed too great. Garrison replied that there was now only one master left in their country, Minerva. Although the Marquis had not intended to say so, they had lost their second master during that battle when Kratos' comrade, Princess Ronier, refused to participate. Varys was alarmed. Unfortunately, he lost this diplomatic battle. As he left the negotiating room, the Count hurled insults. The diplomat's aide stated that it was questionable whether there was any point in continuing to hold Kruma's hand. Varys asked him not to say that, since if Kratos were to let her go now, it would obviously put the country in danger. Then, the assistant asked what the Count would do. In a questioning tone, Varys said that King Gamma was the chairman of the Miran Alliance. Soon the Count visited the Gamma Castle. The king apologized for keeping the diplomat waiting and explained that the situation was such that the king could not decide everything alone. So he called a council of the alliance which had already been assembled. The Count noted that it was a natural decision. To begin with, the king of Alan wanted to check whether Kratos had really captured Cronus, a land 6 times larger than Miran. Varys replied that, to be more precise, only half had been captured, and that the remaining half was still in a painful guerrilla war. Kratos covered these vast territories with only 13 detachments, and 2 of them were cavalry. Queen Smee wondered how Kratos managed to hold such vast lands with such a small force. Varys felt awkward saying this, but apparently all the kings of the Miran countries had the wrong opinion about some basic things. King Gamma asked what this meant, and the Count began asking questions about why the Miran alliance stood firm on its desire for independence, why they cultivated patriotism and were so adept at building titans, almost entire guards. King Gamma replied that they had no choice. They were countries caught between 2 powerful states. There was no other alternative for them, although this choice was difficult. It was made for the sake of survival, but the king did not understand how this was related to the matter. Varys replied that everything was exactly the same. Kratos already knew that it would be difficult for him to completely capture Cronassa on his own. They simply did not have enough population to develop these lands. Then King Gamma asked why they had tried so hard to conquer Cronassa. The Count replied that everything was exactly the same as with the Miran countries. The question was not whether they could or not. It was all because Kratos had to do it. All the kings and queen fell silent, thinking about what had been said. Finally, King Gamma replied that within 10 days they would send out 4 knight squadrons using magic circles. He asked if there were any objections. The others answered negatively. However, the Miran countries had 2 demands. Although he was nervous, Varys was ready to hear it all. To begin with, The Miran countries wanted to conclude an eternal peace with Kretausar. The Count replied that his country had always been glad to have neighbors it could trust. The Miran countries would also like the wife of Crown Prince Kratos to belong to one of the royal families of the Miran alliance as proof of this. Varys replied that it was a bit complicated and asked what the kings thought about the second prince, who was a very wise man. As far as King Gam knew, the second prince was currently in Corinthia as a hostage. This was indeed the case, but it turned out not to be so obvious. Late in the evening, the prince was in his room reading a book when people appeared before him. Closing the book, the prince admitted that he had not thought that Balkan would come in person. A kneeling Croa said he was glad the prince looked well. The prince asked whether those people behind Balkan were the same ghost squad, which the man confirmed. Croa said that they had been specially selected for this task, and the prince asked what kind of building it was. Balkan wondered if it hadn't been obvious. They came to rescue His Highness the Second Prince. Varys informed the Miran countries that they were planning to free the second prince from Corinth, but it was likely that this was already being carried out. Varys also noted that, of course, this was a top secret. He believed that the kings would not talk about this topic. King Gama replied that, of course, they would not do that. King Torin asked if it would not have been more appropriate to talk after they had confirmed the safety of the second prince, and King Alan asked if that was necessary, if it could have been done after they had first signed the agreement and then begun to implement it. Queen Smee asked if there had been any problems as far as she remembered. They had been talking about it until now. Varys noted that she was right, but asked if that wasn't precisely why the Miran countries wanted to support a military power that would most likely marry the second prince. Varys asked to be more specific. The marriage was just a weapon, but not support. They did not discuss supporting the alliance of Kratos with the Miran countries. Queen Esme agreed with this. Varys explained that this was why he had not asked it. The Count specified when the Miran countries, as an ally of Kratos, would provide support in the form of 4 combat units. Both King Gamma and Varys were nervous, mentally deciding what they would do next. King Gamma eventually replied that if one were to help, one must do so with fervor. That was the style of the trading countries of the Miran alliance. They were ready to provide support to Kratos for 3 days. Varys said that he was incredibly grateful to them and would never forget it under any circumstances. When the Count left the room, the heated discussion continued. Queen Esme noted that this man was very different from that impudent fellow from Crumb, and that it was even more difficult with him. And King Alan replied that he still did not put pressure on Moran, although there was some danger that was felt from a strong country. King Jaren noted that they would return the second prince who was held hostage, as if they had decided to pay for the goods not with cash, but with trust. And King Tirana, laughing, said that because he said all this, they were able to believe him. If he had only sucked up, it, on the contrary, would have been even stranger. King Gamma said that there was no need to worry too much at first, since they would definitely be able to avoid being absorbed by Kruma. A short mage in a green robe walked across the hilly terrain, leaning on a wooden cane. Having climbed one of the hills, he stopped, seeing Carrie sitting alone under a tree. Jod noted that the wind was cold and asked why his lordship did not lie down in his place but went outside. Valenciad explained that he was no longer an archduke and said not to call a man who had failed to uphold his knightly oath that. Jod asked the man not to say that, and Carrie asked why the magician did not go inside. Valenciad noted that he was no longer a Corinthian aristocrat, which meant that Jod was no longer obligated to follow him. The mage replied that he respected his lordship more than anyone else, and could not imagine Corinth without him. He felt no desire to remain in such a place. Valenciad noted that Jod was crazy to think that way. Carrie reiterated that he was no longer an archduke, so it was time for Jod to stop calling him that wretched Your Grace, which the mage eventually accepted. Waving his hand, Valenciad asked if perhaps the magician would then not disturb his thoughts and leave. Having obeyed, Jod nevertheless left the man under the rays of the setting sun. Carrie thought that most likely Gracelyn was not kidnapped and did not die, but simply left them. Carosa, Minerva, the Black Knight, and even the Red Knight, only because Kotus created many titans. He was able to look around, just like Valenciad is now, and Gracelyn became disappointed in them. Carrie understood him. Now the man knew Kotus's feelings. Valenciad suddenly noticed wyverns in the sky. They flew right over the tree under which the man was sitting. Carrie determined that the wyvern riders were heading from the south. Jod shouted that they were flying from Kratos, which Valenciad had already guessed. Looking around, Carrie wondered what their goal was. Not far away, he noticed a group of people in familiar robes. Valenciad counted 12 people, one of whom did not look like a knight. The magician and the former archduke did not know what had happened. But Carey, grabbing the hilt of his sword, decided to personally ask the people who had arrived. Valenciad told Jod to hide and keep a low profile, as a single mage could do nothing in a battle between knights. Jod began to worry, because Carey had not yet fully recovered. The mage noted that Valenciad also did not have a titan, but Carey told him to shut up. Valenciad stated that the magician should not have meddle in matters that were none of his business. As they moved away from Carey, the wyverns became alarmed. They began to behave too restlessly, which alerted the knights. Then the winged reptiles began to fall completely, and the warriors rushed towards them. The knights tried to catch the riders, not wanting to let them die. From one of the riders, Elter learned that the wyverns had simply suddenly lost consciousness. All the people were alive, but the flying beasts were still lying unconscious with foam at the mouth. It looked like the wyverns were very scared of something. Balkan assured the prince that everything was fine and he had nothing to worry about. Croa was called out, warning of danger. Balkan looked back and saw Carey rushing towards them. He ordered everyone to quickly get the titans. The knights rushed to do this, but an energy wave was already flying towards them. Frank only squinted from the bright light. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a wall of several titans in front of him. Croa asked if the prince was okay. Instead of answering, the guy asked what was happening here. Balkan replied that it seemed that this was, after all, the worst thing that could have happened. The titans stood in a row, holding their shields in front of them, and the ground in front of them was covered with cracks. Only 5 knights managed to board the titans, the other 5 died. Of the 3 riders, only 1 remained alive, saved by Elter. To prevent this from happening, Croa commanded that the second prince be placed on the wyvern, while the remaining knights bought time. Balkan asked the boy not to worry about anything, because they were going to protect him, even if they put their lives on the line. A disgruntled Carey declared that they would not be able to escape. Behind the titans was the prince, and in front was Valenciad. Making the boy nervous, the former archduke turned to Arius von Great. Carey asked him and his rider to step aside so as not to interfere with the battle. Elter nodded to Balkan, even though they were worried about the prince. The colonel lowered the rider to the ground. Having fallen to the ground, the man asked Arius for forgiveness in advance. The rider darted forward, picked up the prince, and ran past Valenciad. Carey didn't even look in their direction. Arius wondered if this man would just let him go. However, the knight ran straight to the tree behind which Jod was hiding. The rider noticed the magician too late. 1,000 shadow hands grabbed people by the legs and arms. Jod used human restraint, which rendered the knight unable to move, and the Titan pilots became nervous. Carey said he would try to do something. He asked what would happen faster. Would that guy's magic wear off, or would all the opponents die? Croa asked what he was talking about. Did Carey not have a titanium? Valenciad asked if there were any problems. Balkan thought this was their chance. Croa asked if Carey really thought he could face 5 titans without anything, since even for her grace Lady Ronier, the maximum was 3. Valenciad replied that in that case it was interesting. He used the flame of his aura, and something blue began to spread around him. Carey noted that here they would test which of them had reached the limit of a warrior's strength. Mick noted that the man had underestimated them too much. Elter noticed the increased mana. The men tried to attack Valenciad from above, where there was the least mana. Carey made a circular motion with his sword, leaving behind phantom blades. The Titans' huge swords approached the man, but Valenciad stopped them with a narrow blade. Parrying the attack, Carey forced his opponents to stagger back. The Titans fell to their knees, and Valenciad was already preparing to attack. He launched a beam of energy at one of his opponents. Carey was surprised when his projectile hit the Titan's arm, cutting it off. Valenciad intended to launch his head into the air, but Balkan prevented this. Croa thought he had struck with enough force, but it only slightly altered the sword's trajectory. However, the knights still outnumbered Carey, so they rushed at the man. Valenciad spun his sword and created a shield of mana. Balkan was amazed when he saw Ronier's technique. This shield, having come into contact with the enemy blades, nevertheless cracked. Croa stated that this was still not enough to counter the Titan's sword. The giants began to attack Valencia from 3 sides. Their weapons were approaching the man, but Carey, looking at the blades, did not even flinch. Suddenly the Titans froze in place, although they were only a couple of centimeters away from Valenciad. Balkan couldn't move and asked if it was magic. Carey explained that this was Princess Ronier's technique. Valenciad asked in surprise if the knights had not known about her. Carey believed that he knew that girl better than any of them. A disgruntled Ronier scratched his ear while playing chess with Palshan. Dark asked if someone had cursed him, which surprised the knight. The prince explained that in his homeland they said that if your ears suddenly started itching, someone was cursing you. Ronier assumed that it could have been Tozier or the master, There were quite a few suspects. As he made his move, Palshan noted that this was a rather surprising thought. The man put Dark in checkmate, and the prince couldn't understand when he managed to do this. At that moment, a satisfied father looked into their room. Ronier asked where his father, who was smiling slyly, had gone. Taking out a dress with a white top and red bottom, the dragon said that he had bought his son a present. Dark asked what it was, and his father replied that, of course, it was clothing. Ronier understood that it was clothing and asked his father, as he didn't want Dark to wear it. But sensing danger, Palshan decided to leave them alone and supposedly inspect the area. The dragon really wanted his son to wear this dress. The father was very upset that Ronier always wore a black dull outfit. Also brought a wide necklace. Dark assumed that it was the Firehammer who had persuaded the dragon to do something like this. The father said that there was no difference and began to beg his son to try it all on. But Ronier refused. The whole day, chasing Dark around, trying to persuade him to put on the dress and necklace. But the prince continued to answer that he did not want this. Having started to shed tears at some point, the dragon noted that the son treated his father as he pleased because Arteus was so funny. And the indignant Ronier asked how his father was not ashamed to bring this up. When Rubinsky saw the princess, who had finally put on her father's gifts, a barely noticeable embarrassment could be seen on his face. Dark, who was oozing anger, told the man to shut up, and Rubinsky thought about how he hadn't had time to say anything yet. Ronier demanded that he briefly convey the gist. The man admitted that although he knew of Dark's outstanding beauty, he didn't think things would take such a turn. And Ronier, surrounded by flowers, noted that he told Rubinsky to shut up and talk only about business. Even if his interlocutor was the commander-in-chief or someone else, Dark was quite ready to kill him. An indignant Ronier began kicking the multicolored buds with screams, asking what kind of flowers they were and demanding that they be removed immediately. Since Rubinsky had been ordered to be silent, he could not answer, so he decided to just sit quietly. Dark asked if Rubinsky was joking about Kruma only being willing to send them 5,000 knights. The man replied that the Krumians had claimed that they themselves had no strength left, so they could not send more than Kratos sent them. Ronier asked if the fat man had not done anything even after hearing this, for which he should have his tongue cut out. Rubinsky reported that Varys first went to the Myron Alliance to request additional assistance, and Ronier noted that he apparently was responsible after all. Dark was sure that he had not been called to tell this, and asked what he was supposed to do. Rubinsky wanted Ronier to go to Kruma and get more support from them. Dark was surprised by this, and the man said that if Ronier didn't want this, he could have been the commander-in-chief. A man bound by magic fearfully asked the people in robes who they were. He begged them not to kill him. The man was the captain of the guard at the castle gate in the capital of Kratos, and Camille wanted him to answer questions, otherwise his family would be killed. The guard commander stuttered and asked if he was really going to die. Irene apologized, stating that they could not leave the target alive. It was a pity. But Cabrinia did not possess the magical power of the mind and could not penetrate memories, so answers to questions had to be obtained through threats and pain. When Camille asked if the man knew Dark Clyde, the frightened guard commander gritted his teeth. Claude noticed that as soon as he called the girl not Princess Dark von Ronier, but Dark Clyde, the man began to shake with horror, and it seemed that this feeling emanated not only from Princess Dark. The guard commander hesitated, and Irene decided to nudge him, explaining that the sylph was not alone, and it was possible to send him to the man's house now. The head of the guard did say that not long ago a young man with red hair, who looked to be 24-26 years old, came in, declared that he was Dark Clyde's father, ordered that his son be returned to him, and caused a lot of noise near the gate. At that time, Baroness Clyde had already become Princess Ronier, so there was no list of her relatives, and she was also a girl. So when the knights heard about her son, they decided that the red-haired man had gone crazy and wanted to drive him away. But this man destroyed the castle gate with incredible magic power, without even casting anything. This surprised both Claudine and Irene, and the guard commander continued his story. The knights declared a state of emergency, and the mages and adepts in the castle joined them, but none of them were able to stop the red-haired man. He only calmed down after His Majesty and the palace mage came out and spoke to him calmly and politely. This was a serious situation, during which the entire castle could be completely destroyed. The man wanted to say something else, but his head suddenly fell from his shoulders. An astonished Camille asked why Cabrinia did this, since there was still so much more that could be asked. But with a snap of her fingers, the girl explained that it was impossible to ask more. Irene explained that the mage was unable to defeat the knight, and Claudine should have known this too. But this man said that the man was an outstanding knight and even a magician. but such a magician could hardly exist. Then Camille asked if this would not be possible for Mr. Kotis. The girl replied that the head of the guard said that there were even adepts there. This happened in the palace, so they could probably use titans, but the king himself came out to calm him down, and politely at that. Cabernia asked Claudine if he had any ideas, and he began to think hard. Finally, he asked if it could really be a dragon. Irene replied that she was sure that this, could it really be true, was true, and that this dragon was so strong that it was not afraid of an entire country. Claudine assumed that Dark was a dragon cub, and Cabrinia said that a cub was incapable of reaching the level of a master. She thought that Ronier was a type of dragon that loved to study swordsmanship. The fact that the red-haired man called the princess his son, despite the fact that she was a girl, could also be explained since dragons were hermaphrodites. If Claudine and Irene had wanted to delve too deeply into the dragon's direction, they could have found themselves in danger. Camille suggested returning to the fortress of Zakrin and quickly reporting everything to Rochester. The blow sent Garrison flying into a bookcase. The jolt caused the books to fall on the marquee. Dark approached the man and asked if he was Garrison. Ronier decided that it was this man who said that he would send 5,000 soldiers to help Kraus. The frightened marquis simply asked to talk. But the prince seemed not to hear this. He grabbed Garrison by the collar and lifted him up. Dark explained that on the way, he heard rumors that Krum had sent 4 divisions to Moran, and he asked who the Krumians were anyway. The diplomat, shaking with fear, said that they would complement the detachment. However, Ronier replied that this windbag was too late. Behind Dark, Arteas praised his son and insulted Garrison. Ronier asked his father to sit quietly while he worked. Something. Dark launched the marquis towards the dragon, who recoiled with a squeal and began to cover himself with his hands. Wiping away his tears, Arteas said that he understood everything and would be quieter. But Ronier explained that that was not the issue. Minerva caught Garrison by the leg and noted that this was an extreme greeting. Arteas felt relieved. Realizing that his son had not thrown the man at him, Kentaroa ordered her subordinates to carry the marquis away and heal him. The woman noted that the knights of Kratos were very capable, so the Krumians decided that 5,000 was enough. The point was that they also needed strength. In response, Ronier sighed in disappointment. Dark asked if he should tell her what it was like to truly need something. Without moving, the prince forced the sword to attack Minerva, who successfully parried each attack. Her blade trembled, but could still withstand such pressure. Dark's weapon returned to its owner, and a disgruntled Arteas noted that Kentaroa must have used a very good sword, since she was able to repel all of the Dragonbone's attacks. Ronier asked, "What about the fact that the number of masters in Krum had become 0? The commander-in-chief asked the prince to stop, assuring him that they would send support. Even though she didn't want to, the woman asked how much they needed. Once they sent 4 divisions to Moran, Ronier asked to give Kratos 6 and finish with 10. Minerva agreed, noting that they couldn't really spare more anyway. In addition to this, Dark asked for a bottle of good alcohol that he could give to his father, which made Arteas happy. Minerva reflected that no matter how little time it took the princess, it would take at least 70 years to reach the level of Grandmaster Ish, and Dark's father had to be at least 87-89 years old. But with such an appearance, it was unlikely that he could have been given so much. However, they said that this man was a magician. Although it was possible to maintain a youthful appearance with the help of magic, the aging of the organs still did not stop. When Kentaroa and Arteas's eyes met, the commander-in-chief thought it was just a facade. Minerva replied that she would bring the bottle right away and went to get the alcohol. She felt a strange feeling of fear and was sure that Dark's father was an unusual person. Praising Ronier for his work, Rubinsky asked if perhaps he should have sent Dark from the very beginning, who replied that the prince should not even think about receiving such nonsense from him again. There was quite a lot of noise in the camp, and Ronier asked if something had happened. Rubinsky replied that this something was very serious. The man who entered the room said that he would tell me everything. Seeing Balkan almost completely bandaged, Dark asked what happened to his body, and Kroa replied that they had met Kiri. The situation became even more difficult to understand. Ronier asked how the man had managed to return alive. Balkan laughed and replied that he had indeed almost died. However, the Red Dragon, which was then being watched by Ronier, intervened in this skirmish. Dark was surprised that Bamarade saved them. Behind the 3 titans that contained Balkan, Mick, and Elter, there were 2 more. Valenciad soared into the sky and raised his sword above himself. As before, he used the Grand Cross technique. The titans put up shields in front of themselves to at least somehow protect themselves. The ground beneath Kiri was flying in all directions. All the titans, except one, could no longer stand on their feet. Cracks appeared on the ground around the only conscious pilot after the impact. Looking at the Titan, Valenciad pointed his blade down. The man then rushed down, intending to perform another devastating move. Balkan understood that this would be the same powerful attack that Ronier used on the battlefield, which meant that he would definitely not be able to withstand it. Landing, Valenciad plunged his blade into the ground. Croa was so nervous that he broke out in a cold sweat. Chuckling, Carrie noted that apparently that was not possible for now. Valenciad asked if that was not the case, and the kneeling Titan was taken aback. As he approached the Balkans, Carrie said he first boarded a Titan when he was 16 years old and stayed in them for a full 75 years. Jumping onto the giant's knee, Valenciad continued his story, having experienced the process of Titan improvement on his own body. There was no one on the continent who knew these giants better than Carrie. Despite the external differences, Valenciad knew that the Titan in front of him was an exact copy of Caproxia. Having plunged his sword into the Titan's helmet, the man declared that with such weak power, his opponents would not be able to stop him. The tip of Carrie's blade, penetrating the helmet, almost reached Balkan, stopping a few millimeters from his face. Carrie jerked his sword up and lifted his visor. Valenciad said that he found it funny that they were saying that Princess Ronier was only able to deal with 3 Titans. Carrie assumed that she either knew nothing about Titans at the time or was not interested in it. Valenciad declared that Kratos was unworthy of owning this girl, the reason for this being their ignorance of her, which surpassed even Carrie's. Croa was silent. He had nothing to answer. He really couldn't boast that he knew Dark well. Valenciad admitted that he had originally intended to make Prince Arius the next king of Kratos. It was for this reason that Carrie allowed the exchange with the artists, so that the prince would feel friendly. When Arius suggested that everything had changed, Valenciad confirmed it. The boy closed his eyes, realizing that he would end up dying here without even having the opportunity to set foot on the soil of his homeland. However, Carrie told him not to worry, as he didn't say he was going to kill the prince. He noted that there was no need for friendliness, so the man was going to carve horror into Arius's heart instead. After this, something happened that was unexpected for everyone. Dragon wings fluttered over Valencia, the prince, and the Balkan. It was clear that the creature was heading specifically towards them. Looking at the reptile, Carrie couldn't understand when this large dragon managed to get so close to them. Jod was frightened by this, and the wyvern rider holding the prince felt the spell break. The knight told Arius to hold on tighter, then started running, which angered the magician. The prince asked to stop. The lands of Kronasa were too wide to carry him in his arms without a wyvern, but the rider said that he could not do this. He declared that he would break through no matter what the cost. Arius explained that if they moved like that, they would only end up being targeted by that dragon. There was no need to bet his life on the gamble. The prince believed that it was more important now to determine the intentions of this dragon. As it descended to the ground, the creature said that its name was Bamarid, and it could not allow the killing to continue. Kieri asked the esteemed consciousness if these were his territories. Bamarid replied that this was the demand of that very respected creature, and if Valenciad wanted, the dragon could proclaim these lands his own, to which Valenciad remained silent. Bamarid noted that all the wyverns were alive, and the Krumians should mount them and fly away. Having thanked the dragon, in the shortest possible time the men mounted the wyverns and left this place. Once on the ground, Bamarid assumed her human form and addressed Valenciad by name. Kieri was surprised that she knew him. The girl replied that one of her neighbors had once been in love with Valenciado. The man thought, not understanding what Bamarid was talking about. The girl explained that now this dragon had left, having lost its attachment to Valenciad. Frozen in place, a surprised Kieri asked if it was really Gracelian. Bamarid replied that apparently the dragon lived under that name, and the man asked where Kotus was now. Pointing somewhere to the side, the girl told him to go to the place of their first meeting. It was there that Kadrian was waiting for Valenciad. Dark wondered why it was Bamirid, and Raunier asked if she had said anything else. The prince wanted to give an example, but remembering the conversations about marriage that always began with the dragon, he decided to remain silent. Balkan replied that Bamirid simply told them to leave. A new voice, previously unknown to Raunier, asked if it wasn't because of Dark. Rubinsky didn't expect to see Arius here, as he was supposed to be in the palace. The prince explained that he came here after hearing about Dark's return. Delighted to meet the Empire's sharpest sword, Arius introduced himself. Greeting His Highness, Raunier also stated his name. Although the prince was not strong in his native language, he read quite a lot of literature and history books. Dark knew that Arius had read all the writings stored in the Empire and was in the Corinth library so often that it seemed to occupy it. In any case, the prince read most of the records about dragons, and the result of what he read was something very simple. The creature called a dragon always looked down on the living organisms of any other races. Being well acquainted with this trait, Ronier confirmed this with a grin. But there was also something funny. The dragons treated with incredible awe the one they recognized as being linked to them by fate. It was quite interesting. According to the commander, during the intelligence war in Miran, that red dragon had contact with Ronier. In that case, it meant that Bamiraid believed their destinies were connected, which is why she did not allow the people Dark cared about to die. Or, more precisely, one could say that it was Ronier who saved their lives. Arius was very grateful to Dark and asked how their destinies had become intertwined. Everyone present was interested and expected an answer, but Ronier was embarrassed and couldn't tell what brought him and Bamiraid together. This awkward pause was interrupted by Artius appearing from the street saying, "Future daughter-in-law." Interrupting his father's speech, Dark screamed. Rochester, surprised, clarified what Camille had just said. He couldn't believe that it was actually possible. Clodane replied that the probability was very high, and Irene said that it was more likely the other way around. If this had not turned out to be the case, then Krataus's actions directed at the princess would have seemed strange. Now Camus also assumed that Princess Ronier of Krataus was a dragon. Camille said that it all fit perfectly if Dark was a dragon's baby, because a dragon wouldn't even hesitate to destroy an entire country for the sake of its child. They didn't have a gender, so there was no problem with Arteus calling her a son either. Cabrinia confirmed this. Dragons remained hatchlings for about 500 years, so of course Ronier could stand up to the 90-year-old Prince Valenciad. Rochester noted that this was impossible, because dragons could not be trained, even if she was young. She had endless mana and a dragon's heart. It was unclear why all this was necessary. Besides, Camus was interested in why the princess didn't study magic, since controlling it was as obvious to her as breathing. Irene replied that this was unknown to anyone. Perhaps she simply liked something so ineffective. Amphiros had spoken about this. Camus believed that if one were to make such assumptions, then the speculation that Ronier was a dragon's baby was also pointless, since only adult dragons had fun, and her father should not have been a dragon. In that case, Cabrinia believed that they were a father and daughter having fun, a special type of dragon who showered his child with love, even though he was already an adult. Claudine noted that it seemed that Irene had gone too far, since she justified everything with the single statement that they were special. Seeing Rochester's frowning face, Camille said that he need not have thought so hard, but Camus still remained fixated on this dragon entertainment. Claudine noted that after the fun they had to return to their lair, so simply leaving them alone seemed like a good option too. Now Rochester focused on the words that after the entertainment the dragons would return. For some reason he was reminded of Gracelian. Concerned, Camille asked if his uncle was okay. Camus replied that everything was fine and asked him to continue talking. Camille asked how Rochester was going to solve the problem with the meteorites. Camus didn't see any way out of it, so it was decided to simply evacuate everyone. Cabrinia asked if Rochester had started evacuating people from Clarine because of Kratos, and Camus replied that it was, and that it was a war anyway, and there was no point in protecting him. Rochester slammed the table and announced that there had also been a place here that had been hit by a meteorite. For this reason, they all needed to go to the Bayan fortress, so Camus said that Irene and Camille needed to prepare for the evacuation. Rochester was unhappy that in such a situation those idiots did not even think about ending the fighting as quickly as possible. As Camus said, Prince Grotia's supporter, the Marquis of Darien, had no intention of ending the war quickly from the very beginning. Darien made extensive use of link mages to direct the guerrilla warfare of the landlords of the Kronasa territories, while Kratos, lacking knights, found it difficult to even maintain his evacuation line. Although on Julian's orders Colin's knightly detachment entered into a great guerrilla war against Rathronsa, this was the situation the Marquis of Darien desired. The reason for this was the excessively spacious plain of Cronus. As soon as the entire Silver Cross knightly detachment joined the battle, every single one of Krataus's fighters, scattered during the guerrilla war, was destroyed. Krataus, who lacked magical power and was also late in requesting reinforcements, found himself in a situation where, even with Dark and the second personal guard coming out to support him, almost everything was already over. Everything gained as a result of the total war was almost completely lost. However, with the timely arrival of the Miran Alliance and Kruma, disguised as mercenaries, the total number of their supporters was close to 100,000, which was enough to dramatically change the situation. Walking through the city streets with Dark and his squad, Artius noted that Karataus had truly routed his opponents to smithereens. Ronier noted that, no matter how poor the supplies were and how difficult it was because of the partisans, He did not want to strongly advocate such methods. Such actions would have to be resorted to later. His father believed that this problem would not be limited to the country of Kratos alone. Artaeus, from the very beginning, did not even understand the peculiarity of the hobbits with their desire to create enemies for themselves and start senseless wars. Dark suggested that this could be due to too much greed, and the dragon asked what his son meant. Seeing his son's suspicious look, Artaeus asked what was wrong, because he really didn't understand it. And Dark was sure that the word greed was written all over his father's face. Trying to think of a way to explain this, Ronier asked if by chance there was another dragon's lair near his father's lair. Artaeus replied that there was not. Since ancient times the Maltorio Mountains belonged to him alone, he asked if Ronier thought that this was the reason why other dragons called him the Lord of Maltorio. Dark had no idea that other dragons had given his father this nickname. He noted that these mountains were incredibly spacious and asked how Artaeus lived there alone. Wanting to avoid an unpleasant conversation, the dragon turned away and noted that the weather today was beautiful, although it was quite cloudy. Deciding to continue the topic, Ronier asked whether the dragon really made it so that no one could enter there. Artaeus asked what his son was talking about because he was not such a cowardly dragon. It would be good if he had at least one neighbor. But, strangely enough, other dragons did not stay to live next to the golden ones. The father was sure that all this was because all the others were inferior to them. The golden dragons, in grandeur and strength, so pride did not allow them to live nearby. But for some reason Ronier saw how two green dragons flew past Artaeus and spat in his direction, dissatisfied with this meeting. Dark nevertheless decided to assume that this was indeed the case, and suggested imagining that there was another dragon's lair nearby. Once they had imagined this, Artaeus clarified what Dark meant by this. Ronier continued to say that his father allegedly went to this lair, and it turned out to be much more beautiful and pleasant than his. The son asked what the dragon would think then. Thinking about it, Artaeus decided that perhaps he could capture a few dwarves and simply force them to do the same. Ronier asked if the dragon had thought of driving away that dragon and taking his lair. Artaeus asked if his son had really talked about dragons fighting each other for some lair. That was pointless, since it was much easier to bring the dwarves and make them work. Besides, dragons weren't particularly concerned about the size of their lairs, so some even lived in caves. Dark realized that talking about the housing problem wasn't appropriate, so he asked what had happened with the gold. The prince asked if there was more gold in another dragon's lair than what Artaeus had collected. Would he be willing to take it away? But the father again stated that it would have been faster and easier to force the dwarves to work for this. There was no point in arranging something like this for the sake of gold. Thinking that dragons might have died out without the dwarves, Dark said that it was all because the dwarves were weaker than dragons like his father. Ronier asked what would happen if other races were stronger than dragons. Then they would obviously choose an easier confrontation with dragons. Artaeus still didn't quite understand this. It seemed to him that it was too stupid. If such a time had come, it was obvious that all the dragons would have united and together resisted the strongest. But the hobbits, that is, people, still continued to fight among themselves, being such weaklings. Ronier explained that there were many reasons. Greed was not only in relation to wealth but also in relation to power and honor. But Artaeus still did not understand this. If there were such a race that would fight with itself for such useless reasons, then it should have long ago gone down the path of total destruction. This was the logic of the world. Artaeus stopped short at the end and said, "But it is truly amazing how..." The dragon suddenly fell silent, lost in thought, which worried Dark. He recalled a conversation with Naiad, who stated that it was time to reduce the number of people and carry out a proper purge. Thinking about this logic of the world, Artaeus began to worry. Somewhere in the forest thicket, Carrie approached the edge of a cliff. At that moment, a blue dragon appeared above him. He landed behind Valenciad, who was in no hurry to turn around. Carrie asked if this was his friend's true form. Graecalian wondered if Valenciad really thought that the way Kodas looked before was fake. After these words, the dragon decided to take human form. A bright light hit his eyes and Valenciado had to cover himself with his cloak. Finally, the very same Kodas whom he once seemed to have known appeared before him. The dragon explained that all these two appearances were the true forms of him, Kadrian. Carrie asked if that was what he wanted the man to call the dragon. Kodas replied that Valenciad could have called him Graxlian. It didn't matter. He didn't deny that he lived under that name. Digging through his bag, Carrie replied that he was glad to hear that. The man noted that he had come not to Kadrian, but to Gracelian, after which he threw him a bottle. The surprised dragon caught the bottle and, upon examining it, realized that it contained wine. He asked if Carrie had already forgotten that Gracelyn didn't particularly like alcohol. The dragon didn't think that Valenciad had decided to have a heart-to-heart talk with him for the first time in a long time. Then Carrie reported that Lisa had died. After this, a melancholy silence fell over the men. Upset, Gracelyn began to drink the wine in one gulp. Throwing the empty bottle to the ground, the dragon noted that the human race was, after all, headed for destruction. The glass container shattered, and Valenciad asked if the people were really going to die. Having confirmed this, Kotis pointed to the sky and Carrie looked in the indicated direction. There one could already see many approaching meteorites. This is what Gracelyn called death. In Corinth's capital, Corinthia, blue beams of light stretched from the towers into the sky. These rays formed a shield over the city. When the dome was completed, meteorites were already nearby. Finally, the first space projectiles flew into the shield at enormous speed. The dome trembled, but still withstood the blow. Gracelyn and Carrie watched this from the side. Valenciad noted that the magic circle created by Kotis worked as it should. However, Kadrian himself was not sure of this. A new meteorite was already flying towards Corinthia. He flew not into the dome itself, but somewhere nearby. Upon impact with the ground, the meteorite caused a large explosion. The shockwave headed towards the capital, making holes in the shield. Some towers were damaged and could no longer support the dome. Soon, Corinthia's last chance for survival was completely gone. Two more shells rushed towards the city. They fell on the capital, destroying buildings in a targeted manner. Although dilapidated, Corinthia still existed. However, another meteorite was approaching her. It was many times larger than the previous ones and was heading towards the very center of the capital. A moment later, like a fiery sword, the shell pierced the heart of the city. A massive explosion engulfed Corinthia, wiping it off the face of the earth. Everything was burning. The city was disappearing as if it had never existed. A powerful anger washed over Carrie from this sight. Gracelyn watched as the man fell to his knees in despair. Kadrian noted that this was not something that could be stopped with magical equipment. Valenciad said that this was the heart of the empire they had created, and asked if this did not bother Gracelyn at all. Kadrian replied that this was impossible, since this was the city that he had put all his efforts into creating. Carrie bared his teeth and asked why the dragon had allowed this to happen. Kotis replied that he could not defend this city forever, because nothing was permanent. And if he did not acknowledge this, there would be nothing left but regret. Kadrian asked Valenciad whether it was their country or his. Lost in thought, the man fell silent, experiencing conflicting feelings. Sweet and Valencia were also completely destroyed. Dark and his squad left Clarane. They were nearby, preparing to see the death of another city. Ronier, in the Titan, closely watched the appearance of the comet. Rubinsky had previously begged Arteas for a serious favor. Claren was their former capital. They couldn't watch it disappear. After some thought, Arteas decided to refuse. He explained that these were human affairs, and dragons would no longer interfere in them. A disappointed Rubinsky wished he could change Arteas's mind, but he had no way to do so. The dragon said that his decision would not change, and even if his son asked him to, it was a certain reality. Ronier had a hard time accepting this and said that there couldn't be anything unclear here. Dark and his Titan finally noticed the meteorite. Ronier said that they were starting, and Andromeda said that he would show his abilities. First, they began to gather mana inside the blade. Then, they used the illusory sword technique of the variable sword. Palshan noted that the sword of mana had condensed, which puzzled the knights. The man noted that it was a very incredible technique. The mana in the sword had indeed become much denser, coloring it a deep scarlet. The mad power began to swirl around Dark again. Ronier resorted to the fourth chapter of the first section of the flow of power, and the energy beam rushed forward. The knights' mouths opened in amazement. They had never dreamed of such power. The beam was moving towards the comet at breakneck speed, and it seemed that everything would work out. But eventually, Dark's flow of power began to crumble in vain. Dissatisfied with the failure, Ronier assumed that it was too far away and wanted to try to shoot down the meteorite again. However, Arteas said it was already too late. The accelerating meteorite that entered the Earth's atmosphere could not even catch up with sound. Ronier gritted his teeth. This time he felt like he had lost and let everyone down. A new explosion destroyed another capital. Located in the Bayan fortress, Camus, Camille, and Irene watched the comet fly by. Rochester suggested that the fortress of Zakrin had now disappeared. But at that moment, an immense force rushed towards the meteorite. The comet seemed to explode in the air, emitting a bright light. Blinded, Camus, Camille, and Cabrinia squinted and covered their eyes as best they could. A powerful gust of wind nearly knocked them off their feet. Rochester, having regained his sight, wondered what had happened. He was shocked to realize that the meteorite had suddenly disappeared. Seeing this, Bamarade, sitting on a tree branch, assumed that the missing meteorite was flying to a place that threatened the lair. Even if that was the case, she thought it was her father's overreaction. The great Bromanese wondered who it was that dared to drop a meteorite on the territory that belonged to him. Camus said it was a lair, but for some reason Irene and Camille didn't understand him right away. Rochester said again that there was a dragon's lair in that direction, so they needed to urgently call the Wyvern Riders and go to that dragon right away. Claudine was surprised by the urgency, and Camus explained that Bromanie's wrath could be directed at them, now that Corinth was in ruins. If the dragon headed for the second capital of Carax, it would be the end for Corinth. An alarmed Claudine asked if the Wyverns would be able to fly into the dragon's domain. Since they were so sensitive, Camus replied that they needed to fly as far as they could. Irene apologized and waved her fan. She asked if the men had forgotten anything. Camus replied that if it was not urgent, then Cabrinia could tell about it later. The girl was taken aback by this answer. She realized that here, apparently, they didn't value her at all. Irene waved her fan again and summoned Celestine. A moment later, the most powerful wind spirit appeared before them. The men were surprised, wondering if Cabrinia had always been so strong. Celestina asked what business they had with her. Irene pointed in the direction where the dragon was and told him to take them there. Obeying, the spirit began to wrap itself around the people, and Cabrinia asked if her comrades were ready. Once in the sky, Camille asked if everything would be okay, but Irene didn't understand what he was talking about. Sighing, Camille said that Cabrinia said that she supposedly did not want to get involved with the dragons, so she killed that chief of the guard at the gate. Claudine was joking. She wondered if the guy really wanted to know Corinta was saving her carcass when the country was in danger. Camus thought that maybe he should have gone alone, because these guys were the future of the country. Rochester noted that the girl had grown up a lot, even saying things that could be praised. And Irene replied that it was Camus who needed to act according to his age. Smiling, the man thought that, after all, in order to become future leaders, these guys needed to gain some experience. The moment when young Lisa forced them all to go together and meet the blue dragon came back to him. In no time at all, the trio found themselves in front of Brahmanes, who had taken on human form. They hastened to report that those who dared to direct the meteorite at the dragon's domain were the magicians from Kruma. Camus, Claudine, and Irene knelt humbly before the great being. Judging by the light hair, Camille whispered to Cabrinia whether it was a golden dragon, but the nervous girl only told him to be quiet. Bromanese laughed and said that the despicable Rochester thought too much of himself. Showing its superiority, the creature resorted to dragon terror. The men gritted their teeth and broke out in a cold sweat. Irene began to tremble and tears began to flow from her eyes. Cabrinia's back, who was clutching her head. Bromanes noted that the Kruma mages were elves, and asked if Camus really meant to say that these perverted tree lovers dropped a meteorite on the mountains. The dragon couldn't believe that a man dared to lie to him. Apparently, someone wanted to die quickly. Stuttering under the influence of horror, Claudine declared that it was not a lie. The dragon asked if Camus had just expressed his opinion that Brahmanes was wrong. Camille explained that the mages of Krum were different from the elves he knew. Brahmanes asked what exactly were the differences between them. Claudine replied that they had fully adapted to the human kingdom and had become one with it. They had understood politics and had acquired greed. For this reason, they had realized that killing and destruction could be used for other purposes. The dragon was surprised that the elves had stooped to such a low level. Finally, Bromanes stopped using dragon terror, and people felt better. Irene vomited, and a worried Camille asked if she was okay. Wiping her mouth, the girl replied that everything was fine and asked the man to be quiet. Rising into the air, the dragon said that he would check it personally. Bromanes declared that if there was even a grain of falsehood mixed into Camille's words, he would kill his woman before his eyes. Then the dragon soared upward and flew out of the hole in the cave. Claudine said it was not that she was his woman, and the indignant Irene, hitting him with her fan, asked why he had willfully put her life on the line. The lookouts blew their trumpets to sound the alarm. They warned everyone that a red dragon was approaching them. Meanwhile, in the capital of Krum, Elfrian, a heated discussion was underway. A nervous Minerva, insulting her interlocutor, asked how they could drop a meteorite on the red dragon's domain. Greenlake explained that they couldn't have done it knowing everything, and asked if now was the time to hold them accountable. Kentaroa asked how they would stop a full-grown red dragon, and the elf asked what kind of abomination that was. He couldn't believe that the commander-in-chief could only be angry at a time when countermeasures were needed. Greenlake was indignant that she still called herself the head of the military high command, which made the woman take aback. Turning sharply, the elf said that he would take responsibility, and she would continue to scream, standing in that place. Minerva could only watch in anger as the arrogant elf walked away. Coming out into the square, Greenlake met with a small detachment. The approaching red dragon was larger than Galicia, so it could be assumed that it had lived for at least more than 3,000 years. Greenlake asked what was the way to attract attention while showing his reluctance to fight. One elf replied that she thought it was illusion magic, like a mirror image, or that it would have been better to use summoning magic. The second said that the dragon could, on the contrary, have mistaken the summoning or image for its enemy. After some thought, Greenlake decided that the dancing light could be used. This was first-level magic, which was used by pseudo-magicians in the markets. The elves were worried that they might appear to the dragon no more than such people from the market. It was impossible to charm him like that. Greenlake said that was true, and told his funny charlatans to be as nice as possible. The elves began to summon particles of light, cupping their hands. The dancing light of the stars began to rise upward. Noticing such a cluster of light particles in the square, the dragon nevertheless headed there. Having landed, Bromenes decided that these were the ones he was looking for, judging by the fact that they were now joking in a way that they should not have. The elf replied that the great being was right, and introduced himself as the son of this insignificant forest named Greenlake. The dragon asked why the children of the forest wanted to pay with their insignificant lives. Pointing somewhere to the side and puzzling Bromenes, Greenlake asked to give them 1 year. The elf assured that in 1 year they would build a golden lair on the indicated mountain. The dragon asked if it was Greenlake dared to say that he would buy it for gold. But on the other hand, it seemed like it was too much gold to refuse, so he allowed it to be done. The elf, on the other hand, thought that they would, on the contrary, be at an advantage if they could place it on the territory of an adult dragon. However, Bromenes had one condition. When he moved to a new lair, he wanted to invite one of his closest friends, but now he didn't know where that friend was. The dragon wanted the elves to find him and bring him there that day. If they could not do this, then Bromenes would destroy this city, as he had intended to do from the very beginning. Nervously, Greenlake asked for his friend's name. Bromenes replied that his name was Arteus, and laughing, he wished the elves good luck in their search. A dragon's friend could only be another dragon. Perhaps Bromenes could jokingly call someone of another race a friend, but not now. Then, apparently, it was a gold dragon, since his name began with A. But Greenlake knew that the relationship between gold and red were terrible. Although it happened that dogs were friends with cats, the elf thought that there were such exceptions. Greenlake had already heard about Arteus from the song. One of the elves asked if he was talking about the sad song of Arteus. Greenlake's interlocutor learned about it in his youth. When he was traveling and walking in the mountains, another asked what it was sung about. The song was written by a wandering poet named Angeliana, and was about a hero who slew the evil golden dragon Asterius, who lived in the Maltorio Mountains. In that case, it turned out that Bromenes' friend was a dragon slayer, but it was unknown for sure. Perhaps he just wanted the elves to catch that killer and hand him over to him. One elf stated that a search party should have been assembled first, but another interrupted, asking if it couldn't be that it was a different creature. Greenlake answered positively, because this song was written more than 2,000 years ago. The first elf said that the song probably had no effect at all, and the second said that perhaps the dragons could have had some fun back then. But then he stopped himself and decided that one dragon could not kill another, especially when it was in human form. It could have been an elf, but they would have definitely known someone with such great power. Besides, if he lived more than 2,000 years, he would have been at least at the level of a great elder, and there were only 3 of them alive. There was only one option, and that was the Lich. In order to avoid death, a magician who had reached a high level would seal himself in a place far from the life force, thereby gaining immortality. The Lich was undead, so one elf was surprised that a dragon was friends with undead. Even if a dwarf and an orc fell in love, that would still be more realistic. The second said that it didn't make sense. It didn't seem like the friendship of dragons went beyond one clan. Greenlake thought so too. If a dragon considered a dragon slayer who became a lich as his friend, it could be regarded as a betrayal of the entire race. To begin with, Greenlake suggested finding out about the living Arteus, and, just in case, sending a request for help to Krataus. After all, the Maltorio Mountains were there. He also asked to tell the dwarves about the Lair of Gold. These natural-born builders could not help but want to take part in this. The elves believed that the dwarves themselves would come forward to take this job from them. The adjutant informed Minerva of everything that had happened. It was said that His Grace Prince Greenlake had urgently summoned all his informants. Kentaroa found this interesting and asked how the elves would cope with everything this time. The commander-in-chief knew that they had only 1 year to do all this. Minerva dismissed the adjutant, deciding that it was necessary to suggest to His Majesty that he move the capital, just in case. To begin with, the elves earned 1 year. Kentaroa believed that this time should be enough to completely move the capital. This was different from Corinth, who did not have enough time to move even the most important things. Looking out the window, the woman saw a dragon flying away. Smiling slyly, she was confident that she could definitely make Green Lake answer for the destruction of the capital. She thought about asking His Majesty if she could personally behead the elf. At the foot of the mountain, on a stone ledge, sat a green-haired man with pointy ears, carefree. He asked what brought his guest here. After greeting the great creature, Green Lake explained that he had come to inquire about Lord Galencia's knowledge. The dragon, holding an open book, told him to voice his problem. The elf explained that he was looking for someone named Arteus. He might have been of elven or hobbit stock or any other kind, but the elves supposed that he was most likely a dragon. Intrigued, Galencia closed the book and put it aside. He asked why Green Lake thought Arteus was a dragon. The elf explained that he was a friend of an adult red dragon named Brahmanes, who had ordered them to find his friend within 1 year and bring him back on the day of the housewarming in the new golden lair they would create. Now the dragon knew that it was Brahmanes who got rid of the meteorite. Apparently, his lair was nearby. Galencia supposed that with his character, he should have said that if they did not find their friend within a year, he would destroy all of Elfrian. Green Lake said he had deep respect for his insight. In response, Galencia advised the elf to surrender. Suddenly, a branch of the apple tree, which was located 1 level below, reached out towards the dragon. The great being explained that it would be better to start choosing a new location for the capital right now and move everything there. It would have been much easier and faster than persuading Arteus. The dragon spoke confidently, which meant that Galencia definitely knew this Arteus. Green Lake asked what he was like. Without rushing to answer, the creature plucked a red apple from the branch. Galencia said that Arteus was the lord of the Maltorio Mountains and very famous among dragons. Green Lake said that as far as he knew, there were no dragons living in those mountains. Biting into the apple, Galencia replied that Arteus had lived there before he was born, and that about 4,000 years had passed. The elf was amazed that this dragon had lived 3 times longer than Galencia, and asked if that didn't mean that he was already approaching the age of the Ancient One. Having finally swallowed the entire apple, the dragon replied that it was true. He noted that although Brahmanes was an adult, in fact he could already be considered ancient. These two were from a special kind that was still being studied. Green Lake fell to his knees. He knew he couldn't handle even a full-grown dragon, and Brahmanes was also ancient. The elf was sure that they would lose, even if the entire empire came out against him with all its forces. Green Lake apologized and explained that even if he failed, he would at least try. Hearing this, Galencia only laughed loudly. He asked if Green Lake didn't know how wide the Maltorio Mountains were. The elf, past whom the lizard ran, replied that of course he knew this very well. Then the dragon decided to ask him another question. Causing the branch to reach out and grab the lizard, he asked Green Lake why this vast territory was in the possession of Arteus alone. The elf could not answer this with confidence. Galencia, holding the reptile hostage, explained that everything was simple. It was all because he had a disgusting character. The dragon asked rhetorically why Arteus did not appear in the Hobbit history books. Grabbing the lizard with his hand, Galencia said that this too was simple. All because everyone he met in his territories was killed. 2,000 years ago he was truly incredible. And thanks to this character, he was able to befriend the red dragon. Smiling predatorily, Galencia asked if the elves could convince someone like him. Green Lake watched as Galencia guided the lizard towards his wide-open mouth and swallowed the hapless reptile. Now clear to Green Lake that Brahmanes had been mocking them from the very beginning. The dragon replied that the elf's thoughts were correct. Brahmanes was going to get his golden lair and make their capital Elfrian blow up. Tozir, who was in the castle tower, was looking at a certain document. What he read raised questions in his head. The magician didn't understand what it was all about. Darren explained that it was a request for assistance from Kruma, and the Lord understood that. But he did not understand why Kratos had to search for a dragon named Arteus. Darren replied that he wasn't sure about that. Tozer asked if he had really done something in Krum. The man replied that with his character he could have done more than that. Darren asked what the Lord had thought about asking him personally, and Tozer asked what they would say, perhaps asking why Krum was looking for him. The Lord was sure that the angry dragon would be outraged by the fact that the hobbits wanted to keep track of all his actions. Then Darren suggested asking Prince Ronye about this, whose words Arteus could not refuse. The men realized that in this case the dragon would be angry again, but this time because they dared to say such a thing to his son. Then Darren decided that it was better to simply ignore Kruma's official request. Tozier agreed with this and tore up the paper. Grotius contacted Darren via a special ball. The alarmed prince asked what had happened. Darren asked to give them a little more time. Grotius asked if their strength was not enough. I understand that if the Marquis loses the prince's trust, then his future will disappear along with him. Darren replied that this was not so. He insisted that until recently everything had gone exactly according to plan. But because they had suddenly received reinforcements in the form of 10 divisions, it turned out that they had failed. Grotius asked if the Marquis should say that Kratos had now sent almost 20 divisions. Darien replied that he was very sorry, but that was just the way it was after all. Kruma was probably watching them from behind. The prince replied that he would ask the emperor and try to send a little more military aid, for which Darien thanked him. This time they had to show a good result, and the Marquis should not forget what happened to Delifio, who agreed not to ask for compensation for the damage caused by the meteorites. Then all the angry nobility demanded the death of the count. Darien replied that he would remember it. Rubinsky informed Dark that he had received a promotion to title. This was Frank's order. It was a reward for the return of the Kronasa plain. Ronier noted that he had only captured small towns. Clarine, the order that Darku received first, turned to dust, and Ronier believed that he was not entitled to a reward for that. Rubinsky responded that in such a situation, encouragement was even more necessary. Placing his fist on his heart, the prince explained that the common people of the empire needed hope. In comparison to Kruma, the disappearance of the previous capital in this situation made Kratos more in need of the joy of returning the old lands. Dark, who was silent for a minute, was forced to agree with this. There was nothing higher than the prince, so Ronier asked what kind of promotion there could be. Rubinsky replied that nothing would change, but since Dark had restored the Cronus plain, it was now officially under their authority. Dark asked if the man really meant that all rights to it would be transferred to him. Rubinsky replied that he would be the Grand Duke of Spassi, and Ronier would become the Grand Duke of Chire. Dark asked if he would really change his last name again, since he was just starting to get used to Ronier. Tozier said that this was wonderful news. Darren noted that if Bromenes and Artius were unable to meet each other, then the capital of Kruma, Elfrion, would disappear from the maps. He asked that a message be sent to Kruma in a month. We were looking for a dragon named Arteus, but we didn't have enough information, so we couldn't find him. Something like that is what the Lord asked us to write. But a little more politely, he thought that was enough. Tozer was pained by the loss of Clarine, but it was still a city located in enemy territory. But in return, Corinth lost its capital, and a year later Crum was supposed to lose it too. Darren wanted to say something, but became worried when he saw how the Lord, obsessed with the loss of Elfrion, trembled. Then Tozier began to laugh maliciously. He looked frightening, as if he was losing his mind, and in alarm Darren screamed at the master. The Lord suddenly fell silent and grabbed his head. He noticed that he was increasingly letting go of the thread of his consciousness. Tozier understood that if this continued, he would completely lose control of himself. Something out of his sleeve, the Lord handed it to Darren, asking him to keep it for himself. It was a ring with a red stone that gave the magician power, just like the artifact that contained the Naiad. Knowing that something terrible could happen, Tozier asked Darren to hide the ring in a place that the Lord would never know about. And even if he were to look for him in the future, Darren was never to tell him about it. It had been over 200 years since Tozier had sold his soul to Cronetio, and he didn't know how much longer he could hold out. But he had tasked Dark with handling the remaining matters after Tozier lost control of himself. Then the Lord will already become a demon, and if his student decides that his powers are not enough, then he should ask Ronier for help, or, more precisely, the great Prince Kyrie. Tozier was sure that someone like Dark would definitely be able to pacify him.